establishing reasonable relations between our two countries. Quickly regaining his composure, Dekhanozov expressed his own regret at the course of events, laying the entire blame on the non-cooperative attitude of the Germans. He rose, bowed perfunctorily, and left the room without offering Ribbentrop another handshake. Correspondents all over Berlin were being wakened for a 6 a.m. press conference at the Foreign Office. Several heard the news en route to the Wilhelmstrasse from outdoor loudspeakers as a message from the Führer was broadcast. People of Germany, National Socialists, the hour has come. Oppressed by grave cares, doomed to months of silence, I can at last speak frankly. He told of the machinations of Russia and England to crush the Axis with the aid of American supplies. I therefore decided today to lay the fate and future of the German Reich in the hands of our soldiers. May God help us above all in this fight. Chapter 24. A Door into a Dark, Unseen Room. June 22nd to December 19th, 1941. 1. By early morning of June 22nd, single-sheet extra editions of Berlin newspapers were on the streets. Although confused by the abrupt attack on an ally, the public felt a sense of relief, since few had been able to understand why a treaty had been made with the Reds in the first place. Hitler set Goebbels the task of explanation, and that morning the propaganda chief began laying down the guidelines to his subordinates. And now that the Führer has unmasked the treachery of the Bolshevik rulers, National Socialism, and hence the German people, are reverting to the principles which impelled them, the struggle against plutocracy and Bolshevism. The Führer, he added, had assured him the Russian campaign would end within 4 months, but I tell you it will take only 8 weeks. That afternoon he was repeating his prophecy to guests at a party. Turning to film star Olga Chekova, the niece of Chekhov, he said, "We have a Russian expert here. Will we be in Moscow by Christmas?" Irritated by both his manner and the question, her answer was terse. "You know Russia, the endless land. Even Napoleon had to retreat." For once, Goebbels was at a loss for words, and could only say, "So." But within 10 minutes his adjutant was telling the actress, "I imagine, madame, you are ready to leave. The car is outside." The Soviet Union was in disarray. Within hours, the Red Air Force had admittedly lost 1,200 aircraft, and infantry resistance was uncoordinated. Refusing to believe in the gravity of first reports, Stalin ordered the Red Army to keep out of German territory and the Red Air Force to restrict raids to within 90 miles of the frontier. He was so convinced that the Nazi invasion was a mistake and he could halt the war by diplomatic means that he kept open radio communications with the Wilhelmstrasse while requesting Japan to mediate any political and economic differences between Germany and the Soviet Union. His ambassador in England was under no such illusion. Maisky called upon Foreign Secretary Eden and asked directly whether the British government was going to reduce its war effort somewhat and perhaps now listen to Hitler's peace offensive. Eden firmly replied in the negative, and that evening Churchill, who had recently remarked, "If Hitler invaded hell, I would make at least a favourable reference to the devil in the House of Commons," made it official in a stirring broadcast to the nation. "We are resolved to destroy Hitler and every vestige of the Nazi regime. From this nothing will turn us, nothing. We will never parley, we will never negotiate with Hitler or any of his gang." He pledged to give the utmost help to the Russians. "We shall appeal to all our friends and allies in every part of the world to take the same course and pursue it as we shall faithfully and steadfastly to the end." George Kennan, assigned to the American Embassy in Berlin, had reservations which he passed on in a personal note to a friend in the State Department. "It seems to me that to welcome Russia as an associate in the defense of democracy would invite misunderstanding of our own position, and would lend to the German war effort a gratuitous and sorely needed aura of morality. In following such a course, I do not see how we could help but identify ourselves with the Russian destruction of the Baltic states, with the attack against Finnish independence, with the partitioning of Poland and Romania, with the crushing of religion throughout Eastern Europe, and with the domestic policy of a regime which is widely feared and detested throughout this part of the world, and the methods which are far from democratic. At the same time, this should not prohibit the extension of material aid whenever called for by our own self-interest. It would, however, preclude anything which might identify us politically or ideologically with the Russian war effort. Roosevelt was equally aware of Stalin's dictatorial policies, his secretiveness and greed for territory. But he feared Hitler far more, and promptly approved a State Department declaration that giving assistance to communism would benefit American security. He told reporters, "Of course we are going to give all the aid we possibly can to Russia," but failed to add when or how this could be done. The Pope's attitude was not at all vague. While taking no definite stand on the German invasion, he made it clear that he backed the Nazi fight against Bolshevism, describing it as high-minded gallantry in defense of the foundations of Christian culture. A number of German bishops, predictably, openly supported the attack. One called it a European crusade, a mission similar to that of the Teutonic Knights. He exhorted all Catholics to fight for a victory that will allow Europe to breathe freely again and will promise all nations a new future. Within 24 hours, German public interest began to slacken. After the first rush for the newspapers, which contained only general reports from the front, the citizens returned to their normal life as if it were only another of Hitler's exploits. At 12:30 p.m. on June 23rd, he and his entourage left the capital in the Führer train. Destination Wolfschanze, Wolf's Lair, the new headquarters in a forest several miles from Rastenburg, East Prussia. Confidence in a quick victory ran high among the staff as they settled into the wooden huts and concrete bunkers, but the Führer had mixed feelings. "We have only to kick in the door, and the whole rotten structure will come crashing down," he told Jodl, yet shortly remarked to an aide, "At the beginning of each campaign, one pushes a door into a dark, unseen room. One can never know what is hiding inside." The early victories seemed to justify the highest hopes. Within 2 days, hordes of prisoners were taken and bridges seized intact. There seemed to be no organized enemy resistance as German tanks burst through Soviet lines and roamed at will. For a week, no details were given to the German public. Then, on Sunday, the 29th, 10 special communiques, personally prepared by Hitler, were announced over the radio at hourly intervals. Goebbels had objected to this abrupt flood of information, but Hitler thought it a brilliant idea. As the day wore on, however, he received complaints that a spectacle was being made of the war, and when Otto Dietrich reported that Sunday radio listeners were extremely annoyed at having to keep to their apartments on such a fine day, he retorted that he knew the mentality and emotion of the masses better than Dietrich and all the other intellectuals put together. There were such piercing advances, such mass surrenders, almost 500,000 to date, that Halder wrote in his diary on July 3rd, "It is no exaggeration to say that the campaign against Russia has been won in 14 days. The Führer also told his entourage that, to all intents and purposes, the Russians have lost the war. How fortunate it was, he exulted, that we smashed the Russian armor and air force right at the beginning. Never, he said, could the Russians replace them." Many Western military experts shared this estimate, and talk in the Pentagon was that the Red Army would fold up in a month or so. 2. Following in the wake of the advancing troops were 4 SS Einsatzgruppen of 3,000 men each, whose mission was to ensure the security of the operational zone, that is, prevent resistance by civilians. These were police of a very special nature, given an additional task by their chief, Reinhard Heydrich. They were to round up and liquidate not only Bolshevik leaders, but all Jews, as well as gypsies, Asiatic inferiors, and useless eaters, such as the deranged and incurably sick. To supervise this mass killing, Heydrich and Himmler had been inspired to select officers who, for the most part, were professional men. They included a Protestant pastor, a physician, a professional opera singer, and numerous lawyers. The majority were intellectuals in their early 30s, and it might be supposed such men were unsuited for this work. On the contrary, they brought to the brutal task their considerable skills and training, and became, despite qualms, efficient executioners. The majority of the victims were Jews. They had no idea of Hitler's racial cleansing program, since few German anti-Semitic atrocities were reported in the Soviet press. Consequently, many Jews welcomed the Germans as liberators and were easily trapped by the special units. Contrary to the opinion of the National Socialists that the Jews were a highly organized group, testified Obergruppenführer von dem Bach-Zelewski, the senior SS and police commander for Central Russia, the appalling fact was that they were taken completely by surprise. It gave the lie to the old anti-Semitic myth that the Jews were conspiring to dominate the world and were thus highly organized. Never before has a people gone as unsuspectingly to its disaster. Nothing was prepared, absolutely nothing. The exterminations proceeded with cool calculation. It was a tidy, business-like operation, and the reports were couched in the arid language of bureaucracy, as if the executioners were dealing with cabbages, not human beings. The methodical work of the killing units was rarely marred by resistance. "Strange is the calmness with which the delinquents allow themselves to be shot," reported one commander, and that goes for non-Jews as well as Jews. Their fear of death appears to have been blunted by a kind of indifference which has been created in the course of 20 years of Soviet rule. Heydrich's most awkward problem was coping with the psychological effects of the exterminators. Some enlisted men had nervous breakdowns or took to drinking, and a number of the officers suffered from serious stomach and intestinal ailments. Others took to their task with excess enthusiasm and sadistically beat the prisoners, in violation of Himmler's orders to exterminate as humanely as possible. He himself was witness to the demoralizing effect of daily murder. On a visit to Minsk that summer, he asked the commander of Einsatzgruppe B to shoot 100 prisoners so he could observe the actual liquidation. As the firing squad raised rifles, he noticed one young man was blond and blue-eyed, the hallmark of the true Teuton, and did not belong in this group. Himmler asked if he was a Jew. He was. Both parents? Yes. Did he have any antecedents who were not Jewish? No. Himmler stamped his foot. Then I cannot help you. The squad fired, but Himmler, who had come to see, stared into the ground. He shuffled nervously. Then came a second volley. Again he promptly averted his eyes. Glancing up, he saw that 2 women still writhed. "Don't torture those women," he shouted. "Get on with it. Shoot quickly." This was the opportunity Bach-Zelewski was hoping for. He asked Himmler to note how deeply shaken the firing squad was. "They are finished for the rest of their lives," the SS man said. "What kind of followers are we creating by these things? Either neurotics or brutes?" Himmler impulsively ordered everyone to gather around so he could make a speech. Theirs was a disgusting task, he said, but as good Germans they should not enjoy doing it. Their conscience, however, should be in no way affected because they were soldiers who had to carry out every order without question. He alone, before God and the Führer, bore the terrible responsibility for what had to be done. Surely they had noticed that this bloody work was as odious to him and moved him to the depths of his soul. But he too was obeying the highest law by doing his duty. Rumors of these atrocities distressed Rosenberg, ordered by Hitler to draw up a blueprint for occupation of the conquered eastern territories. He had envisaged a far different program with a degree of self-rule. Since the Führer had earlier agreed to establish weak socialist states in the conquered lands of Russia, Rosenberg optimistically assumed that Hitler approved his own plan in principle and that it would be accepted at a special conference on the subject to be held at the Wolfschanze on July 16th. "It is essential," said Hitler, according to Bormann's notes of the meeting, "that we do not proclaim our views before the whole world. There is no need for that, but the main thing is that we ourselves know what we want. If this did not reveal to Rosenberg that Hitler had changed his mind about establishing weak socialist states, what followed surely did. This need not prevent our taking all necessary measures, shooting, resettlement, etc., and we shall take them. In principle, we must now face the task of cutting up the giant cake according to our needs, in order to be able, first, to dominate it, second, to administer it, third, to exploit it. The Russians have now given an order for partisan warfare behind our front. This guerrilla activity again has some advantage for us. It enables us to exterminate everyone who opposes us. Although Rosenberg left the meeting with the title of Reich Minister of the East, it was a hollow one, for he realized his own dream of the East now had little chance to materialize. What a tragedy, he thought, that Hitler still maintained the false conception of Slavs, born during his youthful days in Vienna out of inflammatory pamphlets, which described the Slavs as lazy primitives, a hopelessly second-class race. Equally disastrous was Hitler's complete misunderstanding of the structure of the Soviet Union. The Ukrainians and other tribes under the yoke of the great Russians were potential allies of the Third Reich, and could be a bulwark of defense against Bolshevism if treated properly and given a measure of self-rule. But the Führer had been persuaded by Bormann and Goering that they were enemies to be controlled by the whip. The struggle to turn Hitler from this path seemed hopeless, but Rosenberg resolved to keep trying. It was a diluted resolve, for no one knew better than he that, once the Führer looked into his eyes, he would, as usual, be too frightened to speak out. 3. Oh, what can ail thee, knight at arms, alone and palely loitering? Keats. During these early summer days of 1941, Hitler became sick. To begin with, there were recurrent stomach pains, which may have been of hysterical nature. His system was already undermined by an overdose of drugs, 120 to 150 anti-gas pills a week, as well as 10 injections of ultraseptil, a strong sulfonamide. Then he was struck down by dysentery, a common malady in the swampy surroundings of the Wolfschanze. A victim of diarrhea, nausea, and aching limbs, he would shiver one moment, sweat the next. A more serious threat to his health came to light during a hot argument with Ribbentrop late in July. The foreign minister, opposed to Barbarossa from the beginning, lost his temper and began to shout his disapproval. Hitler paled at the extraordinary attack. He tried to defend himself, but halted in mid-sentence, clutched his heart, and sank into a chair. There was a frightening moment of silence. "I thought I was going to have a heart attack," Hitler finally said. "You must never again oppose me in this manner." Dr. Morell was so perturbed, he sent an electrocardiogram of the Führer's heart to Professor Dr. Karl Weber, director of the Heart Institute at Bad Nauheim, and a leading authority on heart disease. He had no idea that the patient was Hitler, only that he was a very busy diplomat. His diagnosis was a rapidly progressive coronary sclerosis, a virtually incurable heart disease. Morell probably did not pass this information on to Hitler, at least once announcing in his presence that the Führer's heart was in good shape. Morell did add a number of other medicines to his patient's growing list of prescriptions. A heart tonic, cardiazol, a quite harmless solution for circulatory weakness, fainting, and exhaustion, and Sympathol 3, 1% as efficacious as adrenaline. Hitler's illness came at the height of a bitter conflict with his commanders on the conduct of the campaign in the East. He had already ordered the direct attack on Moscow halted. He stripped Army Group Center of its most powerful armored units, one being sent north to facilitate the capture of Leningrad, the other south to bolster the drive into the Ukraine. Both these areas, in Hitler's opinion, superseded Moscow in importance. The first because it was a key industrial center and was named after Lenin, and the second because of its economic importance. Not only was the Ukraine vital for its industry and grain, but the Crimea itself was a potential Soviet aircraft carrier for the bombing of the Ploiești oil fields in Romania. Further, Once the Crimea was occupied, the Wehrmacht would have easy access to the Caucasus. Hitler's sick spell gave Brauchitsch and Halder the chance to sabotage the Führer's strategy. Quietly they began trying to put their own plan into operation, with Halder exerting his personal influence on Jodl to gain his support. It was not until Hitler was on the road to recovery in mid-August that he fully realized what had been going on behind his back. Neither his own strategy nor that of Halder had been put into effect, but a compromise of both. To clarify the situation, Hitler composed an order on August 21st that could not possibly be misunderstood. The most important objective to be reached by winter is not Moscow, but the Crimea. The attack on Moscow could not begin until Leningrad had been isolated and the Russian Fifth Army in the south destroyed. This order was followed a few hours later by a lengthy memorandum, dictated in anger and read with indignation. Little better than a stern lecture on how to wage a campaign, it charged that unnamed commanders were driven by selfish desires and despotic dispositions, then characterized the Army High Command as a gathering of minds fossilized in out-of-date theories. "A black day for the army," Engel wrote in his diary. "Unbearable," scrawled Halder in his. "Unheard of, the limit." He spent hours on the 22nd with Brauchitsch, complaining about the Führer's inadmissible interference with army affairs, ending with the suggestion that the two of them resign. But the dispirited, ailing marshal refused, on the grounds that it wouldn't be practical and would change nothing. He even did his utmost to quell rebellion in his own staff, by assuring them that the Führer had personally promised that, once victory was certain in the Ukraine, all available forces would be thrown into the attack on Moscow. The rebellion, if it could be dignified as such, died out in a diminishing chorus of grumbles. 4. This minor crisis was soon overshadowed by the highly publicized visit of Mussolini to the front. He was coming to persuade Hitler to enlarge the Italian expeditionary force on the Russian front and so share some of the glory of crushing communism. But as his special train approached Wolfschanz, Il Duce was in poor condition to match wits with his ally. He was still pale and grieving over the recent loss of his son Bruno in an air crash. Hitler met Mussolini at the little railroad station near the Wolfschanz, and for the rest of the day scarcely gave him a chance to open his mouth. The Führer talked incessantly of the forthcoming victory in the East, the stupidity of France, and the evil machinations of the Jewish clique that surrounded Roosevelt. When his guest finally managed to make his offer of more troops, Hitler changed the subject. His almost incessant monologue continued for the next few days, until Mussolini became so tired of hearing of German glory and exploits that he began a long discourse on the triumphs of ancient Rome in general, and Trajan, who had fought in the region they were inspecting, in particular. Later in the day, at Umania in the Ukraine, they inspected an Italian division, and as Bersaglieri, with waving feathers in their steel helmets, roared past on motorcycles, shouting "Duce," Mussolini's face glowed. But Hitler soon regained the limelight once they entered the still smoking ruins of Umania, and he was cheered by his soldiers. After lunch he left Mussolini behind and walked informally among his troops. Il Duce felt insulted, but got his revenge on the return flight. He went forward to talk with Bauer, Hitler's pilot, who was delighted at his enthusiasm and particularly Mussolini's request to take over the controls. Caught off guard, Hitler gave his consent, but immediately regretted it, constantly fidgeting while his erstwhile idol manoeuvred the aircraft with boyish elan. It was only a passing triumph. On the long rail trip back home, Mussolini was dejected. He had not only failed to get approval for a large Italian contingent, but had gained the uneasy feeling that the war in the East would be a lengthy and bloody one. His depression changed to rage upon learning that Ribbentrop was not going to publish the agreed joint communiqué of the visit. The foreign minister's name, it seemed, had been mentioned after Keitel's. This time Hitler bowed to Mussolini and asked Ribbentrop to get into line. His honour avenged, Il Duce's spirit rose. He summoned Dino Alfieri, his ambassador to Berlin, and gave him directives for a report on their visit to the front. "Don't forget to mention," he said, "that for a considerable part of the way I piloted the Führer's four-engine plane myself." At the Wolfschanze, Hitler changed his mind and decided it was now time to launch the attack on Moscow. During tea in the casino with his secretaries and aides, he stared fixedly at a large map on the wall. "In several weeks we will be in Moscow," he said in a deep, rough voice. "There is no doubt of it. I will raise that damned city, and I will construct in its place an artificial lake with central lighting. The name of Moscow will disappear forever." And so, on the afternoon of September 5th, he told Halder, "Get started on the Central Front within 8 to 10 days." His mood at supper that night was light, almost frolicsome. His comments were noted down by Werner Koeppen, Rosenberg's liaison man at Führer headquarters. Since early July that year, at Rosenberg's behest, he had been circumspectly recording the Führer's table conversations. Koeppen assumed Hitler knew what he was doing, and would furtively jot down notes on his paper napkin. Then immediately after the meal write out only those parts of the conversation he could distinctly remember. An original and one copy of his records were forwarded to Berlin by courier. Unbeknown to Koeppen, there was a second Boswell at the main table. Shortly after their arrival at Wolfschanze, Bormann suggested almost offhandedly to Heinrich Heim, his adjutant, that he surreptitiously note down what the chief said. So Hitler wouldn't know he was being put on record, Bormann instructed his adjutant to rely on his memory. But Heim wanted more accurate results, and on his own initiative he began making copious notes on index cards which he hid on his lap. Bormann was taken aback, but he gave Heim tacit approval to continue taking notes. So the matter went on, Heim recalled, without Bormann giving me any instructions, expressing any wishes or anything else, except to silently show his happiness that in this way much would be preserved and not forgotten. Heim was constantly faced with two problems: to select the most meaningful reflections. Sometimes what he was writing down was superseded in importance by Hitler's next words, and to keep the Führer from seeing what he was doing. At the noon meal and the evening supper he was able to mask his activities, but during the late-night tea sessions, which took place in the bunker, he had to rely on memory alone, except for an occasional scribbled word or two. Heimchen, as the gentle soul was affectionately called, was so unobtrusive, as was Koeppen, that Hitler continued to speak freely, spontaneously, on a limitless variety of subjects in an oral stream of consciousness. The records of Heim and Koeppen gave rare insight into the momentous events unfolding each day on the Eastern Front. On September 17th, for instance, Hitler expounded on the spirit of decision, which consisted, he said, in not hesitating when an inner conviction commands you to act. Last year I needed great spiritual strength to take the decision to attack Bolshevism. I had to foresee that Stalin might pass over to the attack in 1941. It was therefore necessary to get started without delay, in order not to be forestalled. And that wasn't possible before June. Even to make war, one must have luck on one side. When I think of it, what luck we did have. The tremendous military operation presently in progress, he said, had been widely criticized as impracticable. I had to throw all my authority into the scales to force it through. I note in passing that a great part of our successes have originated in mistakes we've had the audacity to commit. He assured his fascinated listeners that the hegemony of the world would be decided by the seizure of Russian space. Thus Europe will be an impregnable fortress, safe from all threat of blockade. All this opens up economic vistas which, one might think, will incline the most liberal of the Western democrats toward the new order. The essential thing, for the moment, is to conquer. After that, everything will simply be a question of organization. The Slavs, he said, were born slaves who felt the need of a master, and Germany's role in Russia would be analogous to that of England in India. Like the English, we shall rule this empire with a handful of men. He talked at length of his plans to make the Ukraine the granary for all Europe, and to keep its conquered people happy with scarves and glass beads, then ended in a confession. While everyone else was dreaming of a world peace conference, he preferred to wage war for another 10 years rather than be cheated of the spoils of victory. The capture of Kiev 3 days later caused elation at Wolfschanze. It meant, predicted Hitler, the early conquest of the entire Ukraine, and justified his insistence on giving priority to the southern offensive. At dinner on September 21st, Hitler glowed with satisfaction as he told of the capture of 145,000 prisoners in the valley near Kiev. This battle of encirclement, he claimed, was the most confused in the entire history of warfare. The Soviet Union was on the verge of collapse. At the noon meal on September 25th, he revealed his fear of the subhuman Farther East. Europe would be endangered until these Asians had been driven back behind the Urals. They are brutes, and neither Bolshevism nor Tsarism makes any difference. They are brutes in a state of nature. Late that evening he extolled the virtues of battle by comparing a soldier's first battle to a woman's first sexual encounter, as if he regarded each as an act of aggression. In a few days a youth becomes a man. If I weren't myself hardened by this experience, I would have been incapable of undertaking this cyclopean task, which the building of an empire means for a single man. It was with feelings of pure idealism that he had set out for the front in 1914. Then I saw men falling around me in thousands. Thus I learned that life is a struggle, and has no other object but the preservation of the species. The table talk was almost exclusively of the battle in the East, since there was little action on the only other active war front, North Africa. The British effort to throw back Rommel had failed miserably, and by the beginning of autumn there was a standoff in the desert, with neither side prepared to mount another offensive. Hitler's energy and the might of the Wehrmacht were being concentrated for an all-out assault on Moscow. But Field Marshal von Bock warned that it was too late in the season. Why not spend the winter in fortified positions? Hitler replied with an allegory of sorts. Before I became Chancellor, I used to think the General Staff was like a mastiff, which had to be held tight by the collar to keep it from attacking anyone in sight. But it had turned out to be anything but ferocious. It had opposed rearmament, the occupation of the Rhineland, the invasion of Austria and Czechoslovakia, and even the war in Poland. It is I who have always had to goad on this mastiff. He insisted upon attacking the capital in force, and the operation, codenamed Typhoon, was launched on the last day of September by Bock. His mission was to destroy the Central Soviet forces with a fearsome aggregation of 69 divisions before advancing on the capital. His basic strategy was a drive aimed at Moscow with a double-tank envelopment, the pincers meeting 80 miles behind the Red Army. The Soviet High Command, unable to conceive of a major offensive started so late in the year, was caught so completely by surprise that Guderian's 2nd Panzer Group raced 50 miles in the first 24 hours through the Red Army ranks. German infantrymen rushed into the vacuum to mop up disintegrating pockets of resistance. By October 2nd, Hitler was confident enough of victory to set off for Berlin in his special train. He had not spoken to the people for months, and the next afternoon he strode into the Sportpalast, purportedly to make an appeal in support of the wartime winter assistance program. But he had come to issue a major proclamation. On the morning of June 22nd, he said, his words booming over loudspeakers throughout the Reich, the greatest battle in the history of the world began. Everything had gone according to plan, he said, and then announced that the enemy was already beaten and would never rise again. The audience broke into wild acclaim. He began listing the statistics of victory. 2,500,000 prisoners, 22,000 destroyed or captured artillery pieces, 18,000 destroyed or captured tanks, more than 14,500 destroyed planes. The figures rolled on. German soldiers had advanced up to 1,000 kilometers. This is as the crow flies. Over 25,000 kilometers of Russian railway were again in operation, with most of this already converted to the German narrow gauge. For a man who had just professed that Russia was beaten and would never rise again, he entertained deep concerns. The war in the East, he admitted, was one of ideologies. Therefore all the best elements in Germany must now be welded into one indissoluble community. Only when the entire German people becomes a single community of sacrifice can we hope and expect that Providence will stand by us in the future. Almighty God never helped a lazy man, nor does he help a coward. It was a remarkable speech, one boasting of victory while calling for further sacrifice to ward off destruction. By evening, the people's thoughts were diverted solely to triumph, with the news that Orel had been seized so rapidly by Guderian's tankers that passengers in streetcars waved, assuming they were Russians, and vital factory equipment destined for evacuation to the Urals was seized intact. The following day, Hitler was back at Wolfschanze, and Körper noted that at supper he was in a particularly good mood. The noonday meal on October 6th was devoted to Czechoslovakia, where there was considerable underground activity. His solution: deport all Jews far to the east. This reminded him that, since Jews were the source through which all enemy information is spread, they should also think of deporting Jews from Berlin and Vienna to the same destination. During the day Bryansk was taken, as Guderian completed the encirclement of 3 entire Soviet armies. At supper, Hitler was in a light-hearted mood, and there was no talk of politics. Instead, he made a lame joke. Major Engel had just been bitten by a dog, and that explained the epidemic of madness ravaging Führer headquarters. A victory continued, and within 2 days reports from the front indicated that the Red Army could essentially be considered defeated. With conquest of Moscow in sight, Hitler ordered that not a single German soldier should enter the capital. The city, he said, will be destroyed and completely wiped from the earth. As Hitler emerged from the military conference on October 9th, he called out to Otto Dietrich that the public could now be informed of the latest operations. Half an hour later, as he paced his study in the bunker with vigorous strides, Hitler dictated word for word the victory statement Dietrich was to submit to the press. Dietrich did so the next day in Berlin, then raised his fist high in the air, and on that gentleman he shouted, "I stake my whole journalistic reputation." Axis and Balkan correspondents applauded and cheered, recalled Howard K. Smith of the New York Times, then stood and raised their arms in salute to Dietrich. That morning, German newspapers told of a great victory. 2 Soviet army groups had been encircled. The public reaction was electric. Faces previously wan and drawn were now beaming. In beer restaurants, people stood and saluted when the radio played Horstwessel and Deutschland über alles. Rumors spread throughout the capital that Moscow had fallen. Significantly, on that same day, Field Marshal von Reichenau, the first general to espouse National Socialism, issued an order to the Sixth Army for sterner treatment of partisans. This was no ordinary war, he said, but a struggle to the death between German culture and the Jewish Bolshevist system. Therefore, the soldier must have full understanding of the necessity for harsh but just measures of atonement against Jewish subhumanity. Similar orders came from Rundstedt, Manstein, and other senior commanders. Hitler's declaration that the Soviets were defeated and total victory assured was not merely propaganda to raise morale at home. He believed what he said. But he had not quite convinced his pragmatic propaganda chief. Joseph Goebbels started the briefing to his subordinates on the 14th with the optimism of a Dietrich. Militarily, this war has already been decided. All that remains to be done is of predominantly political character, both at home and abroad. Then he contradicted himself by warning that the German people must reconcile themselves to continued fighting in the East for another 10 years. Therefore it was the task of the German press to help strengthen the people's staying power, and when that was done, the rest will follow of its own accord, so that, Within a very short space of time, no one will notice that no peace has been concluded at all. If Hitler had similar reservations, they were dispelled upon learning that the Soviet diplomatic corps had fled Moscow on October 15th for Kuybyshev, 600 miles to the east. Panic was truly sweeping the city, and at the Kremlin Stalin reputedly had lost his nerve. A report that 2 German tanks had reached a suburb caused stampedes at railway stations. High-ranking party officials and secret police joined the pell-mell flight in cars, causing the first traffic jam in Soviet history. Pedestrians stormed the stalled cars, robbing and blackmailing the occupants, particularly those thought to be Jews. Other bands of deserters and workers were plundering stores, since no police were on hand to stop them. One rumor circulated that Lenin's body had been removed from Red Square for safekeeping. Another that Stalin himself had taken to his heels. A grim minority was building barricades and preparing to die rather than let a single Nazi pass. But most Muscovites were demoralized, awaiting the Germans with a strange mixture of expectancy and apathy. Many of them bought German-Russian dictionaries, so they could greet the conquerors in their own language. In Berlin, there was talk in the halls of the Wilhelmstrasse that Stalin had made an offer of peace through King Boris of Bulgaria. Fritz Hesse asked Ribbentrop whether it was true, and was told in strict secrecy that Hitler had rejected the offer, clearly because he was convinced he could stand the immediate test and emerge victorious in the end. Most of Hitler's commanders shared his confidence. Jodl, for instance, had no doubt that the Soviets had used up their last reserves. At supper on the 17th, Hitler's talk was mostly of the bright future. As far as he was concerned, Lebensraum was a fact. 2 days after Hitler's euphoric monologue, the man he admired and derided had regained his aplomb. Reappearing in the Kremlin, Stalin asked the chairman of the Moscow Soviet, "Should we defend Moscow?" and without waiting for an answer, proclaimed a state of siege. Breaches of law and order were to be dealt with promptly. All spies, diversionists, and agents provocateurs were to be shot without trial. With firm direction from the top, morale throughout the city began to lift. Before Moscow, the Soviet troops stiffened, and the German spearheads which had driven to within 40 miles of the capital were slowed. Then came a break in the weather. The fall rains began, and while the powerful German Mark IVs became mired in the muddy roads, the more maneuverable Soviet T-34 tanks rolled free. Hitler's victories of the past 2 years had come through the superior mobility and firepower brought about by massed panzer attacks closely supported by tactical air forces. But the seas of mud below founded the armour, and the low visibility above grounded the Luftwaffe, which had already gained air supremacy. With mobility went firepower, and blitzkrieg, upon which Hitler based his hopes. To say that Typhoon was stemmed by the mud and freezing rain and the Red Army was only partially true. The principal reason for failure, so asserted most of his commanders, was Hitler's refusal to launch it a month earlier. If he had followed their advice, Moscow would have been a mass of rubble, and the Soviet government and its forces defeated. But Captain von Puttkamer, for one, was convinced that it was the fault of Brauchitsch and Halder for sabotaging the Führer's basic plan during his illness. In late October, the sleet turned into snow and the mud froze. Conditions for the troops were almost unbearable. There were few advances along the entire line, and these were modest ones. By the end of the month, the situation was so desperate that Giesler, the architect, was ordered to stop work on the reconstruction of German cities. All workers, engineers, building materials and machinery were to be transported at once to the east, to construct highways, repair railroad tracks, and construct stations and locomotive sheds. At meals, Hitler appeared as confident as ever. On the eve of his departure for the annual celebration of the Munich Putsch, he enlivened supper with jokes and reminiscences. In Moscow, his admired enemy was making a speech at the annual Eve of Revolution Day meeting in the huge hall of the Mayakovsky subway station. It was an odd mixture of dejection and confidence. First, Stalin admitted that the building of socialism had been greatly impeded by the war, and that casualties on the battlefield already were almost 1,700,000. But the Nazi claim that the Soviet regime was collapsing had no basis in fact. Instead, he said, the Soviet rear is today more solid than ever. It is probable that any other country, having lost as much territory as we have, would have collapsed. Admittedly, Russia faced a tremendous task, since the Germans were fighting with numerous allies, Finns, Romanians, Italians and Hungarians, while not a single English or American soldier was yet in position to help the Soviet Union. He made an impassioned appeal to Russian national pride in the name of Plekhanov and Lenin, Belinsky and Chernyshevsky, Pushkin and Tolstoy, Gorky and Chekhov, Glinka and Tchaikovsky, Sechenov and Pavlov, Suvorov and Kutuzov. The German invaders want a war of extermination against the peoples of the Soviet Union. Very well then, if they want a war of extermination, they shall have it. Stalin was back in command, and the next morning, November 7th, he spoke with equal force to troops gathered in Red Square. In the distance, guns boomed, and overhead came the snarl of patrolling Soviet fighter planes, as he compared their position with that of 23 years ago. How could anyone doubt that they could and must defeat the German invaders? Again he shrewdly used names of the past, the conquerors of the Teutonic Knights, the Tartars, the Poles, and Napoleon, as a rallying cry. May you be inspired by the heroic figures of our great ancestors, Alexander Nevsky, Dmitry Donskoy, Minin and Pozharsky, Alexander Suvorov, Michael Kutuzov. Hitler arrived in Munich the following afternoon. He made an impassioned appeal to a convocation of Reichsleiters and Gauleiters, and later delivered a speech at the Löwenbräukeller, which included a warning to President Roosevelt that if an American ship shot at a German vessel, it will do so at its own risk. His threatening words did not have Stalin's forceful ring. In fact, he was depressed by the stalemate on the Eastern Front, and the next day reminded his staff what had befallen Napoleon's army in Russia. The recognition that neither force is capable of annihilating the other, he predicted, will lead to a compromise peace. But Marshal von Bock argued against such pessimism. He urged that their offensive be continued. So did Brauchitsch and Halder. On November 12th, the latter was the picture of optimism as he announced that in his opinion the Russians were on the verge of collapse. Hitler was impressed, and 3 days later the push for Moscow resumed. At first the weather was good, but soon ice, mud and snow began taking control of the battlefield. When General Oshima appeared at Wolfschanze on one of his periodic visits, Hitler explained winter had come much earlier than his weatherman had predicted. Then, in the strictest confidence, he admitted that it was doubtful if they could take Moscow that year. Gone was the season of good humour. There were no jokes at mealtime, and the request for seats at his table diminished. The cold intensified, provoking bitter denunciation of Hitler's earlier edict prohibiting the preparation of winter clothing. On November 21st, Guderian phoned Halder to say that his troops had reached the end of their endurance. He was going to visit Bock and request that the orders he had just received be changed, since he could see no way of carrying them out. But the Marshal, under direct pressure from the Führer, would not listen to Guderian's pleas, and ordered the attack on Moscow resumed. After short, spasmodic advances, the drive once more faltered. Taking over personal direction from an advanced command post, Bock called for another assault on November 24th, despite a brewing storm. The attack was halted by snow, ice, and fanatic Soviet resistance. Frustration in the centre was compounded 5 days later by a crisis in the south. Field Marshal von Rundstedt was forced to evacuate Rostov, the gate to the Caucasus, captured only a week previously. Angered by this 30-mile retreat, Hitler telegraphed Rundstedt to remain where he was. The Marshal immediately wired back, It is madness to attempt to hold. First, the troops cannot do it, and second, if they do not retreat, they will be destroyed. I repeat that this order must be rescinded, or that you find someone else." The message was drafted by a subordinate, except for the last sentence, which Rundstedt added in his own hand. It was these final words that infuriated Hitler, and, without consulting the commander-in-chief of the army, he replied that same night, "I am acceding to your request. Please give up your command." After replacing Rundstedt with Field Marshal von Reichenau, one of the few who dared speak openly to him, the Führer flew to Mariupol for first-hand information. He sought out an old comrade, Sepp Dietrich, commander of the SS Leibstandarte, but to his chagrin learned that the officers of this elite division agreed with Rundstedt that they would have been wiped out if they had not fallen back. After giving Reichenau orders to do what he had fired his predecessor for doing, Hitler summoned Rundstedt. He was packing to go home, and thought the Führer might make some sort of apology. But their personal discussion turned into a threat. Hitler said that in the future he would not tolerate any more applications to resign. "I myself, for instance, am not in a position to go to my superior, God Almighty, and say to him, 'I am not going on with it because I don't want to take the responsibility.'" Announcement of the fall of Rostov caused gloom in Berlin, in both the propaganda ministry and the Foreign Office. But this defeat soon paled before a looming disaster on the Central Front. The all-out offensive against Moscow was foundering. Although an infantry reconnaissance reached the edge of Moscow early in December and sighted the Kremlin spires, it was dispersed by several Red Army tanks and an emergency force of factory workers. Field Marshal von Bock, suffering from severe stomach cramps, admitted to Brauchitsch on the phone that the entire attack had no depth and the troops were physically exhausted. On December 3rd, Bock phoned Halder. This call was even more pessimistic, and when Bock suggested going over to the defensive, the Chief of the General Staff tried to inspirit him with the kind of admonition that comes from those far from the front line. He said that the best defense was to stick to the attack. The following day, Guderian reported that the thermometer was down to 31 degrees below zero. It took fires under the tank engines to get them started, and the cold made telescopic sights useless. Worse, there were still no winter overcoats and long woolen stockings, and the men suffered intensely. On the 5th, it was 5 degrees colder. Guderian not only broke off his attack, but began to withdraw his foremost units into defensive positions. That same night, the new Soviet commander of the Central Front, General Georgy Zhukov, launched a massive counteroffensive, 100 divisions on a 200-mile front. This combined infantry-tank air assault caught the Germans off guard, and Hitler had not only lost Moscow, but seemed destined to suffer Napoleon's fate in the winter snows of Russia. Despair and consternation swept the German Supreme Command. Commander-in-Chief of the army von Brauchitsch, sick and discouraged, wanted to resign. Hitler himself was confused. In the Great War, the Russian infantrymen had fought poorly. Now they were tigers. Why? Despondent, he admitted on December 6 to Jodl that victory could no longer be achieved. 5. For the past 2 years, Hitler had been sedulously avoiding confrontation with the United States. Convinced that the entire nation was in the clutches of the Jewish clique, which not only dominated Washington but controlled the press, radio and cinema, he exercised the utmost restraint in the face of Roosevelt's increasing aid to Britain. Although he despised Americans as fighters, he did acknowledge their industrial strength and was set upon keeping them neutral until he was prepared to deal with them properly. Despite the steady flow of war material to the British Isles, Hitler was so eager to avoid incidents that he had forbidden attacks on United States naval or merchant ships. Weapons, he ordered, are to be used only if U.S. ships fire the first shot. But Roosevelt's quick reaction to Barbarossa threatened to end Hitler's patience. On the day after the attack, the President authorized Acting Secretary of State Sumner Welles to release a statement that Hitler must be stopped, even if it meant giving aid to another totalitarian country. Although Roosevelt was vague as to how this was to be done, he soon made it clear, first by releasing some $40 million in frozen Soviet assets, and then by announcing that the provisions of the Neutrality Act did not apply to the Soviet Union, thus leaving the port of Vladivostok open to American shipping. 2 weeks later, July 7th, German claims that Roosevelt was intervening in the European war were reinforced. It was revealed that American forces had arrived in Iceland to eventually replace British forces then occupying that strategic island. The German chargé d'affaires in Washington, Hans Thomson, cabled to Wilhelmstrasse that this was a further attempt on FDR's part to provoke Hitler into attacking America through some naval incident, so she could declare war on Germany. Disturbed by these reports, Hitler made a proposition to Ambassador Oshima in mid-July that was a reversal of his former determination to limit Japan to the task of holding off England and keeping America neutral. "The United States and England will always be our enemies," he said. "This realization must be the basis of our foreign policy." It was a sacred conviction reached after lengthy deliberations. America and England will always turn against whomever, in their eyes, is isolated. Today, there are only two states whose interests cannot conflict with one another, and these are Germany and Japan. Wasn't it obvious that America under Roosevelt, bent on a new imperialism, was exerting pressure alternately on the European and Asiatic Lebensraum? Therefore, he concluded, "I am of the opinion that we must jointly destroy them." As bait, he suggested Japan help liquidate the assets of the defeated Soviet Union and occupy its Far Eastern territories. The proposition was received in Tokyo with polite reserve. The Japanese had already decided not to attack Russia from the east, but instead move south to Indochina. They did so, and its peaceful seizure brought a quick response from Roosevelt on the night of July 26th. Taking the advice of those like Harold Ickes, who had long been urging him to act forcefully against all aggressors, the President ordered Japanese assets in America frozen, an act which deprived Japan of her major source of oil. To the New York Times it was the most drastic blow short of war. To Japan's leaders it was the last step in the encirclement of the empire by the ABCD, American, British, Chinese, Dutch powers, denying Nippon her rightful place as leader of Asia, a challenge to her existence. In any case, it was a giant step toward war in the Far East, and, to some observers, Roosevelt's backdoor entrance to war against Hitler. A month later, the President went further when he met Churchill at sea off Newfoundland and signed the Atlantic Charter, a joint declaration of British and American war aims. Its terms not only left no doubt that Roosevelt was Hitler's implacable enemy, but, ironically, disillusioned the Führer's enemies inside Germany, for no difference was made between a Nazi and an anti-Nazi. Those in the resistance regarded the Charter as Roosevelt's unofficial declaration of war against all Germans. They particularly resented Point 8, which stipulated that Germans must be disarmed after the war, a demand which, Hassel wrote in his journal, destroys every reasonable chance for peace. Roosevelt's determination to smash Hitler was opposed to the sentiments of millions of Americans. In addition to the right-wing America Firsters of Charles Lindbergh and the German-American Bund, there was the traditional isolationist Midwest, which, though sympathetic to Britain and China, wanted no part of a shooting war. Other Americans hated communism so intensely that they resented any aid going to the Soviet Union. Roosevelt was undeterred by violent press and radio attacks. From now on, he announced in a radio broadcast on September 11th, if German or Italian vessels of war enter these waters, i.e. Iceland and similar areas under United States protection, they do so at their peril. Although this was a ready excuse for Hitler to remove the last restrictions on U-boat warfare, he could not be provoked into a misstep. He ordered Admiral Redder to avoid any incidents in the war on merchant shipping before the middle of October. By then, he explained, the Russian campaign would be as good as over. Hitler's hope of avoiding a major incident vanished on the last day of October, when the United States destroyer Reuben James, escorting a convoy 600 miles west of Iceland, was torpedoed. It sank with 101 Americans aboard. Roosevelt withheld comment, but his Secretary of the Navy told an audience of Marines that the French liner Normandy would be expropriated, loaded with 400 airplanes, and sent to Murmansk. The San Francisco Chronicle demanded that the Neutrality Act be repealed immediately, and the Cleveland Plain Dealer called for immediate action. But isolationist Senator Nye urged restraint. You can't walk into a barroom brawl and hope to stay out of the fight. And another senator, who was not isolationist, advised, let us keep cool. The storm of anti-German sentiment couldn't have come at a more propitious time for Roosevelt. A week later, the Office of Lend-Lease Administration was directed to do everything in its power to supply military and economic aid to the Soviet Union. $1 billion was immediately allocated to that end. The following day, November 8th, Hitler made his belligerent speech at Munich, which was, in fact, an excuse for the sinking of the Reuben James. President Roosevelt has ordered his ships to shoot the moment they sight German ships, he shouted. I have ordered German ships not to shoot when they sight American vessels, but to defend themselves as soon as attacked. I will have any German officer court-martialed who fails to defend himself. Despite the show of anger, this merely indicated that the Führer still wanted to avoid war. Say what he would, he feared Franklin Roosevelt and the industrial power of America. He revealed as much in spite of himself in an interview early that autumn at Wolfschanze. I will outlast your President Roosevelt, he explained to Pierre Huss of INS. I can afford to wait and take my time to win this war in my own way. They were outdoors, and Hitler, wearing his long greatcoat of rubberized field grey, stood with hands folded behind his back, staring vacantly, lost in thought. Suddenly he said, I am Führer of a Reich that will last for 1,000 years to come. He slapped a glove into his left palm. No power can shake the German Reich now. Divine Providence has willed it that I carry the fulfillment of a Germanic task. Although he talked of his own destiny, he was obsessed by resentment of Churchill and Roosevelt, whom he disparaged as minor characters on the world stage. They are sitting over there in their plutocratic little world, surrounded and enslaved by everything proved obsolete in the last decade. The moneybags and Jews run the show behind the scenes. A parliamentary circus tramples on what is left in rights and privileges of their people. I have my people behind me, and they have faith in me, their Führer. As the two men continued their walk, followed by a small group of guards and subordinates, Hitler resumed his complaint about the madmen who had driven him to war. I had plans and work for my people for 50 years to come, and didn't need a war to stay in office like the Daladiers and Chamberlains, and, for that matter, Herr Roosevelt of America. He says he wants to save England, but he means he wants to be ruler and heir of the British Empire. Hitler's hardening attitude toward America was reflected by Ribbentrop. On the evening of November 28th, he summoned General Oshima and urged Japan to declare war against both the United States and Britain. Oshima was surprised. Is Your Excellency indicating that a state of actual war is to be established between Germany and the United States? Ribbentrop had not meant to go that far. Roosevelt is a fanatic, he explained, so it is impossible to tell what he would do. He promised that if Japan should fight the United States, Germany would join her ally. There is absolutely no possibility of Germany's entering into a separate peace with the United States under such circumstances. The Führer is determined on this point. This information was a great relief to the Japanese High Command. A carrier task force was already en route to Pearl Harbor. On the last day of November, Oshima was ordered to inform Hitler and Ribbentrop immediately that the English and Americans were planning to move military forces into East Asia, and this must be countered. Say very secretly to them that there is extreme danger that war may suddenly break out between Japan and the Anglo-Saxon nations through some clash of arms, and add that the time of the breaking out of that war may come quicker than anyone dreams. These instructions were quickly followed by orders to obtain specific pledges from the Germans. Yet when Oshima approached Ribbentrop late on the evening of December 1st, the foreign minister was surprisingly evasive. He excused himself on the grounds that he would first have to consult with the Führer, who was still at the Wolfschanze. Both men knew that Hitler had little time to devote to the drama brewing on the other side of the world, and so Oshima was not surprised that he did not receive a draft treaty until 3 a.m. on the 5th. In it, Germany promised to join Japan in any war against the United States and not to conclude a separate peace. The first to learn of Pearl Harbor at the Wolfschanze was Otto Dietrich. Late in the afternoon of December 7th, he hurried to Hitler's bunker with word that he was bearing an extremely important message. Hitler had just received depressing reports from the Russian front, and feared Dietrich was bringing more bad news. But as his press chief hastily read the message, his look of surprise was unmistakable. He brightened. Extremely excited, he asked, "Is this report correct?" Dietrich said he had received a telephone confirmation from his office. Hitler snatched the paper and, without putting on coat or hat, strode to the military bunker. Keitel and Jodl were amazed to see him, telegram in hand, a stunned look on his face. It seemed to Keitel as if the war between Japan and America had suddenly relieved Hitler of a nightmare burden. With Havel, the Führer could barely conceal the elation in his voice. "We cannot lose the war," he exclaimed. "Now we have a partner who has not been defeated in 3,000 years." 6. The desperate reports streaming in from the Russian front on Pearl Harbor Day forced Hitler to draft a new directive, which he issued 24 hours later. The severe winter weather, it began, which has come surprisingly early in the East, and the consequent difficulties in bringing up supplies, compel us to abandon immediately all major offensive operations and to go over to the defensive. He set down the general principles for defense while turning over to Halder the task of issuing subsequent instructions. Then he set off for Berlin to take personal charge of the crisis raised by Pearl Harbor. By this time, his initial relief at the Japanese attack had been replaced by concern. In one stroke, Pearl Harbor had freed Stalin from worry over attack from the east. He could now transfer almost all his strength in Asia against Germany. "This war against America is a tragedy," Hitler later admitted to Bormann. "It is illogical and devoid of any foundation of reality. It is one of those queer twists of history that just as I was assuming power in Germany, Roosevelt, the elect of the Jews, was taking command in the United States. Without the Jews and without this lackey of theirs, things could have been quite different. From every point of view, Germany and the United States should have been able, if not to understand each other and sympathize with each other, then at least to support each other without undue strain on either of them." One of Hitler's first visitors in Berlin on the morning of the 9th was Ribbentrop, with the unwelcome information that General Oshima was requesting an immediate declaration of war against America. But the foreign minister didn't think Germany was obligated to do so, since, according to the Tripartite Pact, she was bound to assist her ally only in case of a direct attack upon Japan. Hitler could not accept this loophole. "If we don't stand on the side of Japan, the pact is politically dead," he said. But that is not the main reason. The chief reason is that the United States is already shooting at our ships. They have been a forceful factor in this war, and through their actions have already created a situation of war. His decision to declare war on America was not lightly taken, nor was its motivation simple. Beyond upholding the spirit of the Tripartite Pact, there were far weightier arguments. The assistance received from Japan would considerably offset the disadvantages caused by America's entry into the war. From a propaganda point of view, the acquisition of a new, powerful ally would have a tremendously heartening effect after the recent setbacks in Russia. Further, an outright declaration of war was in line with his ideological worldview. Why not make 1941 the year in which he declared total war upon the two major enemies of human survival, international Marxism, Russia, and international finance capitalism, America, both the creatures of international Jewry? His Foreign Office regarded the decision as a colossal mistake. In addition to the obvious reasons, it neatly solved another of Roosevelt's domestic problems. The President would not have to declare war on Germany and risk opposition from a substantial segment of the citizenry. American national unity, so unexpectedly won by the surprise attack at Pearl Harbor, would remain intact. On December 11th, Hitler convoked the Reichstag. "We will always strike first," he said. Roosevelt was as mad as Woodrow Wilson. First he incites war, then falsifies the causes, then odiously wraps himself in a cloak of Christian hypocrisy, and slowly but surely leads mankind to war, not without calling God to witness the honesty of his attack. After equating international Jewry with Bolshevik Russia and Roosevelt's regime, Hitler made his declaration of hostilities. "I have therefore arranged for passports to be handed to the American chargé d'affaires today, and the following—" His words were drowned in a bedlam of cheers, and it was some time before he could announce that Germany was at war with the United States as from today. The chief of operations of OKW listened to this speech with more concern than enthusiasm, and as soon as Jodl left the Kroll Opera House, he telephoned his deputy, General Valimont, in Wolfschanze. "You have heard that the Führer has just declared war on America?" Valimont had just been discussing the matter with staff officers, and said they couldn't be more surprised. "The staff," said Jodl, "must now examine where the United States is most likely to employ the bulk of her forces initially, the Far East or Europe. We cannot take further decisions until that has been clarified." "Agreed. This examination is obviously necessary, but so far we have never even considered a war against the United States, and so have no data on which to base this examination. We can hardly undertake this job just like that." "See what you can do," said Jodl. "When I get back tomorrow, we will talk about this in more detail." Anxiety over America was soon overridden by new reverses in the East. The German retreat on the Central Front threatened to degenerate into panic flight. The area west of Moscow and the Tula area was a snow-covered graveyard of abandoned guns, trucks, and tanks. A German despondency was accompanied by rising Russian confidence. On December 13th, the Soviets publicly announced the failure of Hitler's attempt to surround Moscow, and 2 days later the Politburo ordered the principal organs of government to return to the capital. The exhausted Brauchitsch wanted to continue the withdrawal, but Hitler overruled him and sent out a general order that spread despair among the military hierarchy. "Stand fast, not one step back." Marshal von Bock, commander of the Central Front, already suffering from a stomach ailment, reported himself physically unfit for duty. He was replaced by Kluge. The next day, the 19th, Brauchitsch, just recovering from a heart attack, summoned up nerve enough to face Hitler. For 2 hours they argued in private. Brauchitsch left the Führer ashen and shaken. "I am going home," he told Keitel. "He has sacked me. I can't go on any longer." "What is going to happen now, then?" asked Keitel. "I don't know. Ask him yourself." A few hours later Keitel was summoned. The Führer read out a brief order of the day he had composed. He was assuming personal command of the army, inextricably binding the fate of Germany with his own. The news was to be kept secret for the moment, but he felt Halder should be informed at once. Hitler did so, minimizing the difficulties of the post. "This little affair of operational command is something anybody can do," he said. "The Commander-in-Chief's job is to train the army in the National Socialist idea, and I know of no general who could do that as I want it done. For that reason, I have taken over command of the army myself." Previously, he had been de facto commander of the army, keeping himself in the background and allowing the military to take blame for all setbacks. Now he was the official commander-in-chief, and would have to accept praise or blame for whatever happened. Part 8. The Fourth Horseman. And I looked, and behold a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him. And power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth to kill with sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beasts of the earth. Revelation chapter 6, verse 8. Chapter 25. And hell followed with him. 1941 to 1943. 1. 2 days after the invasion of the Soviet Union, the man responsible for the deportation of Jews, Reinhard Heydrich, complained in writing that this was no answer to the Jewish problem. Deporting these misfits to the French island of Madagascar, for instance, would have to be dropped in favor of a more practical solution. It was fitting, therefore, that on the last day of July, Heydrich received a cryptic order, signed by Goering on instructions from the Führer, instructing him to make all necessary preparations regarding organizations and financial matters to bring about a complete solution of the Jewish question in the German sphere of influence in Europe. Behind the innocuous bureaucratic language lay sweeping authority for the SS to organize the extermination of European Jewry. As a preliminary step, Himmler, still shaken by his experience in Minsk, asked the chief physician of the SS what was the best method of mass extermination. The answer was gas chambers. The next step was to summon Rudolf Höss, the commandant of the largest concentration camp in Poland, and give him secret oral instructions. He told me, testified Höss, something to the effect, I do not remember the exact words, that the Führer had given the order for a final solution of the Jewish question. We, the SS, must carry out that order. If it is not carried out now, the Jews will later on destroy the German people. Himmler said he had chosen Höss's camp since Auschwitz, strategically located near the border of Germany, afforded space for measures requiring isolation. Höss was warned that this operation was to be treated as a secret Reich matter. He was forbidden to discuss the matter with his immediate superior. And so Höss returned to Poland and, behind the back of the inspector of concentration camps, quietly began to expand his grounds, with intent to turn them into the greatest killing center in man's history. He did not even tell his wife what he was doing. Hitler's concept of concentration camps, as well as the practicality of genocide, owed much, so he claimed, to his studies of English and United States history. He admired the camps for Boer prisoners in South Africa and for the Indians in the Wild West, and often praised to his inner circle the efficiency of America's extermination by starvation and uneven combat of the red savages who could not be tamed by captivity. Until now, he had scrupulously integrated his own general policy with that of Germany, since both led in the same general direction. The resurgence of German honor and military might, the seizure of lost Germanic territories, and even Lebensraum in the East were approved heartily by most of his countrymen. But at last had come the crossroads where Hitler must make his personal detour and solve, once and for all, the Jewish question. While many Germans were willing to join this racist crusade, the great majority merely wanted a continuation of the limited Jewish persecution which had already received the tacit approval of millions of Westerners. It was Hitler's intent to start eliminating the Jews secretly, before leaking out the truth a little at a time to his own people. Eventually, the time would be ripe for revelations that would tie all Germans to his own fate. His destiny would become Germany's. Complicity in his crusade to cleanse Europe of Jewry would make it a national mission and rouse the people to greater efforts and sacrifices. It would also burn all bridges behind the hesitant and weak-hearted. Until now, all this was kept secret from Hitler's innermost circle, the secretaries, adjutants, servants, and personal staff. But in the autumn of 1941, the Führer began making overt remarks during his table conversations, perhaps as an experiment in revelation. In mid-October, after lecturing on the necessity of bringing decency into civil life, he said, But the first thing above all is to get rid of the Jews. Without that, it will be useless to clean the Augean stables." 2 days later he was more explicit. "From the rostrum of the Reichstag I prophesied to jury that, in the event of wars proving inevitable, the Jew would disappear from Europe. That race of criminals has on its conscience the 2 million dead of the First World War, and now already hundreds and thousands more. Let nobody tell me that all the same we can't park them in the marshy parts of Russia. Who's worrying about our troops? It's not a bad idea, by the way, that public rumor attributes to us a plan to exterminate the Jews. Terror is a salutary thing." He predicted that the attempt to create a Jewish state would be a failure. I have numerous accounts to settle, about which I cannot think today. But that doesn't mean I forget them. I write them down. The time will come to bring out the big book. Even with regard to the Jews, I've found myself remaining inactive. There's no sense in adding uselessly to the difficulties of the moment. One acts shrewdly when one bides one's time. One reason Hitler had delayed implementing the final solution was hope that his implied threat to exterminate the Jews would keep Roosevelt out of the war. But Pearl Harbor ended this faint expectation, and Hitler's hope turned into bitterness, with extermination becoming a form of international reprisal. The decision taken, the Führer made it known to those entrusted with the final solution that the killings should be done as humanely as possible. This was in line with his conviction that he was observing God's injunction to cleanse the world of vermin. Still a member in good standing of the Church of Rome, despite detestation of its hierarchy, I am now, as before, a Catholic, and will always remain so. He carried within him its teaching that the Jew was the killer of God. The extermination, therefore, could be done without a twinge of conscience, since he was merely acting as the avenging hand of God, so long as it was done impersonally, without cruelty. Himmler was pleased to murder with mercy. He ordered technical experts to devise gas chambers which would eliminate masses of Jews efficiently and humanely, then crowded the victims into boxcars and sent them east to stay in ghettos until the killing centers in Poland were completed. The time had come to establish the bureaucracy of liquidation, and the man in charge, Heydrich, sent out invitations to a number of state secretaries and chiefs of the SS main offices for a final solution conference to take place on December 10, 1941. The recipients of his invitation, aware only that Jews were being deported to the East, had little idea of the meaning of final solution, and awaited the conference with expectation and keen interest. Their curiosity was whetted by a 6-week postponement. Frank, head of the Generalgouvernement, German-occupied Poland, became so impatient that he sent Philip Bohler, his deputy, to Heydrich for more details, then convened a conference of his own at Krakow in mid-December. "I want to say to you quite openly," said Hitler's former lawyer, "that we shall have to finish the Jews one way or another." He told about the important conference soon to take place in Berlin, which Buller would attend for the Generalgouvernement. "Certainly the major migration is about to start, but what is to happen to the Jews? Do you think they will actually be settled in eastern villages? We were told in Berlin, why all this fuss? We can't use them in the Ostland either. Let the dead bury their dead." He urged his listeners to arm themselves against all feelings of sympathy. We have to annihilate the Jews wherever we find them and wherever it is at all possible. It was a gigantic task, and could not be carried out by legal methods. Judges and courts could not take the heavy responsibility for such an extreme policy. He estimated, and it was a gross overestimate, that there were 3,500,000 Jews in the Generalgouvernement alone. We can't shoot these 3,500,000 Jews, we can't poison them, but we can take steps which, one way or another, will lead to an annihilation success, and I am referring to the measures under discussion in the Reich. The Generalgouvernement will have to become just as free of Jews as the Reich itself. Where and how this is going to happen is the task for the agencies which we will have to create and establish here. and I am going to tell you how they will work when the time comes. When Boulez arrived in Berlin on January 20th, 1942, for the Heydrich Conference, he was far better prepared than most of the conferees to understand the generalities uttered. At about 11 a.m., 15 men gathered in a room at the Reich Security Main Office at number 5658 Großen Wannsee. They were representatives from Rosenberg's East Ministry, Goering's four-year plan agency, the Interior Ministry, the Justice Ministry, the Foreign Office, and the Party Chancellery. Once they had seated themselves informally at tables, Chairman Heydrich began to speak. He had been given, he said, the responsibility for working out the final solution of the Jewish problem, regardless of geographical boundaries. This euphemism was followed by a veiled and puzzling remark which involved Hitler himself. Instead of emigration, he said, there is now a further possible solution to which the Führer has already signified his consent, namely deportation to the East. At this point, Heydrich exhibited a chart indicating which Jewish communities were to be evacuated, and gave a hint as to their fate. Those fit to work would be formed into labor gangs, but even those who survived the rigors would not be allowed to go free and so form a new germ cell from which the Jewish race would again rise. History teaches us that. Georg Leibbrandt of Rosenberg's office was at a loss. Martin Luther of the Foreign Office was also confused. He protested that mass Jewish evacuations would create grave difficulties in countries such as Denmark and Norway. Why not confine the deportations to the Balkans and Western Europe? The conferees left Berlin with a variety of impressions. Boulez knew exactly what Heydrich was talking about, but Luther assured Fritz Hesse that there were no plans at all to kill the Jews. Leibbrandt and his superior, Alfred Meyer, gave a similar report to Rosenberg. Not a word, they agreed, had been said of extermination. 30 copies of the conference record were distributed to the ministries and SS main offices, and the term "final solution" became known throughout the Reich bureaucracy. Yet the true meaning of what Heydrich had said was fathomed only by those privy to the killing operations, and many of this select group, curiously, were convinced that Adolf Hitler himself was not totally aware that mass murder was being plotted. SS Lieutenant Colonel Adolf Eichmann, in charge of the Gestapo's Jewish evacuation office, for one, knew this was a myth. After the Wannsee conference, he sat cosily around a fireplace with Gestapo Chief Müller and Heydrich drinking and singing songs. After a while we climbed onto the chairs and drank a toast, then onto the table and traipsed round and round on the chairs and on the table again. Eichmann joined in this celebration with no qualms. At that moment, he later testified, I sensed a kind of Pontius Pilate feeling, for I was free of all guilt. Who was I to judge? Who was I to have my own thoughts in this matter? He, Müller, and Heydrich were only carrying out the laws of the land as prescribed by the Führer himself. A few days later, Hitler confirmed, in spite of himself, that he was indeed the architect of the final solution. One must act radically, he said at lunch on January 23rd, in the presence of Himmler. When one pulls out a tooth, one does it with a single tug, and the pain quickly goes away. The Jew must clear out of Europe. It's the Jew who prevents everything. When I think about it, I realize that I am extraordinarily humane. At the time of the rules of the popes, the Jews were mistreated in Rome. Until 1830, 8 Jews mounted on donkeys were led once a year through the streets of Rome. For my part, I restrict myself to telling them they must go away. If they break their pipes on the journey, I can't do anything about it. But if they refuse to go voluntarily, I see no other solution but extermination. Never before had he talked so openly to his inner circle, and he was so absorbed by the subject that on the 27th he again demanded the disappearance of all Jews from Europe. His obsession with Jews was publicly expressed a few days later in a speech at the Sportpalast on the 9th anniversary of National Socialism's rise to power. I do not even want to speak of the Jews, he said, and proceeded to do so at length. They are simply our old enemies. Their plans have suffered shipwreck through us, and they rightly hate us, just as we hate them. We realize that this war can only end either in the wiping out of the Germanic nations or by the disappearance of Jewry from Europe." He reminded the audience, which included some 40 high-ranking military officers, of his 1939 prophecy that the Jews would be destroyed. "For the first time, it will not be the others who will bleed to death, but for the first time the genuine ancient Jewish law, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, is being applied. The more this struggle spreads, the more anti-Semitism will spread, and world Jewry may rely on this. It will find nourishment in every prison camp. It will find nourishment in every family which is being enlightened as to why it is being called upon to make such sacrifices. And the hour will come when the worst enemy in the world will have finished his part for at least 1,000 years to come." To those presently engaged in designing gas chambers, to those constructing the killing centres in Poland, and particularly to those who were being prepared to administer the mechanics of the final solution, this statement was a clarion call for genocide. But to foreign observers, such as Arvid Fredboyer, Hitler's words and appearance that afternoon seemed to foreshadow a German disaster. "His face," wrote the Swedish journalist, "now seemed ravaged, and his manner uncertain." 2. To the Führer, the extermination of Jews and Slavs was as important as Lebensraum. He had turned the invasion into ideological warfare, and his military decisions, therefore, could only be understood in this context. What appeared irrational to his generals was no sudden mental lapse, but the fruit of decisions made in 1928. Ironically, never had he shown more military acumen than after the shocking defeats at the gates of Moscow. Surrounded by demoralized military leaders pleading for general retreat, Hitler did not lose his nerve. He refused to grant any requests to withdraw. He was not swayed by the most successful tank commander, Guderian, who argued that taking up positional warfare in such unsuitable terrain would lead to the useless sacrifice of the best part of the army. He accused Guderian of being too deeply impressed by the suffering of the soldiers. "You feel too much pity for them. You should stand back more. Believe me, things appear clearer when examined at longer range." Enforcing his order ruthlessly, Hitler managed to rally the army and stem the Russian advance. The cost was great, but a number of his generals, including Jodl, were forced to agree that he had personally saved his troops from the fate of Napoleon's army. "I intervened ruthlessly," he told Milch and Speer, and explained that his top commanders were willing to retreat all the way to the German border to save their troops. "I could only tell these gentlemen, Mein Herren, return personally to Germany as soon as possible, but leave the army to my leadership." All was well on the other war fronts. In France, the resistance, still hopelessly splintered, was of little concern, and in the Mediterranean, U-boats, Italian human torpedoes and mines had recently sunk or crippled a carrier, 3 battleships and 2 cruisers, thus eliminating Great Britain's eastern battle fleet as a fighting force. Moreover, Rommel was almost ready to launch another major offensive in North Africa, and Germany's Japanese allies were continuing their unbroken series of victories in the Pacific. At the same time, Hitler knew that the crisis in the East was by no means over, and so ordered a general mobilization of the industry and economy of the Reich. The present effort, he said, was insufficient, and the Blitzkrieg strategy must be abandoned. Although he couched this call for a long war in hopeful terms, he privately retained the nagging fear, so recently confided to Jodl, that victory could no longer be achieved. Such dark doubts were never revealed in his table conversations. He continued to chat about the evils of smoking, the joys of motoring, dogs, the origin of Tristan and Isolde, the beauty of Frau Hanfstengel, and Jews. Of the grim struggle at the front he spoke little, and then with optimism. At the height of the winter crisis, for instance, he declared that no cause was hopeless provided the leadership stood firm. "As long as there is one stout-hearted man to hold up the banner, nothing has been lost. Faith moves mountains. In this respect I am ice-cold. If the German people are not prepared to give everything for the sake of their self-preservation, very well, then let them disappear. Such imperturbable performances at mealtime were belied by his appearance. He is not the man he was, Havel told a friend. He has grown gloomy and obdurate. He will shrink from no sacrifice and show no mercy or forgiveness. You would not recognize him if you saw him. His morale received a crushing blow on February 8th, when Fritz Todt, builder of the Westwall and the Autobahn system, died in a plane crash. At the breakfast table there was speculation on who would take over Todt's position as Minister of Armaments and Munitions, one of the most crucial posts in the Reich. Everyone agreed that Todt was irreplaceable, and Albert Speer, who had spent most of the night talking to Hitler about the Berlin and Nuremberg building projects, was thunderstruck when the Führer appointed him next morning. The architect's protest that he knew nothing about such matters was cut short. "I have confidence in you. I know you will manage it. Besides, I have no one else." At the funeral of Todt in the Mosaic Hall of the Reichschancellery, Hitler was so shaken that during his eulogy he could hardly continue, and once the ceremony ended, he took refuge in his apartment. Somehow he managed to recover his composure enough in the next few days to address 10,000 newly appointed Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS lieutenants at the Sportpalast. Grim-faced, he told of the disaster in Russia, sparing no details. "You young officers," he said, "are going east to save Germany and Western civilization from the Reds." It was such a stirring speech that many in the audience wept. Standing at his side, Richard Schulze, recently promoted to personal adjutant, was so moved he wanted to join in the fight. "I felt ashamed to stay home at such a time." The new lieutenants had been ordered not to applaud, but when Hitler started down the aisle they could not restrain themselves. They cheered wildly, many jumping onto their chairs. This spontaneous outburst was a tonic to Hitler, but by the time he returned to the Wolfschanze he was again depressed. He looked exhausted and sallow. The blanket of snow covering the area deepened his despondency. "I've always detested snow," he confided to his shadow. "Bormann, you know I've always hated it. Now I know why. It was a presentiment." Hitler despaired upon reading the report of casualties in Russia up to February 20th. 199,448 dead, 708,351 wounded, 44,342 missing, 112,627 cases of frostbite. Yet he soon rebounded. Confidence abruptly regained, he began to talk at the dinner table of the terrible winter as an ordeal successfully, miraculously endured. He announced to the company with a sigh of relief that Sunday would be the 1st of March. "Boys, you can't imagine what that means to me, how much the last 3 months have worn out my strength, tested my nervous resistance." He revealed that during the first 2 weeks of December alone 1,000 tanks had been lost, and 2,000 locomotives put out of operation. But the worst of winter was at last over. Now that January and February are past, our enemies can give up the hope of our suffering the fate of Napoleon. Now we're about to switch over to squaring the account. What a relief. His high spirits were no longer spurious, and he began to boast. "I've noticed, on the occasion of such events, that when everybody loses his nerve, I'm the only one who keeps calm. It was the same thing at the time of the struggle for power." In the meantime, preparations for the final solution were maturing, and Himmler's Einsatzgruppen had begun another deadly sweep. While this second roundup of Jews, commissars and partisans was carried out in a coordinated manner in the military areas, progress in civilian territories proceeded less smoothly. Even so, the death toll was massive, and Rosenberg's staff begged him once more to urge Hitler to treat the peoples of the occupied areas as allies, not enemies. Rosenberg's aides warmly supported his relatively liberal concept of setting up separate states with varying degrees of self-government. But his turn toward liberalism had not been accompanied by a strengthening of character, and he still trembled at the thought of antagonizing his Führer. A stronger man might have proved as ineffective. To approach the Führer, it was necessary to go through Bormann, who had solidly aligned himself with Himmler and Heydrich. Rosenberg's liaison man at Wolfschanze, Köppen, was finding it increasingly difficult to convey to Hitler the true story of what was going on in the East. Before the Hesse flight, he had simply passed on memoranda directly to Hitler, but now Bormann insisted on acting as go-between, with the excuse that the Führer was too busy with military matters. And so, concluded Köppen, Hitler only saw the problem of the occupied East through the eyes of his right-hand man. Therein lay the fateful development which, in my opinion, cost us victory in the East. While it was true that Hitler had little time for internal matters, it was more likely that Bormann always followed his personal instructions, and there was no doubt that Hitler always took time to oversee the final solution. In this matter he neither needed nor took advice. He made this clear in his message on the anniversary of the promulgation of the party program in late February. "My prophecy," he said, "shall be fulfilled that this war will not destroy Aryan humanity, but it will exterminate the Jew. Whatever the battle may bring in its course, or however long it may last, that will be its final course." The elimination of Jewry overrode victory itself. Despite such open hints, few had yet been initiated into the secret. Goebbels himself still did not realize the enormity of the measures being prepared. One of his employees, Hans Fritzsche, did learn about the Einsatzgruppen killings from a letter sent by an SS man in the Ukraine. The writer complained that he had suffered a nervous breakdown after receiving an order to kill Jews and Ukrainian intelligentsia. He could not protest through official channels and asked for help. Fritzsche immediately went to Heydrich and asked point-blank, "Is the SS there for the purpose of committing mass murders?" Heydrich indignantly denied the charge, promising to start an investigation at once. He reported back the next day that the culprit was Gauleiter Koch, who had acted without the Führer's knowledge, then vowed that the killings would cease. "Believe me, Herr Fritzsche," said Heydrich, "anyone who has the reputation of being cruel does not have to be cruel. He can act humanely." Only that March did Goebbels himself learn the exact meaning of final solution. Then Hitler told him flatly that Europe must be cleansed of all Jews, if necessary by applying the most brutal methods. The Führer was so explicit that Goebbels could now write in his diary, "A judgment is being visited upon the Jews that, while barbaric, is fully deserved. One must not be sentimental in these matters. If we did not fight the Jew, they would destroy us. It's a life-and-death struggle between the Aryan race and the Jewish bacillus. No other government and no other regime would have the strength for such a global solution of this question." By spring, 6 killing centers had been set up in Poland. There were 4 in Frank's Generalgouvernement: Treblinka, Sobibor, Biurzec, and Lublin. 2 in the incorporated territories, Kulmhof and Auschwitz. The first 4 gassed the Jews by engine exhaust fumes, but Rudolf Höss, commandant of the huge complex near Auschwitz, thought this too inefficient, and introduced his camp to a more lethal gas, hydrogen cyanide, marketed commercially under the name of Zyklon B. Spring revitalized the Führer. His health improved, his spirits rose. The Soviet winter counter-offensive had ground to a complete halt, and a lull set in all along the front. This gave him more time to think of future policies, and on April 24th he telephoned Goebbels that he wanted to deliver a major speech before the Reichstag. The following Sunday at 3 p.m. he denounced Bolshevism as the dictatorship of Jews, and labelled the Jew a parasitic germ who had to be dealt with ruthlessly. But the thrust of his speech was a vocal reaffirmation of renewed faith in eventual triumph. At the same time, he made no effort to conceal how close the army had come to disaster. He exaggerated the situation to make his personal role more effective. "Deputies," he exclaimed dramatically, "the world struggle was decided during the winter." He compared himself with Napoleon. We have mastered destiny which broke another man 130 years ago. To prevent a similar crisis, he went on to demand passage of a law granting him plenary powers. Its terms were sweeping. Every German was henceforth obliged to follow his personal orders or suffer dire punishment. He was now officially above the law, with the power of life and death. He had, in essence, appointed himself God's deputy, and could do the Lord's work, wipe out the vermin, and create a race of supermen. The members of the Reichstag, stirred to the roots by his manner and words, unanimously approved the measure enthusiastically and noisily. To foreign observers there seemed little reason for such a law. Hitler had already grasped more de facto power than Stalin or Mussolini, more in fact than either Caesar or Napoleon had enjoyed. He had done so, he claimed, to end war profiteering and the black market, and to prune the overgrown staffs of bureaucracy for additional manpower in the battle of production. He ignored the fact that the bleeding of the German economy had been caused not only by the conservatism in the civil service and the judiciary, but by corruption within the party itself. The plundering by such men as Goering, along with the widespread venality and inefficiency on every level of National Socialism, had been draining the strength of the Reich for almost a decade. 3 days later, the Führer met Mussolini at the Baroque Klesheim Castle near Salzburg. The Italians, unlike the enrapt audience at the Sportpalast, had been depressed by Hitler's oratory, and they entered the first conference with some foreboding. The Führer talked interminably, but said little of interest, glossing over the misfortunes of the Eastern Front. The German army this winter wrote the finest pages of its history. He declared that America was a big bluff, and again favourably compared himself to Napoleon. He also expounded on India, Japan, and practically every country in Europe, with categorical pronouncements in each case. On the second day, after lunch, although everything had been said, Hitler continued talking uninterrupted for another hour and 40 minutes, as Mussolini kept checking his wristwatch. Hitler's own commanders were bored. General Jodl, recalled Ciano, after an epic struggle, finally went to sleep on the divan. 3. Within the SD, it was no secret that Himmler distrusted Heydrich, who had monumental files on everyone in the party, including the Führer, and was despised in return. One day, Heydrich showed a subordinate, Gunther Zirup, a picture of Himmler. Covering the upper part of his face, he said, "The top half is the teacher, but the lower half is a sadist." But Hitler had great plans for Heydrich. He was even considering him as a successor, now that Goering had fallen from favour after the disappointing performance of his Luftwaffe, and made him acting protector of Moravia and Bohemia, in addition to his other high offices. After initiating a wave of terror in Czechoslovakia that quickly crushed the resistance movement, Heydrich adopted the guise of benefactor, particularly to workers and peasants. He raised the fat ration for industrial labourers, improved the social security system, and requisitioned luxury hotels for the working class. "He plays cat and mouse with the Czechs," observed his fellow intellectual Goebbels, "and they swallow everything he places before them. He has carried out a number of extremely popular measures, particularly the almost complete conquest of the black market." The Reich Protector's achievements in Czechoslovakia roused the Czech government in exile to action. Since it appeared that the population might passively accept domination by the Third Reich under such a benevolent despot, they decided to assassinate Heydrich. 2 non-coms, Jan Kubis and Josef Gabčík, trained at a school for sabotage in Scotland, were parachuted into the Protectorate from a British plane. On the morning of May 27th, the assassins, accompanied by 2 compatriots, hid at a curve on the road between Heydrich's country villa and Hradčin Castle in Prague. As the Protector's green open Mercedes was approaching, Gabčík jumped to the road and pressed the trigger of his Sten. Nothing happened. He cocked the gun. Again it jammed. Behind him, Kubis lobbed a grenade at the car, which was slowing to a halt. Heydrich shouted, "Step on it, man!" But the driver, a last-minute substitute, kept slamming on the brakes. The grenade exploded, wrecking the rear of the car. Apparently unwounded, Heydrich leaped to the road, revolver in hand, shooting and yelling as if he were the central figure in a scene out of any western. Kubis escaped on a bicycle. Gabtik, still unhurt, stood momentarily immobilized when his weapon jammed, then escaped. Suddenly, Heydrich dropped his revolver, grasped his right hip, and staggered. A fragment of leather and steel springs from the Mercedes upholstery had penetrated his ribs and stomach. He was taken to a nearby hospital, but his wound did not seem serious, and he refused to be attended by any but a German doctor. One was finally found, who announced that an operation was necessary, since grenade fragments were lodged in the membrane between the ribs and lungs, as well as the spleen. Himmler, at temporary headquarters near Wolfschanze, wept upon learning that his right-hand man was dying, but some SS men were convinced these were crocodile tears, since he resented Heydrich's rise to favour with Hitler. As Heydrich lay dying in Prague, he whispered a warning to his subordinate Zirup to beware of Himmler. Later, while surveying the death mask of Heydrich, Himmler remarked to Walter Schellenberg, chief of the SS Foreign Intelligence Service, "Yes, as the Führer said at the funeral, he was indeed a man with an iron heart, and at the height of his power, fate purposefully took him away." His voice was sombre, but Schellenberg could never forget the nod of Buddha-like approval that accompanied these words, while the small cold eyes behind the pince-nez were suddenly lit with sparkle like the eyes of a basilisk. The two assassins, along with 5 other members of the Czech resistance, were finally trapped in a Budapest church by the SS and executed. But this was only the beginning of the reprisal. A reign of terror which made Heydrich's actions seem benevolent descended on Bohemia and Moravia. More than 1,300 Czechs were executed out of hand, including all the male inhabitants of Lidice, on the fake charge that these villagers had harboured the assassins. Lidice itself was burned, the ruins dynamited, and the ground levelled. The eradication of this obscure village not only aroused the disgust and indignation of the Western world, but rekindled the spirit of resistance within Czechoslovakia. It was the Jews who suffered most by the assassination. On the day Heydrich died, 152 were executed in Berlin. 3,000 others were removed from the concentration camp of Theresienstadt and shipped to Poland, where the killing centres were already receiving a steady flow of victims. Perhaps the most diabolical innovation of the final solution was the establishment of Jewish councils to administer their own deportation and destruction. This organization, comprising those leaders of the community who believed that cooperation with the Germans was the best policy, discouraged resistance. "I will not be afraid to sacrifice 50,000 of our community," reasoned a typical leader, Moses Merin, "in order to save the other 50,000. By early summer, the mass exterminations began under the authority of a written order from Himmler. Eichmann showed this authorization to one of his assistants, Dieter Wislitzeny, with the explanation that final solution meant the biological extermination of the Jewish race. "May God forbid," exclaimed the appalled Wislitzeny, "that our enemies should ever do anything similar to the German people." "Don't be sentimental," said Eichmann. "This is a Führer order." This was corroborated by Himmler in a letter to the chief of the SS main office at the end of July. "The occupied eastern territories will be cleared of Jews. The implementation of this very hard order has been placed on my shoulders by the Führer. No one can release me from this responsibility in any case, so I forbid all interference." What Kurt Gerstein learned, as head of the technical disinfection service of the Waffen-SS, had already driven him to despair. He was so appalled by the satanic practices of the Nazis, recalled a friend, that their eventual victory did not seem to him impossible. During a tour that summer of the 4 extermination camps in the Generalgouvernement, Gerstein saw with his own eyes what he had read about. At the first camp, he and 2 companions, Eichmann's deputy and a professor of hygiene named Pfannenstiel, were informed that Hitler and Himmler had just ordered all actions speeded up. At Biuget's 2 days later, Gerstein saw these words translated into reality. "There are not 10 people alive," he was told by the man in charge, Kriminalkommissar Christian Wirth, "who have seen or will see as much as you." Gerstein witnessed the entire procedure, from the arrival of 6,000 Jews in boxcars, 1,450 of whom were already dead. As the survivors were driven out of the cars with whips, they were ordered over a loudspeaker to remove all clothing, artificial limbs and spectacles, and turn in all valuables and money. Women and young girls were to have their hair cut off. "That's to make something special for U-boat crews," explained an SS man. "Nice slippers." Revolted, Gerstein watched the march to the death chambers. Men, women, children, all stark naked, filed past in ghastly parade as a burly SS man promised in a loud, priest-like voice that nothing terrible was going to happen to them. "All you have to do is breathe in deeply. That strengthens the lungs. Inhaling is a means of preventing infectious diseases. It's a good method of disinfection." To those who timorously asked what their fate would be, the SS man gave more reassurance. The men would build roads and houses, the women would do housework or help in the kitchen. But the odour from the death chambers was telltale, and those at the head of the column had to be shoved by those behind. Most were silent, but one woman, eyes flashing, cursed her murderers. She was spurred on by whiplashes from Wirth, a former chief of criminal police in Stuttgart. Some prayed. Others asked, "Who will give us water to wash the dead?" Gerstein prayed with them. By now the chambers were jammed with humanity, but the driver of the diesel truck, whose exhaust gases would exterminate the Jews, could not start the engine. Incensed at the delay, Wirth began lashing at the driver with his whip. 2 hours and 49 minutes later, the engine started. After another interminable 25 minutes, Gerstein peered into one chamber. Most of the occupants were already dead. At the end of 32 minutes, all were lifeless. They were standing erect, recalled Gerstein, like pillars of basalt, since there had not been an inch of space for them to fall in or even lean. Families could still be seen holding hands, even in death. The horror continued as one group of workers began tearing open the mouths of the dead with iron hooks, while others searched anuses and genital organs for jewelry. Wirth was in his element. "See for yourself," he said, pointing to a large can filled with teeth. "Just look at the amount of gold there is. And we have collected as much only yesterday and the day before. You can't imagine what we find every day. Dollars, diamonds, gold. You'll see." Gerstein forced himself to watch the final process. The bodies were flung into trenches, each some 100 yards long, conveniently located near the gas chambers. He was told that the bodies would swell from gas after a few days, raising the mound as much as 6 to 10 feet. Once the swelling subsided, the bodies would be piled on railway ties covered with diesel oil and burned to cinders. The following day, the Gerstein party was driven to Treblinka, near Warsaw, where they saw almost identical installations but on a larger scale. 8 gas chambers and veritable mountains of clothing and underwear 115 to 130 feet high. In honor of their visit, a banquet was held for employees. "When one sees the bodies of these Jews," Professor Pfannenstiel told them, "one understands the greatness of the work you are doing." After dinner, the guests were offered butter, meat, and alcohol as going-away presents. Gerstein lied that he was adequately supplied from his own farm, and so Pfannenstiel took the former's share as well as his own. Upon arrival in Warsaw, Gerstein set off immediately for Berlin, resolved to tell those who would listen of the ghastly sights he had witnessed. A modern ancient mariner, he began spreading the truth to incredulous colleagues. As a rock thrown into a pond creates ever-widening ripples, so did the tale of Kurt Gerstein. 4. The coming of spring 1942 saw almost no change in Germany's military situation. The Eastern Front remained stagnant, and Rommel was still not quite ready for his new desert offensive. There was little of cheer to report, except continuing Japanese victories, and Hitler's enthusiasm over these was dampened by his allies' polite but stubborn refusal to conduct the war as he saw it. Ribbentrop persistently pressed the Japanese, through Ambassador Oshima, to turn their major attack toward India, but to no avail. Nor was Hitler any more successful when he invited Oshima to Wolfschanze and repeated the request. The Wehrmacht, he said, was about to invade the Caucasus, and once that oil region was seized, the road to Persia would be open. Then the Germans and Japanese could catch all the British Far East forces in a giant pincers movement. It was tempting, but the Japanese declined the opportunity. They were already contemplating negotiations with the West. Prime Minister Tojo had been summoned to the palace and instructed by the Emperor not to miss any opportunity to terminate the war. Tojo summoned the German ambassador, General Eugen Ott, and suggested that their two nations secretly approach the Allies. He would fly to Berlin as a personal representative of the Emperor if Hitler would send a long-range bomber. The Führer's reply was polite but lukewarm. He could not take the risk of Tojo crashing in a German plane. Determined to defeat Russia even without the aid of Japan, Hitler proceeded as planned with his contemplated drive into the Caucasus. He stressed the importance of the area in words that alarmed his field commanders. "If they didn't seize the oil fields at Maikop and Grozny," he said, "I shall have to liquidate the war." The ambitious operation, codenamed Blau, was slowed for weeks by heavy spring rains, and it was not launched by Marshal von Bock until June 28th. 6 Hungarian and 17 German divisions drove toward Kursk. 48 hours later, the powerful Sixth Army, consisting of 18 divisions, struck just to the south. The Russians made the mistake of committing their tanks piecemeal, and within 48 hours the two German forces met, encircling large numbers of prisoners. Just ahead lay the Don and the strategic city of Voronezh. But Bock was reluctant to press the attack. He finally took the city on July 6th, but by this time Hitler was so disgusted with his dilatory tactics that he relieved him permanently. As Bock headed west into retirement, complaining of mistreatment, Hitler moved his headquarters deep into the Ukraine, occupying a camp in the woods a few miles northeast of Vinnytsia. Christened Werewolf by himself, it was an uncamouflaged collection of wooden huts located in a dreary area. There were no hills, no trees, simply an endless expanse of nothingness. Under the cloudless July sky, the heat was stifling, and this, in turn, markedly affected Hitler, contributing to the arguments and explosions which would reach unprecedented heights in the weeks to come. Perhaps the heat also contributed to a crucial mistake. Hitler quixotically decided to mount a major attack on Stalingrad, an industrial city on the Volga, while continuing the drive to the Caucasus. Halder, for one, complained openly that it was impossible to take both Stalingrad and the Caucasus simultaneously, and urged that they concentrate on the former alone. But Hitler remained convinced that the Russians were finished. There was deep concern within the Soviet High Command itself. Stalin replaced the commander of the Stalingrad front and ordered the city to be readied for a siege. As at Moscow and Leningrad, thousands of workers began constructing 3 lines of defense works around the city. Home Guard and worker battalions were sent west to back up retreating Red Army forces. The arguments at Werewolf intensified. After one stormy session, Hitler told his personal adjutant, "If I listen to Halder much longer, I'll become a pacifist." Debate became outright rancor on July 30th at the daily Führer conference, when Jodl solemnly stated that the fate of the Caucasus would be decided at Stalingrad, and that the 4th Panzer Army, earlier diverted to the former, must be returned to the latter. Hitler exploded, and then agreed to do so. If this tank army had never been shifted to the south, Stalingrad would probably have already been in German hands. But by now the Soviets had gathered enough strength in front of the Volga to slow, if not stem, the new assault. On such apparently minor decisions do great issues often depend. With Stalingrad invested by midsummer, the entire Soviet defense system might have been irrevocably split by winter. It was another revealing example of Hitler's dangerous dispersion of forces. First had come his insistence on striking simultaneously at both Leningrad and the Ukraine, before belatedly pressing on to Moscow. All this was accompanied by a further diffusion of energy through waging political and ideological warfare while pursuing his personal goal of exterminating Jews. Similarly, in the present dilemma, Stalingrad or the Caucasus, he was insisting on taking both, at the risk of taking neither. The ancient Greeks would have called it hubris, the overweening pride that eventually overtakes all conquerors. If Hitler had qualms over the jeopardy in which his overleaping ambition had placed the Wehrmacht, they were not apparent. A week later he was blandly assuring an Italian visitor that Stalingrad and the Caucasus would both be taken. His optimism seemed to be well-founded. The overall military situation was auspicious. Rommel had won an unexpected victory in North Africa by taking Tobruk, the linchpin to the British defences, and then pushing on to El Alamein, only 65 miles from Alexandria. This triumph was followed by announcement of an even greater one at Midway. Hitler had believed the Japanese, whose communiques had been much more accurate than those of the Americans. But this time it turned out to be his ally who grossly exaggerated. Nippon had not only lost 4 carriers and the cream of her naval aviators, but the tide of battle in the Pacific had swung. The extent of defeat was confirmed by the news that the Americans had just landed in force on Guadalcanal, a strategic island deep inside Japan's defense perimeter. It was a colossal setback, and so unexpected that it was no wonder the arguments at Werewolf grew even more intense. A violent one erupted on August 24th, following Halder's request that a unit presently under heavy Soviet attack be permitted to withdraw to a shorter line. Hitler shouted that his Army Chief of Staff always came with the same proposal: withdrawal. I expect my commanders to be as tough as the fighting troops. Ordinarily, Halder could restrain his resentment, but today he retorted that brave Germans were falling in thousands simply because their commanders were not allowed to make reasonable decisions. Hitler recoiled. He stared fixedly, then said hoarsely, "Colonel General Halder, how dare you use language like that in front of me? Do you think you can teach me what the man at the front is thinking? What do you know about what goes on at the front? Where were you in the First World War? And you try to pretend to me that I don't understand what it's like at the front. I won't stand that. It's outrageous." The other military men sidled out of the conference room, heads bowed. It was obvious that Halder's days at Führer headquarters were numbered. By late August, fighting began in the northern outskirts of Stalingrad. Already set afire by heavy bombings, the city was temporarily cut off when the Red Army communication networks broke down. But apparent victory did not mellow Hitler. He felt he had been lied to by commanders in the field and deceived by those at his own headquarters. His suspicion of both groups was growing pathological, and he rarely listened to advice, never to criticism. Oppressed by the summer torpor, he began making hasty decisions in the grip of anger and recrimination. He was particularly incensed with Bock's replacement, Marshal List, and when he left the conference of August 31st, Hitler began to insult and revile him. List's days, too, were numbered. 5. Hitler's conviction that he was surrounded by traitors was confirmed by the discovery late in August of a spy ring, the Rote Kapelle, Red Orchestra, which was comprised of prominent Germans. This group had succeeded in informing Moscow about the attack on Maikop, the fuel situation in Germany, the location of chemical warfare materials in the Reich, and Hitler's insistence on taking Stalingrad. After wholesale arrests, 46 members of the ring, including Mildred Harnack, an American citizen, were executed. But secret information continued to flow to Moscow from another German spy, Rudolf Rössler, a publisher of leftist Catholic books in Lucerne. Rössler, whose code name was Lucy, had informants inside Germany, including General Fritz Thiele, the No. 2 man in the OKW signal organizations. and his reports, consequently, were far more important than those of the Rote Kapelle. He could provide the Red Army with the German daily order of battle. Hitler suspected there was a spy at Führer headquarters, since all his moves seemed to be anticipated. Suspicion bred irritability, and his military leaders took the brunt of it. The argument on September 7th was the most tempestuous of all. That morning Hitler sent Jodl, one of the few staff officers still in his good graces, to the Caucasus, to find out why List was making such slow progress in the mountain passes leading out to the Black Sea. After a long interview with List and the commander of the Mountain Corps, Jodl concluded that the situation was hopeless. He flew back to Vinnytsia and reported that List was adhering strictly to the instructions he had received. The Führer jumped to his feet. "That's a lie," he shouted, and accused Jodl of having colluded with List. He was only supposed to transmit orders. Never had Jodl seen such an outburst of rage from a human being. Stung, he struck back. If Hitler had wanted a mere messenger, he said, why hadn't he sent a young lieutenant? Infuriated that Jodl had wounded him in the presence of others, Hitler stalked out of the room, casting glares at everyone. More convinced than ever that he was the victim of lies, Hitler shut himself up in his bunker. The briefing conferences now took place in his hut. He pointedly refused to shake hands with any staff officer. The atmosphere of the meetings was glacial, with stenographers recording every word of the Führer's instructions. He was determined that never again would his orders be disputed. It was also the end of the camaraderie at mealtimes that he cherished. From now on, the Führer ate alone in his room, attended only by Blondie, the Alsatian bitch which Bormann had recently given him to take his mind off escalating problems. The military community of Vinnytsia waited in anxious silence. No one felt secure. On September 9th, Hitler summarily removed List and took personal command of Army Group A. Then came rumours that Halder, Jodl and Keitel were soon to be released. Although the latter had never been on intimate terms with General Vallimont, he now sought out his advice. Was it possible, he forced himself to ask, to keep his position and retain his self-respect? "Only you can answer that," replied Vallimont in embarrassment. He recalled how petrified Keitel had become the time Hitler angrily threw a file on the table. As it tumbled to the floor, the Chief of Staff, forgetting his exalted position, had stood petrified, as if he were a junior officer. It was a typical case, thought Vallimont, of a man given a position for which he was unqualified. Poor Keitel had overreached himself. It was tragic, since he had never wanted the job. At conferences, Hitler continued to display dogged confidence. When General von Weichs of Army Group B and General Friedrich Paulus, the field commander whose task it was to take Stalingrad, warned of the extremely long and lightly held Don front on the northern flank, the Führer made light of their concern. He assured them that the Russians were at the end of their resources, and the resistance at Stalingrad was a purely local affair. Since the Russians were no longer capable of launching a major counter-offensive, there was no real danger on the Don flank. The vital thing, he said, was to concentrate every available man and capture as quickly as possible the whole of Stalingrad itself and the banks of the Volga. That was why he proposed to reinforce Paulus' Sixth Army with 3 more divisions. This time there were some grounds for Hitler's optimism. Disorder was rampant among Soviet troops in the Stalingrad area. Numerous units between the Don and the Volga had already disintegrated as officers and troops deserted or fled to the rear. Columns of refugees, taking cattle and farm equipment with them, cluttered all roads to the east. One recently assigned commander found that his armour had vanished without orders, and that leading artillery, anti-tank and engineer commanders, some holding the rank of general, had decamped. By September 14th, disaster seemed imminent. Luftwaffe planes were already mining the Volga behind Stalingrad, as German infantrymen ranged through the centre of the city, seizing the main railroad station and driving as far as the waterfront. Abruptly, the Soviet defence stiffened. Reinforcements, ferried across the river, began challenging the Germans. On the 15th, the main railroad station changed hands several times, and Paulus felt obliged to narrow his attack. The fighting became listless, and this had a marked effect on Hitler, so Valimont noted upon his return to the briefing sessions after an absence of 2 weeks. As the Führer fixed him with a long, malevolent stare, Valimont thought, "The man's confidence has gone with realization that the Soviets cannot be beaten. That was why he could no longer abide those generals who had witnessed his faults, his errors, his illusions, and his daydreams. He trusts none of the generals," wrote Engel in his diary. "He would promote a major to a general and make him chief of staff if he only knew such a man. Nothing seems to suit him, and he curses himself for having gone to war with such poor generals." Hitler decided to rid himself of Halder, who had annoyed him above all others as a prophet of doom, but whom he tolerated for his competence. The end came on September 24th. "You and I have been suffering from nerves," said Hitler. "Half of my exhaustion is due to you. It is not worthwhile going on. We need National Socialist ardour now, not professional ability. I cannot expect this of an officer of the old school such as you." Tears welled in Halder's eyes, a sign of weakness to Hitler, further grounds for dismissal. Halder said not a word in his own behalf. He rose when Hitler finished his tirade. "I am leaving," he said simply, and walked out of the room with dignity. He was convinced that Hitler was dominated by feminine characteristics. The intuition which mastered him instead of pure logic, he later wrote, was only one of the many proofs of this fact. As a replacement, Hitler wanted the antithesis of Halder, and chose Kurt Zeitzler. A newly appointed Major General, he had none of the advantages of seniority and authority enjoyed by Halder, and it seemed doubtful he could have much influence with OKW and the Army Group commanders. But Zeitzler's relative youth and inexperience made him all the more attractive to the Führer. He promoted Zeitzler 2 grades to Colonel General. In appearance he did not fit the role. An extremely short, heavy man, he seemed to be constructed of 3 balls. But in his first meeting with Hitler, in the presence of some 20 officers, Zeitzler did not fawn. He listened stolidly as the Führer excoriated the General Staff for doubts and fears. Once the scorching attack, aimed at almost everyone in the room, ended, Zeitzler said, "Mein Führer, if you have any further objections to the General Staff, please tell them to me under 4 eyes, but not in the presence of so many other officers. Otherwise, you must seek a new Chief of the General Staff." He saluted and marched out of the room. The other officers waited for the expected explosion, but Hitler was impressed. "Eh?" he said with a little grin. "He will be back, yeah?" Those expecting a new spirit of defiance at Führer headquarters were quickly disillusioned. In his inaugural address to the officers of OKH, Zeitzler said, "I require the following from every staff officer. He must believe in the Führer and in his method of command. He must, on every occasion, radiate this confidence to his subordinate and those around him. I have no use for anybody on the General Staff who cannot meet these requirements." Reassured that he had at last found the right Army Chief of Staff, Hitler set out for Berlin to make another speech. It came on the last day of September at the Sportpalast rally for winter relief. Eagerly awaited by a hand-picked audience which had no idea what their Führer would say, it was a short, uninspired speech, delivered without the usual sparkle. It struck many foreign listeners as pure bombast of no import, but they missed the implications of the anti-Semitic remarks that accompanied Hitler's pledge to take Stalingrad. Perhaps it was because his words about the Jews had been so oft repeated. For the 3rd time that year, he reiterated his prediction that if the Jews instigated an international war to exterminate the Aryan peoples, it would not be the Aryan peoples that would be annihilated, but Jewry itself. The motivation for this repetition was obscure, except to those privy to the secret of the final solution. Each mention was a public acknowledgment of his program of extermination. Each gave reassurance and authority to the elite charged with the task of mass murder. Noteworthy, too, was his repetition of the false date of the original prophecy. It was made on January 30th, 1939, not, as he kept saying, on the 1st of September. This could not have been a slip of the tongue, since Hitler repeated it 3 times. By changing the date to that of the attack on Poland, the beginning of the Second World War, he linked his racial program to the war. He was preparing the people for the hard truth they must eventually face. The extermination of the Jews was an integral part of the war from the very first day of combat. He was also announcing, if obscurely, that his twin program, the Final Solution and Lebensraum, was progressing as planned. His listeners left the auditorium with a generally uneasy impression. They themselves had contributed the only lift to the meeting, the unison rendition of The Song of the Eastern Campaign, whose melody even foreign correspondents found extremely moving. We have been standing guard for Germany, keeping the eternal watch. Now at last the sun is rising in the east, calling millions into battle. Their spirit was not shared by a number of officials shocked by the repressive measures in the east. The most forceful rebukes came from Rosenberg's Ministry for the East Territories, and these despite its chief's reluctance to do battle with the formidable combine of Himmler, Bormann, and Erich Koch, the Reich Commissar for the Ukraine. The last, a former railroad conductor, had delusions of grandeur, and rode around in a horse-drawn carriage like a little emperor. Cowed by the ruthless measures of this trio, Rosenberg had recently made them a peace offering. He fired Georg Leibbrandt, symbol of his own more liberal principles for governing occupied areas. But remaining subordinates continued to increase pressure on Rosenberg to bypass Bormann and go directly to the Führer. They kept submitting new suggestions and reports. The most damning indictment of the Bormann-Himmler-Koch policy was a 13-page memorandum from Otto Bräutigam, who had spent 7 years in the Soviet Union. The Germans, he said, had been greeted as liberators, but the occupied peoples soon discovered that the slogan "liberation from Bolshevism" was merely a blind for enslavement. Instead of gaining allies against Stalinism, the Germans were creating bitter enemies. Our policy, charged Bräutigam, has forced both Bolsheviks and Russian nationalists into a common front against us. The Russian fights today with exceptional bravery and self-sacrifice for nothing more or less than recognition of his human dignity. There was only one solution, concluded Bräutigam. The Russian people must be told something concrete about their future. If Hitler ever read this memorandum, he never followed its advice. He was determined to win or lose on his own terms. 6. November proved to be a month of disaster for Germany, with the enemy scoring victories in both east and west. Since conquest of Egypt was low among Hitler's priorities, he had made defeat in North Africa inevitable by failing to send Rommel sufficient supplies and reinforcements. With the pyramids practically in sight, the Desert Fox was forced into defensive warfare. When his southern section, held by Italians, was pierced by British General Montgomery, Rommel radioed for permission to retreat. On the evening of November 2nd, the Führer sent his reply. "Do not fall back 1 inch. The troops must triumph or die." Just before receiving this message, Rommel radioed that he had been forced to withdraw. In fact, a retreat had been underway for 5 hours. This information reached OKW at 3 a.m., and since the operations staff duty officer knew nothing of Hitler's original message, he did not think it important enough to pass on to the Führer. Hitler, of course, was angry that he had not been awakened. He summoned Valimont, but as the deputy operations chief started down the path toward his office, Keitel shouted from a distance, in a highly unmilitary manner, "You, Valimont, come here. Hitler doesn't want to ever see you again." He was informed that he was relieved of his post. Rommel's retreat, an augury of total defeat in the desert, was closely followed on November 7th by a disturbing report. A huge armada of Allied ships had entered the Mediterranean and was approaching the north coast of Africa. Although these ships had been sighted outside Gibraltar for several days, Hitler and OKW had assumed they were bound for Sardinia or Sicily. The main reason for German surprise, explained Jodl, probably was that we did not expect such a political false play after the upright, one can properly say noble treatment which France had received from Germany since the collapse in the forest of Compiègne. For this landing was only possible in agreement with the French and not against the will of France. Hitler neither bothered to make excuses nor reflected the alarm of his military commanders. He cut short the midday briefing conference and, accompanied by most of the high-ranking population of Wolfschanze, boarded his special train. Their destination was Munich, the occasion the 19th anniversary of the putsch. While the Führer slept, the first American and British troops landed on the beaches of Morocco and Algeria. Early reports indicated the French were repelling the landings, and Hitler chided his advisers for their initial panic. To their dismay, he ordered reinforcements sent to Crete at the other end of the Mediterranean. Outwardly, at least, he was more concerned about the address he was to make to old comrades at the Löwenbräukeller at 6 p.m. It was a fighting speech, defending himself against the charge that his insistence on taking the city, which happens to bear the name of Stalin, was as costly to the German army as Verdun. He warned that he was no Wilhelm II, a weakling who had surrendered the Reich's vast eastern conquests because of a few traitors' sudden desire for an accommodation with the West. All our enemies may rest assured that while the Germany of that time laid down its arms at 11:45, I, on principle, have never finished before 5 minutes past 12. By evening, the reports from Africa were too grim for Hitler to ignore. He ordered Ribbentrop to summon Mussolini for an immediate conference. Roused from bed for the second time within 24 hours, Ciano was persuaded to waken Mussolini. But Il Duce refused to make the trip to Bavaria. Already ill, he did not relish facing the Führer under the shadow of defeat. By the time his substitute, Ciano, arrived in Munich, Hitler had accepted the significance of the Africa landings. It was clear to him that the god of war had now turned from Germany and gone over to the other camp. At the same time, he reacted violently to Ribbentrop's suggestion that Stalin be approached through Madame Kollontai, the Soviet ambassador in Stockholm, a proposal that most of the conquered territories in the East be given up, if need be, brought the Führer to his feet. "All I want to discuss," he said, with a violence that terrorized Ribbentrop, "is Africa, nothing else." He also rejected another Japanese attempt to secure a peace with Russia, as well as a formal request for the Germans to go over to the defensive in the East and shift the bulk of their forces to the West. "I understand Japanese reasoning," Hitler told Ambassador Oshima. "It was a good idea, but impossible to execute. In such cold country it was extremely difficult to dig defensive positions. But this was merely rhetoric, designed to make refusal palatable to an ally. Any accommodation with Stalin was impossible for a man whose program stood or fell on victory over Bolshevism. And if he could not have victory in the East, Hitler was condemned by his mission to hold back the Red Army until he could rid Europe of Jews. There were increasing rumors in Berlin that Hitler had gone mad. At one large gathering, the wife of Reichsminister Funk reportedly told the wife of Reichsminister Frick, "The Führer is leading us headlong into disaster." "Yes," replied Frau Frick, "the man is insane." This opinion was echoed by Dr. Ferdinand Sauerbruck, the noted surgeon. He told friends that during a recent visit to the Führer he had heard an old and broken Hitler muttering such disjointed phrases as, "I must go to India," or, "For one German who is killed, 10 of the enemy must die." 7. Hitler faced another defeat at Stalingrad. For weeks the Sixth Army of Paulus had made little progress. Advances were measured in yards, and the cost of each yard was exorbitant. Both Paulus and Lieutenant Colonel Reinhard Gehlen, Chief of Intelligence in the East, warned of dangerous enemy concentrations to the north. While it is not possible to make any overall assessment of the enemy situation, with the picture as uncertain as it is at present, reported Gehlen on November 12th, we must expect an early attack on the Romanian Third Army, with the interruption of our railroad to Stalingrad as its objective, so as to endanger all German forces further to the east, and to compel our forces in Stalingrad to withdraw. Hitler was at the Berghof and did not read this ominous report. But he too was concerned about the Romanians and specifically asked if something was brewing in their area. The answer was no, repeatedly no, recalled Puttkamer, who attended every military conference that week. Since bad news notoriously travels slowly, the Führer was not informed of the gravity of the situation. There was still some doubt as to the strength of the Soviet build-up, and the High Command, stung by a recent Hitler criticism that it repeatedly overestimated the enemy, was reluctant to repeat their timorous miscalculations in Poland and France. At dawn, November 19th, 40 Soviet divisions attacked the Romanians. The defenders fought ably and with gallantry, but were crushed by overwhelming numbers. The Army Group B commander reacted quickly. First he ordered Paulus to cease attacking Stalingrad and prepare units to meet the threat to his left flank. Then, once it became obvious that the Romanians would collapse, he suggested immediate withdrawal of the Sixth Army. Hitler peremptorily vetoed this. Convinced by earlier reports that the Soviets had been bled to the point of death and this counter-offensive was only a last gasp, he ordered the men at Stalingrad to stand firm. Help was on the way. The reassuring words did not reflect the state of disarray within Hitler's headquarters itself. Major Engel recorded in his diary that there was complete confusion. Führer himself completely unsure what is to be done. During these trying hours he incessantly paced the great hall of the Berghof, inveighing against his commanders for repeating the same old mistakes. The tanks he had sent so reluctantly into the battle had already been thrown back, and by November 21st the Romanians, half of whose tanks had been disabled by mice which had gnawed through wires, were cut off. Absolute dismay, hastily scrawled one Romanian officer in his diary. What sins have we or our forebears committed? Why must we suffer so? Only that day did Paulus and his chief of staff, Major General Arthur Schmidt, realize their own peril. The appearance of Soviet tanks a few miles from their battle headquarters confirmed that vital links in Sixth Army lines of communication had been captured. After hastily transferring his own headquarters, Paulus asked permission to withdraw. His superior approved the proposal and passed it on to OKW. At the evening's conference in the Berghof, Jodl proposed a general evacuation of the Sixth Army, but again the Führer said no. No matter what happens, we must hold the area around Stalingrad. The next morning, the 22nd, the two arms of a tremendous Soviet pincer movement met, encircling the entire Sixth Army. More than 200,000 of Germany's finest troops, along with 100 tanks, 1,800 big guns, and more than 10,000 vehicles were caught in a giant kessel, cauldron. At a Sixth Army conference that morning, someone suggested they break out to the southwest. "We can't," said Chief of Staff Schmidt, "because we haven't got the necessary fuel. And if we tried, we should end up with a catastrophe like that of Napoleon. Sixth Army," he added, "would have to go into a hedgehog defense." By afternoon, the situation had worsened so much that Schmidt began to question his own argument. At this point, Paulus received fresh orders. Stand fast and await further orders. "Well," said Paulus, turning to his chief of staff, "now we'll have time to think over what we ought to do. This we'll do separately. Meet me, please, in an hour's time, and we'll compare the conclusions we have reached." They were identical. Break out to the southwest. Hitler, now en route back to Wolfschanze, could not contemplate retreat. That evening he sent a personal message to Paulus. "Sixth Army must know," he said, "that I am doing everything to help and to relieve it. I shall issue my orders in good time." Paulus accepted the decision, but one of his corps commanders began a withdrawal on his own initiative, in order to force Paulus into ordering a general retreat. Paulus had authority to remove or arrest him, but did neither, since the situation was so critical. Ironically, once Hitler learned a retreat was under way, he put the blame on the innocent Paulus, and rewarded the guilty man, in whom he had great faith, by giving him an independent command. His suspicion of Paulus was one reason Hitler ignored a personal plea from the Sixth Army commander late on the night of November 23rd to break out of the trap. Instead, he chose to accept Goering's assurance that the Luftwaffe could keep the encircled Sixth Army supplied by air, despite the Reichsmarshal's poor performance record, and he dispatched a radio signal next morning ordering Paulus to hold at all costs, since supplies were coming by air. In a display of wishful thinking, Hitler eagerly seized upon Goering's rash promise and declared Stalingrad a fortress, thus sealing the fate of the almost 250,000 German and Allied troops. Having lost faith in Paulus's superior, Hitler turned over most of that commander's responsibility to Field Marshal von Manstein, whose ingenious invasion plan of the West had coincided so closely with his own. Manstein was to command a new force, Army Group Don, his task to halt the Soviet advance westward so as to take all pressure off the defenders of Stalingrad. Manstein sent a reassuring message to Paulus that noon. "We will do all we can to get you out of this mess." Paulus' present task, he added, was to maintain the Volga and North Front according to the Führer's order and prepare strong forces to break out to the rear. Taking this to mean the Sixth Army was to stand firm while Manstein opened up a corridor, Paulus and Schmidt abandoned their own plan to break out without Hitler's permission. 22 of the planes flying supplies to Stalingrad were shot down before the end of the day. On the 25th, another 9 were destroyed, and a mere 75 tons of food and armaments reached Paulus. Back at Wolfschanze, Army Chief of Staff Zeitzler braved Hitler's wrath on the 26th by suggesting that Paulus be given freedom of action, that is, to attempt to break out, or, that failing, have tacit permission to capitulate. Hitler rejected this proposal out of hand, agreeing only to a relief action on the part of Manstein. To all protests, the Führer referred to Goering's repeated hollow assurances of sufficient air supply. "We are horrified by so much optimism," noted Engel in his diary, "which even Luftwaffe General Staff officers do not share." That day, Paulus sent a handwritten letter to Manstein, thanking him for the recent promise to help Sixth Army. He told of his request to Hitler, asking for freedom of action if it should become necessary. "I wanted to have this authority," he explained, "in order to guard against issuing the only possible order in that situation too late. I have no means of proving that I should only issue such an order in an extreme emergency, and I can merely ask you to accept my word for this." Paulus got his answer from the Führer at 5 minutes before midnight. In a personal message to the men of the Sixth Army, Hitler ordered them to stand fast, with the assurance that he would do all in his power to send them relief. The relief operation, Winter Storm, was relatively stingy, consisting of a single thrust by 2 armoured divisions. Scheduled to begin in early December, there were so many delays in assembling this minimal force that it was not mounted until the morning of December 12th. As 230 tanks rolled northeast towards Stalingrad, some 60 miles different, there was very little resistance. In some places there were no Russians at all, and the Germans were puzzled. Even so, only 12 miles were made. The frozen ground began to melt under the sun's rays, and slopes were turned into slippery traps. At the noon conference, Hitler's first question was, "Has there been some disaster?" And, when told that the sole enemy attacks were at the sector held by Italian troops, began grumbling. "I've had more sleepless nights over this business in the south than anything else. One doesn't know what's going on." For 6 days, the men of Sixth Army anxiously waited for sight of friendly tanks, but all they could see were streams of Russians plodding west to stem Winter Storm. Manstein was equally depressed, and requested permission on the 18th for Paulus to break out, so that most of his men could be saved. Zeitzler very urgently approved the measure, but Hitler remained adamant, since the Italian Eighth Army had collapsed that day, opening a huge hole north of the relief force. The following afternoon, Manstein once more radioed Hitler for permission to break out Sixth Army. At first Hitler refused, but he showed signs of relenting under Zeitzler's continued urgings. His indecision encouraged some staff officers to hope against hope that Paulus, on his own responsibility, would attempt the breakout. Paulus would have done so if he could. He was prepared to disobey the Führer's original order, but by now had less than 100 tanks with fuel enough at best for 20 miles. Moreover, there was hardly enough ammunition for defense, let alone an offensive. He and Schmidt rested their hopes on the columns driving to their relief. But the tanks coming to their aid would get no farther east. On December 23rd, Manstein was forced to call off the relief attack, since one panzer division of this force had to be diverted to plug up the hole left by the fleeing Italians. At 5:40 p.m. he got in touch with Paulus by teleprinter and asked, if worst came to worst, could he break out? Did this mean, asked Paulus, that he was now authorized to initiate the move? Once it is launched, he said, there'll be no turning back. I can't give you full authority today, replied Manstein, but I hope to get a decision tomorrow. At his headquarters, Hitler remained reluctant to make it, and, on Christmas Eve, Manstein had only gloomy words and holiday wishes for the Sixth Army. That evening, Manstein radioed Volschanze that the stamina of the troops at Stalingrad had diminished considerably, and would continue to do so at an increasing rate. It might be possible to provide for the men a little longer, but then they would be quite incapable of fighting their way out. The end of the month is, in my opinion, the last possible date. Even as Manstein signed the message, he knew that Hitler would not listen. The Sixth Army was already doomed. Much as Paulus wanted to break out, he knew it would now be suicidal. He agreed with Manstein that it was the end. But should he explain the situation to his men? Troops without hope would not fight. Goebbels tried to give it to them in his New Year message. In an address directed specifically to frontline troops, he promised that 1943 would bring the Reich closer to its final victory, its ultimate victory. He spoke far more frankly to his staff. Propaganda for the coming months, he said, must avoid producing a basically defensive attitude among the people. Since the beginning of the war, our propaganda has taken the following mistaken line of development. First year of the war, we have won. Second year, we will win. Third year, we must win. Fourth year, we cannot be defeated. Such a development, he said, was disastrous. Instead, the German public must be made to realize that we are also able to win, because the prerequisites exist as soon as work and effort in the country are fully placed at the service of the war. It was a grim picture, and foreshadowed a Führer decree a fortnight later, ordering the total mobilization of the homeland for the war effort. 8. Just before the New Year, Hitler sent his personal pilot, Bauer, to the Stalingrad pocket with instructions to bring back General Hans Huber, commander of the 14th Panzer Corps. At Führer headquarters, the puzzled Huber, who had lost a hand in the First World War, was asked to give an accurate report of Sixth Army's position. Huber's fearless and blunt revelation of the desperate plight of his comrades impressed Hitler, who listened in silence. Much of this is new to me, he said, and promised to send the SS Panzer Corps presently in France to the relief of Stalingrad. In the meantime, the airlift would be increased at all costs. With deep emotion, the Führer vowed that he would turn the setback at Stalingrad into victory, just as he had done after last winter's crisis. Huber flew back to the battle, with orders to instill new hope in his comrades. He arrived on the 8th, the day enemy planes dropped leaflets containing a Soviet ultimatum to capitulate or die. Heartened by Huber's news, Paulus told his corps commanders that there could be no question of surrender. 2 days later, the main Soviet assault began, and Sixth Army's western front was slowly pushed back. Food and ammunition supplies rapidly dwindled. The daily ration of most big guns was a single round, and each man got a slice of bread and a little horse meat. The amount of supplies coming into the pocket remained far below that promised by Goering, and by now Hitler was disillusioned to the point of biting sarcasm, referring to him as this fellow Goering, this fat, well-fed pig. Perhaps the greatest insult was selecting a subordinate to reorganize the airlift and save Sixth Army. The Führer had already twice praised Field Marshal Milch as one who did not know the word impossible. In mid-January he was brought to Wolfschanze and instructed by Hitler to get 300 tons of supplies daily into the cauldron. To do so, he was given special powers, including authority to issue orders to any military command. Milch's energetic reforms raised the daily level of supply from 60 to 80 tons, and there was a glimmer of hope inside the pocket. But it soon became obvious that even Milch could do little better, and finally he himself realized his mission was impossible. By January 20th, the pocket, already reduced to half its size, showed unmistakable signs of disintegration, particularly in those areas where the fighting was fiercest. Moved by the suffering he saw with his own eyes, Paulus felt duty-bound to appeal once more to higher authority. That day he summoned Schmidt and 2 staff members for their opinion. Only one of the 3, an operations officer, favoured continuing the fight, and Paulus dispatched identical messages to Manstein and Führer headquarters, requesting permission, once operations were no longer possible, to avoid complete annihilation. Both Manstein and Zeitzler urged Hitler to reply favourably, but he continued to demand that Sixth Army fight to the last man. In a last desperate measure to bring him around, a major named Zitzewitz was flown out of Stalingrad to make a first-hand report of the hopeless situation. Hitler gripped both Zitzewitz's hands when he was presented on January 22nd. "You have come from a deplorable situation," he said, then talked of another relief drive through enemy lines by a battalion of new Panther tanks. Zitzewitz was flabbergasted. How could a battalion succeed where an entire panzer army had failed? During a pause in Hitler's dissertation, the major read off figures from a slip of paper he had prepared. He spoke movingly of the trapped men's hunger and frostbite, the dwindling supplies, the feeling that they had been written off. "My Führer," he concluded, "permit me to state that the troops at Stalingrad can no longer be ordered to fight to their last round, because they are no longer physically capable of fighting, and because they no longer have a last round." Hitler turned to him in surprise, and, Zitzewitz felt, stared straight through him. "Man recovers very quickly," Hitler said. He dismissed the major and ordered this message sent to Paulus: "Surrender out of the question. Troops will resist to the end." Hitler himself had gnawing doubts, but 2 days later his spirits were lifted by a startling announcement that Roosevelt had just called for the unconditional surrender of the Axis at the conclusion of an Allied conference in Casablanca. For some time the Germans believed Casablanca was the code name for the White House, and that the conference had taken place in Washington. By making any political settlement of the world conflict quite impossible, the President had handed Hitler an invaluable piece of propaganda to incite his people to resistance to the end. It was a ray of hope, for Hitler himself had been forced at last to accept the hopeless situation at Stalingrad. He had reportedly ordered Chief Adjutant Schmundt to fly to Stalingrad and give Paulus a pistol to use on himself at the last moment. Isolated groups of Germans were already surrendering in considerable numbers, but Paulus himself stood firm. He told 2 divisional commanders who brought up the subject of capitulation that the general situation did not permit such action. They must obey the Führer's injunction to hold out to the last possible moment. His own decision weighed heavily on his conscience, since he knew the torments his men were suffering. Until recently, their fighting spirit had been remarkable. With faith in their leaders, they had taken it for granted that relief was coming. Today, the 10th anniversary of the National Socialist takeover, an air of hopelessness pervaded the air. There was no place to put the newly wounded, since every cellar in Stalingrad was crowded almost to suffocation. The supply of drugs, medicines, and bandages was fast disappearing. It was no longer possible to bury the dead in the frozen ground. Forcing himself to rise to the occasion of the day, Paulus radioed Hitler, "On the anniversary of your assumption of power, the Sixth Army sends greetings to the Führer. The swastika still flutters over Stalingrad. May our struggle stand as an example to generations as yet unborn, never to surrender, however desperate the odds. Then Germany will be victorious." In another personal message, Paulus informed the Führer that his nephew, Leo Raubel, was wounded. Should he be evacuated by air? The reply was negative. As a soldier he must remain with his comrades. Thus the brother of Hitler's true love, Gailey, was consigned to almost certain death. In a final letter Paulus wrote his wife, a Romanian of noble birth, "I stand and fight. These are my orders." On the evening of January 30th he armed himself with a rifle for his last battle. Then came word from Wolfschanze that the Führer had promoted him to the rank of Field Marshal. It was an honor that every officer dreamed of, yet at this moment it seemed of little consequence. The promotion was followed, after midnight, by a message from Zeitzler, which was its price tag. The Führer asks me to point out that each day the fortress of Stalingrad can continue to hold out is of importance. Just before dawn of the 31st, Chief of Staff Schmidt peered out a window and in the glare of innumerable fires saw an incredible sight. In the marketplace a large group of German and Russian soldiers were standing together, smoking cigarettes, talking animatedly. Schmidt told Paulus that the end had come. Further local resistance was senseless unless they were willing to fire at their own troops. Paulus agreed that surrender was the only alternative. Within the hour, the two men were in a Soviet car bound for the headquarters of General M.S. Shumilov's 64th Army. When Shumilov suggested they go to lunch, Paulus said he could not eat a bite until the Russians promised to provide food and medicine for his men. "We are human," said Shumilov sympathetically. "Of course we will do all this." They stepped outside. It was bitter cold, but the sun shone brilliantly. Shumilov spread his arms. Ah, a wonderful spring day. At lunch, Shumilov proposed a toast to victory for the Red Army. After some hesitation, Paulus held up his glass. "I drink to the victory of German arms." Affronted, Shumilov put down his own glass, then said good-naturedly, "Forget it. Prosit." Early the following morning, February 1st, Moscow announced the surrender of Paulus and Schmidt. At the midday conference, Zeitzler could not believe this was true, but Hitler had no doubts. "They have surrendered there formally and absolutely," he insisted. "Otherwise they would have closed ranks, formed a hedgehog, and shot themselves with their last bullets." Zeitzler continued to express doubt that Paulus had capitulated. Perhaps he was lying somewhere, badly wounded. "No, it is true," said Hitler. "They'll be brought straight to Moscow and put into the hands of the GPU, and they'll blurt out orders for the Northern Pocket to surrender too." He rambled on, commending those military men who, unlike Paulus, ended their problems with a shot in the head. How easy it is to do that. A revolver makes it easy. What cowardice to be afraid of that. Ha! Better be buried alive. And in a situation like this, where he knows well enough that his death would set the example for behavior in the pocket next door. If he sets an example like this, one can hardly expect people to go on fighting. He continued to berate Paulus. "What hurts me the most, personally, is that I promoted him to Field Marshal. I wanted to give him this final satisfaction. That's the last Field Marshal I shall appoint in this war. You mustn't count your chickens before they're hatched. I don't understand it at all. When a man sees so many men die, I must really say, how easy it is for our—" His words became incoherent. He can't have thought of that. It's ridiculous, a thing like this. So many men have to die, and then a man like this besmirches the heroism of so many others. He could have got out of his vale of tears and into eternity, and been immortalized by the nation. But he'd rather go to Moscow. What kind of a choice is that? It just doesn't make any sense. The next day, the Northern Pocket surrendered. The Soviets claimed the capture of 91,000 prisoners, including 24 generals and 2,500 officers. Thanks in large part to Hitler's own brutal treatment of Soviet prisoners, these men were treated inhumanely. Reportedly more than 400,000 German, Italian and Romanian prisoners of war died between February and April 1942. Starvation was the chief cause of death, and cannibalism became a common practice. The strong alone survived, and these lived on excrement from which undigested corn and mullet was picked and washed. Only a few thousand of those captured at Stalingrad would ever return to Germany. One was Paulus, who pleased the Soviets by publicly condemning Hitler and Nazism. After visiting the wreckage of Stalingrad, General Charles de Gaulle remarked to a correspondent, "Ah, Stalingrad, a remarkable people, a very great people." The correspondent assumed he was talking of the Russians. "Oh, mais non, I'm not speaking of the Russians, but of the Germans. To have come so far." Chapter 26. The Family Circle, 1943. 1. After the traumatic scene with Jodl, Hitler retreated to his bunker at Werewolf. Here he ate and slept in solitude, his sole companion Blondie, the Alsatian bitch. As the Battle of Stalingrad approached its climax, the Führer returned to Wolfschanze and slowly emerged from solitary confinement. Occasionally he would invite an adjutant or visitor from Berlin to share his meagre repast. As the group enlarged to include the secretaries and other select members of the family circle, the meals were transferred back to the communal dining hall. The military leaders were still excluded, and he still refused to shake hands with them at briefings. For their part, they felt constrained in his presence, most considering him a tyrant and more than a little mad. Even in the depths of his depression, the Führer had treated his adjutants with polite consideration, and his interest in the younger ones, like Richard Schulze, a former Ribbentrop aide, was avuncular. This was the side of Hitler that the Halders never knew. They did not see the man who could be gracious to servants and at ease with chauffeurs and secretaries. Isolation from the military drove him even closer to this family circle, and so his new secretary, Gertraud Humps, had a special opportunity to get to know her Führer. She was brought to the Wolfschanze early that winter to replace the attractive and ebullient Gerda Daranowski. Dara had left a job with Elizabeth Arden to work for Hitler, and now was marrying his Luftwaffe liaison officer. Traudl Humps, the granddaughter of a general, was 22, naive and impressionable. She was so nervous the first time she took dictation that Hitler soothed her as if she were a child. "You don't have to get excited," he said. "I myself will make far more mistakes during the dictation than you will." She was summoned again on January 3, 1943. This time, Hitler asked if she would like the job of permanent private secretary. It was an exciting and flattering offer, and, without hesitation, she accepted it. She soon became accustomed to this new, strange world. With no full office routine or fixed duty time, she had leisure to spend much of the day wandering in the snow-covered forest. She particularly enjoyed watching her new employer play with Blondie in the morning. The big dog would jump through hoops, leap over a 6-foot wooden wall, climb up a ladder, then beg at the top. Whenever Hitler noticed Traudl, he would come over, shake hands, and ask how she was doing. This affable Hitler was not in evidence at the military briefings. After the fall of Stalingrad, his irascibility was such that attendance at situation conferences was kept to a minimum. Guderian, who hadn't seen the Führer since the failure to take Moscow, noticed that, while he hadn't aged greatly, he easily lost his temper and raged, and was then unpredictable in what he said and decided. At mealtimes he managed to control his temper with the family circle, but his conversation deteriorated in quality. After Stalingrad, recalled Fräulein Schröder, Hitler would not listen to music anymore, and every evening we had to listen to his monologues instead. But his table talk was by now as overplayed as his gramophone records. It was always the same: his early days in Vienna, the campsite, the history of man, the microcosm and the macrocosm. On every subject we all knew in advance what he would say. In the course of time these monologues bored us. But world affairs and events at the front were never mentioned. Everything to do with the war was taboo. In Berlin, Goebbels proclaimed a 3-day mourning in honor of Stalingrad's dead. During that period, all places of entertainment, including theaters and cinemas, were closed. He also began preparing the nation for hard times ahead. Everywhere, on trains, walls, shop windows, and billboards, was splattered the slogan, "The wheels must turn only for victory." On February 15th, he issued a decree addressed to Reichsleiters, Gauleiters, and all army headquarters, demanding complete mobilization for victory. That same day, in a speech at Düsseldorf entitled, "Do You Want Total War?" he all but announced Hitler's final solution. 2,000 years of Western civilization, he said, were in danger from a Russian victory, one forged by international Jewry. There were cries from the audience of "hang them," and Goebbels promised that Germany would retaliate with the total and radical extermination and elimination of Jewry. This brought wild shouts and manic laughter. The gravity of the military situation was underlined next day in a letter from Bormann to his wife, whom he addressed as his dearest mummy girl. Should the war take a turn for the worse, either now or at some later stage, it would be better for you to move to the West, because you simply must do everything in your power to keep our children out of any danger. In due course, they will have to carry on the work of the future. On the 18th, Goebbels again presented his theme of total war in a speech at the Sportpalast to a select audience of trusted party members. It was a staged affair in every detail. The crowd arrived in civilian clothes rather than uniforms for the visual effect. The songs they sang, their shouts of approval, their spoken choruses were admirably orchestrated. On the podium, Goebbels was more actor than orator, and what he said was not as important as how he said it. In a rhetorical tour de force, he raised his listeners to such frenzy that when he shouted, "Do you want total war? Do you want total war? Do you want it, if necessary, to be even more total and radical than can even be imagined today?" the response was a mighty chorus of yas. And when he asked, "Do you accept the fact that anyone who detracts from the war effort will lose his head?" there was thundering approval. "What an hour of idiocy," he later cynically remarked to his entourage. "If I had told these people to jump from the 4th floor of the Columbus House, they would have done it." So dedicated was Goebbels to the concept of total war that he took it upon himself to organize the highest ranks of the party into an ad hoc committee of action. Early in March, he drove up to Goering's home on the Obersalzberg to enlist his help. Matters, he said, would have to be taken out of the Führer's hands. Hitler had aged 15 years since the war, and it was tragic that he had become such a recluse and led such an unhealthy life. It was essential, therefore, that they make up for the present lack of leadership in domestic and foreign policy. One must not bother the Führer with everything. He impressed upon Goering that war must be waged politically, and that the political leadership of the Reich must be transferred to the Ministerial Council for the Defense of the Reich. Its membership should be bolstered by ruthless men dedicated to victory at all costs. Goebbels reassured Goering that they would be acting in Hitler's behalf. "We have no other ambition than that of supporting each other and of forming a solid phalanx around the Führer. The Führer sometimes wavers in his decisions if the same matter is brought to him from different sides. Nor does he always react to people as he should. That's where he needs help." Goering promised to do his best to bring Himmler into their group, and Goebbels revealed that he had already won over such important officials as Funk, Lai, and Speer, all men of unparalleled fidelity to the Führer. "The cause is greater than any of us, that goes without saying. The men who helped the Führer win the revolution will now have to help him win the war. They were not bureaucrats then, they must not be bureaucrats today." Goering never considered approaching Director of Air Armament Field Marshal Milch. Besides lacking qualification as a National Socialist, he made no secret of his opposition to the Reichsmarschall. A few days after the conspiratorial Goering-Goebbels conversation, Milch took the opportunity, while dining alone with Hitler, to advise replacement of Goering, whom he suspected of reverting to narcotics. He also had the nerve to tell the latest Goering-Goebbels joke. When those two went to heaven, St. Peter ordered the first to run to a distant cloud and back as punishment for lying so often. St. Peter then looked around for Goebbels. "Where is the little one with the club foot?" he asked. "Oh," explained an angel, "he returned to earth for his motorcycle." After supper, Milch said that he had a long list of recommendations and hoped the Führer would not be offended by his frankness. First, he urged Hitler to abandon the offensive designed to retake Kursk and go over to the defense. The Wehrmacht was weak, supplies were scanty, and lines must be shortened. "You cannot persuade me," said Hitler mildly, and made a dot on his pad. The next response was just as radical. Hitler should cancel his daily staff discussions and appoint a new chief of the General Staff, Manstein, for instance. Give him control of all fronts, not only one area. All under your command. You remain supreme commander while he acts as your assistant. Hitler said nothing, but made another pencil mark that Milch took for nervousness. For another hour, the Field Marshal listed equally provoking suggestions. Finally, he came to the last and most unpalatable one. "Mein Führer," he said, "Stalingrad has been the gravest crisis for both Reich and Wehrmacht. You simply must act decisively to bring Germany out of this war. I assure you many agree with me. There is still time. You must act at once. Do so without ceremony, but, above all, act now." It was past midnight. Milch was sweating from exertion and apprehension. He apologized for annoying the Führer with 20 contradictions. Hitler glanced at the dots on his pad. "You have contradicted me 24 times, not 20, he said. He did not seem at all angry or even upset. "I thank you for telling me this. No one else has given me such a clear picture." 2. Correspondent Louis Lochner had already made several attempts to inform Roosevelt of the resistance movement inside the Reich. In hopes of convincing Roosevelt that not all Germans were Nazis, Lochner was prepared to give him the radio code of 2 separate groups opposed to Hitler, so that Roosevelt could inform them directly what political administration in Germany would be acceptable to the Allies. After failing to reach the President through his appointment secretary, Lochner wrote a personal note revealing the existence of these codes and emphasizing that they could be handed over to Roosevelt alone. There was no reply, but several days later Lochner was informed that his insistence was viewed by official sources as most embarrassing. Would he please desist? What Lochner did not know was that the President's refusal to see him was official American policy, in line with unconditional surrender, designed not only to withhold encouragement to German resistors, but to avoid any important contact. Recognition of the existence of any anti-Hitler movement within Germany was forbidden. The resistance was discouraged, but continued to plot the overthrow of Hitler. It was agreed that seizure of power alone was not sufficient. The Führer himself must first be assassinated, and General Oster and his group selected General Henning von Treschow, Field Marshal von Kluge's chief of staff, as executioner. He decided to lure Hitler up front, then plant a bomb in his plane that would explode on the return flight. On the evening of March 13, 1943, one of Treschow's junior officers, Fabian von Schlabrendorf, arrived at the airport with a parcel supposedly containing 2 bottles of brandy. It was a bomb made from British plastic explosives. Using a key, Schlabrendorf pressed down hard on the fuse, triggering the bomb. Moments later, he delivered the parcel to a colonel in Hitler's party who had promised to deliver it to a friend at Wolfschanze. The Führer boarded the plane and it took off. The bomb was expected to explode above Minsk, but 2 hours passed without news of any accident. Then came word that the plane had landed safely in Rastenburg. The conspirators were confounded. Now they had to retrieve the erratic bomb before it exploded or was discovered. Schlabrendorf did so, and discovered that its firing pin had been released, but the detonator was a dud. A few days later, the conspirators tried again. Near midnight, March 20th, in a room at a Berlin hotel, the Eden, Schlabrendorf turned over plastic explosives to Colonel Rudolf Christoph Freiherr von Gersdorf, Kluge's chief of intelligence. His mission was suicidal. He was to approach the Führer at tomorrow's celebration of Heroes' Memorial Day at the Zeughaus in Berlin and blow himself and Hitler to bits. The next day, Gersdorf appeared at the Zeughaus, a bomb in each overcoat pocket. At 1 p.m. Hitler arrived, and after listening to a passage from Bruckner by the Berlin Symphony, he gave a short speech in the inner court. As he headed for the exhibition hall where captured Russian trophies were on display, Gersdorf reached into his left pocket and broke the acid capsule of the British fuse, which needed at least 10 minutes to detonate. Hitler was accompanied by Himmler, Keitel, Goering, and a dozen others, but the would-be assassin had no difficulty getting to his left side. Schwund had assured Gersdorf that the Führer would spend half an hour at the exhibit, but he showed little interest, and to Gersdorf's consternation was out of the building in 5 minutes. There was no possibility of following, and Gersdorf knew he had only another 5 minutes to dispose of the fuse without being observed. He elbowed his way to the corridor. Finally he found a men's room. Fortunately it was empty. He hastily removed the fuse from his pocket and, seconds before it was due to explode, flushed it down the toilet and left the building with the bombs. Although the Gestapo had no suspicion of these 2 attempts against the Führer's life, they suspected that traitors infested the Abwehr. 15 days later they arrested Hans von Dognani at Abwehr headquarters. Oster managed to destroy most of the papers incriminating himself, but before long he too was placed under arrest. The conspirators had lost not only an able leader, but their best means of communicating with each other and any friends in the West. 3. Early that April, Hitler and his entourage boarded the train for Berchtesgaden, which would be a welcome respite from the gloomy surroundings at the Wolfschanze. It was a clear, mild winter night, and as they left the snow-covered forest of Rastenburg, Traudl-Humps was a bit saddened to leave, yet exhilarated by the promise of new experiences. There was every comfort on the train, including a special car equipped with showers and bathtubs. The food was excellent, and the seats could be converted into comfortable beds. As the train rolled quietly toward its destination the next morning, she thought of other trains in the Reich, without light or heat, their passengers uncomfortable and hungry. Her thoughts were interrupted by an invitation to join the Führer for lunch. The following morning she breakfasted in less exalted company. The gossip among the servants and secretaries was about Eva Braun, who was to board the train at Munich. To them she was the lady at the Berghof, and as such was silently accepted by all guests. That is, except by the wives of Ribbentrop, Goering, and Goebbels. The first ignored her regally, the other 2 snubbed her openly, despite Hitler's request that she be treated with respect. Traudl was given a tour of the Berghof by one of the older secretaries. They started on the 2nd floor where the Führer lived. The walls of the hallway were decorated with paintings by the old masters, beautiful pieces of sculpture, and exotic vases. Everything, thought Traudl, was wonderful, but strange and impersonal. There was deadly silence, since the Führer still slept. In front of one door were 2 black Scotch terriers, Eva's dogs, Stasi and Negus. Next came Hitler's bedroom. The 2 rooms, it seemed, were connected by a large bathroom, and it was apparent they lived discreetly as man and wife. Traudl was taken downstairs to the large living room, which was separated from the famous picture window room by a heavy velvet curtain. The furnishings were luxurious, but despite the beautiful Gobelin and thick carpets, she got the impression of coldness. The accommodations were far superior to those of Wolfschanze, but here she felt ill at ease. While she was treated as a guest, she was not there of her own free will, but as an employee. The daily schedule at the Berghof was something of a strain, even though it never varied. Hitler's noon briefing rarely ended before mid-afternoon, and it was usually 4 p.m. before the last officer left, and the Führer entered the living room where his hungry guests were gathered. As if by signal, Eva would then make her appearance, accompanied by her 2 scampering dogs. Hitler would kiss her hand before greeting each guest with a handshake. The transformation of man of state, burdened by the tragedies of battle, to jovial host eager to please guests and helpmate, was unexpected and somewhat ludicrous. His private life, in fact, was not much different from that of a very successful businessman. The men addressed Eva with a slight bow and a polite gnädiges Fräulein. The women called her Fräulein Braun. Several seemed very intimate, particularly Hertha Schneider, a school friend. The women began an animated discussion on children, fashion, and personal experiences. Finally, Hitler interrupted, ridiculing Eva's dogs as hand-sweepers. She blithely retorted that Hitler's dog Blondie was a calf. The banal pleasantries, enlivened by not so much as an aperitif, were ended when Hitler escorted one of the ladies to the table. They were followed by Bormann and Eva, who heartily disliked him, primarily for his flagrant philandering. "Anything in skirts is his target," remarked one adjutant, except, of course, Eva herself. The guests enjoyed Sauerbraten, but Hitler kept to the vegetarian meals cooked under the supervision of Dr. Werner Zabel in his Berchtesgaden clinic, and warmed over at the Berghof kitchen. Nothing would induce Eva to so much as taste Hitler's thick gruel, oatmeal soup, or baked potato liberally soaked in raw linseed oil. The Führer teased her about her own meagre diet. "When I first met you," he said, "you were pleasingly plump, and now you are quite thin." Women underwent these sacrifices, he added sardonically, only to make their girlfriends envious. The conversation was gay and superficial until Hitler abruptly began propagandizing for vegetarianism by describing in detail the horrors of a slaughterhouse he had recently visited in the Ukraine. The guests blanched as he described work girls in rubber boots standing in fresh blood up to their ankles. One, Otto Dietrich, laid down knife and fork with the comment that he was no longer hungry. After lunch, Hitler set out on the daily 20-minute walk to his tea-house. It was a round stone building located below the Berghof, reminding some of the guests of a silo or power plant. Tea was served in a large round room whose 6 large windows provided a wide vista. From one end there was a magnificent view of the Arc River, roaring down the mountainside between houses that looked like matchboxes. Beyond lay the Baroque towers of Salzburg. Hitler drank apple-peel tea, while Eva talked of plays and movies. His only comment was that he could not watch a film while the people were making so many sacrifices. "Besides, I must save my eyes for studying maps and reading frontline reports." The conversation that day palled on Hitler. He closed his eyes and shortly was asleep. His guests continued to chat, but in lowered voices, and when the Führer awakened, he joined in as if he had just closed his eyes momentarily to think. At 7 p.m. a parade of vehicles arrived at the Berghof, and the business of government resumed. 2 hours later, Hitler left the conference and led the way to the dining room, where he ate mashed potatoes and a tomato salad, while his guests dined on cold meat. He charmed everyone with tales of his youth, until he noticed the lipstick on Eva's napkin. Did she know what it consisted of? Eva protested that she only used French lipstick made of the finest materials. With a pitying smile, Hitler said, "If you women knew that lipstick, particularly from Paris, is manufactured from the grease of wastewater, you certainly wouldn't colour your lips any more." Everyone laughed. He had won another argument, if no adherents. An adjutant quietly informed Hitler that everyone had arrived for the evening military conference. Not wanting his guests, particularly the women, to come in contact with the military, he told them to remain seated. "It won't take too long," he said, and left, head lowered but with a strong step. The secretaries went to an office to type air raid reports, while Eva and most of the guests descended to the basement to see a movie. Before it concluded, a telephone rang. A servant reported that the conference was over and the Führer expected everyone in the main hall. Eva hurried to her room to refresh her makeup, Her sister Gretel smoked a last cigarette, then chewed peppermint candy to camouflage her breath, and the rest dutifully repaired to the great hall. It was almost midnight by the time Hitler came down the stairs and seated himself at the fireplace next to Eva and her 2 little terriers. Since they did not get along with Blondie, the latter was excluded, except on the rare occasions when Hitler asked Eva to banish her 2 darlings so his dog could have a moment in the limelight. A liquor was served, but Hitler took tea and apple cake. The group sat silently around the fire in the semi-darkness, waiting for him to begin the general conversation. Finally, he raised his voice for another lecture on the evils of tobacco. His dentist declared that smoking disinfected the mouth. In moderation, it was not at all dangerous. Hitler dissented. "I wouldn't offer a cigar or cigarette to anyone I admired or loved, since I would be doing them a bad service. It is universally agreed that non-smokers live longer than smokers, and during sickness have more resistance." He never tired of this crusade against pollution of the body, and had a standing offer of a gold watch for anyone within the circle who renounced tobacco. To Eva, however, he gave an ultimatum: either give up smoking or me. The argument turned to liquor, which he thought less dangerous, and on to painting. Dr. Morel, after a single glass of port, was fighting to stay awake. He lolled back, fat hands folded over his paunch, and his eyes suddenly closed from bottom to top. Magnified by his thick glasses, it was a frightening sight. Colonel von Bülow nudged Morel, who wakened with a start and broke into a big smile, assuming that the Führer had told a joke. "Are you tired, Morel?" asked Hitler. "No, mein Führer, I was just daydreaming," he said, and, to show how wide awake he was, began an oft-told anecdote about his experiences in Africa. The Führer began softly whistling a popular song. "No," said Eva, and demonstrated how the tune should go. They argued amiably. She wanted to bet, but Hitler complained that if he won, he always had to forgive the bet in a spirit of generosity. But if she won, he had to pay. Refusing to be put off, she suggested they play the music to see who was right. Albert Bormann dutifully rose and put on the record. Eva was triumphant. "The composer made the mistake," said Hitler, who had written an opera in his youth. "If he were really talented, he would have written my melody." Everyone laughed as Hitler made this joke. At last, at 4 a.m., Hitler summoned a servant to ask if the air raid reports had arrived. He could not go to bed until he was assured no enemy plane was over Germany. In hopes of transfusing some of his own fighting spirit into Mussolini, the Führer requested another conference. On April 7th, he went to the Salzburg railroad station to meet his ally. The 2 dictators greeted each other emotionally. Hitler was shocked by Il Duce's sunken cheeks and pallid face. He kept to his rooms at Klesheim Castle during most of the 4-day session, and rarely saw anyone but Hitler. In their talks, all private, Mussolini was dispirited. The trouble with Il Duce, concluded Hitler, was age. He was 60 and in poor health. With this in mind, Hitler did his utmost to revive his allies' spirit. Mussolini had come resolved to urge peace with the Soviets and the complete withdrawal of all Italian forces abroad, but was too weak to enunciate this resolve, and too dispirited to be animated by Hitler's exhortations. After a final session on April 10th, the 2 men started down the magnificent staircase of the main hall. It was the first most of the Italian delegates had seen of Mussolini since his arrival. "They seem like 2 invalids," whispered one. "Rather like 2 corpses," commented Mussolini's personal physician. That afternoon, an aide telephoned to Berghoff that the Führer was just leaving Klesheim. He wanted all his guests to meet him at the tea-house so he could resume his private existence as paterfamilias of the family circle. As a general rule, one of Dostoevsky's characters, old Karamazov, observed, "People, even the wicked, are much more naive and simple-hearted than we suppose. And we ourselves are, too." Before long, a procession of cars drew up outside, and the Berghof was filled with uniforms. Then the Führer himself arrived and, without ado, led another processional, this one on foot to his tea-house. Hitler was obviously pleased with the talks with Mussolini, and the atmosphere was more relaxed. He had become a creature of routine, and his private life continued with little variation. He laughed as usual when the adjutant assigned to reading descriptions of the soundless newsreels made the usual mistakes, such as announcing a battle only to have a group of farm girls appear. While rarely mentioning war or politics to the family circle, one evening he expressed regret for having to wear a uniform. "But after the war, I'll hang it on the hook, retire here and let someone else run the government. Then, as an old man, I'll write my memoirs and will only have around me bright, gifted people." He blanched at the thought of the Berghof being turned into a museum after his death. "I can already see the guide from Berchtesgaden showing visitors over the various rooms of my house. This is where he had breakfast. He would much rather be cremated inside the Berghof with all its contents. It would make a magnificent pyre." Traudl could not restrain herself. "Mein Führer, when will the war be over?" The affable face of Uncle Adi was transformed. "I don't know," he said harshly, "but only after victory." The sudden change of mood chilled the room. A similar moment came on Good Friday. Henrietta von Schirach, just returned from Holland, presumed on her long friendship with Hitler to describe a frightful scene she had witnessed in Amsterdam. Jewish women being rounded up in the dead of night for deportation. There was a painful silence. Hitler seemed baffled as she went on to criticize other restrictive measures in Holland. The guests looked away in embarrassment. Finally Hitler turned to her. His face was drawn, his skin and eyes seemed colorless. The demons are devouring him, she thought, even though the idea seemed a little odd. He stared at her for some time before slowly getting to his feet. She, too, rose. It was apparent he was trying to control himself, but suddenly he burst out angrily, "You are a sentimentalist. What business of yours is it? The Jewesses are none of your business." As he continued to shout, she ran up the stairs to her room. An adjutant reached her before she could close the door. "Why did you have to do this?" he asked. "You have made him very angry. Please leave at once." On the eve of his 54th birthday, Hitler celebrated by inviting Blondie to the tea session and putting her through her paces. She begged, she played schoolgirl, she even gave a concert, and the more her master praised, the more intensely she sang. Just before midnight, the large doors opened dramatically, and orderlies entered with trays of glasses. All were filled with champagne, except Hitler's, which contained a sweet white wine. At the last stroke of 12, glasses were touched. Some of the guests voiced simple congratulations, and others made little speeches. On April 20th, Hitler came downstairs earlier than usual, so he could look over his presents. At lunch, Traudl's escort was Himmler. She disliked him, not because he gave the impression of brutality, but because of his attempt to charm her. He kissed her hand, talked in a soft voice, and perpetually presented a genial, obliging countenance. Even his eyes smiled endlessly. Goebbels impressed her. He was not good-looking at all, she remembered. But now I understand why the girls at the Chancellery used to run to the window to see the propaganda chief leave his ministry, while they scarcely took notice of the Führer. She noticed that most of the ladies at the Berghof flirted with him as much for his wit as his charm. Shortly after the birthday celebration, Hitler learned that Traudl had become engaged to Hans Junge, one of his valets. "I really have such bad luck with my people," he remarked at lunch, with an exaggerated sigh. "First Christian married Dara and took my best secretary, and then I found a satisfactory replacement, and now Traudl Humps is going to leave me, and take with her my best servant." He suggested that they get married at once, since Junge was scheduled to leave for the Eastern Front. Traudl wanted to postpone such a decisive step after so short an acquaintance. "But you love each other," was Hitler's surprising reply. "Therefore it is best to get married right away. If you're married, you know, then I can protect you any time someone tries to molest you. I couldn't do that if you were only engaged. And you can still work for me after you're married." Traudl had to keep from laughing, and was tempted to ask why he didn't marry Eva Braun, if love was that important. 4. On May 7th, Hitler made a sad pilgrimage to the capital to attend the funeral of another old comrade. Victor Lutzer, the successor to Röhm, had died in an auto accident. At least, that was the official story. Some survivors of the Röhm putsch suspected foul play. After the funeral, Reichsleiters and Gauleiters attended a luncheon at the Chancellery. This was followed by a detailed survey of the general situation, which began with the Führer's statement that in 1939 Germany, a revolutionary state, had faced only bourgeois states. It was easy, he explained, to knock out such nations, since they were quite inferior in upbringing and attitude. A country with an ideology always had the edge over a bourgeois state, since it rested upon a firm spiritual foundation. This superiority, however, had ended with Barbarossa. There the Germans had met an opponent which also sponsored an ideology, if a wrong one. He praised Stalin for purging the Red Army of defeatists and installing political commissars with the fighting forces. Stalin enjoyed the further advantage of having rid himself of high society by other liquidations, so that Bolshevism could devote all its energy to fighting the enemy. Another reason for failure in the East was the poor performance of Germany's allies, particularly the Hungarians. Lasting resistance to the Soviets, he concluded, could be offered in Europe only by the Germans, since victory in battle was linked with ideology. Consequently, the anti-Semitism which formerly animated party members must once more become the focal point of their spiritual struggle. It should also be a rallying cry for the troops. If they did not stand firm as a wall, the hordes of the East would sweep into Europe. A constant, untiring effort must therefore focus on taking the necessary measures for the security of European culture. If it be true today that the Bolshevism of the East is mainly under Jewish leadership, and that the Jews are also the dominant influence in the Western plutocracies, then our anti-Semitic propaganda must begin at this point. That was why there was practically no possibility of any compromise with the Soviets. They must be knocked out, exactly as we formerly had to knock out our own communists to attain power. At that time, we never thought of a compromise either. Despite the vigorous tenor of his talk, it was apparent that Hitler's health was failing. Dr. Morell doubled the hormone injections, as well as adding still another drug, prostacrin, but there was little improvement. Another electrocardiogram indicated a worsening of his heart condition. Fearing that the diet regime of Dr. Zabel was aggravating matters, Morell recommended that the Führer hire a special cook. They settled on a woman from Vienna, a Frau von Exner, who would surely know how to please an Austrian palate. Neither was aware there was Jewish blood in her mother's family. On May 12th, Hitler returned to Wolfschanze, satisfied that his leadership had ended the withdrawals after the fall of Stalingrad. His complacency ended the next day upon learning that 2 German-Italian armies in Tunisia, some 300,000 men, had been bagged by the Allies. It was another Stalingrad. A week later there was worse news. Mussolini's regime was close to collapse. Italians in high places were using phrases such as, "You never know what's going to happen," and "when the war is over." On the streets, German soldiers were openly cursed as enemies. In mid-June, Hitler's youngest secretary married his valet Junge. After a short honeymoon, the groom went to the Eastern Front, while Traudl returned to her duties at Wolfschanze. "You've become very pale and thin," was Hitler's first observation. Kindly meant, it caused Traudl embarrassment when Linger, Schaub and Bormann broke into knowing leers. No longer was she the naive girl who first came to Führer headquarters. The daily routine of the loftiest circle in the Reich was causing a curious depression. She tried to express some of this in her diary, then spoke to others, particularly the sympathetic Havel, of her misgivings. She discovered that most of the others shared the vague sense of dissatisfaction and gloom. They too suffered from cabin fever, but nobody could give a concrete reason for their common uneasiness. That June, Hitler persuaded Dara Christian to return. She arrived with many suitcases and soon filled the bunker and barracks with her effervescence. Her songs, jokes, and gaiety raised everyone's spirits. By this time Traudl had lost her bashfulness, and one day asked Hitler point-blank why he was so eager to get everyone else married when he hadn't done so himself. The reply was that he did not want to be a father. I think the children of a genius have a hard time in this world. One expects such a child to be a replica of his famous father, and don't forgive him for being average. Until now he had seemed quite modest, and she was disturbed by the complacent announcement that he was a genius. And despite the reverses in North Africa, Hitler was still considering the all-out attack on Kursk, so vigorously opposed by Milch. Armoured expert Guderian came to Berlin and added his objections. First, on the grounds that the new Panzer tank had a limited supply of spare parts, and second, in answer to the Führer's argument that the attack was necessary for political reasons, that few people even knew where Kursk, on the southern wing of the Central Front, was. Hitler confessed that the mere thought of this offensive churned his stomach, but in the ensuing days he was persuaded by both Zeitzler and Kluge to launch it while there was still time. The operation was entitled Citadel, and on the 1st of July Hitler addressed his senior commanders. Germany, he said, must either tenaciously hold on to all conquered territory or fall. The German soldier had to realize he must stand and fight to the end. He admitted Citadel was a gamble, yet felt sure it would succeed. Hadn't he been right against all military advice about Austria, Czechoslovakia, Poland, and the Soviet Union? His inclusion of the last country struck a chill in the audience. Manstein's attack force in the north consisted of 18 divisions, but less than 1,000 tanks and 150 assault guns were fit for combat. In the south, General Model had 15 divisions and only 900 tanks. The assault began at an unusual hour, 3 p.m. on the 4th of July. It was hot and sultry. Thunder rumbled threateningly in the distance. At first it seemed as if the Soviets had been caught by surprise, for Red Army artillery did not respond until long after dark. But visions of a quick victory vanished once heavy rains began to fall. By dawn, roads and trails were veritable quagmires. Later that morning, a cloudburst transformed streams into roaring cascades, and it took sappers 12 hours to bridge them for tanks. By July 9th, the leading German tanks were still 55 miles from Kursk. The disappointment was followed next day by news that an Anglo-American force had landed on Sicily and were meeting a spiritless defense. This came as no surprise to Hitler, and on July 13th he stopped the offensive he had so reluctantly supported, so he could send reinforcements, including the SS Panzer Corps, to Western Europe. Manstein argued that failure to continue the Kursk operation would endanger a long salient stretching all the way to the Black Sea. A gambler, Hitler accepted the loss of Kursk in return for more probable success in another quarter. But Citadel turned out to be more than a lost campaign. Thereafter, the initiative in the east would belong to the Soviets. 5. Turning his back on the east, Hitler journeyed to northern Italy for another meeting with Il Duce, their 13th, on July 19th. The conference, held at the imposing Villa Gaggia near Feltre, began promptly at 11 a.m., with the two men facing each other from large armchairs. Circling them was an elite group of military and diplomatic dignitaries. There were a few moments of embarrassed silence as both Mussolini and Hitler waited for the other to begin. It was a strange prelude, more like the stiff meeting of two families arranging a dowry. At last, the Führer began speaking quietly of the general military and political situation. Il Duce sat cross-legged, hands clasped on knees, on the edge of a chair that was too large and too deep, listening with impassive patience. Then he began to fidget, and he nervously passed a hand over the lower part of his face as Hitler abruptly assailed the Italians for their defeatism. Occasionally, Mussolini would press a spot behind his back that apparently pained him. Occasionally he would heave a deep sigh, as if resigned but wearied by a monologue which grew increasingly strident. Struggling to hide his distress, he mopped his brow with a handkerchief. Hitler showed no mercy, and even after an adjutant whispered something into his ear at 1:05, he did not pause in his reiterated assurance to the wilting Duce that the crisis could be overridden if Italy emulated Germany's fanatic determination to fight. Every German, he said, was imbued with the will to conquer. Lads of 15 were manning AA batteries. If anyone tells me that our task can be left for another generation, I reply that this is not the case. No one can say that the future generation will be a generation of giants. Germany took 30 years to recover. Rome never rose again. This is the voice of history. At exactly 1 p.m, the adjutant again whispered to Hitler, and the others imagined it must indeed be an urgent message. This time, after a look of annoyance, he ended his sermon. The meeting was over, he announced, and luncheon was served. The other Italians were distressed at Mussolini's silence during the harangue. Not once had he protested or even attempted to explain that within a month most Italian soldiers would no longer have the means or the will to offer effective resistance. 5 days later, Il Duce was forced to listen to another diatribe, this from his own fascist Grand Council, which was convening for the first time since 1939. After a long, exhausting debate on his conduct of the war, a resolution was proposed demanding restoration of a constitutional monarchy, with the king in command of the armed forces. The vote was taken, and the motion passed 19-8. The next day, July 25th, a sultry Sunday, Mussolini called on Victor Emmanuel III. He tried to control himself, but the notes in his hand rattled. The king stopped his arguments. It was useless to go on. Italy was defeated, and the soldiers would no longer fight for fascism. He requested Mussolini's resignation, then revealed he had already appointed Marshal Pietro Badoglio as head of government. I am sorry, he was heard to say through the door, but the solution could not have been otherwise. The little king accompanied Il Duce to the front door, where he shook his hand warmly. As Mussolini stepped out of the villa, he was approached by a carabinieri officer, who said His Majesty had charged him with the protection of Il Duce's person. Mussolini, protesting that it was not necessary, was led into an ambulance. He was under arrest. At 9:30 that night, Hitler shocked his military advisers by announcing, "The Duce has resigned." The government had been taken over by Badoglio, their bitterest enemy. He quelled the rising panic, and when Jodl suggested they do nothing until receiving a complete report from Rome, Hitler curtly replied, "Certainly, but we have to plan ahead. Undoubtedly, in their treachery, they will proclaim that they will remain loyal to us. But this is treachery. Of course they won't remain loyal. Anyway, what's his name?" Badoglio said straight away that the war would be continued, but that doesn't mean a thing. They have to say that. But we can play the same game. We'll get ready to grab the whole mess, all that rabble. I'll send a man down tomorrow with orders to the commandant of the 3rd Panzer Grenadier Division to take a special detachment into Rome and arrest the whole government, the king, all that scum, but most of all the Crown Prince, to grab all that riffraff, particularly Badoglio and the entire gang. And then you watch them creep and crawl, and in 2 or 3 days there'll be another coup. At a midnight conference, Hitler issued more instructions. The 2nd Parachute Division was to prepare a jump in the capital area. Rome must be occupied. Nobody is to leave Rome, and then the 3rd Panzer Grenadier Division moves in. Someone wanted to know if the exits to the Vatican should be occupied. "That doesn't matter," said Hitler. "I'll go right into the Vatican. Do you think I worry about the Vatican? We'll take that right off. All the diplomatic corps will be hiding in there. I don't give a damn. If the entire crew's in there, we'll get the whole lot of swine out. Afterward we can say we're sorry. We can easily do that. We've got a war on." In the presence of his secretaries, he managed to gain control of himself. "Mussolini is much weaker than I thought," he muttered, as if talking to himself. "I personally protected his rear, and he has given way. Well, we never could depend on our Italian allies. and I believe we'll be better off without such an irresponsible nation." He sent for the two men he felt he could depend on most in a crisis, Goebbels and Goering. Of the latter he told his military leaders, "At such a time one can't have a better adviser than the Reichsmarshal. In time of crisis the Reichsmarshal is brutal and ice-cold. I've always noticed that when it comes to the breaking point he is a man of iron, without scruples." The three met at 10 in the morning, and half an hour later were joined by Ribbentrop, who was recovering from an attack of pneumonia. With quiet self-assurance, Hitler expressed a suspicion that Mussolini had not resigned voluntarily. He had been arrested. That meant fascism was in mortal danger, and they must seize any possibility of averting its collapse. He told of his plan to drop a parachute division around Rome and arrest the king and his family, along with Badoglio and his henchmen. The catastrophe in Italy was almost immediately followed by the carpet bombing of Hamburg. By the morning of August 3rd, the city was a blazing mass of ruins. More than 6,000 acres of homes, factories, and office buildings were gutted. 70,000 people were dead. Hitler was enraged, convinced as he was that such terror raids were a product of the Jews. He accused the leading British air commanders, including Portal and Harris, of being Jews or part Jewish. Psychologically, Hamburg's destruction was as devastating as Stalingrad, not only to ordinary citizens, but to Hitler's paladins. Goebbels was in a blue funk after inspecting the ruins of Hamburg, according to the diary of his own press officer, and for the first time posed the questions, "What if we lose?" to his subordinates. He armed himself with a pistol. The chief of the Luftwaffe, so recently characterized as ice-cold, was even more crushed by the bombings. "We were met with a shattering picture," recalled Adolf Galland, one of those hastily summoned to his office. Goering had completely broken down. His head buried in his arm on the table, he moaned some indistinguishable words. We stood there for some time in embarrassment. At last Goering pulled himself together and said we were witnessing his deepest moments of despair. The Führer had lost faith in him. 6. Negotiation with the enemy had become a common, if covert, topic at the Foreign Office ever since receipt of another peace feeler from Stalin soon after the Battle of Stalingrad. Admiral Canaris, who himself had tried in vain to deal secretly with Roosevelt through former Governor of Pennsylvania, George Earle, was so convinced this was a serious offer that he persuaded Ribbentrop to present it to the Führer. He did so in the form of a memorandum, which Hitler angrily tore up with the threat to execute anyone attempting to mediate on his own. There would be no negotiations, he said, until the Wehrmacht regained the initiative. He forbade Ribbentrop even to mention the matter again, and when his foreign minister timidly proposed they reduce the program of conquest in Europe so as to make it more acceptable to the Allies, Hitler was incensed. "Believe me, we shall win," he said. "The blow that has fallen is a sign, telling me to go harder and harder and risk all we have. If we do, we shall win in the end." In the strictest confidence, Ribbentrop revealed all this to Fritz Hesse. For safety's sake, their conversation took place on a walk through a wood near Wolfschanze, in a March snow flurry. "All we can hope for now," he said, "is that at least one of our opponents will grow sensible. Surely the English must realize that it would be madness to deliver us into the hands of the Russians." Tears came to his eyes, but he pulled himself together. He pledged Hesse to secrecy. A few days later they went for another walk in the snow. "There must be some way," said Ribbentrop, "of persuading the British and Americans of the insanity of the war they are waging against us. Didn't they understand that the defeat of Germany would only help Stalin and upset the balance of power in Europe? Wasn't it possible to make them see that their own position throughout the world would be compromised? The Soviet military potential was already superior to that of the Western Allies. Can't we somehow make the British and Americans see that the victory of the Soviets is the opposite of what they want?" Having spent years in England, Hesse did not think this was possible. The two allies were not unduly worried. East Europe spoke Russian and German with equal ineptitude, and lived in Sweden with a Swedish wife of Russian extraction. Klaus had met Stalin and Trotsky before the revolution, and had connections with the Soviet embassy in Stockholm. Local Germans regarded him as either a braggart or a spy. After 2 long talks with members of the embassy, Klaus reported to Kleist on June 18, 1943, that the Soviets were determined not to fight for a day or even a minute, ni одну minutu, longer than necessary on behalf of British and American interests. They felt that Hitler, blinded by ideology, had allowed himself to be pushed into the war by the intrigues of the capitalist powers. While confident that the Red Army could stand off the Wehrmacht, they feared it would be in an extremely weakened position after victory, when it would have to confront the cold steel of the Western powers. The Soviets distrusted the Americans and British, since they had not yet come forward with any definite statements about war aims and territorial boundaries, nor had they promised anything definite on the so-called Second Front in Europe. The Anglo-American landing in Africa seemed more like an attempt to protect their own flank from the Soviet Union than an attack on the Axis. Stalin, therefore, could not attach any real value to the promises of Roosevelt and Churchill, said Klaus. On the other hand, the vast Soviet areas held by Hitler were a negotiable object, and a concrete deal could be concluded immediately. Stalin wanted only 2 things: a guarantee that peace would be preserved, and economic aid. It was a tempting proposal, since it seemed clear that Klaus had received his information directly from the Soviets. But there was always the chance that Kleist himself might be the victim of a Soviet trick. For hours that night he wandered the streets of Stockholm, debating with himself. Finally he decided that if there was the slightest possibility of ending the war and saving Europe from a Soviet invasion, he had no choice. The next morning he flew to Berlin, intending to confess his forbidden conversation, but as he stepped out of the plane at Tempelhof, he was arrested on the charge that he had been conniving with the Jew Klaus. Kleist was interrogated by Heydrich's successor, Ernst Kaltenbrunner, a burly man 6'7", with a lantern jaw, a sabre cut across one cadaverous cheek, and dangling simian arms. He was impressed by Kleist's straightforward account. It rang true, he said. Kaltenbrunner also believed his denial that Klaus was a Jew, and so only placed Kleist under house arrest. A fortnight later this was cancelled, and he turned to the less dangerous operation of resettling Estonian Swedes. To his surprise, the question of peace was soon raised again, this time by Ribbentrop. The defeat at Kursk that summer had convinced him that German defeat was now irreversible, and he should brave the Führer's wrath. He summoned Kleist to Wolfschanze on August 16th and said, "I have asked you here because I want to hear that absurd story again of what went on up north. I mean your meeting with the Jew in Stockholm, before it's finally filed and put away." For the next few hours the 2 men thoroughly analyzed every detail about the possible motives of the Kremlin. Ignoring Hitler's orders never to bring up negotiations again, Ribbentrop told him about the conversation with Kleist. The Führer did not explode, but repeated that there could never be any question of negotiating with Moscow. The war was to be fought relentlessly until victory. At the same time, he would allow Kleist to keep in touch with Klaus, and if the Kremlin had any kind of offer, it was to be transmitted at once to Berlin. Kleist did not see Klaus again for almost 3 weeks. At their meeting in early September, the go-between, who may very well have been misleading both the Russians and Germans about the extent of his intimacy with each of them, showed his displeasure. He was sick, he said, of playing at politics with people who didn't know what they wanted. A Soviet contact, it seemed, had stayed in Stockholm for 9 days, waiting in vain for Kleist. Not even a refusal had come from Berlin. Kleist managed to pacify Klaus, then persuaded him to pay his respects to Madame Kollontai and resume the contact. Klaus returned with bad news. The Soviets, bolstered by continuing success in battle, would not negotiate unless the Germans gave a sign they were serious. For example, dismissing Rosenberg and Ribbentrop. Kleist could barely restrain a grin. That was going to be a delightful point to put into his report to the foreign minister. But he respectfully pointed out that Hitler had no intention of negotiating. Klaus was not at all surprised. He sighed. The Germans didn't understand anything about negotiating. To do so one needed patience and knowledge of one's partner. The Führer failed on both counts. Surprisingly, 4 days later, Kleist found Klaus extraordinarily excited. His source at the Soviet embassy had just informed him that Moscow was about to take another dramatic step. A Vice-Commissar for Foreign Affairs, Dekhanozov, former ambassador to Berlin, would arrive in a week or so with authorization to speak directly to Kleist. There were conditions. Kleist must return to Stockholm before Dekhanozov's arrival, and the Germans must release a previously agreed-upon sign, the resignation of Ribbentrop and Rosenberg, which would confirm that Kleist was authorized to take part in the talks. "What do you say now?" asked Klaus, his face flushed with eagerness and impatience. "We have managed to refloat the wreck. Now all Hitler has to do is get on board and set sail, and he'll be out of his dilemma. Will he do it?" On September 10th, Kleist reported all this to Ribbentrop. Predictably, the foreign minister was hurt and angry that, after all he had done to bring about Soviet-German rapport, his own resignation was a prerequisite for negotiations. He was also dubious that a man of Dekhanozov's standing would be used in this kind of game. The next moment, his press offer interrupted with an announcement from Radio Moscow. Dekhanozov was about to leave for Sofia to become ambassador. "That," exclaimed Ribbentrop, "proved his point." "On the contrary," said Kleist, who knew more about Soviet tactics, "this was confirmation from the Kremlin that Dekhanozov was involved and would appear on neutral soil for talks. He suggested they reply with an announcement that Schulenburg had just been appointed Germany's ambassador to Sofia." Ribbentrop shook his head vigorously. The Führer would never send Schulenburg to Sofia. Kleist patiently explained that Stalin hadn't really intended to send Dekhanozov there either. Both announcements would merely act as a sign understood only by the augurs and by nobody else in the world. Ribbentrop saw the light and, with renewed enthusiasm, left immediately for the Wolfschanze. He returned late at night, somewhat sheepishly, with inhibiting instructions from Hitler. Kleist was to tell Klaus privately that he was unable to get back to Sweden for the time being. "Try to hold on to the thread," said Ribbentrop. "The Führer is interested to find out how far the Russians will go." The next day, Kleist was recalled for another interview, this one completely discouraging. The Führer had decided to avoid any direct contact with the Soviets, however fleeting. Kleist left the room utterly dejected. They had come so close, to no avail. 7. Hitler's categorical refusal to negotiate with Stalin came at a curious time. 48 hours earlier, on September 8th, shortly after Allied troops breached the narrow channel between Sicily and the toe of Italy, it had been announced that the new Italian regime under Marshal Badoglio had signed an armistice with the West. Hitler was badly shaken, even though he himself had predicted Badoglio would betray Germany. But he hadn't thought it possible, so he told the hastily summoned Goebbels, that this treachery would be committed so dishonorably. Hitler's concern over the fate of 54,000 German troops in Sardinia and Corsica was succeeded by fear that the Allies might take the opportunity to launch their second front. The recent heavy English bombings were certainly suspicious. He was similarly haunted by another critical situation on the Eastern Front. The Wehrmacht, under heavy Soviet pressure, was withdrawing to the Dnieper. At this point, Goebbels wondered whether anything might be done with Stalin. "Not for a moment," said Hitler. "It would be easier to make a deal with the English. At a given moment they would come to their senses." Goebbels disagreed. Stalin was more approachable, being a practical politician. Churchill was a romantic adventurer with whom one could not even talk sensibly. "Sooner or later," predicted Goebbels, "we shall have to face the question of inclining toward one enemy side or the other. Germany has never yet had luck with a two-front war. It won't be able to stand this one in the long run either." Concessions would have to be made, he said, pointing out how they had not come to power in 1933 by making unqualified demands. We did present absolute demands on August 13, 1932, but failed because of them. The first thing to do was admit that Italy was lost, and he urged Hitler to address the nation on this subject without delay. The people were entitled to frankness, as well as a word of encouragement and solace from the Führer. With reluctance, Hitler agreed, and on the night of September 10th, from his bunker at Wolf's Lair, delivered a 20-page speech which was taped in Berlin and broadcast to the nation. "My right to believe unconditionally in success," he said, "is founded not only on my own life, but also on the destiny of our people. Neither time nor force of arms would ever bring the German people down." Those who joined Hitler at tea after the speech were revivified by his own display of good spirits. "I must admit," wrote Goebbels' press officer in his diary, "that for a while I was completely captivated. What secret strength comes from this man who can, with a look and a handshake, totally confuse a sober, realistic man such as myself?" Even so, the rather stilted words he broadcast must have sounded hollow to civilians undergoing devastating air raids and to troops on the Eastern Front who were falling back with frightening losses. Hitler, too, realized that words alone could not bolster his people's morale, and decided to act dramatically. He would rescue Mussolini, now held prisoner in a hotel near the top of Gran Sasso, the loftiest peak in the Apennines range of mountains 100 miles from Rome. An attack up the steep rocky slope would not only cost many casualties, but give guards time to kill Mussolini. Parachuting into such terrain was about as risky, and so it was decided to use gliders. To carry off this piece of daring-do, Hitler chose a fellow Austrian. SS Captain Otto Skorzeny, a Viennese who stood 6'4", was, apart from his size, an imposing figure. He bore deep scars on his face from the 14 duels he had fought as a student, and carried himself with the air of a 14th-century condottiere. Skorzeny was not only a bold man of action, but a canny one, who believed commando operations should be carried out with a minimum force and as few casualties to both sides as possible. At 1 p.m. on Sunday, September 12th, he and 107 men boarded gliders which, once airborne, began jerking erratically on their tow lines. The plan was to land on what appeared in photographs to be flat, grassy meadow near Il Duce's hotel. Mussolini, who had been threatening to commit suicide, was sitting by an open window with arms folded when a glider suddenly loomed and a parachute acting as a brake blossomed behind, just before it crashed with a shattering noise 100 yards away. 4 or 5 men in khaki piled out and began assembling a machine gun. Mussolini had no idea who they were, only that they were not English. An alarm rang, and carabinieri guards and police excitedly rushed from their barracks as other gliders began landing. One skidded to rest less than 20 yards from the hotel. It was Skorzeny's. Looking up, he saw Il Duce staring out at him. "Away from the window!" he shouted, and lunged into the lobby. Skorzeny and his band literally bowled over the detachment of soldiers trying to stop them. Then he bolted up a staircase 3 steps at a time to the next floor and flung open a door. Mussolini stood in the middle of the room. "Duce," he said, "the Führer has sent me. You are free." Mussolini embraced him. "I knew my friend Adolf Hitler would not abandon me," he said, and profusely thanked his rescuer. Skorzeny was surprised at Il Duce's appearance. He looked sick and unkempt in ill-fitting civilian clothes. He was unshaven. His usually smooth head was covered with short, stubbly hair. By 3 p.m. they were in a small Fieseler Storch, which had managed to land safely on the sloping meadow. While happy to be free, Mussolini was apprehensive. Being a pilot, he knew how risky the takeoff from this unlikely strip would be. As the plane gathered speed, it bumped erratically over rocks toward a yawning gully. The Storch finally lifted, but its left wheel almost immediately struck the ground. The little plane bounced into space, then plunged straight into the gully. Skorzeny closed his eyes and held his breath, awaiting the inevitable crash. Somehow the pilot managed to pull the plane out of its dive and, to the shouts and waves of Germans and Italians on the meadow, guided it safely down into the valley. Nobody uttered a word. Only now, in most unsoldierly fashion, did Scorzeni lay a reassuring hand on Il Duce's shoulder. Within the hour they landed in Rome, transferred to a trimotor Heinkel, and were bound for Vienna. They arrived late at night, and were driven to the Hotel Imperial. When Scorzeni brought Il Duce a pair of pyjamas, he rejected them. "I never wear anything at night," he said, "and I would advise you to do the same, Captain Scorzeni." He grinned roguishly, "especially if you sleep with a woman." As midnight struck, Scorzeni's telephone rang. It was Hitler, who, until he received word of the rescue, had been, like a caged lion, pacing to and fro, listening for every ring of the telephone. His voice was husky with emotion. "You have performed a military feat which will become part of history," he said. "You have given me back my friend Mussolini." After a stopover in Munich, where Mussolini was reunited with his family, he and Scorzeni set off for East Prussia early on the morning of September 14th. The Führer was waiting at the Wolfschanze airstrip. He warmly embraced his ally, and for some time the two stood hand in hand. Finally, Hitler turned to Scorzeni, who had discreetly waited before disembarking, and thanked him effusively. This one daring feat had forever endeared him to Hitler. It had also captured the imagination and admiration of foes as well as friends. More important, the spirits of Germans were uplifted, not only by the rescue of Mussolini, but by the manner in which it was done. The Führer expected Mussolini to wreak vengeance on Badoglio and the regime in power, but Il Duce's only ambition was retirement to the Romagna. Privately he knew that his political life was over. His only future was as Hitler's pawn, and the latter reacted with sarcasm and resentment. "What is this sort of fascism which melts like snow before the sun?" he said. "For years I have explained to my generals that fascism was the soundest alliance for the German people. I have never concealed my distrust of the Italian monarchy. At your insistence, however, I did nothing to obstruct the work which you carried out to the advantage of your king. But I must confess to you that we Germans have never understood your attitude in this respect." These words of intimidation were followed by a promise, even more ominous, to treat Italy well despite Badoglio's treachery, if Il Duce would assume his role in a new republic. The war must be won, and once it is won, Italy will be restored to her rights. The fundamental condition is that fascism be reborn, and that the traitors be brought to justice. Otherwise, Hitler would be forced to treat Italy as an enemy. The country would be occupied and governed by Germans. Mussolini wilted. If Hitler did not have his way, the Italian people would undoubtedly suffer. Renouncing his plans to retire, he issued an official communiqué announcing that he had today assumed the supreme direction of fascism in Italy. This was accompanied by 4 orders of the day, which reinstated those authorities dismissed by Badoglio, reconstituted the fascist militia, instructed the party to support the Wehrmacht, and investigate the conduct of members relative to the July 25th coup d'etat. By sheer force of will, Hitler had turned things around in Italy. But he no longer had any illusions about his partner. "I admit that I was deceived," he told his family circle. "It has turned out that Mussolini is only a little man." During his guest's brief stay, Hitler remarked that he wanted to settle with Russia. It was only said to impress Mussolini, but Ribbentrop, who happened to be present, took it seriously and promptly asked for instructions. Hitler put him off, but, once they were alone, again forbade Ribbentrop to make any overtures. He must have noticed his foreign minister's dejection, for he later took the trouble to call at his quarters. "You know, Ribbentrop," he said, "if I settled with Russia today, I would only come to grips with her again tomorrow. I just can't help it." Ever the wishful thinker, Ribbentrop still felt Hitler might relent. Late in the evening of September 22nd, he telephoned Kleist and asked if he could fly to Stockholm the next day. Kleist was astonished. It would be pointless to take such a trip, he said, without definite instructions. Ribbentrop admitted he had none to give, but ordered Kleist to go anyway, as soon as possible. The following day it was Goebbels, taking advantage of a seat near Hitler at dinner, who urged him to seek some sort of peace, with either England or Russia. But Hitler said that negotiating with Churchill would be useless, since he was guided by hatred and not by reason, and Stalin could not possibly accede to German demands in the East. And so, against this background, Kleist set off again for Sweden, this time with a feeling ranging between annoyance and despair. It seemed obvious that Hitler was only flirting with peace. In Stockholm, Kleist was informed by a depressed Klaus that the recent German refusal to accept terms for the talks had made him persona non grata at the Soviet embassy. Germany, he said, had lost her last chance in the East. He was right. 10 days earlier, Stalin had rejected another peace bid by the Japanese and promptly reported it to Washington. Then, following months of excuses, he agreed to a conference with Churchill and Roosevelt at Tehran. It took place late that November, and bound the Grand Alliance, so it seemed, inextricably together. Chapter 27. And with the Beasts of the Earth, April 1943 to April 1944. 1. To most Germans, Hitler's treatment of the Jews was a matter of minor importance. They had been indifferent to the lot of Jewish neighbours forced to wear the Star of David. After all, didn't they deserve it? And even after the same neighbours began to disappear, it was assumed they had been deported. It was only wise to discount unspeakable rumours in a land where listening to a foreign broadcast was punishable by death. Not many knew about the killing centres. These were all in Poland, and each was surrounded by a barren stretch several miles wide, posted with notices that trespassers would be shot on sight. To ensure secrecy, the process from deportation to murder was not only executed speedily, but done so under a smoke-screen of euphemism. The overall operation was referred to as special treatment. Collectively, the centres were described as the East. Individual installations were called labour, concentration, transit, or PW camps, and gas chambers and crematorium units were bathhouses and corpse cellars. Rumours of atrocities were answered by lies. When an important Nazi official, Hans Lammers, brought Himmler several reports that Jews were being executed in large numbers, the Reichsführer was vehement in denial. He explained that the so-called final solution order, received from the Führer through Heydrich, merely entailed evacuation of Jews from the homeland. During these movements there had unfortunately been some deaths from sickness and attacks by enemy aircraft, and a number of Jews, he admitted, had to be killed during revolts as examples. Himmler assured Lammers that the majority of Jews were being accommodated in camps in the East, and brought out photo albums to show how they were working for the war effort as shoemakers, tailors, and such. "This is the order of the Führer," emphasized Himmler. "If you believe you have to take action, then tell the Führer and tell me the names of the people who made these reports to you." Lammers refused to divulge any information and sought more information from Hitler himself. He gave almost identical information. "I shall later on decide where these Jews will be taken," he said, then added reassuringly, "and in the meantime they are being cared for there." While some of those closest to Hitler truly did not know what was going on in the East, many others, victims of self-deception, guessed, if they did not know, the terrifying facts. "Don't let anyone tell you he had no idea," Hans Frank later wrote, including himself in the accusation. "Everyone sensed that there was something horribly wrong with this system, even if we didn't know all the details. We didn't want to know. It was too comfortable to live on the system, to support our families in royal style, and to believe that it was all right." This was the man who had recently told his subordinates that they were all accomplices in the elimination of the Jews, which, disagreeable as it might be, was necessary in the interests of Europe. In his role as head of the Generalgouvernement in Poland, Frank knew the order had come directly from the Führer. But the average German still was convinced that Hitler had no part in any brutality. People are now clinging to the hope that the Führer doesn't know about such things, can't know, otherwise he would take some steps, wrote an ardent Nazi woman to a friend in reference to the euthanasia program, the overture to the final solution. Anyway, they think he can't know how this is being done or on what scale. I feel, however, that this can't go on much longer without even this hope being lost. Those in Hitler's family circle could not imagine Uncle Adi authorizing the murder of Jews. It was unthinkable. Hadn't both Schmundt and Engel successfully persuaded the Führer to let a number of part Jewish Wehrmacht officers keep their commissions? The villain had to be either Bormann or Himmler, acting behind his back. But these two were only Hitler's faithful agents. He alone conceived the final solution, and he alone could have ordered its execution. Without him there would have been no final solution, and he was confident he could get away with it if it were presented to the world as a fait accompli. There would be threats of retribution, but the memories of men are short. Who today recalled the bitter condemnation of Turks for massacring 1 million Armenians during the Great War? In a secret conversation on June 19, 1943, the Führer instructed Himmler to proceed with the deportation of Jews to the east, regardless of any unrest it might cause during the next 3 or 4 months. It must be carried out, he added, in an all-embracing way. While these words would certainly not have convinced the family circle that Hitler was a mass murderer, those he uttered some time later to Bormann would have. For us, he said, after proudly admitting that he had purged the German world of the Jewish poison, this has been an essential process of disinfection, which we have prosecuted to its ultimate limit, and without which we should ourselves have been asphyxiated and destroyed. Hadn't he always been absolutely fair in his dealings with the Jews? On the eve of the war, I gave them one final warning. I told them that, if they precipitated another war, they would not be spared, and that I would exterminate the vermin throughout Europe, and this time once and for all. To this warning they retorted with a declaration of war, and affirmed that wherever in the world there was a Jew, there too was an implacable enemy of National Socialist Germany. Well, we have lanced the Jewish abscess, and the world of the future will be eternally grateful to us. One particularly horrifying aspect of Hitler's final solution had recently come to an apocalyptical ending. Of the 380,000 Jews crowded into the Warsaw Ghetto, all but 70,000 had been deported to the killing centers in an operation devoid of resistance. By this time, however, those left behind had come to the realization that deportation meant death. With this in mind, Jewish political parties within the ghetto finally resolved their differences and banded together to resist further shipments with force. They did so, to Himmler's amazement, and he thereupon ordered the total dissolution of the Warsaw Ghetto. At 3 in the morning of April 9, 1943, more than 2,000 Waffen-SS infantrymen, accompanied by tanks, flamethrowers and dynamite squads, invaded the ghetto, expecting an easy conquest, only to be met by determined fire from 1,500 fighters armed with weapons smuggled into the ghetto over a long period. Several light machine guns, hand grenades, 100 or so rifles and carbines, several hundred pistols and revolvers, and Molotov cocktails. Himmler had expected the action to take 3 days, but by nightfall his forces had to withdraw. The one-sided battle continued day after day, to the bewilderment of the SS commander, General Jürgen Stroop, who could not understand why this trash and subhumanity refused to abandon a hopeless cause. He reported that, although his men had initially captured considerable numbers of Jews, who are cowards by nature, it was becoming more and more difficult. Over and over again, new battle groups consisting of 20 to 30 Jewish men, accompanied by a corresponding number of women, kindled new resistance. The women, he noted, had the disconcerting habit of suddenly hurling grenades they had hidden in their bloomers. On the 5th day of frustration, Himmler ordered the ghetto combed out with the greatest severity and relentless tenacity. Stroop decided to do this by setting fire to the entire Jewish area, block by block. The Jews, he reported, remained in the burning buildings until the last possible moment before jumping from the upper stories to the street. With their bones broken, they still tried to crawl across the street into buildings which had not yet been set on fire. Despite the danger of being burned alive, the Jews and bandits often preferred to return into the flames rather than risk being caught by us. The defenders fought 2-3 weeks with reckless heroism, taking refuge as a last resort in the sewers. Finally, on May 15th, firing from the few remaining Jewish nests of resistance became sporadic, and the following day General Stroop blew up the Tlomatsky synagogue in the Aryan section of Warsaw to celebrate the end of the battle. For exactly 4 weeks, the little Jewish army had held off superior, well-armed forces until almost the last man was killed or wounded. Of the 56,065 who were rounded up, 7,000 were shot out of hand, 22,000 were sent to Treblinka and Lublin, the remainder to labor camps. The German losses were 16 dead and 85 wounded. Of far more significance was the blow dealt to Hitler's concept of Jewish cowardice. 2. Early that June, Pius XII secretly addressed the Sacred College of Cardinals on the extermination of the Jews. Every word we addressed to the competent authority on this subject, and all our public utterances, he said, in explanation of his reluctance to express more open condemnation, have to be carefully weighed and measured by us in the interests of the victims themselves, lest, contrary to our intentions, we make their situation worse and harder to bear. He did not add that another reason for proceeding cautiously was that he regarded Bolshevism as a far greater danger than Nazism. The position of the Holy See was deplorable, but it was an offence of omission rather than commission. The Church, under the Pope's guidance, had already saved the lives of more Jews than all other churches, religious institutions, and rescue organizations combined, and was presently hiding thousands of Jews in monasteries, convents, and Vatican City itself. The record of the Allies was far more shameful. The British and Americans, despite lofty pronouncements, had not only avoided taking any meaningful action, but gave sanctuary to few persecuted Jews. The Moscow Declaration of that year, signed by Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin, methodically listed Hitler's victims as Polish, Italian, French, Dutch, Belgian, Norwegian, Soviet, and Cretan. The curious omission of Jews, a policy emulated by the U.S. Office of War Information, was protested vehemently but uselessly by the World Jewish Congress. By the simple expedient of converting the Jews of Poland into Poles and so on, the final solution was lost in the Big Three's general classification of Nazi terrorism. Contrasting with their reluctance to face the issue of systematic Jewish extermination was the forthrightness and courage of the Danes, who defied German occupation by transporting to Sweden almost every one of their 6,500 Jews. Of the Finns, allies of Hitler, who saved all but 4 of their 4,000 Jews, and of the Japanese, another ally, who provided refuge in Manchuria for some 5,000 wandering European Jews, in recognition of financial aid given by the Jewish firm of Kuhn, Loeb and Company during the Russo-Japanese War of 1904-5. But the man who did most to hinder the atrocities in the East was a 34-year-old German lawyer who worked for Himmler. Konrad Morgen, son of a railroad conductor, had become imbued with the ethics of law from his student days, and even as an assistant SS judge was outspoken in his disapproval of illegality, whoever committed it. His judgments, based strictly on the evidence, so exasperated his superiors that Morgen was posted to a frontline SS division as punishment. And because of his outstanding reputation, he was transferred in 1943 to the SD's Financial Crimes Office, with the understanding that he was not to deal with political cases. Early that summer, he was given a routine investigative mission to clear up a long-standing corruption case at Buchenwald concentration camp. The commandant, Karl Koch, had been suspected of hiring out camp laborers to civilian employers, racketeering in food supplies, and, in general, running the camp for his own personal profit. The initial investigation had failed to bring conviction when a parade of witnesses categorically supported Koch's plea of innocence. Morgen journeyed in July to Weimar, where he installed himself in Hitler's favorite local hostelry, the Elephant Hotel, and quietly began his research. To his surprise, he found the concentration camp, located on a hill above Weimar, a prospect pleasing to the eye. The installations were clean and freshly painted, the grounds covered with grass and flowers. The prisoners appeared to be healthy, sun-tanned, normally fed. They enjoyed regular mail service and a large camp library, which boasted books in foreign languages. There were variety shows, movies, sporting contests, and even a brothel. As Morgan began to dig deeper, he learned that the corruption at Buchenwald had started with the influx of Jews after Kristallnacht. Unfortunately, the closer he got to the truth about Koch, the further he was from proof. Too often, for coincidence, he found that prisoners said to have information of corruption were now dead. From their files, he discovered that the dates of death were years apart, and in each case a different cause was given. Suspecting murder, he ordered an investigation, but his own special agent could not find a single clue and refused to continue his search. An ordinary man would have abandoned the investigation, but Morgan was so convinced that crime had been committed that he turned detective himself. He went to local banks, where he briefly displayed official-looking papers and pretended that he had been authorized by Himmler to examine Koch's accounts. His persistence was rewarded. At one bank he found undeniable evidence that Koch had embezzled 100,000 marks. Finally, proof of murder came when Morgan burrowed deep into the prison records to discover that witnesses were taken to a secret cell and eliminated. Armed with a bulging briefcase of records and affidavits, Morgan set out for Berlin. His superior, the chief of criminal police, blanched at the evidence. He had not expected Morgan to take his assignment so seriously, and hurriedly passed him on to Kaltenbrunner. Heydrich's successor was equally aghast, or pretended to be, and said, "That's not my business. Take it to your own boss in Munich." Morgan dutifully took the evidence to the head of the SS legal department, who was just as unwilling to take any responsibility. "You'll have to tell all that to Himmler," he said. Morgan proceeded to the Reichsfuhrer's field headquarters, where he was refused an interview. With the help of a sympathetic member of Himmler's personal staff, Morgan proceeded to draft a cautiously worded telegram outlining the case. The problem was to get it delivered personally. Somehow it was slipped through the bureaucratic barrier and came to Himmler's attention. To the amazement of almost everyone, he gave Morgan complete authority to proceed against Koch, his wife, and anyone else connected with the sordid case. Some thought it was because of Himmler's mistrust of Oswald Pohl, the administrator of all concentration camps. Others believed that he did not realize the case was a potential Pandora's box. But those who knew Himmler most intimately felt it was another instance of his peculiar sense of honor. 3. Cruelty has a human heart. William Blake. There was no more paradoxical figure in the higher reaches of National Socialism than Heinrich Himmler. He impressed many by his charm and politeness, his modesty at meetings, his reasonableness. Diplomats described him as a man of sober judgment, and the resistance movement regarding him as the sole leading Nazi who could be utilized in ending Hitler's rule. To General Hossbach he was the Führer's evil spirit, cold and calculating, the most unscrupulous figure in the Third Reich. To Max Amann he was a kind of Robespierre or witch-burning Jesuit. What made him sinister to Karl Burkhardt, the former League of Nations High Commissioner of Danzig, was his capacity to concentrate upon little things, his pettifogging conscientiousness, and his inhuman methodology. He had a touch of the robot. To his young daughter Gudrun, he was a loving father. "Whatever is said about my puppy," she recently said, "what has been written or shall be written in the future about him, he was my father, the best father I could have, and I loved him, and still love him." Most of his subordinates regarded Himmler as a warm, thoughtful employer with a deep sense of democracy. He played scat with secretaries and soccer with aides and adjutants. Once he invited a dozen young charwomen to his birthday dinner and ordered his reluctant officers to choose them as table companions, then himself led off the head charwoman. The key to this enigmatic character did not lie in his youth. He came from a well-to-do Bavarian middle-class family and was named after his father's most famous pupil, Prince Heinrich von Wittelsbach. Young Himmler was neither more nor less anti-Semitic than the average young Bavarian of his class, and the remarks about Jews in his diary were those of a bigot trying to be fair, rather than of a racist. He had rigid convictions concerning sex, and these were not unusual for his day. In short, he seemed to be the predictable product of Bavarian education and training, a promising young bureaucrat, meticulous and regulated. By 1922, at age 22, Himmler was a typical young nationalist with anti-Semitic leanings and a romantic vision of military life. That year, he wrote a poem on the flyleaf of his diary which revealed his dream of dying for a cause. Although they may pierce you, fight, resist, stand by. You yourself may perish, but keep the banner high. It was not strange that a young man of such bent should be attracted by the theories of National Socialism and its charismatic leader. A bureaucrat by training and loyal by nature, he was a perfect Nazi career man. As he rose in the party, he became the victim of a battle raging within himself. He was a Bavarian, yet fervently admired Prussian kings like Frederick the Great, and constantly praised bronze medal in the mile run. With more personal power than anyone in the Reich except Hitler, he remained unpretentious and conscientious. Born and bred a Catholic, he now relentlessly attacked the Church, and yet, according to a close associate, conscientiously rebuilt his SS on Jesuit principles by assiduously copying the service statutes and spiritual exercises presented by Ignatius Loyola. Dreaded by millions, he trembled before the Führer, who, he confessed to a subordinate, made him feel like a schoolboy who hadn't done his homework. Like his Führer, Himmler was indifferent to things material and, unlike Goering and others, never profited from his position. He lived in frugal simplicity, eating moderately, drinking sparingly, and restricting himself to 2 cigars a day. He maintained one household on the Tegernsee for his wife and daughter, another near the Königssee for his personal secretary, Hedwig Potthast, who bore him a son and a daughter. And as a man of responsibility, he provided for each family in a style which left him very little for his personal use. Some of his tenets were so eccentric that even his faithful followers found them difficult to accept. Glacial cosmogony, magnetism, homeopathy, mesmerism, natural eugenics, clairvoyance, faith healing, and sorcery. He sponsored experiments in obtaining gasoline by having water run over coal, and in producing gold out of base metals. While his power had all come from Hitler, the Führer wanted nothing to do with him personally. "I need such policemen," he told Schaub, who had been entreated by Himmler to get him an invitation to the Berghof, "but I don't like them." Hitler went so far as to order his personal adjutant, Schulze, an SS captain, not to keep his nominal chief informed about the daily military discussions. At the same time, he put the Reichsführer in full charge of the operation closest to his heart, the final solution. In some respects it was an appropriate appointment. From the beginning, Himmler had been under Hitler's spell, and he remained totally Hitler's man, his disciple and subject. Furthermore, Himmler was the epitome of National Socialism, for it was as a diligent professional party worker that Himmler had overcome his own problems of identity. He was the Führer's faithful right hand, who, despite squeamishness in the face of blood or beatings, had become a mass killer by remote control, an efficient businessman murderer. He had done so while retaining his sentimentality. "I've often bagged a deer," he confided to his personal physician, "but I must tell you I've had a bad conscience each time I've looked into its dead eyes." Recently, at some personal risk, he had connived with Field Marshal Milch to save the lives of 14,000 Jewish skilled labourers in Holland. He had also released from Ravensbrück concentration camp the mother of a Luftwaffe colonel who refused to renounce her belief as a Jehovah's Witness. He did so under Milch's threat never to speak to him again. He so wanted to be considered a good fellow. If approached diplomatically, he found it difficult to resist a reasonable plea for mercy. In one case he freed a deserter. In another, forgave an official for writing a biting critique of SS treatment of the Poles. But his sense of honor forbade him to show mercy to his own flesh and blood. When a nephew, an SS officer, was brought up on charges of homosexuality, he immediately signed the order sending him to a punishment camp. During imprisonment, the young man committed other homosexual acts, and the uncle ordered his execution. Rolf Weser, an SS judge, urged leniency, but Himmler refused. "I do not want anyone to say that I was more lenient because it was my own nephew." It was Hitler himself who had to revoke the judgment of death. Under Himmler's supervision, the work of the killing centers reached the peak of efficiency by the fall of 1943. At Auschwitz, those selected for death marched to the gas chambers, unaware of their fate, past an inmate symphony orchestra conducted by the Jewish violinist Alma Rose. At Treblinka, however, the Jews almost always knew they were about to die, and would cry and laugh from shock. Annoyed guards lashed away at them. Babies who hindered attendance while shaving their mother's hair would be smashed against a wall. If there was any resistance, guards and capos, trustees, would use whips to drive the naked victims into trucks bound for the gas chamber. The thought of refusing the order to murder never entered the heads of the executioners. "I could only say jawohl," Höss, the commandant of Auschwitz, later confessed. "It didn't occur to me at all that I would be held responsible." You see, in Germany it was understood that if something went wrong, then the man who gave the orders was responsible. Nor did these executioners ever question whether the Jews deserved their fate. Don't you see, we SS men were not supposed to think about these things. It never even occurred to us. We were all so trained to obey orders without even thinking that the thought of disobeying an order would simply never have occurred to anybody, and somebody else would have done it just as well if I hadn't. Besides, those who participated in the exterminations had been trained so rigorously that one would shoot his own brother if ordered to. Orders were everything. Some of the executioners thoroughly enjoyed their work, but these were sadistic at the peril of punishment from their chief. Years earlier, Himmler had forbidden independent action against the Jews by any member of his organization. "The SS commander must be hard, but not hardened," he instructed one Sturmbannführer. "If during your work you come across cases in which some commander exceeds his duty or shows signs that his restraint is becoming blurred, intervene at once." Recently, he had passed down a similar judgment to the SS legal department in regard to unauthorized shootings of Jews. If the motive is selfish, sadistic, or sexual, judicial punishment should be imposed for murder or manslaughter, as the case may be. That was undoubtedly why he had authorized Morgan to bring the commandant of Buchenwald to trial. Training his men to become hard but not hardened was a difficult task for Himmler, and he attempted to do so by transforming the SS into an order of knights with the motto, "Loyalty is my honor." He imbued the SS, therefore, not only with a sense of racial superiority, but with the hard virtues of loyalty, comradeship, duty, truth, diligence, honesty, and knighthood. His SS, as the elite of the party, was the elite of the German folk, and therefore the elite of the entire world. By establishing castles of the order to indoctrinate SS members in his ideals, he hoped to breed a new man, far finer and more valuable than the world had yet seen. He also lectured his men on good manners and good breeding. Whether it is a dinner you are giving or the organization of a march, wherever there are guests, I insist that you attend to the slightest details, for I want the SS to set an example of propriety everywhere and show the utmost courtesy and consideration to all fellow Germans. His SS men were to be models of neatness. I do not want to see a single white vest with the slightest spot of dirt. Furthermore, they must drink like gentlemen, or you will be sent a pistol and asked to put an end to it. They were to be gentlemen, in fact, no matter how atrocious their mission. And with this in mind, Himmler summoned his SS generals to Posen on October 4, 1943. His primary purpose was to enlarge the circle of those privy to the extermination of the Jews. The recent revelations by Morgan, combined with persistent rumors of terrors in the concentration camps, were causing apprehension and some revulsion among the most loyal adherents of the Führer. Now that the truth was leaking out, he had decided to involve the party and the military in his final solution. By making them, in effect, co-conspirators, he would force them to fight on to the end. The war was probably lost, but this would give him time to fulfill his main ambition. If worst came to worst, he would take millions of Jews to death with him. The speech to the SS officers was only the first in a series of information lectures by Himmler that were to include many civilian leaders and Wehrmacht officers. In a sense, the first was the most important of the scheduled speeches, since he must convince the SS that the execution of this distasteful deed was not at variance with the highest principles of their order. He said he wanted to talk to them quite frankly on a very grave matter. Among ourselves it should be mentioned once, quite openly, but we will never speak of it publicly. His reluctance to proceed was obvious, but finally he said, "I mean the evacuation of the Jews, the extermination of the Jewish race. It's one of those things it is easy to talk about. The Jewish race is being exterminated," says one party member. "That's quite clear. It's in our program. Elimination of the Jews, and we're doing it, exterminating them." These plain words, after years of rhetoric and sloganeering, were shocking despite the unwelcome suspicions raised by Morgan and Kurt Gerstein. More so was Himmler's condemnation of those who had been profiting by the final solution. A number of SS men, there are not very many of them, have fallen short, and they will die without mercy. We had the moral right, we had the duty of our people to destroy this race which wanted to destroy us. But we have not the right to enrich ourselves with so much as a fur, a watch, a mark, or a cigarette or anything else. Because we have exterminated a bacterium, we do not want to be eventually infected by the bacterium or die of it. I will not allow so much as a sepsis to appear here or gain a hold. Wherever it may form, we must cauterize it. In the final analysis, however, we can say that we have fulfilled this most difficult duty for the love of our people, and our spirit, our soul, our character have not suffered injury from it. 2 days later, Himmler spoke in the same vein to a group of Gauleiters and Reichsleiters. The sentence, "The Jews must be exterminated," with its few words, gentlemen, can be uttered easily. But what that sentence demands of the man who must execute it is the hardest and toughest thing in existence. It was apparent to his listeners that they were about to hear what they had been closing their ears to for months. I ask you really only to hear and never to talk about what I tell you in this circle. When the question arose, what should be done with the women and children, I decided here also to adopt a clear solution. I did not deem myself justified in exterminating the men, that is to say, to kill them or let them be killed, while allowing their children to grow up to avenge themselves on our sons and grandchildren. The hard decision had to be taken. This people must disappear from the face of the earth. This was, he said, the most onerous assignment the SS ever had. It was carried out, I think I can say, without our men and our leaders suffering the slightest damage to spirit or soul. They had remained knights despite mass extermination. A leaden silence fell over the hall. He spoke, recalled Baldur von Schirach, with such icy coldness of the extermination of men, women and children, as a businessman speaks of his balance sheet. There was nothing emotional in his speech, nothing that suggested an inner involvement. After enlarging on the difficulties of this awesome task, Himmler brought the subject to a close. You now know what is what, and you must keep it to yourself. Perhaps at a much later time we shall consider whether something about it can be told to the German people. But it is probably better to bear the responsibility on behalf of our people, a responsibility for the deed as well as for the idea, and take the secret with us into our graves. He was like Brutus, forcing his colleagues to dip their hands in Caesar's blood. The final solution was no longer the burden only of Hitler and Himmler, but theirs, a burden they must carry in silence. Bormann closed the meeting with an invitation to lunch in the adjoining hall. During the meal, Schirach and the other Gauleiters and Reichsleiters wordlessly avoided each other's eyes. Most guessed that Himmler had only revealed the truth so as to make them accomplices, and that evening they drank so much that a good number had to be helped into the train that was taking them to the Volksschanze. Albert Speer, who had addressed the same audience just before Himmler, was so disgusted by the drunken spectacle that the next day he urged Hitler to read his party leaders a lecture on temperance. 4. The Jews were not the only victims of Hitler's new order. Millions of others, particularly in occupied Russia, had been shot, gassed and beaten to death. During a recent visit to Volksschanze, Peter Kleist had voiced opposition to this policy to the Führer himself in a long, detailed memorandum. "You've given me a very unpleasant picture of conditions in occupied Russia," said Hitler after reading it. "Isn't this idea of improving conditions by giving in to the ambitious demands of any nationalist politician that comes along nothing but an illusion? These nationalists will just think we are weak, and their ambition will spur them on to make more and more demands." Kleist spoke out boldly, explaining that he did not mean they should give in to demands, rather create conditions that would make the peoples of the East choose Germany instead of the Soviet Union. As he continued, Hitler listened thoughtfully, eyes on the floor. This gave Kleist the rare opportunity of observing his face at leisure. I had always been struck by the way in which his expression was split up into many different units. It seemed to be composed of single elements that did not combine to form any real unity. Finally, Hitler interrupted. He was not at all angry, but completely cool, calm, and thoughtful, as if talking to himself. "I cannot turn back now," he said, gazing into space. "Any change in my attitude would certainly be misunderstood as giving in, the military situation being what it is, and would bring a landslide." He did promise to consider a more liberal course once he had gained the military initiative, but Kleist felt this was only rhetoric. How could you change such a mind? Abruptly, Hitler looked up at Kleist. Gone was the calm, contemplative mood. "It's an illusion," he exclaimed with some violence. "You have a right to think only of the moment and of the situation weighing upon us at the present time, but that is also where you fall short. I have a duty to think of tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I cannot forget the future for the sake of a few momentary successes. In 100 years, Germany would be a nation of 120 million. For that population I need empty space. I cannot grant the Eastern peoples any sovereign rights of independence and replace Soviet Russia with a new national Russia which is, for that very reason, much more firmly knit together. Policy is made not with illusions, but with facts. Space is the deciding question for me in the East." And so his policy of oppression continued, accompanied by the ruthless starvation of Soviet prisoners of war. Alfred Rosenberg himself bore witness to this inhumanity in a scorching letter to Keitel that must have been prepared and thrust upon the Minister for the occupied Eastern Territories by more forceful subordinates. It charged that of the 3,600,000 Soviet prisoners of war, only a few 100,000 were in good health. The great majority had been starved or shot out of hand in a series of atrocities that ignored potential understanding. Countless other Soviet prisoners, along with non-Jewish inmates of concentration camps, were dying in a series of medical experiments, some after lying naked in snow or icy water, some during high-altitude tests, some as guinea pigs for mustard gas and poison bullets. Polish women at the Ravensbrück camp were inflicted with gas gangrene wounds. Gypsies at Dachau and Buchenwald satisfied the curiosity of a group of doctors who wanted to know how long human beings could live on salt water. The administration of occupied territories throughout Europe had also resulted in manifold executions as reprisals for acts of sabotage and rebellion. These were legalized by an order issued by the Führer on Pearl Harbor Day, once he realized all hope of taking Moscow was gone and eventual victory was dubious. Bearing the odd but apt title Night and Fog Decree, it ordered that all persons endangering German security, except those to be executed immediately, were to vanish, without leaving a trace. Their families were to be told nothing of their fate. By the fall of 1943, Hitler's new order in Western Europe which purported to be an amalgamation of states for the common good, was exposed for what it was, a plunder economy. Faced with millions reluctant to become mere vassals, Hitler turned from persuasion to sheer force. Acts of work stoppage and sabotage were answered by enforced labor and the execution of hostages. In Holland and France, the death toll was more than 20,000. Legalized pillage had become the order of the day, with boxcars of loot, including food, clothing, and art treasures, converging on the homeland from Norway, Holland, Belgium, Luxembourg, France, and Denmark. This did not include enormous occupation assessments. France alone was paying 7 billion marks a year for membership in the new order. Hitler revealed the truth to the entire party leadership at a meeting in Berlin. All that rubbish of small states still existing in Europe must be liquidated as fast as possible. The aim of our struggle must be to create a unified Europe. The Germans alone can really organize Europe. A unified Europe, of course, meant one completely dominated by Germany, one kept orderly by the Gestapo and collaboration police. Yet with all its oppression and brutal reprisals, Hitler's new order had not aroused the spirit of rebellion among the masses. Most of the occupied peoples still cooperated with Nazi authorities so that they could lead comparatively normal lives. Convinced that general strikes, attacks on German overseers, or attempts to disrupt the administration and economy of their nation would inevitably lead to massive reprisals at worst, or a lowering of their own standard of living at best. It was easier and more prudent to make common cause with an occupation that would probably last indefinitely. It was this will to survive that reduced resistance activities to a minimum. A few, indeed, belonged to the underground, and too often, as in France, there was bloody, debilitating rivalry between communist and non-communist partisan units. The only substantial resistance movement was in Yugoslavia, and this too was blunted by the internecine quarrel between Tito, a communist, who strove to unite all anti-Hitler elements, and Mihailović, the Serbian nationalist. Although Hitler's ultimate aim to transform most of Europe into a Germanic empire was now in the open, the extent of his ambitions was not. Even many of his enemies surmised he would restrict himself to Europe. They would have been confounded to read his secret handwritten notes on the subject. England, for the good of the world, must remain unchanged in its present form. Consequently, after final victory, we must effect a reconciliation. Only the king must go. In his place, the Duke of Windsor. With him we will make a permanent treaty of friendship instead of a peace treaty. Scandinavia and the Iberian Peninsula, he continued, would be joined under the new order, thus materializing that united Europe envisaged by Charles the Great, Prince Eugene, and Napoleon. The most important point of final victory will be the exclusion of the United States from world politics for all time and the destruction of their Jewish community. For this purpose, Dr. Goebbels will have dictatorial authority as governor to accomplish the total re-education of the racially mixed and inferior population. Goering will also help in this respect, above all by mobilizing all those with German blood, at least 50% of the inhabitants, so they can be educated militarily and regenerated nationalistically. 5. While Hitler envisaged grandiose plans of conquest that encompassed 5 continents, his armies in the east were being steadily driven back toward the homeland. Inspired by success in repelling Operation Citadel, the Soviet High Command had gone over to the attack with confidence and daring. In the last 6 months of 1943, the Red Army had advanced in some places as much as 250 miles, throwing the Germans in the south and center back across the Dnieper River. This only spurred Hitler to accelerate the final solution, and early in 1944 he allowed the secret to be revealed to a large non-party, non-SS group. On January 26, 1944, Himmler made his third address, this to some 260 high-ranking Army and Navy officers in a theater at Posen. In his cool, antiseptic manner, he told how Hitler had given him the mission of extermination. "I can assure you that the Jewish question has been solved. 6 million have been killed." A wave of applause swept the auditorium. One Wehrmacht officer near Colonel von Gersdorf, who had tried in vain to bomb Hitler and himself to bits, stood up on a chair in his enthusiasm. From the rear of the hall, an aghast general checked to see how many of his colleagues were not applauding. He could count but 5. Himmler continued this campaign of enlightenment in the next weeks. He admitted to a group of Navy leaders that he had ordered women and children killed. "I would be a weakling, a criminal to our descendants, if I allowed hate-filled sons to grow to manhood in this battle of humans against subhumans. But we must recognize more and more that we are engaged in a primitive, original, natural racial battle." He told much the same story to another group of generals at Sonthofen. "The Jewish question in Germany and in general throughout the occupied territories is solved," he said. And when he added that it had been done without compromise, there was applause. In all, Himmler made some 15 speeches on the final solution, covering a wide range of audiences, but, significantly, never one of Foreign Office personnel. The last days of 1943 were oppressive ones for Hitler. Not only did his troops face new setbacks at Leningrad and throughout the Ukraine, but his extermination program was threatened when SS Judge Morgan finally uncovered the network of corruption at Buchenwald. An accomplice of Camp Commandant Koch's, named Köhler, lost his nerve and agreed to testify. He was jailed as a material witness, but within days was found dead in his cell. In the light of such damning evidence, Koch wilted under Morgan's relentless interrogation. He confessed that, besides enriching himself at the expense of the inmates, he had executed a number of them to cover up his secret. The successful prosecution of Koch by no means satisfied Morgan's sense of justice. He pursued the trail of corruption to Poland. In Lublin, Morgan was warmly greeted by the camp's commandant, Criminal Commissar Wirth, who had acted as Gerstein's guide in Buzet. He revealed with pride that it was he who had not only built the 4 extermination camps in the Lublin area, but organized the system of extermination. Each establishment, he said, had been built up like a Potemkin village. As trains pulled into a dummy railroad station, the occupants imagined they were entering a city or town. With relish, Wirth described how he or one of his representatives would greet the newcomers with a set speech. "Jews, you were brought here to be resettled, but before we organize the future Jewish state, you must of course learn how to work. You must learn a new trade." After these calming words, the victims would innocently start off on their march to death. Wirth's description of the entire process seemed completely fantastic to Morgan. But not after he toured the buildings which housed the loot. From the massive piles, including one incredible heap of watches, he realized that something frightful was going on here. Never had he seen so much money at one time, particularly foreign currency. There were coins from all over the world. He gaped in wonder at the gold-smelting furnace and its prodigious stack of gold bars. Morgan inspected all 4 camps built by Wirth: Majdanek, Treblinka, Sobibor, and Buzet. In each one he saw evidence of execution, the gas chambers, the ovens, the mass graves. Here was crime on a ghastly scale, yet he was helpless to act, since the order had come directly from the Führer's chancellery. Morgan's only recourse was to prosecute the arbitrary killings of prisoners. These could be brought before the SS judicial system. He set out to get evidence and persevered, despite continued hindrances, until he found sufficient proof to bring charges of murder against the 2 top officials at Majdanek. The guiding spirit of all 4 camps, the helpful Christian Wirth, continued to talk freely to Morgan. One day he remarked casually that a man named Höss ran another large extermination complex near Auschwitz. This sounded like fertile ground for Morgan, but his authority was limited, and he had to find some good reason to go so far afield. He soon found his excuse: an unsolved case of gold smuggling involving several men on Höss's staff. And so by early 1944 the doughty Morgan was investigating the death camps near Auschwitz. He had no trouble locating numerous sheds loaded with loot, gas chambers and crematories. But investigations of illegal killings and corruption were blocked every time one of his men got too close to the truth. and Morgan decided to return to Germany so he could attend to a more important matter, the mass official killing themselves. Morgan decided to approach Himmler personally and make it clear that the extermination system was leading Germany straight into the abyss. To reach the Reichsführer, he again had to go through channels. First on the list was his immediate superior, the chief of the criminal police. Niebuhr listened in shocked silence. I could see his hair stand on end when I made my report, and when he found tongue, he told Morgan to report the matter immediately to Kaltenbrunner. He too was appalled, and promised to take his protest to both Himmler and Hitler. Next came Chief Justice of the SS Court, Breithaupt. He was so incensed that he promised to arrange a meeting between Himmler and Morgan. But this time the machinery of bureaucracy prevented Morgan from getting beyond the Reichsführer's anteroom. This convinced Morgan that he would have to take a more practical route to justice. That is, by removing from this system of destruction the leaders and important elements through the means offered by the system itself. I could not do this with regards to the killings ordered by the head of the state, but I could do it for killings outside of this order, or against this order, or for other serious charges. He returned to his task with spirit, determined to institute proceedings against as many leaders as possible, in hopes of undermining the entire system of mass murder. He expanded the scope of investigation to concentration camps, despite threats and attempted reprisals. At Oranienburg, one of his informers, a prisoner named Rother, was saved at the last moment from a public execution designed to warn other inmates not to collaborate with Morgan. Even so, he won the nickname the Bloodhound Judge, bringing some 800 cases of corruption and murder to trial, 200 of which resulted in sentences. Karl Koch of Buchenwald was shot. The commandant of Majdanek was also executed, his chief assistant condemned to death. The commandant of Satoyenbos was posted to a penal unit for maltreatment of prisoners, and the head of Flossenburg was fired for drunkenness and debauchery. These trials caused such reverberations in the hierarchy by the early spring of 1944 that Himmler, undoubtedly at Hitler's order, instructed Morgan to cease further investigations. The Bloodhound Judge was going too far, too successfully, and was about to launch a full-scale inquiry into Rudolf Höss and the Auschwitz constellation of camps. The shockwave of Morgan's one-man house-cleaning had already compromised the Lublin killing complex. Kriminalkommissar Wirth was instructed to destroy 3 of the 4 camps he had built, Treblinka, Sobibor, and Buzet, without leaving a trace. At that task completed, Wirth was dispatched to Italy to defend Rhodes against partisans. Here the man who had escaped Morgan's justice was soon brought down by a ruder one, a partisan bullet in the back. In the meantime, despite the Himmler-Hitler order, Konrad Morgan was surreptitiously continuing his lonesome attempt to end the final solution. He was particularly interested in a rather low-ranking SD officer named Eichmann. Part 9. Into the Abyss. Chapter 28. The Army Bomb Plot. November 1943 to July 21st, 1944. 1. On the eve of the 20th anniversary of the Beer Hall Putsch, Germany's strategic position was frankly revealed to 100 or so Reichsleiters and Gauleiters by General Jodl. In a top-secret lecture at Munich, he told of the bitter defeats in Russia, of the failure to draw Spain into the war and thus seize Gibraltar, because of that Jesuit foreign minister Serrano Suñé, and of the most monstrous of all betrayals in history, that of the Italians. Jodl spoke extemporaneously of the future, alarming his listeners with the admission that the Western Allies enjoyed such tremendous air superiority that a mass landing could not possibly be contained by the present defence forces. There was, he concluded, only one solution: to mobilize every German able to bear arms. It would not be possible to drain troops and supplies from the east, he said, since things were indeed getting warm there. New ways had to be found to solve the dilemma of manpower shortage in the west. In my opinion, the time has come to take steps with remorseless vigour and resolution in Denmark, Holland, France, and Belgium, to compel thousands of idle ones to carry out the fortification work, which is more important than any other work. The necessary orders for this have already been given. The glum picture of the present ended with the acknowledgment that the terror air raids by the West weighed most heavily on the home front, and that U-boat reprisals were declining drastically because of enemy air superiority over the Atlantic. At the same time, he said, there were considerable grounds for confidence in final victory. They were blessed with a leader who was the soul not only of the political but also of the military conduct of the war, and it was his willpower alone that was animating the whole of the German armed forces with respect to strategy, organization, and munitions of war. Similarly, the unity of political and military command, which is so important, is personified by him in a way such as has never been known since the days of Frederick the Great. He ended with a burst of hyperbole worthy of Hitler. No one could predict what troubles lay hidden in the darkness of the future. One thing alone was certain: Germany would never cease the fight for the culture and freedom of the continent. A Europe under the whip of American Jews or Bolshevik commissars is unthinkable. The politicians cheered. Jodel's talk was a tour-de-force mixture of candour and hope that was followed 2 days later by a purely inspirational performance on the part of Hitler. In a speech from the Löwenbräu cellar, he spoke with such confidence and fire that many of those listening on the radio were as uplifted as those present. These attempts to inspire the party and the people were undermined within weeks by deterioration in both the political and the military situation. Hungarians were eyeing Italy's desertion with envy, and Romanians were bitter at the destruction of 18 divisions on the Don and Volga. The Wehrmacht itself had suffered 1,686,000 casualties in the past 12 months, and it was so difficult to find replacements that the conscription law exempting the youngest or only son of a family was suspended, and 50-year-old men, veterans of the First World War, were deemed eligible for service. With prospect of another disastrous winter on the Eastern Front, the atmosphere at Wolfschanze was glum. The Führer completely ignored the holiday season. There was no Christmas tree, not a single candle to celebrate the festival of love and peace. Early in 1944, on January 26th, he summoned several hundred generals and admirals to Rastenburg. After explaining the ideological basis of the war, he made it clear that his officers must take an unequivocal stand in regard to National Socialism. They must support its principles from inner conviction. He said all this in a calm, matter-of-fact manner, and so his next words, uttered with an intense sincerity, caught his listeners off balance. "My generals and admirals," he said, "if Providence should actually deny us victory in this battle of life and death, and if it is the will of the Almighty that this should end in catastrophe for the German people, then you, my generals and admirals, must gather around me with upraised swords to fight to the last drop of blood for the honour of Germany. I say, gentlemen, that is the way it actually must be." There was deathly silence in the room. Everyone, it seemed, was holding his breath. Finally the silence was broken by an officer in the first row who felt insulted. In an ironic voice, Field Marshal von Manstein said, "My Führer, it shall be so." There followed another silence, this one fearful, as Hitler waited for his military leaders to rise as one man and cheer these words, even though they had been uttered sarcastically. But there was not a sound, not a movement. On the rostrum, Hitler paled. He scanned the room, his eyes like searchlights, finally stopping at Manstein in the front row. "Field Marshal," he said harshly, "I have good reason to doubt the faith which your response implies." There was another long, embarrassing pause. Finally, he said he knew all about the anti-Hitler movement in the Wehrmacht, the strong negative attitude of numerous officers. He had proof positive that some of these gentlemen were refusing to execute certain Führer orders. Yes, and he knew all about the Free Germany movement among certain officers captured by the Soviets. These impromptu accusations broke his concentration, and he was unable to finish his speech as planned. Instead, he brought it to an abrupt close and stalked out of the room. Moments later, Manstein was ordered to report at once to the Führer's study. Hitler glared at him. "Field Marshal," he said, "I must forbid you ever to interrupt me again during a speech. How would you like it if someone broke in while you were addressing your subordinates?" One of the few pleasures of Hitler's life in those dreary winter days was the excellent cuisine of his new diet cook. Marlene von Exner was also young, attractive, and Viennese. He enjoyed her company, and the two would talk at length about Austria and her family, which had supported the National Socialist movement when it was illegal. Her only complaint was Hitler's limited menu. How monotonous, she confided to Traudl Junge, to live on vegetarian soup, carrots, potatoes, and soft-boiled eggs. She feared he might get so bored with her meals that he would send her away, and she had fallen in love with a young SS adjutant. She was destined to leave for quite another reason. Bormann, whose advances had been repelled by Frau von Exner, discovered there was Jewish blood on her mother's side, and got his revenge by pressing the matter until Hitler, who wished it had never been raised, felt obliged to dismiss her. But he gave her 6 months' salary and made the entire Exner family honorary Aryans. Late that February, Hitler returned to the Obersalzberg so that the Volksschanze buildings could be reinforced against Russian air raids. But life at the Berghof was scarcely more cheerful. The forced gaiety, the light conversations, and the variety of guests, recalled Traudl Junge, could not hide the disquiet which we all felt in our hearts. Eva had not seen her lover for some time, and was shocked by his appearance. "He has become so old and sombre," she confided to Traudl. "Do you know what is troubling him?" The secretary was embarrassed. "You know the Führer much better than I do, and you must be able to guess about those things he doesn't speak of." "The military situation alone," she said, "must be sufficient cause for deep concern." Later in the day, at the tea-house, Eva scolded Hitler for his stoop, but he turned it into a joke. "That's because I have heavy keys in my pocket. Besides, I tote along a full pack of troubles." He grinned facetiously. "And now you and I will go better together. You are always wearing high heels to be taller, so if I bend down a little, we will harmonize well." On the last day of February, an unusual guest arrived at the Berghof. Hannah Reich, the aviator and glider pilot, had come to tell the Führer how to win the war. The new V-1 rocket, she argued, was too inaccurate. A piloted rocket was the answer, and she offered to be the first volunteer. Hitler rejected the project out of hand. This was not the right psychological moment for such a suicidal idea to be accepted by the German people. He changed the subject to the jet plane, one of his secret weapons. Hannah knew that jet propulsion was only in its early stages of development, and could not resist interrupting him in mid-sentence. "Mein Führer, you are speaking of the grandchild of an embryo." He was poorly informed about the German jet program, she said, and again brought up the subject of suicide pilots. Surprisingly, he gave peevish permission to begin experimental work on the project, so long as he was not pestered during the development stage. It snowed almost continuously at the Obersalzberg, but the isolation seemed to improve the Führer's spirits. At lunch, he began deriding the watercolors he had painted in Vienna, and which now commanded high prices. It would be crazy, he said, to pay more than 200 marks for such amateurish efforts. "I did not really want to be a painter," he confessed. "I only painted these things to live and study." He had disposed of them, but kept his architectural sketches, my most treasured possessions, my mental property, which I could never part with. One must not forget that all my present ideas, my architectural plans, go back to those years when I worked all night long. Life at the Berghof seemed to give him renewed confidence, and by the time Goebbels arrived in March, deeply depressed over the first daylight American bombings, Hitler had to instill him with hope for the future. Yet the next day it was the Führer who suffered an attack of nerves. In a conference on March 17th at nearby Klesheim Castle, he lost his temper with Admiral Horthy, regent of Hungary, and accused the Hungarians of planning an Italian-style betrayal. Schmidt, waiting outside, was astounded to see the aged Horthy rush out, red in the face, with Hitler at his heels, looking angry and embarrassed, calling out to come back. The affronted Horthy sent for his special train, but, before it could move, Ribbentrop faked a convincing air raid, including a smoke screen over the castle, which successfully kept the regent a prisoner. When he had cooled down, Ribbentrop informed him that he could leave, and read the draft of a joint communiqué stating that the entry of German troops into Hungary had been arranged by mutual consent. "You may as well have had it," protested the admiral, "that I begged Hitler to have Hungary occupied by Slovak and Romanian troops, which is another of the threats he made." This sentence was deleted, but by the time Horthy arrived in Budapest, he found his country occupied by 11 German divisions. Hitler's nerves had led to a petty triumph that was a military as well as a political blunder. It took divisions away from the west, where there were increasing indications of an impending invasion, and from the east where, reported intelligence expert Galen, the enemy was about to launch a massive offensive in the Ukraine, which could have imminent and far-reaching political, military and economic repercussions on the rest of the war in Europe. The only prospect of regaining the initiative, Galen added, was to make bold strategic withdrawals. In line with his policy of hanging tenaciously to every bit of conquered territory, the Führer turned down the recommendation. This decision may have been influenced by bad health. Others, besides Eva, noticed how his knees would tremble if he stood too long, and his left hand would shake enough to rattle a cup in its saucer. Early in May he was again plagued by agonizing stomach spasms. While ignoring Dr. Morell's advice to submit to gentle massage and go on long walks, he did agree to take cardizol and subject himself to intravenous injections of 2 other drugs, glucad and testaviron, to combat increasing fatigue. Morell also urged Hitler to get to bed earlier, but he said that was impossible. He could not sleep until the last British bomber had left the Reich. That spring, enemy planes ravaged Bavaria. Almost every day the warning sirens screeched, and Hitler would climb down the 65 steps to the deep bunker under the Berghof. But no bombs dropped on the Obersalzberg. The raiders were bound for Vienna, Hungary, or other populated targets. In clear weather one could see the red of the fires in Munich, and Eva begged permission to drive there to see if her house on the Wasserburger Strasse was safe. She persisted until the Führer finally let her go. She returned so shocked by the havoc that Hitler vowed vengeance. "Panic will break out in England," he promised, and told her about the new rocket. "The effect of this weapon will be too much for anyone's nerves. I shall pay back those barbarians who are now massacring women and children and destroying German culture." The air raid alerts became so common that some of the guests at the Berghof began to ignore them. One early morning, Traudl rushed from her bed to safety, but found no one in the bunker. When she came up to see why, there was Hitler standing at the entrance like Cerberus, scanning the skies anxiously. He wagged an admonishing finger at her. "Don't be so careless, young lady. Get back to the bunker. The alarm is not yet over." She didn't tell him that the other guests were still in their beds, but obediently descended the long flight of steps. During lunch, Hitler delivered a lecture on the stupidity of not taking shelter. "My co-workers, some of whom are irreplaceable, simply have an obligation to go to the bunker," he scolded. "It is idiotic to prove your courage by placing yourself in danger of being struck by a bomb." He was placing his own body in jeopardy by steadfastly refusing to exercise, rest, or undergo massage, while depending more and more on medication. In addition to the other pills and injections, he allowed himself to be dosed with a heart and liver extract and 4 to 6 multivitamin tablets a day. It was almost as though his health was no longer important, and he was only keeping himself alive until he had accomplished his mission in life. He did succeed in lifting himself out of depression and resumed preaching his message of hope. One fine day, he assured the family circle, something would change the entire situation. The Anglo-Saxons would eventually realize their best interests lay with his anti-Bolshevist crusade. It had to happen. The Allies responded with a new strategic bombing campaign of coordinated and concentrated raids. By early May, attacks by American daylight bombers on fuel plants in central and eastern Germany seriously endangered Hitler's entire armament program. The daily output of 5,850 metric tons abruptly fell to 4,820 tons. "The enemy has struck us at one of our weakest points," Albert Speer reported to Hitler. "If they persist this time, we will soon no longer have any fuel production worth mentioning. Our one hope is that the other side has an Air Force General Staff as scatterbrained as ours." Keitel hastily protested that there was still a huge reserve of fuel, but Hitler was more realistic and called a meeting a few days later to discuss the problem. 4 industrialists agreed that the situation was hopeless if the air raids continued systematically. At first, Hitler replied with the usual argument that they had survived worse crises, with Keitel and Goering nodding in unison, but when the industrialists supported their conclusions with data and comparative figures, Hitler made an abrupt about-face. He seemed, thought Speer, eager at last to hear the unpleasant truth. The Führer, he hoped, had finally realized that this was the beginning of the collapse of German economy. 2. The war of mobility which the Germans had so successfully employed in the early stages of the war was now turned against them. In the First World War, the protracted stalemate had enabled German propaganda to argue plausibly almost to the end that the war could still be won. No such assertions were possible amid the military realities of World War II. There could no longer be any question of another German summer offensive. Last year's defeat at Kursk had ended all hopes for success, and it was now only a question of how long the Wehrmacht could hold back the resurgent Red Army. Notwithstanding the staggering losses of manpower in the past 3 years, Russia still had some 300 divisions of over 5 million men in the field, opposing 20 undermanned German divisions totaling 2 million men. The most painful surprise to the Germans was not the astounding reserve strength of the Red Army, but its tenacious fighting spirit. During the siege of Stalingrad, Hitler had captiously explained the inability of Paulus to take the city with the fact that the Russians fought like swamp animals. Whatever the designation, the vigor and valor of these Untermenschen of the East had proved more than a match for the Teutonic race. So much for the underlying premise of Hitler's Ostpolitik. He had no thought of even a token victory in 1944. His concern, in fact, was invasion from the West. "It will decide the issue not only of the year, but of the whole war," he told his military advisers one day in early June, as he gazed absently out the window. "If we succeed in throwing back the invasion, such an attempt cannot and will not be repeated within a short time. It will mean that our reserves will be set free to use in Italy and the East. Then the latter front could at least be stabilized. But if they could not throw back the Western invaders, it meant final defeat. We cannot win a static war in the West for the additional reason that each step backward means a broadening of the front lines across more of France. With no strategic reserves of any importance, it will be impossible to build up sufficient strength along such a line. Therefore, he concluded, the invader must be thrown back on his first attempt. He did not add something he told General Heusinger in private. If the invasion succeeds, then I must try to bring the war to an end by political means. Hitler had turned over the task of repelling the West to Rommel, who had already presided over one catastrophe, the loss of North Africa, through no fault of his own. Rommel was convinced that the Asian could best be stopped at the beaches, where the enemy was at his weakest. The troops are unsure and possibly even seasick, he argued. They are unfamiliar with the terrain. Heavy weapons are not yet available in sufficient quantity. That is the moment to strike and defeat them. His elderly superior, Gerd von Rundstedt, Commander-in-Chief West, held the opposite view. The decisive battle should be fought far behind the coast. All armour and tactical reserves, therefore, should be well inside France, so they could encircle and destroy the oncoming enemy. Hitler settled the dispute by a compromise that pleased neither. He took all armoured units from Rommel, but placed them much closer to the coast than Rundstedt wanted. On the morning of June 4th, Rommel set out for Germany by car, ostensibly to visit his wife, whose birthday fell on the 6th. But his main purpose was to drive on to Berchtesgaden and persuade Hitler to transfer 2 additional armoured divisions and 1 mortar brigade to Normandy. The most urgent problem, he wrote in his diary, is to win the Führer over by personal conversation. It was an appropriate time for a brief holiday. The Luftwaffe meteorologist in Paris had just reported that no Allied invasion could be expected for 2 weeks because of stormy conditions. Across the Channel, General Dwight Eisenhower, the Allied commander-in-chief, was faced with his own dilemma. The invasion, Operation Overlord, was scheduled to start the next day, but the unfavourable weather reports induced him to postpone the great venture for at least another 24 hours. He spent most of the day alone in his cramped house-trailer in a woods near Portsmouth, mulling over the pros and cons of risking an attack under bad conditions or waiting until July. More than 200,000 men had already been briefed on the operation, and it seemed inevitable that the secret would leak out by that time. That evening, a new weather front was reported. There would be relatively good conditions until the morning of June 6th, when the weather would deteriorate. Eisenhower polled his commanders. Air Chief Marshal Sir Arthur Tedder feared the cloud cover would hinder his plans, but Montgomery's reply was, "I would say go." Eisenhower made the decision. On June 6th, the Allies would hit the beaches of Normandy. June 6th was barely 15 minutes old, British double summertime, when an 18-year-old paratrooper named Murphy dropped into the garden of a schoolmistress in Sainte-Mère-Église. It was the beginning of D-Day. Within an hour, vague and contradictory reports began flooding German 7th Army command posts. It was 3 a.m. German time before Rundstedt informed Supreme Headquarters, presently located on the Obersalzberg, that major paratroop and glider landings had been made in Normandy. 3 hours later, Rundstedt's Chief of Staff informed Valemont that this, in all probability, was the invasion. He urged that the 4 motorized armoured divisions of OKW reserves be sent nearer the landing area. But Jodl was positive it was merely a diversionary attack. He had been tricked by a secret Allied operation known as Bodyguard. A fake war plan was cleverly leaked to Führer headquarters, indicating the main landings would be farther north, near Calais, where the channel was narrowest. In consequence, Jodl refused to wake up Hitler for consultation. This caused consternation at Rundstedt's headquarters. The elderly field marshal, according to his chief of operations, was fuming with rage, red in the face, and his anger made his speech unintelligible. Another commander might have telephoned Hitler directly, but the aristocratic Rundstedt, who openly referred to his Führer as that Bohemian corporal, would not stoop to petition. He left the entreaties to his subordinates, who kept pestering OKW with phone calls in an effort to change Jodl's mind. It was not until 9 a.m. that the Führer was finally wakened. This, in fact, was earlier than usual, but he was scheduled to receive Horthy, Tiso, and Antonescu, the dictators of Hungary, Slovakia, and Romania, at Klesheim Castle. Emerging from his bedroom in dressing gown, Hitler listened placidly to the latest reports before sending for Keitel and Jodl. He was not so calm by the time they arrived. "Well, is it or isn't it the invasion?" he shouted, then spun on his heel and left. But before long his mood abruptly changed. He clapped people on the back with unaccustomed familiarity, as if revitalized by at last coming to grips with the West. "Now we can give them a nice little packet," he exclaimed, with a slap on his own thigh. He was jubilant throughout the hour-long scenic auto trip to Klesheim. "I can hold the Russians as long as I like," he told his companions, and then boasted how he would destroy the Anglo-Saxon powers in front of the Atlantic Wall. Events in the West dominated the midday situation conference, which was held just before the meeting with the 3 dictators. As Hitler entered the conference room, his military advisers, anxiously clustered around maps and charts, turned with some excitement and apprehension. To their amazement, he strode in confidently, face beaming. In exceptionally broad Austrian he said, "So we're off," and began chuckling in a carefree manner. What he had wanted all the time had finally come true, he told them. "I am face to face with my real enemies." In Berlin, DNB, on the authority of a minor official, announced that the invasion had begun, but apparently Goebbels himself did not take it too seriously. The most important event of the day, according to press officer Wilfried von Oven's diary, was a party at which Goebbels played a piano duet with a countess. Sounds off on culture at length, then disappears with countess behind bar at piano, he recorded. She sings chanson. Everybody drunk. At 4 p.m., Hitler was back at the Berghof in time for a late lunch with Eva and a number of party dignitaries and their wives. The highlight of the meal was his comment on vegetarianism. The elephant is the strongest animal. He also cannot stand meat. The party adjourned, as usual, to the tea-house, where the Führer treated himself to lime-blossom tea. This was followed by an hour's nap and another military conference at 11 p.m. He doubted, he said, that this was the real invasion. It was only a feint to trick him into deploying his forces to the wrong place. The main invasion would surely come at Calais, since it was the shortest route across the Channel. He could not be shaken from the lie so assiduously planted by Bodyguard, perhaps because that was the route in reverse he had selected when he was planning to invade England. By midnight, the Allies had broken into Hitler's western Festung on a front of 30 miles. The Germans had been completely taken by surprise, their air force and navy rendered powerless, and their coast defences shattered. The enemy had achieved a great victory at the cost of fewer than 2,500 lives, but there was still time to throw them back into the Channel, if the right decisions were made without delay. 3. On June 3rd, Goebbels had given up smoking. 3 days later, he got drunk. On the 7th, he assured his press officer that it was a genuine invasion, and that same noon astonished a select audience of high officials and industrialists by remarking, according to the diary of former Ambassador von Hassel, that one day the great powers would certainly sit down again at the same table and shake hands and ask one another, "Now, how did all this come about?" The last word in wisdom. Goebbels was merely mouthing the views of his master, but on the 10th he did his best to persuade Hitler that Germany's only hope was bloody rejection of the invasion. Then the West would eagerly seek an understanding. Hitler was still so convinced that the Normandy landing was a trick that he had not yet taken resolute action against this bridgehead, and by refusing to give his field commanders a free hand, he had deprived them of their last chance to seize the initiative. The battle was already lost. By now it was obvious that the Allies had won complete air supremacy over France, and Hitler turned to Goering, whom he had praised a few days earlier. He sarcastically asked whether it was true that his vaunted Luftwaffe had taken out a knock-for-knock insurance policy with the West. In desperation, the Führer inaugurated the V-1 rocket campaign against London on June 12th, 2 days ahead of schedule. The harassed catapult crews could launch only 10 flying bombs. 4 crashed immediately, 2 disappeared, and the others destroyed a single railway bridge. After this fiasco, Goering hastily reminded Hitler that this was Milch's program, not his. But when the second launching of 244 rockets 2 days later set disastrous fires in London, the Reichsmarschall was quick to claim the credit. All this had no effect on the situation in Normandy. Within 10 days, the Allies had managed to land almost 1 million men and 500,000 tons of material. The situation was so desperate that on June 17th Hitler motored west to a village north of Soissons. Here, for the first time since D-Day, he met Rundstedt and Rommel. He looked pale and sleepless, recalled General Hans Speido, playing nervously with his glasses and an array of coloured pencils which he held between his fingers. Then, in a loud voice, he spoke bitterly of his displeasure at the success of the Allied landings, for which he tried to hold the field commanders responsible. It was Rommel, not Rundstedt, who carried the burden of rebuttal. He pointed out, with merciless frankness, that the struggle was hopeless against the Allies' overwhelming superiority in the air, at sea, and on land. There was but one chance. to abandon the suicidal policy of holding on to every metre of ground, and abruptly withdraw German forces so that all armoured forces could be reorganised for a decisive battle to be fought outside the range of the withering enemy naval fire. Hitler answered by assuring his commanders that his new rocket bombs would make the British willing to make peace. This was a sore subject to Rundstedt and Rommel, whose request to use these bombs against English south coast ports supplying the invasion had been declined by Hitler, on the grounds that all rockets must be concentrated on a political target. The two field marshals confined themselves to criticism of the Luftwaffe. How could one win on the ground without a minimum of help from the air? Hitler's answer was that masses of jet fighters would soon sweep the skies clear of American and British planes. He neglected to explain that, against the vigorous opposition of Milch, the jet plane in production was a hybrid fighter-bomber which was efficient at neither task. The distant drone of approaching enemy planes forced adjournment to an elaborate underground concrete bunker. The change of venue encouraged Rommel to become even more forceful. The West, he said, would inevitably smash through the Normandy front and break into the homeland. Hitler listened with compressed lips as Rommel further predicted that the Eastern Front would also collapse, and the Reich would become politically isolated. He urgently requested, therefore, that the war be brought to an end. "Don't you worry about the future course of the war," Hitler interrupted sharply. "Look to your own invasion front." During a break for a one-dish lunch, two SS men standing guard behind the Führer's chair tested his plate of rice and vegetables before he would take a bite. It was, concluded Speidel, visible proof of his distrust of the military. A moment after the meeting ended, a V-1 bound for London erratically reversed itself and exploded on top of their bunker. Uninjured, Hitler set off at once for his refuge on the Obersalzberg, arriving in a bad temper to announce, "Rommel has lost his nerve. He's become a pessimist. In these times only optimists can achieve anything." Within 2 days he received a despairing phone call from another pessimist. Rundstedt explained that the Americans had broken through and were pushing across the Cotentin Peninsula. Unless German forces hastily pulled out of Cherbourg, they would be cut off. "The fortress of Cherbourg is to be held at all cost," replied the Führer, then gave sensible permission for the defenders to withdraw at the last possible moment to avoid capture. His compromise did not mean that Hitler was weakening in his own resolve, despite disheartening news from his one strong ally. The Japanese had just been dealt a crushing blow in the Battle of the Philippine Sea, losing 3 heavy cruisers and 475 planes. Hitler's nerves remained steady in the face of defeat on all sides, exhibiting composure that amazed his family circle. Nor was it true that he no longer listened to any voice of criticism. During the late evening conference of June 23rd, General Dietl, incensed at the Führer's derisive comments about the Finns surrendering to Russia, smashed a fist on the table. "Mein Führer, now I must talk to you like a Bavarian," he exclaimed in dialect, and accused Hitler of speaking unjustly. To everyone's amazement, Hitler told Dietl he was absolutely correct, bade him a warm farewell, then turned to the others and said, "Gentlemen, I wish all my generals were like that." He had shown similar respect for Admiral Dönitz from the first day of his appointment as Navy Chief, when he, with equal frankness, had vigorously opposed a Hitler proposal. From that moment, Hitler treated him with marked civility and heard him out with unlimited confidence. During this season of anxiety, the Führer would even take criticism from his youngest secretary. One day, while watching him examine photographs of air raids, Traudl-Junge could not help saying that pictures could never portray the true misery of reality. He should go out just once and see the people warm their hands on the charred rafters as all their possessions go up in smoke. Hitler was not at all angry. "I know how it is," he said with a sigh, "but I'm going to change everything. We have built new planes, and soon this whole nightmare will come to an end." One group he stubbornly refused to hear out were his field commanders in Normandy, and as a result the situation there was beyond repair. On June 26th, Cherbourg fell to American troops. Largely because of Hitler's abiding fear of a main invasion at Calais and ultra-intercepts, which were often read in London within minutes of their origin, Germany had no hope of regaining the initiative. With her armies now dedicated to a dreary, enervating period of purely passive resistance, the Third Reich faced catastrophe. In the coffee room of the Hotel Platterhof, just above the Berghof, a disconcerted, somewhat absent-minded Führer was assuring 100 representatives of the armaments industry of the inviolability of private property and the retention of free enterprise. Near the close of his uneasy speech, Hitler promised to show his gratitude to businessmen again and again once peace returned. But there was so little applause that he concluded with a threat. There is no doubt that if we were to lose this war, German private business would not survive. If defeat came, he said derisively, his listeners would not have to worry about shifting to a peacetime economy. Then all anyone will have to think about is how he himself will accomplish his shift from this world to the hereafter, whether he wants to take care of it himself or let himself be hanged, or whether he prefers to starve or to labor in Siberia. These are some of the questions which the individual will have to face. 3 days later, Hitler summoned Rundstedt and Rommel to the Berghof. He refused to consider the latter's suggestion that he fight a rearguard action back to the Seine, so that the armies in southern France could be withdrawn and help create a new line along the river all the way to Switzerland. Instead, he spoke optimistically of another offensive. There would be no general withdrawals, nor even tactical adjustments of the line. The war would be won by new miracle weapons, he said, in a monologue that struck Rundstedt's chief of staff as one lost in fantastic digressions. The two field marshals, committed to a futile policy of aggressive and obstinate defence, left the meeting disgruntled. Keitel shared their dejection, and admitted resignedly to Rommel, "I too know there is nothing to be done." Within 2 days, Hitler's counterattack failed miserably, and inspired Rundstedt to warn Keitel that this was the writing on the wall. "Then what shall we do?" asked Keitel. "What shall we do? Make peace, you fools," exploded Rundstedt. "What else can you do?" Keitel reported this to Hitler, who chanced to be talking to Field Marshal Gunther von Kluge. On the spur of the moment, he put Kluge in charge of the Western Front and wrote Rundstedt a polite and proper letter of dismissal. 4. Nothing works against the success of a conspiracy so much as the wish to make it wholly secure and certain to succeed. Such an attempt requires many men, much time, and very favourable conditions. And all these in turn heighten the risk of being discovered. You see, therefore, how dangerous conspiracies are. Francesco Guicciardini, Ricordi, 1528-30. The men who had already tried in vain to destroy Hitler's plane with brandy bottles filled with explosives, or to blow him up with bombs concealed in an overcoat, were not at all deterred by failure. They made 4 more attempts between September 1943 and February 11, 1944. First, a general, Helmut Stief by name, attempted to plant a time bomb to go off during a noon conference at Wolfschanze, but lost his nerve at the last moment. A month later, an infantry captain, Buscher, agreed to blow up himself and Hitler while demonstrating a new army coat. But fate, in the form of an enemy aerial bomb, intervened. The day before the demonstration, the model coats were destroyed in a British air raid, and Buscher was returned to the front. The day after Christmas, 1944, another young frontline officer entered the noon conference with a briefcase containing a bomb. For some reason, the meeting was cancelled at the last moment. A few weeks later, another overcoat attempt was made. This time, the volunteer model was Ewald Heinrich von Kleist, son of one of the original conspirators. Again, the RAF saved Hitler, an air raid just before the demonstration forcing its cancellation. This last failure was followed a fortnight later by a crippling blow to the resistance. Hitler ordered Himmler to amalgamate the Abwehr and the SD. This meant the virtual destruction of the heart of the conspiracy. General Oster had already been dismissed on suspicion. Although he was at liberty, he was too closely watched to be of use. It seemed as though fate indeed was protecting Hitler, and a sense of hopelessness permeated the ranks of the conspirators. This might have been the end of their secret war against Hitler, but for the inspiration of a new leader, Count Klaus Schenk von Stauffenberg, a staff officer with the rank of lieutenant colonel. A great-grandson of Gneisenau, a military hero in the War of Liberation against Napoleon, Stauffenberg had abandoned plans to become an architect and entered the Reichswehr in 1926. Like so many other German officers, he applauded Hitler's introduction of conscription, approved the Anschluss with Austria as well as the occupation of Czechoslovakia, and was caught up in the glory of victory in Holland and France. It was Barbarossa that destroyed his illusions. He heartily approved Rosenberg's attempt to free the non-Russian peoples of the Soviet Union, and after this policy was superseded by oppression and murder, he told a fellow officer that the only solution for Germany now was to kill the Führer. By chance, he met resistance leaders who had no trouble enlisting him in their cause. His role, however, seemed short-lived. His car ran over a mine, and he lost an eye, his right hand, and 2 fingers of the other hand. Almost any other man would have retired, but Stauffenberg was convinced that he alone could assassinate Hitler, and was back on duty late in 1943. It was he who had brought the bomb in the briefcase to the Führer conference the day after Christmas. The failure spurred him to a similar but more ambitious plan. At this time, assassination would be followed by a well-planned military takeover in Berlin, Paris, and Vienna. His new position as Chief of Staff to the commander of the General Army Office in Berlin made it possible for him to rebuild the weakened ranks of the conspiracy. He seized the reins from the tired older leaders and, by the dynamism of his personality, got definite commitments from a powerful group in the Wehrmacht. His own chief, the first Quartermaster General of the army, the Chief of Signals at OKW, the general whose troops would take over Berlin after the assassination, and other key officers of middle rank. As yet, however, not a single field marshal wholeheartedly supported the plot. Kluge was a dubious factor, and Manstein refused to commit himself prematurely, since he felt any such coup d'etat would collapse the Eastern Front. The most promising candidate was Rommel, but even he had reservations. "I believe it is my duty to come to the rescue of Germany," he said, but opposed assassination. It would only make Hitler a martyr. The Führer should be arrested by the army and brought before a German court to answer for his crimes. Rommel was brought deeper into the plot during the spring of 1944 by his new Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Dr. Hans Speidel, a soldier-philosopher who had received his doctorate in philosophy summa cum laude from the University of Tübingen. Speidel persuaded Rommel to meet secretly with General Karl Stulpnagel, military governor of France, in a country home near Paris. Here the two men, with the help of their energetic chiefs of staff, worked out a plan to end the war in the West by an armistice. All German troops would retire into Germany, and the Allies would cease bombing the homeland. Hitler would be arrested, with the resistance forces temporarily taking over the country. In the meantime, the war in the East would continue, the assumption being that American and British troops would join the crusade against Bolshevism. Rommel was now so enthusiastic he tried to involve Rundstedt in the plot, but while approving it, he refused to be personally involved. "You are young," Rundstedt said. "You know and love the people. You do it." Stauffenberg and his group were not too pleased with the entrance of Rommel into the conspiracy, for they considered him a Nazi who was only deserting Hitler because the war was lost. They also disapproved of the plan to continue fighting Russia, and felt it was unrealistic to expect the West would make a separate peace. Further, the Stauffenberg circle was dedicated to assassination rather than arrest, and by the 1st of June 1944 they felt it had to be done before the Allied invasion. Once enemy forces overran the homeland, there would be no possibility for any decent kind of peace. By now they had a definite scenario for a coup d'etat based, ironically, on a measure approved by the Führer himself. The official operation was entitled Valkyrie, and was Hitler's plan to put down any unrest among the millions of war and foreign slave workers employed in Germany. It called for a proclamation of a state of emergency and instant mobilization of adequate forces to quell any uprising. Stauffenberg's scheme was to use the Valkyrie alert as the signal to start their own coup throughout the Reich and on every battlefront. Hitler had specified that the orders to issue the Valkyrie alert be issued by the commander of the reserve army, General Friedrich Fromm, who was flirting half-heartedly with the idea of joining the resistance. D-Day caused consternation among the conspirators. The older ones argued that even a successful coup would not save Germany from enemy occupation. It was best to rely on the West to treat Germany decently and prevent Russia from ravaging the homeland. But Stauffenberg was resolved to make one final assassination attempt, and chance almost immediately took a hand. He was promoted to full colonel and made Fromm's chief of staff. Now the coup did not depend on such a dubious factor. Stauffenberg himself could issue orders directly to the reserve army and thus seize Berlin. The new post also gave him frequent access to the Führer. He made plans to act early in July. He would report to the Führer at the daily conference, plant a time bomb, which would blow up Goering and Himmler as well as the Führer, then fly back to Berlin and personally direct the military takeover of the capital. His confederates at General Staff Headquarters were inspired by the assured way he organized the complicated plan. It was a pleasure, recalled one young lieutenant, Urban Tirsch, a sculptor, to watch him conduct the telephone conversations, giving brief and definite orders, behaving with natural courtesy toward important people, and always in command of the situation. Stauffenberg's chance came at last on July 11th, when Hitler summoned him to report on replacements. He arrived at the Berghof with a briefcase carrying official papers and an English bomb, but, to his dismay, Himmler was not in the conference room. He excused himself to phone the huge General Staff building on the Bendlerstrasse near Berlin's Tiergarten. "Shouldn't we do it anyhow?" he asked the chief of the General Army Office, General Albrecht. The bomb could still kill both Hitler and Goering. Albrecht advised him to wait until he could kill all three at once. The opportunity came in 4 days. Stauffenberg was again ordered to see Hitler, who had moved his headquarters to Wolfschanze. He arrived with bomb in briefcase, and this time the conspirators were so sure of success that General Albrecht issued the orders for Operation Valkyrie at 11 a.m., 2 hours before the scheduled conference. This would give the troops of the reserve army and the tanks from the nearby Panzer School time to move into the capital by early afternoon. At exactly 1:10 p.m. the conference began. Stauffenberg briefly reported to the Führer, then left the room to telephone the Bendlerstrasse that Hitler was in the room, and he was going back to plant the bomb. But on his return he discovered that Hitler had left for some reason and would not be back. It took Stauffenberg another quarter of an hour to excuse himself again and warn Berlin. By this time it was 1:30 p.m., and troops were already converging on Berlin. Albrecht hurriedly cancelled the Valkyrie alarm, and the units on march were returned to their barracks as inconspicuously as possible. Some of the conspirators were discouraged and shaken by this latest fiasco, but not Stauffenberg. He met with younger colleagues at his home in Wannsee, and they heard an encouraging report from a cousin of Stauffenberg, who was their liaison with the Rommel-Speidel group in France. An imminent Allied breakthrough was expected, he said, and Rommel was determined to support the conspiracy no matter what Rundstedt's replacement, Marshal von Kluge, did. But again fate intervened on behalf of Hitler. The very next day, Rommel was badly injured when his car was strafed by Allied planes. The staff returning to the Wolfschanze could hardly recognize the area. In place of small, low bunkers were colossal concrete and iron structures, their roofs cleverly camouflaged by transplanted grass and trees. It was so hot that Hitler spent most of his time in the new bunkers, which were much cooler than the wooden barracks. He was in a bad mood, recalled Traudl-Junge, and complained about sleeplessness and headache. The adjutants did their best to divert him with amusing guests. Hoffmann, who drank more than ever, had become a bore. But Professor Giesler, the architect, never failed to bring a smile with his clever imitations. Hitler may have been short-tempered during these sultry days, but he gave the appearance of optimism. He assured Goebbels, who had resumed smoking and was resorting to sleeping pills, that the pendulum of history was about to swing back in favor of Germany. 5. On the afternoon of July 18th, Stauffenberg received a summons from Wolfschanze to report in 2 days. He was to brief Hitler on replacements that might be thrown into the battle in the east, where the Central Front was in peril of imminent collapse following recent defeats on both flanks. Stauffenberg spent the 19th at the Bendlerstrasse making last-minute preparations, and that afternoon presided over a final conference of conspirators. The signals for the following day were hastily arranged. It was agreed that most of the messages would be passed orally in a pre-arranged sequence. Code words would be used on telephone and teleprinter, and would be reserved for important matters, since the entire system of communications was tapped by the Gestapo. The conspirators knew this, since their number included several Gestapo officials, including the SS general who had taken over the Gestapo main office in Berlin. There was, in fact, considerable anti-Hitler feeling throughout the SS. General Felix Steiner, for instance, had already evolved a vague plan of his own to kidnap the Führer, then declare him mentally deranged, and, with other Waffen-SS commanders, had recently assured Rommel of support in any revolt against Hitler. The hierarchy of the SD itself was infected with rebellion. Secretly, the head of the Foreign Intelligence Service, Schellenberg, was as eager as the army conspirators to get rid of Hitler in the interest of German survival. In late 1942, he had inveigled Himmler into endorsing a secret plan to bring about a separate peace with the West at the price, if need be, of betraying Hitler. With Himmler's approval, Karl Langbehn, a civilian member of the resistance, met with British and American representatives in Stockholm to explore the chances of peace negotiations, then journeyed to Bern so he could personally confer with the German-born assistant of Alan Dulles, the OSS representative in Switzerland. At this point everything went wrong. The Gestapo chanced to intercept and decode a radio message which revealed that Himmler's lawyer had arrived in Switzerland to talk peace, and sent it directly to Hitler. Face to face with the Führer, Himmler swore eternal loyalty and complete innocence. Hitler chose to believe him, probably because his services were so vital. The Reichsführer, on his part, arrested Langbehn, sent him to a concentration camp, and promptly broke off all relations with members of the resistance, lest his master investigate further. Schellenberg, on the other hand, continued to plot, becoming involved with American military men in Spain in an elaborate operation worthy of a spy novel to kidnap Hitler and turn him over to the Allies. Incredibly, neither Schellenberg nor Himmler was aware on July 19th that the underground army plot was about to materialize. They knew about the resistance efforts of the conservative officials, retired officers, right-wing Christian intellectuals and socialist politicians, but never even suspected Stauffenberg and his circle of younger officers. Several months earlier, Schellenberg had consulted Wilhelm Wolff, one of the astrologers on the SS payroll, about a possible removal of Hitler. Wolff said that a mere deposition from office would not change the course of events. Far too much has happened for that. I have been studying Hitler's horoscope for 20 years now. I have a pretty clear idea of what is ultimately in store for him. He will probably die under the hand of an assassin, certainly in Neptunian, that is, enigmatic, circumstances in which a woman will play a part. The world will probably never know the precise details of his death, for in Hitler's horoscope Neptune has long been in bad aspect to other planets. Moreover, Neptune is extremely strong in his horoscope, and it was always to be expected that his great military projects would have a dubious outcome. At the Bendlerstrasse, late on the afternoon of the 19th, Stauffenberg completed arrangements for the next day's operation. He instructed his driver, who knew nothing at all about the plot, to collect a briefcase from a certain colonel in Potsdam. It contained, Stauffenberg explained, 2 very important and confidential packages, and was not to be left out of sight. As instructed, the chauffeur kept the case next to his bed that night. It held 2 bombs. During evening tea at Wolfschanze, Hitler was so nervous and uneasy that Fräulein Schröder asked why he was so preoccupied. "I hope nothing is going to happen to me," he replied cryptically. After an awkward silence he said, "It would be too much if something troublesome happened now. I cannot allow myself to fall ill, since there is no one who can replace me in the difficult situation Germany finds herself in." July 20th, 1944. Shortly after 6 a.m., Stauffenberg was driven from his home to the city. Here he was joined by his adjutant, a lieutenant. At Rangsdorf airfield they met General Stief, and all boarded a plane provided by the Quartermaster General. It touched down at the airbase near Rastenburg at 10:15 a.m. The pilot was instructed to stand by until noon to take the passengers back to Berlin. After half an hour's drive through woods, the 3 conspirators were passed through the first gate of Führer headquarters. They proceeded through minefields and a ring of fortifications for almost 2 miles to a second gate. This opened into a large compound surrounded by electrified barbed wire. After another mile, they reached the officers' checkpoint. As usual, their passes were examined, but not their briefcases. In 200 yards, they arrived at a third enclosure. This was Security Ring A, where Hitler and his staff lived and worked. This innermost compound, surrounded by a barbed wire fence, was constantly patrolled by SS guards and Secret Service personnel. To enter, a field marshal himself needed a special pass issued by Himmler's chief of security. But again, the shiny briefcase containing the bombs was not inspected. While his adjutant took charge of this case, Stauffenberg carried another containing official papers. He proceeded nonchalantly to a mess hall where he had a leisurely breakfast with the camp commander's adjutant. Outwardly unperturbed and casual in bearing, he later sought out General Fellgiebel, OKW Chief of Signals, the key to success once the bomb exploded. It was his task to inform the Berlin conspirators that it was time to act, then to isolate Wolfschanze by cutting all telephone, telegraph and radio communications. Assured that Fellgiebel was ready to do his part, Stauffenberg chatted briefly with another OKW officer and at noon strolled over to the office of Keitel. The field marshal greeted him with slightly disconcerting news. Since Mussolini was due to arrive that afternoon, the midday situation conference would start half an hour earlier, in just 30 minutes. Keitel urged Stauffenberg to keep his report brief, since the Führer wanted to leave as soon as possible. Keitel kept glancing impatiently at the clock and, just before 12:30 p.m., said it was time to walk over to the conference barracks. In the hallway, Stauffenberg approached Keitel's adjutant, Ernst John von Freiant, and asked where he could clean up. He was directed to a nearby lavatory. His own adjutant was waiting here with a brown briefcase. It was not a suitable place to arm the bombs, so they returned to the hall and asked Freiant where the colonel could change his shirt. Freiant took them to his own bedroom and left them alone. Stauffenberg grasped a pair of tongs in the 3 fingers of his only hand and began shoving in the fuse of one bomb. This crushed a glass capsule containing acid, which would eat through a thin wire within 15 minutes and set off the bomb. His adjutant was entrusted with the second, backup bomb. No sooner was the armed bomb carefully packed in the brown briefcase than a sergeant entered to hurry them up, and from the hall Freiant shouted, "Come on, Stauffenberg, the chief is waiting." As Stauffenberg left the room, Freiant suggested he carry the brown briefcase tucked under the colonel's one good arm. Stauffenberg declined the offer, and they set out on the short walk along a path to the conference barracks. The two talked casually as they passed through the checkpoint to the security ring. Upon nearing their destination, Freiant once more offered to relieve Stauffenberg of his burden, and this time he accepted with a request. "Could you place me as closely as possible to the Führer so I can understand everything?" His hearing was impaired. Keitel was waiting impatiently at the doorway. The conference was already under way. He led the way down the central corridor of the building, past the telephone room, and into the conference room through a double-winged door. There were 10 or so windows, and all were open against the sultry midday heat. The conferees gathered around a long, narrow oak map table, notable for its thick top and 2 massive supports. Only Hitler was sitting, his back to the door, at the middle of the table. A pair of spectacles rested on the map. He toyed with a magnifying glass, as General Adolf Heusinger, standing to his immediate right, read out a glum report on the Eastern Front. Hitler looked at the newcomers, acknowledged their salutes. Stauffenberg moved to the other side of Heusinger, then casually shoved the brown briefcase under the table as close to Hitler as possible. The case leaned against the inside of the heavy oaken support, only 6 feet from the Führer. It was 12:37, and in 5 minutes the bomb would explode. The others were so engrossed by Heusinger's tale of doom that Stauffenberg managed to sidle out of the room without being noticed. He hurried down the long corridor and out of the building. Heusinger was also on the periphery of the anti-Hitler conspiracy, but knew none of the details of the plot. When he saw Stauffenberg enter, it hadn't occurred to him that anything was awry, since the conspirators had promised to warn him when the next assassination attempt would take place. But he happened to glance down just as Stauffenberg shoved the brown briefcase under the table, and thought fleetingly, something might happen. But under Hitler's absorbed attention, Heusinger's suspicion evaporated almost as soon as it was aroused. His aide leaned over the conference table to get a better look at the map, but was impeded by the brown briefcase. He couldn't budge it with his foot, so leaned down and transferred it to the outside of the heavy table support. It was a trivial move which would alter the course of history. Admiral von Puttkamer had moved to a window to get some air, and was perched on the sill, debating whether he should quietly leave and change to his best trousers for the Mussolini visit. It was 12:41. The Führer was intently leaning far over the table to check the map. Heusinger was saying, "Unless at long last the army group is withdrawn from Pipus, the catastrophe—" At exactly 12:42 p.m. his words were obliterated by a deafening roar. Flames shot up, and a hail of glass splinters, timber and plaster rained down. Smoke erupted in the room. Puttkamer felt a strange jerk a split second before the explosion. Falling down, he saw the heater under the window and thought, "My God, it exploded," then realized this was nonsense, it was summer. Maybe it was a plot by the foreign laborers who were working on the construction. Dazed as he was, he realized the best thing was to remain on the floor. Then he heard someone shout, "Fire!" and scrambled for the door. It was lying flat on the floor, and he leaped over it. Suddenly he wondered where everyone else was, and turned to locate the Führer. Just then Hitler, trousers in tatters, face blackened by soot, came toward him with Keitel. Both men were covered with dust and wood fibre. They passed him as if sleepwalking, and he realized he could hardly breathe the acid air. He followed Hitler and Keitel down the long corridor. Outside a knee gave way, and he collapsed on the ground. He gulped air greedily, and saw Hitler and Keitel heading toward the Führer bunker, followed by some third person. SS Adjutant Gunscher didn't even hear the explosion. His eardrums had burst. His forehead bled, his eyebrows were burned off. The room was black with smoke. The floor had buckled up at least 3 feet. Where is the Führer, he wondered. With the instinct of a soldier, he scrambled out a shattered window and hurried to the other side of the building, just as Keitel and Hitler were emerging. The Führer's trousers were in tatters, his hair tousled, but there was no blood in sight. "Was ist los?" asked Hitler, as Gunscher helped guide him down the path. "A bomb from a Russian plane?" Upon leaving the conference room, Stauffenberg had hurried to the OKW signals office in Bunker 88. He and General Feldgiebel stood outside, waiting for the bomb to explode. They were talking as unconcernedly as possible when the headquarters signal officer reported that Stauffenberg's car was ready, then reminded him that the headquarters commandant was expecting him for lunch. Stauffenberg confirmed the invitation, but said he would first have to return to the conference. Just then came an explosion. "What's happening?" exclaimed Feldgiebel, and the signals officer nonchalantly explained that some animal must have set off another landmine. Stauffenberg now contradicted himself. He said he was not going back to the conference, but would drive directly to the commandant's for lunch. He bade Feldgiebel a knowing farewell and set off with his adjutant in the car. A moment later their driver, wondering why Stauffenberg wore neither hat nor belt, pulled to a stop at the first checkpoint. The guard there had closed the gates upon hearing the explosion and refused to open them. Without a word, Stauffenberg hurried to the guardroom and asked the lieutenant on duty, an acquaintance, for use of the telephone. He dialed, said a few quiet words, replaced the receiver and said calmly, "Lieutenant, I am allowed to pass." The barrier was opened without question, and at 12:44 p.m. the Stauffenberg party was through the gate. 90 seconds later an alarm was sounded, and Stauffenberg could not talk his way through the next barrier. A sergeant-major of the Guard battalion refused flatly to let any car pass. Once more Stauffenberg used the phone, this time calling the camp commandant's aide. "Colonel Count von Stauffenberg speaking," he said, "from outer checkpoint south. Captain, you'll remember we had breakfast together this morning. Because of the explosion, the guard has refused to let me pass. I'm in a hurry." Then he told a lie. "Colonel General Fromm is waiting for me at the airfield." He hastily hung up. "You heard, Sergeant Major. I'm allowed through." But the Sergeant Major could not be bluffed. He telephoned for confirmation and, to Stauffenberg's relief, got it. It was almost 1 p.m. by the time Stauffenberg and his adjutant drove up to their Heinkel 111. Moments later they were in the air. Ahead lay a 3-hour flight. There was nothing to do but worry, since the plane's radio did not have the range to hear any announcements from Berlin. Had Feldgiebel gotten the word through to the conspirators in the Bendlerstrasse? If so, would they have the resolve to seize the capital and send out the prepared messages to the military commanders on the Western Front? Hitler would probably have been killed had not the brown briefcase been shifted to the outer side of the table support. It was also fortunate for the Führer that the door behind him led to a long, narrow hallway, through which the main force of the explosion escaped. Again, luck, incredible luck, had saved Adolf Hitler. Doctors and rescue workers were in action minutes after the explosion. Ambulances took the seriously wounded to the field hospital at Rastenburg. Dr. Hans Karl von Hasselbach, the Führer's personal physician, was the first to treat him. He bandaged Hitler's wounds, then put his right arm, the elbow was rather badly sprained, in a sling. "Now I have those fellows," he exclaimed, with more glee than anger. "Now I can take steps." Dr. Morell arrived, examined Hitler's heart, and administered an injection. The patient was in a state of ecstasy, repeating over and over, "Think of it. Nothing has happened to me. Just think of it." To Morell's amazement, his pulse was normal. The 3 secretaries rushed in to see with their own eyes that the Führer still lived. Traudeljunger almost burst into laughter at the sight of his hair, which stood on end like a porcupine's. He greeted them with his left hand. "Well, my ladies," he said with a smile, "once again everything turned out well for me. More proof that fate has selected me for my mission. Otherwise I wouldn't be alive." He was talkative, blaming the plot on a coward, undoubtedly one of the construction workers. "I don't believe in any other possibility," he emphasized, turning to Bormann for confirmation. As usual, Bormann nodded. The next to arrive with congratulations was Himmler. He too thought labourers had built the bomb into the barracks. It took an amateur to set the trail straight. Valelinger went to the conference-room barracks and learned from the sergeant in charge of the telephone room that Stauffenberg had been expecting an urgent call from Berlin. Then someone recalled that the colonel had left a briefcase under the table. A telephone call to the airstrip revealed that Stauffenberg had left hastily for Berlin a little after 1 p.m. Hitler now had no doubts that Stauffenberg alone was responsible. He ordered his arrest. This order never was transmitted to Berlin because of a curious set of circumstances. Moments after the explosion, one of Hitler's adjutants ordered the headquarters signals officer, Colonel Zander, to cut all telephone and teleprinter communications. He did so, then told Chief Signals Officer Feldgiebel what he had done. Feldgiebel, whose assignment as a conspirator was to isolate Führer headquarters, solemnly agreed that proper action had been taken by Zander. But upon discovering moments later that Hitler was not dead, the general called his own office. "Something frightful has happened," he told his chief of staff. "The Führer is alive. Block everything." The chief of staff understood the odd message, for he too was a conspirator. Within minutes, the major switch centers at both Führer and army headquarters went dead. This communication blackout gave the conspirators in Berlin time to seize the capital, but they failed to act, since confusion was the order of the day at the Bendlerstrasse. The plotters, uncertain whether Hitler had been killed or not, were reluctant to activate Operation Valkyrie. The information from Wolfschanze was too vague to risk a repetition of the false alarm of July 15th. And so everyone stood about nervously at the General Staff building, waiting for Stauffenberg, who was still half an hour's flight away. The two titular leaders of the conspiracy, General Beck and Field Marshal von Witzleben, should have been issuing the prepared proclamation and commands. They should have been broadcasting to the nation that the end of Hitler's tyranny had come at last. But neither man had yet arrived at the Bendlerstrasse. Perhaps it was the weather. The sky was murky, the air heavy. One conspirator noted glumly that it was no weather for a revolution. But someone pointed out that the French had stormed the Bastille on an equally oppressive day in July. A precious time passed as the conspirators waited for further word from Feldgiebel at Wolfschanze. None came. Hitler refused to rest before the midday meal. He insisted on taking a walk all by himself, and made a point of chatting with the construction workers he had first suspected. Watching from a distance, his SS adjutant guessed he wanted to show that he was still alive, and let everyone know he no longer thought the workers were involved. At lunch, Fräulein Schröder was surprised to find his countenance useful and calm, even under the dazzling light of bare electric bulbs in the Spartan dining room. Without prompting, he told in detail what had happened. "I had incredible luck," he said, and explained how he had been protected by the heavy table support. He proudly exhibited his shredded trousers. If the explosion had occurred in the large conference room of the bunker, and not in a wooden barracks, he was sure all would have been killed. A curious thing, for some time I had a presentiment that something extraordinary was going to happen. After the meal, he was driven to the small railroad platform adjoining the Wolfschanze. The sky was overcast, and the few scattered raindrops failed to bring any relief to the sultry afternoon. He paced the platform, cap pulled down over face, black cape swirling behind him, until Mussolini's train pulled in. His guest seemed a ghost of himself. He had managed to form a new fascist regime, but in doing so he had been forced by Hitler to execute a number of traitors, including his own son-in-law, Ciano. The Führer was thinking only of the events of the day. "Duce," he said excitedly, extending his left hand, "a few hours ago I experienced the greatest piece of good fortune I have ever known." He insisted on taking his guest immediately to the scene of the crime. On the 3-minute drive, Hitler told him what had happened, almost in a monotone, as though he had no part in it. The two men silently surveyed the wrecked conference room. As Mussolini took a chair, Hitler seated himself on a box and, with the expertise of a guide at the ruins of Rome, explained exactly what had happened. Mussolini's eyes rolled in wonderment. Then Hitler displayed his tattered trousers, and rather light-heartedly remarked he was saddened by the damage to a new pair of pants. Mussolini forced a laugh. Hitler then showed the back of his head where the hair was singed. And Mussolini was horrified. How could such a thing happen at Führer headquarters? Hitler was exhilarated. He told again how other conferees were badly injured, and one was blown out of the window. "Look at my uniform. Look at my burns." He told of his other narrow escapes from assassination attempts. "What happened here today is the climax," he exclaimed. This last miraculous escape from death was surely a sign that the great cause he served would survive its present peril. Infected by such enthusiasm, Mussolini brightened. "Our position is bad," he said. "One might almost say desperate. But what has happened here today gives me new courage." They walked out of the wreckage down the path to resume discussion at tea. On the way, Hitler walked over to a wire fence and once more began talking with the workers. He told them his first suspicions were unfounded, and his investigators had found the real culprit. At the tea-house, his mood abruptly changed. He was restless, distracted, and, communications having been partially reopened, his conversation with Il Duce was frequently interrupted by telephone calls from generals who wanted to know if the report of his death was true. Hitler lapsed into moody, suspicious silence. He sat staring ahead, sucking brightly coloured pills, ignoring an angry argument among Goering, Keitel and Ribbentrop, each claiming the other's mistakes had led to Germany's desperate situation. The wrangle took a new twist once Admiral Dönitz, just arrived from his command post north of Berlin, accused the army of treason. When Goering chorused agreement, Dönitz turned his wrath on the miserable performance of the Luftwaffe. Ribbentrop chimed in, but the Reichsmarshal raised his baton as if to thrash him. "Shut up, Ribbentrop, you champagne salesman." "I'm still Foreign Minister," he retorted, "and my name is von Ribbentrop." Light rain pattered unceasingly on the window-panes. Only mention of the Röhm Putsch brought Hitler to life. He leaned forward and began to repeat that he was the child of fate. He got to his feet in a burst of anger. Traitors in the bosom of their own people deserve the most ignominious of deaths, and they shall have it. His voice rasped menacingly. "Exterminate them. Yes, exterminate them." His rage disappeared as rapidly as it had come. He was suddenly empty as the vision of vengeance faded. His eyes were drained, his face ashen. Mussolini must have felt with his Italian flair that it was up to him to save the situation. He laid a hand on Hitler's and looked at him with a gentle smile. This brought the Führer out of his reverie. Someone had opened the outside door. Hitler sent for Il Duce's coat, explaining that a fresh east wind usually sprang up in the afternoon. He did not want his guest to catch cold. Mussolini replied in Italian, "At a time like this, a Duce does not catch cold." But he put on his heavy army overcoat. At 3:42 p.m., Stauffenberg finally landed at an airport outside Berlin. To his surprise, no one was waiting, friend or foe. His aide telephoned the Bendlerstrasse, got General Olbricht, and gave the code word signifying that the assassination attempt had succeeded. Olbricht's vague reply made it clear that Valkyrie had not even been activated. Stauffenberg seized the phone, demanded they do so without waiting for his arrival. He commandeered a Luftwaffe car to take him to Berlin. Only at 3:50 p.m. did Olbricht act. The Wehrmacht commandant of Berlin, General Kurzfleisch, was ordered to alert all units of the Guard Battalion, the Spandau garrison, and 2 army weapons training schools. Kurzfleisch, who was not in the plot, did so. To speed matters, General Olbricht personally alerted General von Haase, the Berlin garrison commander, another conspirator. By 4:10 p.m. his troops were ready to march. So were those outside Berlin. At the Bendlerstrasse itself, the guards were alerted and their commander orally instructed by Olbricht to use force if any SS units tried to enter. Within minutes, transit traffic was stopped, all exits blocked. Olbricht now was doing what he should have been doing 3 hours earlier. He burst in on General Fromm, who was neither all the way in nor all the way out of the conspiracy, and explained that Hitler was really dead. He urged Fromm, as commander of the replacement army, to issue the Valkyrie alert to the military district commanders. Fromm, an ambitious man with a grand manner, hesitated, as he had been doing for months. He insisted on telephoning Keitel for assurance that Hitler was dead. "Everything is as usual here," said Keitel from the tea-house. And when Fromm said that he had just received a report that the Führer had been assassinated, he exploded. That's all nonsense. The Führer was alive and only slightly injured. Where, by the way, is your Chief of Staff, Colonel von Stauffenberg? The agitated Fromm replied that the colonel had not yet reported to him, and silently resigned from the conspiracy. A few minutes later, most of the conspirators were congregated in Albrecht's large office, waiting anxiously for Stauffenberg. Someone announced excitedly that he had just driven into the courtyard. In moments, the colonel bounded energetically into the room, bringing with him a spirit of enthusiasm and confidence. Stauffenberg told what he had seen: a great explosion, flames and smoke. As far as one can judge, he said, Hitler is dead. They must act decisively without wasting another moment. Even if Hitler was alive, they should do their utmost to overthrow the regime. Beck agreed. Stauffenberg put through a call to his cousin at General von Stulpnagel's headquarters in Paris. He told about the explosion. The way to action is open, he said. The good news sent Stulpnagel into motion. He ordered senior signals officers in France to cut all radio and telephone communications between France and Germany, except those lines needed for their own traffic with Berlin. Back at the Bendlerstrasse, Stauffenberg was doing his utmost to bring General Fromm back into the conspiracy. He assured him that Hitler was truly dead, but Fromm repeated what Keitel had said. Field Marshal Keitel is lying as usual, said Stauffenberg, and proceeded to lie. I myself saw Hitler being carried out dead. In view of this, cut in Albrecht, we have sent out the code signal for internal unrest to the military district commanders. Fromm leaped from his chair, a startling act for such a huge, ponderous man. He banged the table and shouted in his best parade ground manner, "This is rank insubordination. What do you mean by we?" He ordered the Valkyrie alert cancelled. Stauffenberg made another attempt to convince Fromm that Hitler was dead. No one in that room can still be alive, he argued, but Fromm was not impressed. Count von Stauffenberg, he said, the attempt has failed. You must shoot yourself at once. Stauffenberg refused, and Albrecht added his plea to strike now. Otherwise the fatherland would be ruined forever. Fromm turned on him. Albrecht, does this mean that you too are taking part in the coup d'etat? Yes, sir, but I am only on the fringe of the circle. Fromm glared down from his height at Albrecht. Then I formally put all three of you under arrest. Albrecht was not cowed. He returned the glare. You can't arrest us. You don't realize who's in power. It's we who are arresting you. The two generals went from words to blows. Stauffenberg intervened, and in the scuffle was struck in the face. Big Fromm was subdued only under threat of a drawn pistol. He was placed under arrest and locked in the next room. By 5 p.m., guards were posted at all entrances to the huge building, as well as the bombed area in the rear. Everyone entering now needed an orange pass signed by Stauffenberg. No one could leave without a similar pass or signed orders. 6. Although the Bendlerstrasse was at last under the complete control of the conspirators, their comrade, General von Haase, was in deep trouble at his office on Unter den Linden. An hour earlier, as commandant of the Berlin garrison, he had ordered the Guard battalion to seal off the government quarter. Not a general or minister was to cross the barrier. Major Otto Rehmer, commander of the battalion, was a former Hitler Youth leader, and he first wanted assurance that his Führer was really dead. Haase gave it, adding that he had been murdered by the SS. Who was his successor? Asked Rehmer, who felt something was fishy. Haase told him to stop asking stupid questions and get his battalion on the move. Rehmer's companion, Lieutenant Hans Hagen, in Berlin to lecture the Guard battalion on National Socialism, was equally suspicious. And once they were alone, he convinced Rehmer that this looked like a military putsch. He asked for permission to clarify the matter with Goebbels, his pre-war employer. Rehmer put a motorcycle at his disposal with instructions to report back immediately. As the major set out to supervise the blockade of the city, Hagen, an author in civilian life, was bouncing in the sidecar of a motorcycle bound for the official residence of the Minister of Propaganda. He was heard to shout periodically, like a Teutonic Paul Revere, "Military putsch!" The Goebbels establishment was already a centre of confusion. The Burgermeister of Berlin was there, along with a city councillor, and both were bewildered by the conflicting rumours. So was Speer, who had just noticed a group of Rehmer's men trotting toward Brandenburg Gate with machine guns. Others stood guard outside the ministry. Sweating profusely, Goebbels was on the telephone, querying party officials and regional military commanders. Troops from Potsdam and provincial garrisons, it seemed, were already marching toward the city. The situation was desperate, but Goebbels saw a ray of hope in the fact that the rebels hadn't yet broadcast their success over the radio. He now busied himself making arrangements for his own broadcast, a tricky matter since a simple account of the facts might cause panic. Just then, Hagen, rumpled from his motorcycle ride, pushed his way into Goebbels' presence. After listening impatiently to the soldier author's breathless account, Goebbels demanded to know if Rehmer could be trusted. Absolutely. Hadn't he been wounded 8 times in action? Still somewhat suspicious, Goebbels instructed Hagen to fetch Rehmer. If the two were not back within half an hour, Goebbels would assume the major was either a traitor or held by force, and he would order SS troops to seize the headquarters of the Berlin garrison at Unter den Linden. A moment later, at 5:30 p.m., Goebbels was again called to the telephone. It was Hitler, who urged an immediate broadcast to let the people know that his life had been spared. Goebbels promptly telephoned the text of a broadcast to the Rundfunkhaus. It was already occupied by rebellious troops of the infantry school, but their commanding officer was so confused, or terrified by Goebbels' voice, that he readily agreed not to interfere with transmission of the announcement. In the meantime, Hitler, swayed by agitated advisers, had come to suspect his propaganda minister was a traitor. He again phoned Goebbels, this time bitterly reproaching him for delaying the broadcast so long. Goebbels gave vehement assurance that he was not to blame. It was someone in the radio division. Hitler believed him, at least he said he did, and hung up. The early rumour of Hitler's death brought hysteria and tears to scores of girl telephonists. The story spread and caused consternation until the reassuring newscast brought new tears, these of joy. Messages of congratulation descended on the Volksschanze. Field Marshal Milch, for one, telegraphed his heartfelt joy that a merciful providence has shielded you from this base murder attempt and preserved you for the German people and its Wehrmacht. These expressions of relief were not completely self-serving. The great majority of Germans felt that the nation's future depended on the Führer. In Berlin, Major Rehmer had just finished sealing off the government area. He was glum, for he had not yet heard that the Führer was alive. Rehmer had carried out his mission with misgivings, reinforced when he reported back to Hase, only to be given vague answers to every question. Dissatisfied, Rehmer was in a rebellious mood by the time Hagen accosted him outside, with the news that Minister Goebbels demanded his immediate presence. This was civil war, Rehmer thought, and brought Hagen upstairs to repeat Goebbels' message to Hase. The general pretended to be alarmed, and, when Rehmer said he must report at once to the propaganda minister, ordered him to remain in the anteroom. But another conspirator, also a major, intervened with a knowing wink at Hase. He suggested that it was Rehmer's duty to see Goebbels and place him under arrest. Rehmer left the building in a state of confusion. "Well, I've got to gamble for my life," he finally told his adjutant, and set off for the propaganda ministry with 20 men. Goebbels was checking the time. He had been unsuccessful in attempts to reach Rehmer by phone, and it was only 2 minutes before the deadline, 7 p.m. Then Rehmer marched in. He did not tell Goebbels he had orders to arrest him, nor did he believe the minister's claim that he had just spoken to the Führer. He would believe Hitler was alive only, he said, if he heard it from his own mouth. "As you wish, Major," said Goebbels, and put in a call to Rastenburg. In less than a minute he was telling Hitler, "Here is Major Rehmer, commander of the Guard Battalion." Rehmer took the receiver warily. It could be a recording, or someone imitating the Führer. "Are you on the line, Major Rehmer?" he heard. "What are you doing now?" The voice certainly sounded like the Führer's, and Raymer told what he had done to date. But he must have sounded doubtful. "Do you believe that I am alive?" The answer was jawohl, even though Raymer was not entirely convinced. Hitler said that he was giving Raymer complete authorization to ensure the security of the government. "Do whatever you think necessary. Every officer, regardless of rank, is now under your command." He ordered Raymer to restore full order immediately, if necessary by brachial, brutal armed force. The brachial completely convinced Raymer this really was Hitler. He snapped to attention. "You are responsible only to me," repeated Hitler, and promoted him to the rank of colonel. Raymer turned the ministry into a command post. First he telephoned General von Haase and said he had just spoken to the Führer, who had put him in complete command. He ordered Haase to report to him at once. Haase refused indignantly. "Since when does a general come trotting to a little major?" "General, if you don't want to come, I will have you arrested," said Raymer, and sent troops to occupy Haase's headquarters. He then informed all military units in the Berlin area that they were now under his personal command, and was not surprised that their commanders, regardless of rank, accepted his authority without protest. As a finishing touch, Colonel Raymer assembled his own battalion in the Ministry garden so they could hear about the Attentat, assassination attempt, from the lips of Goebbels himself. By this time, a subdued General von Haase had arrived. He was no longer angry and, in fact, seemed at the point of embracing Raymer. He was so full of compliments and questions that Raymer had to politely put him off so he could get on with the job of restoring order. Goebbels was somewhat condescending to Haase, who began to stammer slightly under his curt questioning. Would the minister mind if he telephoned his wife and had something to eat? "There go our revolutionaries," jibed Goebbels after the general left to enjoy his snack. "All they think about is eating, drinking, and calling up Mama." The switchboard at the Bendlerstrasse was jammed with calls from officers seeking fuller details on the newscast. The recipients of the Valkyrie alert were also asking for direct confirmation from Fromm of the earlier reports of Hitler's death. They were answered by Stauffenberg, who insisted that Hitler was dead, and, if they were conspirators, he gave assurance that the plot was still operative. He told them the newscast was a trick, the army was in control, and all was well. At last, one of the titular leaders of the revolt, Field Marshal von Witzleben, appeared in full uniform to take charge. He had held himself aloof all day, but made up for his tardiness just before 7:30 p.m. by sending out a strong directive as new head of the Wehrmacht. "The Führer, Adolf Hitler, is dead. An unscrupulous clique of non-combatant party leaders, utilizing this situation, has attempted to stab our fighting forces in the back and seize power for their own purpose. In this hour of extreme danger, the government of the Reich, to maintain law and order, has decreed a military state of emergency and placed me in supreme command of the German armed forces." This message put new life into another field marshal. Kluge, on the point of abandoning the Paris conspirators, exclaimed, "An historical hour has struck." He proposed they seek an immediate armistice in the West. The new German regime would agree to cease the rocket attacks on London if, in return, the Allies stopped their bombing. Kluge's enthusiasm was interrupted by a telegram from Keitel. The Führer was alive, and orders from the traitorous Witzleben-Beck group in the Bendlerstrasse were to be ignored. Kluge's resolve crumbled. He asked his chief of staff to find out what was really going on at Führer headquarters. But Valimont could not be reached by telephone, nor could Jodl or Keitel. Their absence was so curious that Kluge's hope revived. Perhaps Beck had told the truth after all, and Hitler was dead. A call was put in to a fellow conspirator at Wolfschanze, but he could only confirm the worst possible news. The Führer was alive. Kluge put down the telephone despondently. "Well," he said, "the attempt on his life has failed." That ended the matter for the Marshal. "Gentlemen," he said, "leave me out of the question." In Berlin, the man who had signed the order to seize power had also just abandoned the conspiracy. Field Marshal von Witzleben, expressing disgust at the confusion in the Bendlerstrasse, marched out of the building and drove to army headquarters in Zossen. Here he told Quartermaster General Wagner that all was lost, and proceeded toward his country estate. At Wolfschanze, Keitel had just succeeded in dispatching an order putting Himmler in command of the replacement army. Keitel added that only orders from him and myself are to be obeyed. This teleprint went out at 8:20 p.m. 10 minutes later, Party Chancellor Bormann dispatched an urgent message informing all his Gauleiters of the murderous attempt on the Führer's life by certain generals. He ordered his people to honor only orders from the Führer himself. At 9 p.m., the people were informed by radio that the Führer would soon speak to them in person. There would be a long delay, however, since there were no facilities at Wolfschanze to broadcast directly. The nearest recording van was in Königsberg, the capital of East Prussia, and it would take several hours to fetch it. By chance, Hitler's favourite commando, Otto Skorzeny, was in Berlin, but once he heard that the Führer was alive, he saw no reason to delay a trip to Vienna to inspect his school of frogmen saboteurs. As he was boarding the train at Anhalt station at dusk, an officer raced down the platform, shouting that there was a military revolt in the city and Skorzeny had been commanded to establish order. He hurried to SD headquarters, where he was told that some traitorous military leaders were seizing control of the capital. "The situation is obscure and dangerous," said Schellenberg. His face was pale. A revolver lay in front of him on the table. He made a dramatic gesture. "I'll defend myself here if they come this way." It was a ridiculous picture, and Skorzeny could not resist laughing. He advised Schellenberg to put his weapon away before he shot himself. Skorzeny alerted a company from another of his sabotage schools located in the Berlin suburbs before setting out on a personal reconnaissance of the city. Everything was quiet in the government compound. Checking a report that the Waffen-SS was in the conspiracy, he hastily inspected their barracks at Lichterfeld. All was serene. He drove to the headquarters of the SS Leibstandarte Division for information, but learned very little, and continued at top speed to paratroop headquarters near the Wannsee. He found General Student on the terrace of his villa, poring over a mass of papers. The general was wearing a long dressing gown. His wife sat beside him sewing. It was comic, in a way, to see one of Germany's most important commanders presiding over such a placid scene during a revolt. A student refused to take the matter seriously until a phone call from Goering confirmed Skorzeny's alarm. All orders except those issued from Wehrmacht headquarters were to be ignored. While Student began relaying these orders, Skorzeny raced back to Schellenberg's office. No sooner had he arrived than he was called to the phone. "How many men have you?" asked Jodl. "Only one company." "Good. Take them to the Bendlerstrasse and support Major Rehmer and his guard battalion, who have just been ordered to surround the building." There was a feeling of growing desperation at the Bendlerstrasse. The guard battalion units which had been protecting the High Command headquarters were withdrawing, on orders from their commander to assemble in the garden behind Goebbels' official residence. This left only about 35 soldiers at the main gate. Inside, General Albrecht collected his officers at 10:30 p.m. for the third time that evening, and said they would now have to take over the protection of the building since the guards had left. Each of the 6 exits, he said, would have to be manned by a general staff officer. No one objected, but one armed group of loyalists was secretly determined to stand by their oath to the Führer. At about 10:50 p.m., these men, 8 in all, burst into Albrecht's office, grenades fastened to their belts and armed with submachine guns and pistols. As Albrecht was trying to calm them, Stauffenberg entered. He spun around and escaped in a fusillade through the anteroom. He staggered as if hit, then darted into an adjoining office. But in short order he was captured along with Beck, Albrecht, and other conspirators. Soon they were faced by Fromm, who had been released from captivity. "Well, gentlemen," said the big general, brandishing a pistol, I am now going to treat you as you treated me." He told them to lay down their weapons. "You wouldn't demand that of me, your former commanding officer," said Beck quietly. "I will draw the consequences from this unhappy situation myself." He reached for a revolver on a suitcase. From warned him to keep the gun pointed at himself. The elderly Beck began to reminisce. "At a time like this, I think of the old days." "We don't want to hear about that now," interrupted From. "I ask you to stop talking and do something." Beck mumbled something and fired. The bullet grazed his head. He reeled back, slumped in a chair. "Help the old gentleman," From told two junior officers. They approached Beck and tried to take his gun. He resisted so he could try again, but dropped back in a daze. From turned to the other conspirators. "Now, you gentlemen, if you have any letters to write, you may have a few minutes to do so." He returned in 5 minutes and informed them that a court-martial, in the name of the Führer, had just pronounced death sentences on Albrecht, Stauffenberg, and their 2 adjutants. Stauffenberg, his left sleeve soaked in blood, stood stiffly as he and his 3 colleagues were led into the courtyard. Beck's face was splotched with blood. He asked for and was given a pistol. He was left in the anteroom, but those outside heard him say, "If it doesn't work this time, please help me." There was a shot. From looked in and saw that the former chief of the General Staff had failed again. "Help the old gentleman," he told an officer, who refused. A sergeant dragged the unconscious Beck from the room and shot him in the neck. Outside, the courtyard was dimly lit by the hooded lights of an army vehicle. It was midnight. The 4 condemned men were lined up in front of a sand pile for use in air raids. Albrecht was calm. At the order to fire, Stauffenberg shouted, "Long live our sacred Germany," and died. The huge form of From appeared at the doorway of the building. He marched across the yard to review the firing squad. He talked briefly, ending with a resounding "Heil Hitler," then somewhat pompously made for the gate. He called for his car and disappeared in the darkness. At the message centre in the Bendlerstrasse, a teleprint message was being transmitted. Attempted putsch by irresponsible generals bloodily crushed. All ringleaders shot. Just as From was walking through the gate, a white sports car arrived with a screech of brakes. The driver was Speer, his passenger Colonel Rehmer. "Finally, an honest German," said From, as if he himself were innocent. "I've just had some criminals executed." And when Rehmer said he wouldn't have done that, From blustered, "Do you intend to give me orders?" "No, but you'll have to be responsible for your actions." Rehmer suggested the general report at once to Goebbels. As From drove off with Speer, Otto Skorzeny arrived with his men. He wondered why such an important general was leaving at such a time, then asked Rehmer, "What's going on?" Rehmer had no idea either. He only had orders to surround the building. Skorzeny said that he was going inside, and, after posting his company in the courtyard, bounded up the stairs towards the Chief of Staff's office. In the corridor he passed several officers, all armed with machine pistols. They glared at him with hostility. In Albrecht's anteroom he found several staff officers of his acquaintance who gave a brief account of what had happened. It all sounded very wild, but confirmed what he had guessed. After trying in vain to telephone Führer headquarters, he realized he must act on his own to restore peace and order to this disturbed hive. Resumption of work was the best cure, and, after gathering those officers he knew personally, he suggested they get on with their jobs. The battlefronts were still in dire need of reinforcements and supplies. The staff officers agreed, but who would sign orders? Those in command were either dead or vanished. Skorzeny said he would sign and take all responsibility. As the machinery of the High Command began to move again, Skorzeny finally was connected to Jodl, who told him to stay in charge. "Send some generals," suggested Skorzeny, but Jodl insisted he take over in the name of the Führer. Skorzeny began by sending out orders countermanding the Valkyrie alert and ordering all commanders to stand by for new instructions. Speer chauffeured Fromm back to the propaganda ministry, where Goebbels disregarded the latter's demand to speak privately with Hitler. Instead, he put him in another room, asked Speer to leave, and telephoned the Führer in private. After some time, Goebbels came to the door of his office and ordered a guard posted in front of Fromm's room. Himmler was among those present at the ministry. He had recently arrived from Rastenburg with express orders and full powers from the Führer to crush the rebellion. "Shoot anyone who resists, no matter who it is," Hitler had told him. Despite such credentials, including a temporary assignment as Commander-in-Chief of the Reserve Army, he let Goebbels take over the visual command, remaining his usual quiet, contained self. To Goebbels' assistant, Naumann, he even seemed to be indifferent, whereas Goebbels was exhilarated. His version of the day gave the impression that he had crushed the rebellion in Berlin practically single-handed. If they hadn't been so clumsy, he boasted to Himmler, they had an enormous chance. What dolts, what childishness. When I think how I would have handled such a thing. Why didn't they seize the radio station and spread the wildest lies? The placid Himmler nodded politely, without revealing that before coming to Goebbels he had already unleashed the terror of a counterputsch and set up the machinery for a special investigation of the uprising. At Wolfschanze, General Feldgiebel knew his fate was decided, but he did not attempt to kill himself, since he wanted to testify to his motives at an official trial. "If you believe in a beyond," he told his youthful aide in farewell, "we could say Auf Wiedersehen." Hitler was in his tea-house, impatiently waiting for the recording van from Königsberg, so that he could make his speech to the nation. In anticipation of its imminent arrival, he summoned his family circle to hear him read a hastily drafted message. The secretaries and adjutants arrived, along with Keitel and the bandaged Jodl, but there was still no van, and Hitler used the time to enlarge on the attentat. "These cowards," he shouted. "That's exactly what they are. If they had had the courage at least to shoot me, I'd have had some respect. But they didn't want to risk their lives." At last the van arrived, and just before 1 a.m. July 21st there was a fanfare of military music over every German radio station. After a brief pause, Hitler began telling of the plot and of the death and injury to colleagues very dear to him. He repeated his mistaken conviction that the circle of conspirators was extremely small and had nothing in common with the spirit of the Wehrmacht or the German people. It was a tiny band of criminal elements which would be promptly and ruthlessly exterminated. I was spared a fate which held no horror for me, but would have had terrible consequences for the German people. I see in it a sign from Providence that I must, and therefore shall, continue my work. He was followed briefly by Goering, who pledged the loyalty and deep affection of the Luftwaffe, and Dönitz, who declared that the Navy was consumed with holy wrath and boundless fury at the criminal attempt on our Führer's life. Then came the official announcement that the ringleaders of the criminal officer plot had either committed suicide or been shot by the army. There have been no incidents anywhere. Others who are implicated in the crime will be brought to account. These words chilled the chief conspirators in Paris, who were gathered around a radio at the staff club in the Hotel Raphael. They had just succeeded in occupying every SS barracks in the area and arresting the two senior SS men in France, Karl Oberg and Helmut Knochen. As he listened, General von Stulpnagel was almost sure this was their own death sentence. But there was one last desperate hope. Perhaps Oberg and Knochen would have the decency to shield them. These two were released and brought to the Hotel Raphael. When Stulpnagel rose in greeting, Oberg lunged at him. Ambassador Otto Abetz intervened. "What happens in Berlin is one thing," he said. "Here what matters is that the Normandy battle is raging, and so here we Germans must show a united front." Oberg calmed down, and agreed that he and Knochen would secretly join forces with the Wehrmacht against Himmler's RSHA. They would pretend that the SS and SD arrests had simply been staged by Oberg and Stulpnagel as a trick to deceive the putschists. Once his speech was finished, Hitler retired to his bunker, where he was again examined by Dr. Morell. The Führer wanted confirmation that he had sustained no serious injuries. His inner circle waited in the tea-house until Morel returned to announce that Hitler's pulse was normal. All was well. The Führer himself, shaken by the events of the day, had not yet realized the extent of the plot against him, and still felt some exhilaration at his miraculous escape. He decided to send his tattered uniform to Eva Braun in Berchtesgaden for safekeeping. It would be a historical relic, proof that Providence really did intend him to complete his mission. 7. Soon after midnight, July 21st, Otto Skorzeny was in complete command of the Bendlerstrasse, and the affairs of the High Command were again on course. He also found details of the putsch in Stauffenberg's safe, and placed a number of officers under arrest. At the Propaganda Ministry, Goebbels and Himmler were interrogating a number of generals, including Fromm. They were treated courteously, given wine and cigars, and some, like Kortzfleisch, were allowed to go home when their innocence was established. At 4 a.m., the investigations ended. Goebbels emerged from his office with a radiant smile. "Gentlemen," he announced, "the putsch is over." He escorted Himmler to his car, taking leave of his old rival with a long handshake, then returned upstairs to regale his closest associates with his own exploits. Utterly pleased, he spryly perched himself on a table next to a bronze bust of the Führer. "This was a purifying thunderstorm," he said. "Who would have dared to hope when the horrible news arrived early this afternoon that all this would end so quickly and so well? It was nothing short of a miracle. If Hitler had died, the people would have believed it was God's judgment. The consequences would have been incalculable, for in history only facts speak as evidence, and they are this time on our side. The press, consequently, should be instructed to belittle the conspiracy." At Wolfschanze, Bormann was still sending out instructions to his Gauleiters. At 3:40 a.m. he informed them that the putsch may now be considered closed, and at 11:35 a.m. he passed on an urgent request from Himmler that you should stop any further independent action against officers whose attitude was ambiguous, or even against those who have to be classified as open adversaries. In other words, the Reichsführer himself was in full charge of restoring order and implementing a thorough investigation. In his methodical way, he had already set up machinery staffed by 400 officials in 11 sections. In Paris, Kluger's chief of staff, with the continued cooperation of the two most powerful SS officials in France, Oberg and Knocken, was doing his utmost to cover up the tracks of Kluger and Stulpnagel. But the latter, so recently the most powerful man in the City of Light, assumed all hope was gone upon receiving an order to report to Berlin. Instead of going by plane, Stulpnagel set off later that morning in the rain by car. He ordered his chauffeur to drive past the battlefields of the First World War, Château-Thierry, and the Argonne Forest, then to Sedan, where so many old comrades of the Darmstadt Grenadiers had fallen in 1916. He continued the sentimental journey throughout the afternoon, finally disembarking for a little walk. Soon after he disappeared over a rise near the Meuse Canal, the driver heard a shot, perhaps two. He found the general floating in the canal, face upturned. Stulpnagel was barely alive, but by wounding himself he had established his guilt beyond doubt. He was destined to be hanged. At the Wolfschanze, it was apparent that Hitler's head injury was not superficial. He could hear nothing with his right ear, and his eyes constantly flickered to the right. That evening, while strolling outside, he twice wandered off the path. Dr. Karl Brandt urged him to rest in bed for several days, but the Führer would not listen. "That's impossible. He had too much work to do. Besides, it would certainly look ridiculous to foreign guests to see such a healthy man lying in bed." The next day, despite a persistent earache, he insisted on visiting his wounded officers at the nearby field hospital. Two were at the point of death. General Schmundt was in critical condition. Deeply disturbed, Hitler unburdened himself to the two injured navy men, Puttkamer and Assmann, who shared a room. Sitting on the latter's bed, he expressed sorrow that they were victims of the plot. "These gentlemen had me, and only me, in mind. Yet miraculously he had escaped assassination once more. Don't you agree that I should consider it a sign of fate that it intends to preserve me for my assigned task? The 20th of July, he said, only confirmed the conviction that Almighty God has called me to lead the German people, not to final defeat, but to victory. As the day progressed, the pain in his ear became so intense that Morel sent for Professor van Eycken, the eminent Berlin eye-ear-nose-throat specialist who had operated on the Führer's throat in 1935. He was unavailable, and the EENT specialist at a nearby field hospital was summoned. Dr. Erwin Giesing was well qualified, having worked 2 years in Professor van Eycken's clinic before opening his own office. Giesing found that the eardrum was badly ruptured and the inner ear was damaged. But, he said, it was not serious, provided no infection of the middle ear set in. At this point, Dr. Morel appeared, breathing heavily. He sharply reprimanded Giesing for not reporting to him first, and was told stiffly that an officer was required to report only to his superior and not to any civilian. Although Hitler could hear little of this exchange, he noticed Morel's look of indignation. "Oh, come now, end this quarrel, my dear Professor," he placated. "Dr. Giesing was Van Eycken's assistant, and he has told me that tomorrow he will have to do a small drum cauterization if the bleeding does not stop." Morel wanted to inject a hemostat, but grudgingly agreed to send to Berlin for the medication prescribed by his rival. Although Hitler was convinced he would never hear with his right ear, he remained in relatively good spirits. He took the time to peck out a letter on a typewriter to "My dear Chapel," the Viennese diminutive which he often used affectionately for Eva Braun. Illustrated by a sketch of the bombed barracks, it assured her that he was fine, just somewhat tired. "I hope to come back soon and so be able to rest, putting myself in your hands. I greatly need tranquility." She replied at once on her blue monogrammed stationery that she was deeply unhappy. "I am half dead now that I know you are in danger." She asserted she could not go on living if anything happened to him. "From the time of our first meetings, I promised myself to follow you everywhere, even in death. You know that my whole life is in loving you." On July 23rd, Gestapo investigators by accident found incriminating diaries in the ruins of a bombed house which implicated Canaris and other important officials in the coup. The admiral was arrested, as was former Minister of Economics Schacht. At first, Hitler could not believe that such high-ranking people, and so many of them, were involved. It was a blow to his convictions that only a small clique of traitors existed, and he was hurt. "My life is so full of sorrow, so heavily leaden," he told Traudl Junge, that death itself would be salvation. And another secretary heard him chide his dog for disobeying him. "Look me in the eyes, Blondie. Are you also a traitor like the generals of my staff?" At the Situation meeting the next morning, he declared that the English had backed Stauffenberg, then tried to convince his listeners that the plot was not really so widespread. "The important thing is to explain to the whole world that the overwhelming multitude of the officers' corps had nothing to do with those swine. It should be emphasized in the press that the commanders in the Bendlerstrasse had refused to go along with a handful of traitors and, in fact, executed 4 of them out of hand. I am too much of a psychologist," he concluded, "not to see that a divine hand led this man with the bomb here at precisely the most favorable time for us. If I and the entire staff had been killed, it would have been a real catastrophe." Goebbels followed Hitler's instructions in an address broadcast over all German radio stations. It was a clever speech, replete with dramatic moralizing and appeal to the emotions. He pictured Stauffenberg as the satanic leader of a relatively small officers' clique that did not represent the Wehrmacht as a whole. He charged that Stauffenberg had been conspiring with the Western Allies, and listed 4 evidences of proof. Constant reference in their press to a group of German generals opposed to Hitler. Use of an English bomb. Relationship of Stauffenberg to the English aristocracy. And the hope expressed in London papers after first news of the bombing that the collapse of Germany was at hand. Reports to the Gauleiters indicated that Goebbels' propaganda effectively aroused the people. At a hospital in Braunschweig, for example, the patients spontaneously decorated every picture of the Führer with flowers. Loyalty demonstrations were organized in numerous cities. High school teachers told their pupils that the conspiracy now explained the military defeats in Africa and Russia. Traitors had prevented the Führer's orders from filtering down to the divisions. On July 25th, Dr. van Eycken arrived from Berlin to be greeted warmly by the Führer, who predicted that with all his worries he would only last another 2 or 3 years. There was one consolation: by then he would have accomplished his task, and others could continue the work. He eased himself painfully into a chair and described his symptoms in detail. Dr. Giesing, who prided himself on his memory, was unobtrusively jotting down everything Hitler said in a yellow pocket almanac. So that no one else could decipher his notes, he wrote in code, using Latin and a combination of personal symbols. Professor van Eycken confirmed Giesing's diagnosis and treatment, but the Führer refused his advice to rest in bed for at least a week. "You have all conspired among you to make a sick man out of me." The following day, Hitler complained to Giesing that his left ear still bled internally, and he wanted it cauterized again, no matter how painful. "I don't feel any more pain," he said, adding as an afterthought, "Pain is meant to make a man hard." He proved it a minute later when an adjutant brought in reports on the assassination attempt. "Ja," he said, ruffling through the pages, "I would not have thought this Adolf was such a scoundrel. He vowed to tear out those traitors by the roots, then reviled Stauffenberg for his cowardice. He at least should have had the courage to stand next to me with his briefcase. The bullet that killed him was too good for him." 2 days later, Hitler complained of insomnia, and when Giesing recommended cancellation of the nightly tea session, Hitler said he had already tried that, but it only made sleep more difficult. "I have to relax beforehand and talk about other things. If not, I see before me in the dark the General Staff maps, and my brain keeps working. It takes hours before I can get rid of such visions. If I put on the light, I can draw an exact map of each army group position. I know where every single division stands, and so it goes on and on for hours until I fall asleep around 5 or 6. I know this is not good for my health, but I can't change my habits." 8. The day after the bombing, Hitler replaced his ailing chief of staff, Zeitzler, with a man he had previously banished from a front-line command for differing with him. By the time Heinz Guderian, perhaps the most respected panzer expert in the Wehrmacht, arrived in Rastenburg to take charge, he found the offices of OKH practically deserted. Zeitzler had already departed in semi-disgrace, Heusinger was gone, and many department heads had been removed by the Gestapo. One of Guderian's first tasks was to issue a loyalty order of the day, pledging to Hitler the unity of the generals, of the officer corps, and of the men of the army. By the end of the week, Guderian went further. He ordered every General Staff officer to be a National Socialist officer leader, by actively cooperating in the political indoctrination of younger commanders in accordance with the tenets of the Führer. Any officer who could not conform was ordered to apply at once for transfer. None did, and the subjugation of this elite band, begun in 1933, came to a degrading finale. By now, the Western Front was collapsing in the face of a savage American attack on the western flank of the Normandy beachhead. At dusk of July 30th, a fierce tank battle raged for the Avranches defile, the last barrier to an American breakthrough into the open spaces of France. Valimont and others pressed for an immediate withdrawal from France while there was still time, but Jodl contented himself with presenting to the Führer a draft of an order for possible withdrawal from the coastal sector. By the next evening, American tanks were storming into Avranches. Hitler wanted to rush west and take personal charge, but both Giesing and Eycken forbade him to fly. Restricted to Wolfschanze, he was forced to do nothing, while 6 of George Patton's divisions poured through the gap at Avranches and sealed the fate of France. This was but one of many concerns. On August 1st, 35,000 ill-armed Poles of all ages assaulted the German garrison in Warsaw, and the next day Turkey broke off diplomatic relations with the Reich. Somehow he managed to put all these cares behind him, and on that 2nd of August play the role of budding medical student. He inundated Giesing with questions on the inner ear, then donned a surgeon's white coat and, with mirror strapped to head, began peering intently into Linger's right ear. He could see nothing. When he tried again in vain, Giesing suggested he use an electric mirror. "Ja," he exclaimed in wonder. "Now I can see something. I see clearly a small light yellow line. That will probably be the well-known eardrum." He told Linger to turn around and inserted the orthoscope into his left ear, and became so enthralled that he had to test Linger's hearing with tuning fork and stopwatch. "You know, Doctor," he said somewhat shyly, "when I was young I always wanted to be a doctor. But my other career came along, and I realized what my true mission was." No sooner had Giesing left than Dr. Hitler resumed his research. He summoned Linger and 2 SS orderlies, examining them all until he had mastered the electric mirror. Then he requested a copy of Professor Knick's book on the treatment of eye, ear, and throat. If Hitler's spirits had improved, he was still so dizzy he had to walk with legs astride like a sailor on a pitching ship. Even so, he insisted on talking to his Gauleiters on August 4th. He went from man to man, shaking hands. Many, like Friedrich Karl Florian of Düsseldorf, could not restrain their tears at the sight of his condition. "You won't misunderstand me," said Hitler, "when I assure you that for the past 18 months I was firmly convinced I would one day be shot by someone in my own close circle." He asked them to try and imagine how terrible it was to realize that certain violent death could come at any moment. How much inner energy I had to summon to do all that was necessary for the maintenance and protection of our people, to contemplate, cogitate, and work out these problems. And I had to do all this by myself, without the support of others, and with a feeling of depression hanging over me. After the lugubrious speech, a one-pot meal was served. Finally, Hitler slowly got to his feet. "Now I will retire," he said. "And you, gentlemen—" He put 2 fingers to his mouth, and they took out cigarettes as he walked off, trying to hide his stagger. Himmler had recently assured this same group that he would ruthlessly bring to justice not only the criminals in the conspiracy, but their families. "The Stauffenberg family," he said, "will be exterminated root and branch." Enthusiastic applause. "That will be a warning example once and for all." He pressed the investigation in this spirit. Next of kin and other relatives of the chief conspirators were arrested, including at least a dozen women over 70. Scores of detectives covered every angle of the conspiracy, with such dispatch and thoroughness that the first trial got underway on August 7th. 8 officers were brought before a people's court, presided over by Roland Freisler, an expert on Soviet law and methods of punishment. Characterized by Hitler as our Wyszynski, he had been instructed by the Führer to proceed harshly and with lightning speed. The defendants entered the great courtroom of the Kammergericht in Berlin wearing old clothes. They looked haggard and unkempt, as movie cameras recorded the event so the German people could see what happened to traitors. Field Marshal von Witzleben, deprived of his false teeth, looked like a tramp in a comedy as he kept hitching up his oversized beltless pants. Freisler, dramatically clothed in red, began shouting like one of the Soviet judges he so admired, "You dirty old man, why do you keep fiddling with your trousers?" This was the tone and level of the show trial. Never before in the history of German justice, recalled one shorthand secretary, have defendants been treated with such brutality, such fanatic ruthlessness as at these proceedings. The judgment was foreordained, and, in a trumpet voice, Freisler pronounced all 8 men guilty of treason against the Führer, which in fact they were, and against German history, which they were not. In line with Hitler's specific instructions, the 8 men were trucked to Plötzensee prison, then into a small room where 8 meat hooks dangled from the ceiling. Here the condemned were stripped to the waist and hung by nooses of piano wire. Their agonized jerking was recorded by a movie camera, and that same evening was reproduced on a screen at the Wolfschanze. According to Speer, Hitler loved the film and had it shown over and over again, but Adjutant von Below and others in the family circle still assert he never saw it. There were further investigations and other trials, but only the execution of the first 8 victims was publicized. Almost 5,000 other men and women, most of them not even directly involved in the uprising of July 20th, were also executed. 9. On August 15th, the Allies landed in southern France, and Guderian's comment that the bravery of the panzer forces was not enough to make up for the failure of the Air Force and Navy infuriated Hitler. In an effort to contain himself, he adjourned to another room for a tête-à-tête with Guderian, but their voices became so loud that an adjutant had to caution the Führer that every word was clearly audible outside. Could he please close the window? This exhibition was mild compared to one later in the evening, when Hitler learned that Field Marshal von Kluge had mysteriously disappeared. It seemed that the Commander-in-Chief West had driven up to the front that morning to confer with his armoured commander, but never arrived at the rendezvous. Hitler shouted that Kluge must have been involved in the bombing plot, and had now sneaked off for secret surrender talks with the enemy. Kluge, in fact, had been delayed up front by an enemy fighter-bomber attack, his car destroyed, along with 2 transmitters. He was not only trapped incommunicado on congested roads, but caught in a personal dilemma. While doing his best to stem the Allied breakthrough, he was convinced his was a hopeless task. Depressed ever since a serious auto accident in Russia, he would pace his office like a caged beast, torn between the oath he had sworn to Hitler and his responsibility before God, before his nation, before his conscience. Kluge finally reached his destination late that night, but by then Hitler had already decided to replace him with Field Marshal Model. On August 17th, Model arrived in France with a handwritten note from the Führer and took over command of the Western Front. Kluge sat at his desk, dazed by the dismissal. "Here at Avranches all my reputation went," he told his chief of staff, pointing to a map. "It's all up with me." The following day he headed east, like Stulpnagel, on a leisurely motor trip across the old battlefields of France. Like Stulpnagel, he intended to take his own life. But Kluge was successful. Near Clermont-en-Argonne, after lunching under the shade of a tree, he gave his aide a letter for his brother, then swallowed cyanide. Another letter was already on its way to the Führer. After outlining the reasons for his failure to stem the Allies, he implored Hitler to end the war and put an end to the people's unspeakable sufferings. At Wolfschanze, Hitler read the letter, then, without comment, handed it to Jodl, who was surprised by the last lines, wherein Kluge praised Hitler for his iron will and genius and the great and honourable fight he had fought. "Prove yourself now to be so great as to put an end, if need be, to the hopeless struggle." It seemed to epitomize the final humiliation of the Wehrmacht, but was not at all self-serving. Kluge stood to gain nothing. He had only made a last effort to serve his country by sounding a warning. It was a futile one. Hitler was still bound by his ultimate mission, to rid the world of Jews, a task, so Eichmann reported in August, that was nearing its end. He told Himmler that 6 million Jews had already been eliminated, 4 million in the killing camps, and the rest in mobile operations. Spurred by the rapid advance of the Red Army and the continuing investigations of the inexorable Konrad Morgan, who also calculated a figure of at least 6 million dead Jews, Hitler instructed Himmler to prepare the dismantling of all the killing camps except Auschwitz. There were still Jews from Hungary, Łódź, Slovakia and Theresienstadt to be gassed, but Commandant Höss had the facilities to wind up the entire job, provided the troops in the east did not allow a Soviet breakthrough. 10. The military situation was so desperate that only a man with such motivation would have banished all thoughts of surrender. From the Baltic to the Ukraine, Red Army offensives had routed or surrounded the Wehrmacht along the entire eastern front. In the south, Soviet troops were seizing the oil fields of Romania. In the north, they had just surrounded 50 German divisions, and in the centre they were closing in on Warsaw. On Hitler's personal orders, preparations were made to remove the coffin of President von Hindenburg from the tomb at Tannenberg, scene of his great victory in the First World War. In the emergency, Goebbels proclaimed a new draconian policy on August 24th. All theatres, music halls, drama schools and cabarets were to be closed within a week. Soon, he warned, all orchestras, music schools and conservatories, except a few leading ones, would be shut down, and the artists put either in uniform or in armaments factories. There would be an end to publication of fiction or belles lettres, and of all but 2 illustrated papers. On the following day, Paris was liberated after 4 years of occupation. Both Romania and Finland sued for an armistice. 24 hours later, the Romanians, who had thrown out Marshal Antonescu by a coup, declared war on Germany. With defeat imminent on all fronts, Hitler did not waver. His answer to signs of disintegration within the Wehrmacht was a threat to arrest the kin of any deserter. He told Keitel and 2 other generals on the last day of August that the time was not yet ripe for a political decision. Such moments come only when you are victorious. There was still hope of success, he said. The tension between the Allies would soon become so great that a major break would occur. The only thing is to wait, no matter how hard it is, for the right moment. He mused glumly on the problems facing him in both East and West, then began feeling sorry for himself. I think it's pretty obvious that this war is no fun for me. I've been cut off from the world for 5 years. I haven't been to the theatre, I haven't heard a concert, and I haven't seen a film. His voice rose in wrath. I accused the General Staff of failing to give the impression of iron determination, and so of affecting the morale of combat officers. And when General Staff officers go up front, I accuse them of spreading pessimism. He would fight until Germany got a peace which secured the life of the nation for the next 100 years, and which, above all, does not besmirch our honour a second time, as happened in 1918. His thoughts reverted momentarily to the bomb plot. Death, he said, would only have been a release from sorry, sleepless nights and great nervous suffering. It is only a fraction of a second, and then a man is freed from everything and has quiet and eternal peace. This mood of fatalism might have been the result of deteriorating health. Although he joked with his secretaries about his right hand, which trembled so much he could no longer shave himself, he was seriously affected by a head cold, which was aggravated in turn by an incessant earache. His condition was complicated a few days later by a slight feeling of pressure in his head, particularly in the brow area. His voice grew hoarse. He began complaining of stomach pains, but disregarded Dr. Giesing's warning that this might be the result of the numerous pills prescribed by Dr. Morel. By the beginning of September, however, Hitler had come to accept Dr. Giesing's prescription of a 10% cocaine solution to relieve the sinus pain, and would faithfully crouch for hours each morning and evening over an inhalator. Giesing's visits indeed became so pleasurable that Hitler began to show the same gratitude he had bestowed on Morel. Gratitude ripened into trust, and before long the new doctor enjoyed a rare personal relationship with the Führer. The treatments were invariably followed by long discussions on a variety of subjects, ranging from the future of the Reich to the evils of smoking. During all these conversations, Giesing continued to take detailed notes. He also undertook something even more dangerous, secret psychological tests. This was done so subtly and over such a long period that Hitler never guessed he had been the object of, in Giesing's terms, rather primitive psychological tests, and had been diagnosed as a neurotic with Caesar mania. Touchy as he was in these days of pain and depression, Hitler never lost his temper with his youngest secretary, Traudl Junge, or failed to show keen interest in her personal welfare. But at one noonday meal she noticed he acted strangely. He said not a word to her, and when their eyes met, his was serious and probing. She wondered if anyone had spread gossip about her. Later in the day, SS General Otto Hermann Fegelein phoned and asked if she could come to his barracks. Putting an arm around her in a fatherly manner, he revealed that her husband had been killed in action. The chief, he explained, had known about it since yesterday, but was unable to tell her the bad news. Later she was summoned to the Führer's study. He took both her hands and said softly, "Oh, child, I am so sorry. Your husband was such a fine fellow." He asked her to remain on the job and promised to always help her. In early September, Professor van Eycken returned for another examination, and, upon learning of Morell's injections and pills, became as concerned as Giesing and Hitler's two surgeons, Brandt and Hasselbach. The four doctors met secretly, but Eycken doubted that their patient would heed his warnings any more than those of his three colleagues, since Morell enjoyed Hitler's complete confidence. A week later, Hitler reported that he was getting almost no sleep. He would lie awake all night long from the agony of stomach spasms. Nor was there any relief from the sinus inflammation. The left side of his head continued to ache constantly. This was aggravated by the rattle and grind of pneumatic drills, used around the clock by construction workers in an effort to strengthen his bunker from expected Soviet air attacks. A side effect of his bad health was deterioration of his remarkable memory. He had always been able to glance at a long document and repeat it word for word. Now he had difficulty remembering names. It was fortunate, he wryly observed, that he only had to deal with a few people these days. On September 12th, Hitler suddenly became dizzy immediately after Giesing had administered the cocaine treatment. He complained that everything was going black and grabbed a table to keep from falling. His pulse was rapid and weak, but in 90 seconds the attack, it might have been a mild coronary, passed, and the pulse returned to normal. Hitler suffered a similar attack on the 14th. This time he broke out into a cold sweat. He summoned Morell, who gave him 3 injections which gave him temporary relief. But on September 16th there was a third mild attack. This time he agreed to do what Giesing had been urging for a month: undergo head X-rays. Chapter 29. The Battle of the Bulge. July 21st, 1944, January 17th, 1945. 1. That same day, Hitler issued an order demanding fanatical determination from every able-bodied combat man in the West. The Americans had just reached the German frontier, and at one point, south of Aachen, pierced it. There can be no large-scale operations on our part. All we can do is hold our position or die. Hitler seemed to be calling only for a last-ditch defense of the fatherland, but it was a ruse to fool the enemy who, he feared, had a spy at Führer headquarters, privy to all directives. The spy, of course, was Ultra. No sooner had the regular Führer conference ended than Hitler invited 4 men into an inner chamber. Keitel and Jodl were followed into the new conference room by Chief of Staff Guderian and General Kreiper, representing Goering. As they were conjecturing in undertones on what surprise the Führer had in store for them, he entered, stooped, still wan and wary from the third attack. His blue eyes were watery and distant, his mouth slack. He nodded to Jodl, who succinctly summed up their position. Their allies were either finished, switching sides, or attempting to do so. While the Wehrmacht listed more than 9 million men under arms, there had been 1,200,000 casualties in the last 3 months, almost half of them on the Western Front. There was a respite in the east, where the Soviet summer offensive seemed to have run its course. But in the west, we are getting a real test in the Ardennes. This was the last hilly area in Belgium and Luxembourg that had been a highway to German victory in the Great War and again in 1940. At the word Ardennes, Hitler abruptly came to life. Raising his hand, he exclaimed, "Stop!" There was a dead pause. Finally, Hitler spoke. "I have made a momentous decision. I am taking the offensive, here, out of the Ardennes." He smashed his left fist on the unrolled map before him. "Across the Meuse and on to Antwerp." The others stared in wonder. His shoulders were squared, his eyes luminous, the signs of care and sickness gone. This was the dynamic Hitler of 1940. In the next few days he was a model of his former vigour as he pressed preparations for the ambitious counter-offensive. He issued orders for the establishment of a new panzer army, and envisaged ways of bringing 250,000 men and thousands of machines up to the Ardennes in absolute secrecy. Only then did he keep his promise to get X-rays taken of his head. Late in the afternoon of September 19th, he was driven to the field hospital at Rastenburg and escorted to the X-ray room, which had been searched carefully for hidden explosives. Afterward, he again visited his wounded officers, but this time the sight of the dying Schmundt brought tears. Outside, Hitler was greeted by loud shouts of "Sieg Heil" from a crowd of civilians from the town and recuperating soldiers. Their excitement at the sight of their Führer, probably for the first time, was understandable. But what impressed Giesing most was the ardent enthusiasm in the eyes of the amputees and other badly wounded men. The following morning, Giesing checked the 3 X-rays with Morel, and was amazed that his colleague identified the cheekbones as the sinuses. There followed the daily examination of the patient in his bunker, and Giesing noticed Hitler's face had an odd reddish tinge in the artificial light. Afterward, Hitler was stricken with stomach pains, and insisted on taking more than half a dozen of the little black pills prescribed by Morel. Concerned by the continuing dosage, Giesing began to make cautious inquiries. Linger showed him the pill container. Its label read, "Anti-gas pills, Dr. Costa, Berlin. Extract Nux vomica, 0.04. Extract belladonna, 0.04. Giesing was appalled. Hitler had been heavily dosing himself with 2 poisons, strychnine and atropine. Perhaps that explained his attacks, his growing debility, his irritability and aversion to light, his hoarse throat and the strange reddish tinge of his skin. 2 cardiograms revealed clearly abnormal T-waves. It could be hardening of the arteries or high blood pressure, but in any case it was an alarming development in the light of his other disabilities. At their regular session, Hitler again complained to Giesing of intestinal discomfort. "The cramps are so severe that sometimes I could scream out loud." After their next meeting on September 25th, Dr. Giesing chanced to see his patient outside the bunker. To his surprise, the tinge of Hitler's skin was not red in sunlight, but yellow. His eyes were starting to turn yellow. He obviously had jaundice. After a night of agonizing pain, Hitler could not get out of bed the following morning. His secretaries, adjutants, and servants were in a state of alarm. No one could remember the Führer staying in bed, no matter how sick. He would see no one, wanted no food. In great excitement, Günther told Traudl-Junge that he had never seen the chief so listless, so indifferent. Even the critical situation on the Eastern Front failed to interest him. Morel advised Hitler to remain in bed all day, but he insisted on getting up for his regular examination by Giesing. He, in turn, advised discontinuance of the cocaine treatment, but Hitler wearily shook his head. "No, dear doctor," he said. "I think that my physical weakness the past few days is due to the poor functioning of my intestines and cramps." Giesing hesitated, then warned his patient to take care lest he suffer another collapse. On his way out, he confiscated a box of Morel's black pills and showed them to Dr. von Hasselbach. He, too, was horrified to learn they contained strychnine and atropine, but warned Giesing to say nothing until they could confer with Dr. Brandt. In the meantime, Morel gave orders that no other doctor was to see the Führer, and when Giesing reported on the 27th, he was turned away by Linger. Even Dr. van Eycken, who came from Berlin to irrigate the patient's swollen sinuses, was refused admittance. For the rest of the month, Morel did his utmost to isolate the patients from the other doctors. He insisted that the Führer was not suffering from jaundice. It was more likely a temporary gallbladder inflammation. During this time, Hitler lost 6 pounds and lay in bed, racked with pain. He ate nothing and showed little interest in the battlefronts. Occasionally he would see his secretaries, but then he would almost immediately dismiss them. "It gave me a feeling of despair," recalled Traudl-Junge, "to see the one man who could have stopped this tragedy with a single stroke of a pen lying disinterested in his bed, looking around with tired eyes, while around him all hell had broken out. It seemed to me that his body had suddenly realized how senseless had been all the efforts of brain and will, and gone on strike. He had just laid down and said, 'I will not do anything any more.' Physical pain was not the only cause of Hitler's deep depression. Another cache of incriminating documents was unexpectedly discovered in a safe at Army headquarters in Zossen. They implicated a considerable segment of the Army leadership in the assassination plot. The Führer was shattered, and some of those in the family circle felt that this, more than the jaundice or the stomach pains, which he had endured for years, had broken his spirit. Dr. Brandt returned to the Wolfschanze on the 29th. Enthusiastic at the chance to finally unmask Morel as a charlatan, he managed to get into Hitler's room that afternoon. At first, the patient took Brandt's denunciation seriously, but Morel convinced the Führer that he was absolutely innocent of any wrongdoing. If Hitler suffered after effects from the anti-gas pills, it was because he himself increased the daily dosage. Disconsolate, Brandt now left it up to his colleagues to discredit Morel. Hasselbach went to Bormann. He was the last one the doctors should have sought as an ally, since he had been doing his best for months to get Brandt dismissed. Bormann's ulterior motive was Byzantine. He looked on Brandt as the accomplice of Speer, whose dangerous influence on the Führer had to be diminished at all costs. After listening politely to Hasselbach and expressing shock at the pill stories, Bormann promptly went to Hitler and warned him that Brandt had been joined by Hasselbach and Giesing in an effort to ruin poor Dr. Morel for their own personal gains. No doctor but Morel was allowed to see Hitler, and it appeared that Bormann had won. Then, late in the afternoon on October 1st, Linger telephoned Giesing. The Führer was suffering from a bad headache and insisted on seeing Giesing at once. He was lying on his Spartan bed in a nightgown. He lifted his head slightly to greet Giesing, but immediately dropped back to the pillow. His eyes were empty, expressionless. He complained of pressure in his head. He also could not breathe through his left nostril. As Giesing seated himself next to the bed, Hitler abruptly changed the subject. "Doctor," he asked, "how did you come upon the story of the anti-gas pills?" Giesing explained. Hitler frowned. "Why didn't you come directly to me? Didn't you know that I have great confidence in you?" The doctor felt chills, not from the excessive air conditioning in the little cell. He explained that he had been prevented from coming. Hitler shrugged this off, as well as Giesing's conviction that his intestinal problems were due to strychnine. He had suffered similar attacks frequently, if not as severely. "It is the constant worry and irritation that give me no rest, and I must work and think only of the German people day and night." He was already feeling much better, and should be out of bed in a few days. "You gave Morel a great fright," he said. "He looked quite pale and disturbed, and reproaches himself. But I have assured him. I myself always have believed they were simple pills to absorb my intestinal gases, and I always felt very well after taking them." Giesing explained that the feeling of well-being was an illusion. "What you say is probably right," interrupted Hitler, "but the stuff did me no harm. I'd have had intestinal cramps anyway because of the continuous nervous strain of the last month, and, after all, at some time the 20th of July would have reacted on me. Up to now I'd had the willpower to keep all this inside me, but now it has broken out." Giesing diagnosed his problems as jaundice, but Hitler protested. "No, you want to make a gallbladder patient out of me. Go ahead, examine my gallbladder." He folded back the bedclothes so Giesing could make his own examination. It was Giesing's first chance to give his patient a complete physical. He examined Hitler's neurological reflexes, his glands, every part of his body. Giesing satisfied himself, for instance, that the malicious rumor about the Führer's deficient sex organs was a canard. In this respect he was intact and normal. Hitler was once more the medical student, absorbed by each detail of the process. "You see, doctor," he said, as Linger and Giesing helped him into the nightgown, "aside from this nervous hyperactivity, I have a very healthy nervous system, and I hope that soon all will be well again." He was talking himself into a state of euphoria. He thanked Giesing for everything he had done to relieve his discomfort. "And now fate has sent you again to ferret out this anti-gas story, and you have saved me further damage, because I would have kept on taking these pills after I recovered." This paradoxical conclusion was followed by a perplexing outburst of gratitude and praise. "My dear doctor, it was Providence that led you to make this examination and discover what no other doctor would ever have noticed. I am, in any event, very grateful to you for everything, and will remain loyal to you, even if you did attack Morel, and I thank you again for everything." He took both of Giesing's hands, pressed them tightly, then requested another dose of that cocaine stuff. The Führer instantly luxuriated under the treatment. His head was clearing up, he said, and he would soon be well enough to get up. But his words began to fade, and his eyes fluttered. His face turned a deathly white. Giesing grasped Hitler's pulse. It was rapid and weak. "My Führer, are you all right?" he asked, but got no answer. Hitler had passed out. The doctor looked around, but Linger had left to answer a knock on the door. It suddenly occurred to Giesing that Hitler was entirely at his mercy. He saw before him a tyrant whose knowledge of people seemed very inadequate. At that moment, so he claimed in his diary, I did not want such a man to exist, and exercise the power of life and death in his purely subjective manner. Some inner command drove him to plunge a swab stick into the cocaine bottle. A second dose could be lethal, and he rapidly began brushing the interior of Hitler's nose with the substance that had just knocked him out. As Giesing finished the left nostril, he was startled by a voice. "How much longer will the treatment take?" It was Linger. Giesing forced himself to say he was about finished. Just then, Hitler's face, paler than before, twitched, and he drew up his legs as if in pain. "The Führer is having another one of his intestinal cramps," observed Linger. "Let him rest." Outwardly composed, Giesing bade farewell to Linger and quickly bicycled back to the field hospital, still wondering if he had killed Hitler. In a state of terror, he telephoned Hasselbeck, telling what had happened and that he was taking a day off, ostensibly to check on his Berlin office, which had been bombed. The next day, Giesing phoned from the capital to learn that Hitler was alive, and no one suspected the double cocaine treatment. It was safe to return to Wolfschanze. He arrived in an atmosphere of suspicion, but not from the Führer, who was as friendly as ever. Still, he made it clear that he wanted the whole anti-gas pill episode relegated to the past, since he had total faith in Morel. He was personally going to clear up the matter, and had asked Brandt to see him that afternoon. Hitler settled the question by dismissing both Brandt and Hasselbeck. Early that evening, Giesing was summoned to Bormann's quarters. "But, my dear doctor," Bormann said, upon observing that the doctor had come in full uniform, "why do you come in such official style? I only wanted to discuss something with you." He seemed amused at Giesing's apprehension. "There's no need to take the whole matter so tragically. We have nothing against you. On the contrary, the Führer is full of praise and asked me to give you this letter." It thanked him for his excellent treatment. Enclosed was a cheque for 10,000 marks. The doctor laid the cheque on the table, but Bormann forced it upon him, with the warning that a refusal would be an insult to Hitler. After packing, Giesing reported to the Führer bunker. Hitler extended his hand. "You will understand," he said, "that this anti-gas pill business has to be cleared up once and for all. I know that you yourself acted only out of idealism and purely professional motives." He again thanked Giesing for his excellent treatment and promoted him on the spot. So ended the affair of the little black pills, with the dismissal of 3 doctors of good reputation. Few in the family circle gave any credence to the growing rumour that Dr. Morel had wilfully attempted to poison the Führer. Most of them shared Gerda Christian's opinion that Morel was a good doctor, despite his slovenly appearance. Even the trio who denounced Morel for incompetence did not believe he was trying to poison Hitler. They remembered the truly shocked look on his face when Brandt pointed out that these pills, though harmless if taken in moderation, contained some strychnine. Morel, it seemed, had never checked the analysis on the label, only the name, Nux vomica, and it came as a blow to discover that this was a strychnine-containing seed. By the time Hitler left his sickbed, there was considerable evidence of Rommel's implication in the bomb plot, and the Führer assigned 2 generals the unpleasant task of offering him a deadly proposition. On October 14th they visited Rommel, who was recuperating at his castle near Ulm from the auto accident. When they left an hour later, an ashen Rommel told his wife, "In a quarter of an hour I shall be dead." He explained that he had been accused of complicity in the plot, and Hitler offered him the choice of taking poison or of facing the People's Court. After bidding his wife and son farewell, he took his aide aside. "Aldinger," he said, "this is it." He repeated Hitler's proposition and plan. He was supposed to drive to Ulm with the 2 generals and, en route, take poison. Half an hour later, his death by accident would be reported. He would be given a state funeral, and his family would not be persecuted. Aldinger begged him to resist, but Rommel said that was impossible. The village was surrounded by SS men, and the lines of communication to his own troops had been cut. "I have therefore decided to do what, obviously, I must do." At 1:05 p.m., wearing his Afrika Korps leather jacket and carrying his field marshal's baton, Rommel was driven off. In transit to the Ulm hospital, he committed suicide. His death, according to the medical report, was caused by an embolism due to previous skull fractures. The field marshal's face, recalled his relatives, was marked by an expression of colossal contempt. 2. By the end of September 1944, Hitler had lost 3 allies, Finland, Romania and Bulgaria. October brought a further defection. Horthy, the Hungarian admiral without a navy, who was nominally ruler of a kingdom without a king, sent envoys to Moscow to beg for an armistice. After all, the fiction of his independence had ended with the Nazi occupation of Hungary earlier that year, and Soviet troops were less than 100 miles from the capital. Since a secret in Budapest was usually discussed loudly in cafes, Hitler knew all about the negotiations. While the Hungarian deputies were arguing fruitlessly in Moscow for better conditions, Hitler sent his favorite commando, Otto Skorzeny, to Hungary to bring her leaders back in line. He did so with a minimum of bloodshed in probably the most imaginative operation of the war, aptly titled Mickey Mouse. He simply kidnapped Horthy's son Mickey, wrapped him in a carpet — Skorzeny got the idea from Shaw's play Caesar and Cleopatra — and delivered him to the airport. He then proceeded to capture the citadel where Admiral Horthy lived and ruled with a single parachute battalion. It took half an hour and cost 7 lives. 6 days later, he was greeted at Wolfschanze by Hitler with a warm "well done." His description of the kidnapping of young Horthy greatly amused Hitler. As Skorzeny rose to go, Hitler stayed him. "I am now going to give you the most important job of your life." He told of the surprise attack in the Ardennes. Skorzeny, he said, would play a leading role by training men to masquerade as Americans. They would work behind American lines, in American uniforms, with American vehicles. They would seize bridges over the Meuse, spread rumors, issue false orders, breed confusion and panic. By this time, Jodl had presented Hitler with the draft of his plan for the offensive. First, it was given the symbolic name of Christrosa, but that morning the Führer himself changed it to Watch on the Rhine, to deceive any spy. It called for the use of 3 armies with a combined strength of 12 panzer and 18 infantry divisions. Watch on the Rhine was based on 2 premises: complete surprise and weather that would ground Allied planes. It was designed to break through on a wide front, cross the Meuse on the 2nd day, and reach Antwerp on the 7th day. It would not only destroy more than 30 American and British divisions, but drive a great wedge, psychological as well as physical, between the Americans and British. The defeat would be so smashing that the West would sue for a separate peace. Then all German troops would be thrown against the Red Army. To ensure absolute secrecy, only a select few were told of the offensive. A different code name for the offensive was to be used at every command level and changed every 2 weeks. Nothing of the offensive was to be trusted to telephone or teletype. Officers, sworn to silence, would be used as couriers. Only with such precautions, reasoned Hitler, could the spy at his headquarters be foiled. Field Marshal Model, the Führer's personal choice to command the offensive, read the plan with dismay. "This damned thing hasn't got a leg to stand on," he complained. Rundstedt shared his concern and offered a counterplan, a more modest attack of 20 divisions on a 40-mile front. "Apparently you don't remember Frederick the Great," Hitler remarked sarcastically. "At Rossbach and Leuthen he defeated enemies twice his strength. How? By a bold attack." It was the same old story. His generals lacked imagination for the big solution. "Why don't you people study history?" He patiently explained how Frederick had taken his great risk, and then, as if in reward for daring, a bolt from the blue had come, an unpredictable historical accident. The alliance against Prussia suddenly split apart, and Frederick, doomed to defeat by every expert in Europe, went on to win the fatherland's greatest victory. "History will repeat itself," he said. His eyes shone. This was the Hitler of old, full of confidence and visions. "The Ardennes will be my Rossbach and Leuthen." And as a result, another unpredictable historical accident will take place. The alliance against the Reich will suddenly split apart. His own alliance with Japan, incidentally, was of little value. The Nipponese had just suffered another catastrophic loss. MacArthur had not only successfully landed in force on the Philippine island of Leyte, but in the ensuing naval battle of Leyte Gulf, the Imperial Navy had lost 300,000 tons of combat shipping, 4 carriers, 3 battleships, 6 heavy cruisers, 3 light cruisers, and 10 destroyers. Never again would the Japanese Navy play more than a minor role in the hopeless defense of the homeland. And Japanese troops in Manchuria were no longer any threat to Hitler's nemesis, the Red Army, for they were being shipped out in force to stem the Americans. On November 10th, Hitler signed an order to prepare for the Ardennes offensive. He made it clear that this was a do-or-die proposition, a last gamble. The tone of his directiveness incurred the protests of the senior commanders in the West, and Hitler decided to leave Wolfschanze so he could explain his purpose in person, despite a sudden relapse in spirit and body. His hoarseness had increased, and the examination of Professor van Eycken revealed a small polyp on his right vocal cord. He was cranky and depressed. Visitors were shaken to see him propped up on his spare cot, pale and drawn. Ignoring Morel's orders, he would drag himself out of bed to the map room, feeling his way like an old man. Breathing heavily, he would finally flop into a chair and wipe his brow. To keep him going during the ensuing briefings, Dr. Morel had to administer numerous injections. Hitler was advised to take a brief vacation before undertaking a trip to the Western Front that would be arduous, if not dangerous, in his present condition. But he was obsessed by the need to inspire those who must lead the offensive. On November 20th, he entrained with his entourage. He must have known it was the last time he would ever see the Wolfschanze, but he kept up the fiction of returning by allowing the reconstruction work to continue. His train did not leave until dawn, since Hitler wanted to arrive in Berlin after dark. He sat in his compartment with all the shades drawn until lunch, then joined the others in the dining car. Traudl had never seen him so downcast and absent-minded. His voice was only a soft whisper. His eyes were either glued to his plate or staring at a spot on the white tablecloth. It was such a depressing atmosphere that all of us had a strange, ominous feeling. Without preamble, Hitler announced that Professor van Eycken would perform another operation on his throat. It was not dangerous, he said, as if assuring himself, but it is quite possible that I am losing my voice and— He never finished the sentence. He remained in seclusion for the next few days, and the family circle knew only that Eycken had removed a polyp the size of a millet seed. Finally, he appeared unexpectedly for breakfast. He was obviously looking for company. Everyone extinguished cigarettes. Windows were opened to clear the air. He could only whisper, "Doctor's orders," he said, and before long everyone was unconsciously imitating him. "My ears are fine, and there is no need to spare them," he murmured softly, and everyone laughed, more in relief that he was again in good spirits than at the joke. He returned to work with a resilience that astonished his entourage, vigorously applying himself to the Ardennes offensive that would turn around the course of the war. On December 7th he approved the final draft. It was almost exactly the same plan he had first proposed. To guarantee security, radio operators dispatched coded messages to fictitious headquarters, fictitious messages to genuine headquarters, genuine messages to headquarters 100 miles from their advertised location. False rumors were spread in lower echelons, in beer halls, in restaurants, for the ears of Allied agents. By now, Otto Skorzeny, wielding more power as a lieutenant colonel than some colonel generals, had reached midterm of his School for Americans. Though he had never been to the United States, his volunteers were doing well. The course, American slang, habits, folkways, and how to spread panic as pseudo-GIs behind enemy lines. On December 11th, the build-up was nearly complete. The Reichsbahn, achieving a miracle in railroading, had delivered the first wave to the zone of the offensive, without being observed by the enemy. Early that morning, Hitler moved into his new headquarters near the medieval castle of Ziegenberg. This was Eagle's Eyrie, his headquarters for the 1940 invasion of the West. But now he and his entourage were housed in deep underground shelters. Later in the day he met with half of his division commanders. The rest would come tomorrow. Upon arrival, the first group of generals and their staffs were stripped of revolvers and briefcases by the Gestapo. Each man was forced to swear on his life that he would reveal nothing of what he was about to hear. Not one knew why he had been summoned, only that every division had been going in circles for weeks. The meeting took place in a large underground room. The Führer sat at a narrow table flanked by Keitel and Jodl. Across were Rundstedt, Model, and Lieutenant General Hasso von Manteuffel, who would command the most powerful of the three armies in the offensive. A descendant of a famous family of Prussian generals, Baron von Manteuffel was an ex-gentleman jockey and German pentathlon champion. Standing little more than 5 feet tall, he was tough-minded, possessed formidable energy, and was one of the few who dared to disagree openly with Hitler. For over an hour, Hitler lectured to the 60 or so officers on Frederick the Great, the history of Germany and National Socialism. His voice was strong. His eyes flashed excitedly as he explained the political motives for deciding upon an all-out offensive. Then Autumn Fog, its final code name, was explained in detail. It would start at 5:30 a.m. on December 15th. The divisional commanders listened in awe, impressed not only by the grandiosity of the plan, but by the Führer's vigor and good health. But Manteuffel was almost close enough to touch him, and saw he was actually a broken man with an unhealthy colour, a caved-in appearance in his manner, with trembling hands, sitting as if the burden of responsibility seemed to oppress him. And compared to his looks at the last conference in the beginning of December, his body seemed still more decrepit. He was a man grown old. Manteuffel also caught the Führer surreptitiously manoeuvring his hands under the table so one could move the other, which was almost completely limp. Those out front could see none of this, and remained impressed to the end, which came with a ringing pronouncement. The battle must be fought with brutality, and all resistance must be broken. In this most serious hour of the fatherland, I expect every one of my soldiers to be courageous and again courageous. The enemy must be beaten, now or never. Thus lives Germany. The next day, December 12th, the second group heard the same exhortations. There was one difference. The offensive was once more postponed, as in 1940. Null Day was now set for December 16th. This, said Hitler, was a definite date. Definite, that is, if the weather was bad enough to ground Allied aircraft. 3. The night of December 15th was cold and quiet along the Ardennes front. Twisting 85 miles through terrain similar to New England's Berkshires, it was held by 6 American divisions. Of these, 3 were new, the other 3 exhausted and bled white in battle. This was known as the Ghost Front, a cold, quiet place where for over 2 months both sides had rested and watched and avoided irritating each other. That night, no Allied commander seriously feared a German attack. Hours earlier, Montgomery had stated flatly that the Germans cannot stage major offensive operations. In fact, things were so dull, he asked Eisenhower if there was any objection to his going off to England the next week. 3 German armies, 250,000 men and thousands of machines, had been moved secretly to the line of departure, the noise of half-tracks drowned out by low-flying planes. By midnight of the 15th, the troops were assembled at their assault posts. They stood shivering, but listened with genuine enthusiasm as officers read a message from Field Marshal von Rundstedt. "We gamble everything. You carry with you the holy obligation to give all to achieve superhuman objectives for our fatherland and our Führer." The excitement of old victories rose in the men. Once more they were on the attack. A Deutschland über alles. At 5:30 a.m. an eruption of flame and smoke burst all along the Ghost Front. For 85 miles mortars coughed, rockets hissed up their launching platforms, 88 roared. The ground shook. Hundreds of tanks rumbled and clanked, and from the rear came the hollow boom of railroad guns, hurling their 14-inch shells at targets miles behind the American lines. After an hour, the barrage stopped. There was a stunned, momentary silence. Ghostly, white-sheeted forms, almost invisible against the new-fallen snow, came out of the haze toward GIs, advancing in a slow, ominous walk 12 and 14 abreast. As Hitler's infantrymen filtered into the American forward position, planes of a new design came out of the east with a strange, crackling roar, streaking by at unbelievable speed. The Germans looked up at their new jets, and many cheered, wild with excitement. Hitler's miracle weapons were not talk, but fact. The power, fervour, and surprise of their attack were met with a stubborn, if makeshift, defence by the green or worn-out American troops. Cooks and bakers, clerks and musicians, loggers and truck drivers were thrown pell-mell into the line to stem the tide. Some turned in terror and ran. Many stood and fought. In some places the Americans held. In others the Germans burst through almost unopposed. In the north, a narrow valley called the Losheim Gap was lightly defended, even though this had been the classic gateway from east to west. Through this 7-mile corridor, invading German armies had poured in 1870, in 1914, and in 1940. Once more German troops, this time accompanied by tanks, armoured cars, and assault guns, advanced unimpeded into the gap. By dusk, the northern part of the United States line was in a shambles, but General Omar Bradley, leader of more combat troops than any American field commander in history, had received such fragmentary reports that he assured Eisenhower it was merely a spoiling attack. Eisenhower disagreed. "This is no local attack, Brad," he said. "It isn't logical for the Germans to launch a local attack at our weakest point." He didn't think they could afford to sit on their hands until they found out, and told Bradley to send 2 armoured divisions to the rescue. Hitler was elated at the reports of the breakthrough in the north. Late that night he telephoned the commander of Army Group B, far south of the Ardennes. "From this day on, Balk," Hitler said, "not a foot of ground is to be given up. Today we march." He told how his tanks were already poised on the heights above the road to Bastogne, and the weather was still Hitler weather. Fog, drizzle, and haze, it was forecast, would continue to grow. He felt so good, he took a short walk in the countryside, and was so refreshed he decided to do it every day. In Paris there was near panic in many French government offices. The Blitzkrieg of 1940 was still a fresh, bitter memory. At SHAEF headquarters in Versailles, an excited delegation of high-ranking French officers, headed by General Juin, had arrived to find out what was happening in the Ardennes. The Frenchmen were amazed at the succession of calm, orderly officers. "I don't understand," exclaimed one agitated general. "You're not packing." By midnight, the Ardennes battlefield was in turmoil, a scene of indescribable confusion to those involved in the hundreds of struggles. No one, German or American, private or general, knew what was really happening. In the next 2 days, a series of disasters struck the defenders. On the snowy heights of the Schnee Eifel, at least 8,000 Americans, perhaps 9,000, for the battle was too confused for accuracy, were bagged by Hitler's troops. Next to Bataan, it was the greatest mass surrender of Americans in history. Only 7 jeep-loads of Skorzeny men in American uniforms managed to break through the lines, but these were raising havoc beyond his initial hopes. The leader of one team was directing an American regiment down the wrong road, while his men were changing signposts and snipping telephone wires. Another jeep-load, stopped by a United States column for information, feigned fear so convincingly that the Americans caught their panic and turned tail. A third group severed the main telephone cables connecting the headquarters of Bradley and his commander in the north, General Courtney Hodges. But the greatest damage was done by a team that had been captured. When the 4 confessed their mission to an American intelligence officer, the news was immediately broadcast that thousands of Germans in American uniforms were operating as saboteurs behind the lines. At once, this information was associated with a verified report of widely dispersed parachutists north of Malmedy, an abortive paradrop which had failed even more dismally than Skorzeny's operation. Out of 2 fiascos was developing a formidable success. By December 20th, 500,000 Americans throughout the Ardennes were quizzing each other on lonely roads, in dense pine forests, and in deserted villages. Passwords and dog tags no longer proved identity. You were an American only if you knew the capital of Pennsylvania, the identity of Pruneface, or how many homers Babe Ruth had hit. In Paris, terror of Skorzeny and his men had reached panic peak. According to one hysterical report, Skorzeny men dressed as nuns and priests had just floated to earth. Their destination, according to the confession of a captured Skorzenyite, was the Café de la Paix. There they would join forces and kidnap Eisenhower. American security forces firmly believed this fabrication. SHAEF headquarters was surrounded with barbed wire, and the guard quadrupled. Tanks stood at the gates, passes were examined and re-examined. If a door slammed, Eisenhower's office was pestered with calls asking if he was still alive. Skorzeny's 28 men had done their work well. By the following morning, the 21st, the battle had assumed a recognizable shape. It was a giant bulge. In the middle, at Bastogne, completely surrounded, was a collection of Americans under an acting commander of the 101st Airborne Division, Brigadier General Anthony McAuliffe, the division artillery officer. Called upon to surrender by a German parlementaire, he offhandedly replied, "Nuts." The one-word message spread throughout the Ardennes and helped raise the flagging spirits of the defenders. The time for running had stopped. The spirit of resistance was followed by an abrupt end of Hitler weather. A bright sun shone next morning on the Ardennes for the first time, and before noon 16 big C-47s were dropping supplies to the encircled men at Bastogne. The tide of battle was threatening to turn, but Hitler did not yet know it. Manteuffel's tanks were already far beyond the American enclave of Bastogne and approaching the Meuse. But Manteuffel himself was deeply concerned. The German infantry army on his left was far behind. On December 24th, he phoned Führer headquarters from a chateau near La Roche. "Time is running short," he told Jodl. His left flank was exposed, and the time had come for a complete new plan. He could not keep driving toward the Meuse and still take Bastogne. When Jodl protested that the Führer would never abandon the drive to Antwerp, Manteuffel argued that there was still chance for a great victory if they followed his plan. "I'll wheel north on this side of the Meuse. We'll trap the Allies east of the river." The proposal shocked Jodl, but he promised to pass it on to the Führer. But Hitler would not believe that full success could not be achieved. His confidence carried over to Christmas, which he celebrated, to the amazement of his circle, with a glass of wine. It was the first time Fräulein Schröder had ever seen him take wine with any pleasure. Later in the day, he refused another request by Manteuffel to abandon the attack on Bastogne, even though his most advanced panzer division had just been cut off by an American armored division and was being smashed to pieces. December 26th was a day of Allied might. The snows that now blanketed the entire Ardennes were red with blood. But nowhere was the carnage greater than in the pocket a few miles from the Meuse River, where General Ernest Gravel-Voice Harman's 2nd Armoured Division was savaging Manteuffel's 2nd Panzer Division in 100 small engagements. At Eagles Eyrie, an argument over autumn fog had continued since morning. Jodl was now saying, "Mein Führer, we must face the facts squarely. We cannot force the Meuse." The 2nd Panzer was close to disaster, and Patton had just opened up a narrow window from the south to besieged Bastogne. Throughout the Ardennes it was the same story. For the moment it was a static struggle. The great offensive had been temporarily stalled. Everyone had a plan, and Hitler listened to them all. Finally he spoke. "We have had unexpected setbacks, because my plan was not followed to the letter." He frowned. Then his face lightened with a new hope. But all is not yet lost. He issued new orders. Manteuffel was to turn to the northeast, thus outflanking most of the Americans in the top half of the Bulge. "I want 3 new divisions and at least 25,000 fresh replacements rushed to the Ardennes," he announced to a semicircle of sombre faces. Granted, the Allies could not be wiped out in a single dramatic blow, as planned. Autumn fog could still be turned into a successful battle of attrition, and this would surely bring Germany a substantial political victory. These orders were intercepted by the Ultra team and passed on to Eisenhower, and he was assured that Hitler's attack had shot its bolt. What Ultra did not learn was that the Führer and his chosen successor had just engaged in a violent quarrel. At least the violence was on Hitler's side when Goering proposed they seek a truce. "The war is lost," he said. "Now we must get in touch with Count Bernadotte." Volker Bernadotte, whose father was Swedish King Gustavus V's brother, would surely act as mediator for any armistice negotiations. Hitler, so a pale-faced Goering reported shortly to his wife, had raged and screamed about betrayal and cowardice, but he himself had replied in an earnest and composed manner, "Mein Führer, I could never do anything behind your back." He assured Hitler that he would remain faithful in bad times as well as good, then repeated his conviction that an immediate armistice was essential. Hitler, he said, calmed down a bit, but then sharply replied, "I forbid you to take any step in this matter. If you go against my orders, I will have you shot." Never had Frau Goering seen her husband so shaken as he told her all this. "This is the final break," he said glumly. "There is no sense my attending any more daily briefings. He does not believe me any more. He does not listen to me." 4. To the Germans, the classic struggle was known as the Ardennes Offensive, but to the Americans it was the Battle of the Bulge. And by December 28th, its third and final phase was fast approaching. At a special meeting of his top military leaders that day, Hitler admitted the situation was desperate, but he had never learned the word capitulation, and would pursue his aim with fanaticism. "As much as I may be tormented by worries, and even physically shaken by them, nothing will make the slightest change in my decision to fight on till at last the scales tip to our side." He was, therefore, launching a new offensive, north wind, on New Year's Day, south of the Ardennes. Chances of victory were bright. The final assembly of troops had been completely camouflaged from the Allies, who had failed even to send up any air reconnaissance in the area. These people did not think it necessary to look around. They did not believe it at all likely that we could take the initiative. Perhaps they were even influenced by the conviction that I am already dead, or that, at any rate, I suffer from cancer. The irrelevant allusion to cancer near the anniversary of his mother's death from that disease was revealing. He went on to say that their first aim was to clear up the situation in the West by offensive action. "We must be fanatical in this aim," he said, and resorted to sarcasm. Perhaps there are still some who will secretly object, saying, "All right, but will it succeed?" Gentlemen, the same objection was raised in the year 1939. I was told in writing and vocally that the thing could not be done, that it was impossible. Even in the winter of 1940 I was told, "You cannot do that. Why don't we stay behind the Westwall?" His voice hardened. "What would have happened to us if we had not attacked them? You have exactly the same situation today." During the military conference that same day, Rundstedt made the mistake of urging Hitler to abandon autumn fog and retreat before an Allied counteroffensive started. Hitler flared up. They would renew the drive to the Meuse, he said, just as soon as North Wind got under way. He jabbed a finger at a point on the large wall map 100 miles south of the bulge. Throughout German history, New Year's Eve had always been a night of good omen for German arms, and this year's would be an unpleasant surprise for an enemy who always celebrated New Year rather than Christmas. The certain success of North Wind, he said, would automatically bring about the collapse of the threat to the left of the main offensive in the Ardennes. He stressed the next two words, which will then be resumed with a fresh promise of success. His listeners were impressed by his ardour, belied as it was by a trembling left hand and wan appearance. In the meantime, he continued, Model will consolidate his holdings and reorganize for a new attempt on the Meuse. And he will also make another powerful assault on Bastogne. Above all, we must have Bastogne. By midnight, 9 Panzer and Volksgrenadier divisions began to converge on the town Hitler wanted at all costs. Military qualities don't show themselves in an exercise on a sand model, he told General Tomale, Inspector General of the Armoured Forces, the following night. In the last analysis, they show themselves in the capacity to hold on, in perseverance and determination. That's the decisive factor in any victory. Genius is a will-o'-the-wisp, unless it is founded on perseverance and fanatical determination. That's the most important thing in human existence. World history, he said, could only be made by a man with fanatical determination who had the courage of his convictions. No one can last forever. We can't, the other side can't. It's merely a question of who can stand it longer. The one who must hold out longer is the one who's got everything at stake. If America gave up, nothing would happen to her. New York would still be New York. But if we were to say today, we've had enough, Germany would cease to exist. That was why Hitler doggedly continued a war that seemed lost. To a gambler like him, 1,000-to-1 chance was worth taking. What would be sheer madness to another was only logical for one with his obsession. His chief propagandist was not as sanguine, at least in private. At an intimate New Year's Eve supper, which included Hans Ulrich Rudel, the famous Stuka pilot, Joseph Goebbels remarked sardonically that his title as Reich Plenipotentiary for the total war effort was quite hollow. Now there is nothing left to put into effect, he said. Everything, including all the flower shops, have been closed by British bombers. At this point, Frau Goebbels interrupted with a remark that the guests found hard to believe. Why don't you tell these old soldiers that for the past 3.5 years you have seldom managed to see the Führer alone? Goebbels was embarrassed and tried to stop her, but she would not be quieted. These people have the right to know about this. Goebbels turned to Heinrich, who had warned him in the first days of Hitler's chancellorship that many SA men like himself were not at all happy with Hitler's compromise with the German nationalists. Such a compromise, according to Ruck, would lead eventually to the death of National Socialism. At that time, Goebbels had angrily accused Ruck of being an opportunist, but now the propaganda minister said ruefully, "I should have taken your words more seriously back in 1933. The talk switched to the political and military blunders made in the past few years, and there was almost general agreement that the end was at hand. All except Rudel, who exclaimed that the Führer's new secret weapons would bring a surprise victory. Just before midnight, Operation North Wind, designed to take Allied pressure from the bulge, was launched, and 8 German divisions rushed from their Westwall position with great élan to assault the 7th U.S. Army near the boundary of northern Alsace. To the north, in the Ardennes, a tremendous artillery barrage erupted at the stroke of midnight. The irrepressible George Patton had ordered every available gun in his command to fire a New Year's salute. 5 minutes later, Adolf Hitler's voice, somewhat raspy but confident, was broadcast throughout the Reich. Germany, he said, would rise like a phoenix from its ruined cities and go to ultimate victory. Afterward, he entertained the family circle in his private bunker. Everyone was relaxed by champagne, but there was a subdued atmosphere. The most enthusiastic was Hitler, who needed no alcohol. The others listened in silence to his prophecies of great success for Germany in 1945. At first Bormann alone seconded them, But as Hitler went on for more than an hour, the others became infected by his enthusiasm in spite of themselves. At 4:35 a.m. the Führer left the gathering so he could hear the first reports of north wind. It started auspiciously, but the ultra team had succeeded in passing on his battle directives to Eisenhower, who quickly reduced the Seventh Army front and prevented the Germans from cutting off a salient. Thanks to the warning, the Americans were able to hold off the German attack, which came to a standstill after a 15-mile advance. In the Ardennes, the Allies went over to the offensive on January 3, 1945, with massive attacks on the centre of the Bulge from north and south, designed to cut the huge salient in two. The Germans fought tenaciously, yielding every yard of snow at heavy cost to both sides. They were dug in with their usual efficient use of terrain. American troops moved slowly, since the dense fog eliminated air support and cut down the use of artillery. Tanks and self-propelled guns slipped and skidded on the iced trails and roads, often crashing into each other. Churchill flew over from England to observe the counter-offensive, which was being supported by a considerable British assault on the western tip of the Bulge. On January 6th, he met with Eisenhower, who was vexed by the slow, arduous progress of the British and American troops. Was it possible, he asked, to get help from the Russians to take pressure from the Ardennes? Churchill knew that Stalin was mounting a new offensive, but not when it would start. "You may find many delays on the staff level," he told Eisenhower, "but I expect Stalin would tell me if I asked him. Shall I try?" The answer was a relieved yes, and that same day Churchill cabled a request for a major Russian offensive during January. The response from Moscow was immediate. A large-scale attack, said Stalin, would be launched not later than the second half of January. Simultaneously, Allied drives from north and south, designed to pinch the Bulge in its midriff, began to gain ground on the morning of January 7th, and by the following day had drawn so close together that Hitler was forced to authorize a withdrawal of those units in the western half of the salient. Within an hour, those panzers which had almost crossed the Meuse did an about-face, and hastened to get east of the Bastogne-Liège highway. It was the end of Hitler's great dream. Now the question was, would the hundreds of thousands of German tanks and self-propelled guns lumbering eastward cross the highway in time, or be caught in a sack? Would the attempted retreat be another Stalingrad? On the 9th of January, Guderian once more journeyed to Eagles Eyrie and warned Hitler for the third time that the Red Army was about to launch a massive offensive. Today he brought maps and charts made up by Galen, his chief of intelligence, showing the relative distributions of strength, and Galen's recommendation that East Prussia be evacuated immediately if Berlin itself were to be held. When Guderian displayed the maps and charts, Hitler angrily labelled them completely idiotic, and ordered his chief of staff to have the man who had made them shut up in a lunatic asylum. Guderian lost his temper. "The man who made these," he said, "is General Galen, one of my best general staff officers. I should not have shown them to you were I in disagreement with them. If you want Galen sent to a lunatic asylum, then you had better have me certified as well." Hitler's flare-up subsided, and he mixed reassurances with praise. "The Eastern Front," he said, "has never before possessed such a strong reserve as now. That is your doing. I thank you for it." Guderian was not placated. "The Eastern Front," he said, "is like a house of cards. If the front is broken through at one point, all the rest will collapse, since 12.5 divisions are far too small a reserve for so extended a front." Hitler, as usual, had the last word. He refused to deprive the Ardennes of any of its reserves, on the ground that there was still hope of limited success there. The Eastern Front, he concluded, must help itself and make do with what it's got. As Guderian drove back to his headquarters at Zossen, he was glum. He knew that both Hitler and Jodl were as aware as he that any major Soviet offensive could easily break through the unreinforced lines. Had they blinded themselves to the catastrophe that was imminent in the East, because neither had been born in that region? To Prussians like himself it was a homeland won at great cost, to be defended at all cost. 3 days later, Stalin kept his word to Churchill. Almost 3 million Red Army troops, more than a dozen times those landed by the Allies on D-Day, attacked some 750,000 poorly armed Germans on a 400-mile front extending from the Baltic Sea right down the middle of Poland. Supported by massed artillery and led by seemingly inexhaustible streams of Stalin and T-34 tanks, hordes of Red infantrymen began storming the pitifully inadequate defense system devised by Guderian. Although weather grounded most of the Red Air Force tactical support, by dusk the first echelon of attackers had pushed forward as much as 12 miles. Germany was now caught between powerful forces on east and west, for that day also saw substantial victory in the Ardennes. American infantry divisions, including Vice President Truman's old outfit, the 35th, joined with the 6th Armored Division to trap thousands of first-rate German troops east of Bastogne. At Eagles Eyrie, Hitler appeared serene to Traudl Junge, who was just returning from Christmas holidays in Munich. At dinner, he answered her grim stories of the heavy air raids on Munich with a promise. "This nightmare will abruptly stop in a few weeks," he said. "Our new jets are coming out in quantity now, and then the Allies will be leery of flying over Germany." In mid-January, Hitler and his entourage left Eagles Eyrie for new headquarters in Berlin. Outwardly, Hitler did not appear at all depressed, and in fact laughed with the others when someone joked that Berlin was now the only practical place for headquarters, since one could travel between the west and east fronts by subway. A fresh pincer attack had just been launched on the evaporating bulge from north and south. On January 16th, the two forces met a few miles north of Bastogne. In one great bite, half of the bulge had been eliminated, and about 20,000 Germans cut off. The feat was marred by bitterness between Americans and Britons. It had started a few days earlier when Montgomery, in charge of the northern half of the Battle of the Bulge, gave correspondents the impression that he had personally saved the day, and that British troops in large numbers were helping extricate the Americans from their hole. Most American correspondents were irritated at what they considered a patronizing tone in the announcement, since it was well known that relatively few British troops were involved, and that American generals, for the most part, felt impeded by Montgomery's deliberate tactics. For a few days it appeared as if Hitler's dream of driving a wedge between the two Allies had, thanks to human nature, succeeded. But Eisenhower, as much diplomat as soldier, effectively smoothed out ruffled feathers in both camps. By January 17th there was no consolation at all for Hitler. Manteuffel's army had joined the full retreat. A few picked infantrymen were left behind, the very young, old, and useless. These men fought a gallant rearguard battle in lonely hopelessness. Boys of 14 and 15 died, rifles frozen to their hands. Men in their 50s were found in cellars, feet black with putrefaction. The retreating columns were harassed by planes and big guns. None who survived would ever forget the overpowering American artillery. Winding lines of trucks, tanks, and self-propelled guns rumbled toward the fatherland over icy roads and trails clogged with snowdrifts. Long columns of infantrymen tramped in the snow, tormented as much by the bitter weather as by the retreating enemy. The Battle of the Bulge was over. Left behind were two tiny ravaged countries, destroyed homes and farms, dead cattle, dead souls, dead minds, and more than 75,000 bodies. Autumn fog was creeping back to the Führer like some huge wounded beast. It reminded many of Napoleon's retreat from Moscow. Men shuffled painfully through the snow, feet encased in burlap bags, with shawls wound around their heads like careless turbans. They plodded on frozen feet, bedevilled by biting winds, bombs, and shells. The wounded and sick crept back to the homeland with rotting insides, ulcers oozing, pus running from destroyed ears. They staggered east on numb feet, with despair in their hearts, stricken by dysentery, which left its bloody trail of filth in the snow. Their will was broken. Few who survived the retreat believed there was now any chance of German victory. Almost every man brought back a story of doom, of Allied might, and of the terrifying weapon forged in the Ardennes, the American fighter. The GI who came out of the battle was the quintessential American. the man Hitler did not believe existed. Chapter 30. This time we must not surrender 5 minutes before midnight. January 17th to April 20th, 1945. 1. By January 17th, 1945, the Red Army had overrun or bypassed German troops in the Baltic and crossed the Vistula River from Warsaw to Lower Silesia. The Soviets were so close to Auschwitz that inmates could hear the rumble of their artillery. For the past weeks, SS guards had been burning storehousefuls of shoes, clothing and hair to hide traces of mass exterminations. Within 2 days, most German officials in the area were in flight, and the overage Volkssturm, People's Militia, had disintegrated. That afternoon, guards lined up 58,000 ill-clothed, hungry inmates in a freezing wind and marched them to the west for possible use as hostages. Some 6,000 others, too ill to struggle to their feet, were left behind, it was hoped, to be disposed of by bombs and shells in the Soviet advance. But when the Red Army troops finally, on January 27th, streamed through the front gate with its slogan, "Work brings freedom," there were still almost 5,000 emaciated survivors, so weak they could barely cheer. Efforts to obliterate all traces of the murders at the vast complex had continued until that morning, with the final blasting of the gas chambers and 5 crematoria. But even this could not wipe out the grisly proof of what had gone on in Hitler's death factory. Despite fires and detonations, Red Cross officials found 368,820 men's suits, 836,255 women's coats, 13,964 carpets, and 7 tons of hair. They came upon mountains of toothbrushes, eyeglasses, shoes, artificial limbs, and the mass graves of hundreds of thousands of human beings. In Berlin that afternoon, General Guderian and his aide climbed a dozen steps up to the main door of the Chancellery to attend the Führer military conference. Once inside, they took a long detour to Hitler's office. Direct passage was closed off by damage from Allied bombs. They passed windows covered by cardboard, through corridors and rooms barren of pictures, carpets and tapestries, finally reaching an anteroom where guards stood poised with machine pistols. An SS officer politely requested them to hand over their sidearms, and carefully examined their briefcases. This, a regulation since July 20th, applied even to the Army Chief of Staff. By 4 o'clock, the room was filled with military leaders, including Goering, Keitel and Jodl. Moments later, the doors to the Führer's office were opened, revealing a spacious room sparingly decorated. In the middle of one wall was a massive desk, behind it a black upholstered chair facing the garden. The high-ranking conferees seated themselves in heavy leather chairs, while their aides and lesser members either stood or found straight chairs. At 4:20 p.m., Adolf Hitler shuffled in, shoulders stooped, left arm hanging loose. He greeted a few with a limp shake from his incapacitated right hand, then heavily sank into a chair pushed forward by an aide. The conference opened with Guderian reporting realistically on the growing disaster in the East. Hitler made remarkably few suggestions, almost as if it were beyond his scope. But once the Western Front came up for discussion, he showed lively interest, interspersing criticism with nostalgic reminiscences from his war. Usually, in the First World War in 1915 and 1916, we really had an ammunition allowance that would make your hair stand on end. Then engaging in a lengthy argument with Goering about the reduced rank given officers called out of retirement to active duty. The conference ended at 6:50 p.m., and Guderian started back to Zossen. He was disgusted. They had talked for 2.5 hours without reaching a single important decision on the problems of the critical Eastern Front. One of those problems was Himmler, who had just been placed in command of an emergency army group designed to stop the main thrust of Marshal G.K. Zhukov. To Guderian, his selection was plain idiocy. But Hitler had argued that the Reichsführer was the only man capable of forming a major force overnight. His name alone would inspire a fight to the end. Bormann had encouraged disappointment, but those close to Himmler were convinced it was a plot to ruin their chief. Sending him to the east would not only keep him away from Führer headquarters and allow Bormann to strengthen his growing hold on Hitler, but would inevitably give convincing proof of Himmler's military incompetence. Himmler, an ex-army cadet who secretly longed to lead troops into battle, took the bait, if a bit reluctantly. While he feared Bormann, it never occurred to him that his rival was preparing his downfall. He started east in his special train, determined to halt the Russians at the Vistula River. To do so, he had a few staff officers, one outdated map, and a name for his unit, Army Group Vistula. Except for several scattered units, his command existed only on paper. As new divisions arrived, Himmler foolishly began forming an east-west defense line running from the Vistula to the Oder, which merely served as protection for Pomerania to the north. In other words, he barricaded the side door while leaving the front gate wide open. Zhukov, consequently, simply bypassed this lateral line and kept moving due west, impeded only by isolated groups, and, as the Führer conference ended on January 27th, his troops were 100 miles from Berlin. Ahead lay the Oder, the last major geographical obstacle they would have to hurdle before reaching the Reich Chancellery. 3 days later, Hitler spoke to the people. He raised the spectre of international Jewry and Asiatic Bolshevism before calling on every German to do his duty to the last. However grave the crisis may be at the moment, he concluded, it will, despite everything, finally be mastered by our unalterable will, by our readiness for sacrifice, and by our abilities. We shall overcome this calamity too, and this fight too will not be won by Central Asia, but by Europe. And at its head will be the nation that has represented the Europe against the East for 1,500 years, and shall represent it for all times, our greater German Reich, the German nation. During the afternoon, Bormann found time to advise his beloved mummy girl to lay in a supply of dried vegetables and, say, 50 pounds of honey. He also wrote her of the atrocities in the East, where the Bolsheviks were ravaging every village. You and the children must never fall into the hands of these wild beasts. Despite such news, the Führer was in good spirits. After the evening's briefing, some of the conferees stayed while he talked informally of the political situation. Relaxed, he spoke like a professor to a group of favorite students, first explaining that he had launched Autumn Fog to split the Allies. Although the battle had been lost, he said, the Americans and British were publicly wrangling over its conduct. A split between these allies was imminent. Guderian kept looking impatiently at his watch, but the younger officer seemed mesmerized as the Führer predicted that the West was bound to realize before long that Bolshevism was their real enemy, and then would join Germany in the common crusade. Churchill knew as well as he that if the Red Army conquered Berlin, half of Europe would immediately become communist, and in a few years the other half would be digested. I never did want to fight the West, he said bitterly. They forced it on me. But Russia's program was becoming more and more obvious, and Roosevelt himself must have had his eyes opened when Stalin recognized the communist-backed Lublin government in Poland. Time is our ally, he said. That was why he demanded last-ditch defenses in the East. Wasn't it obvious that every Festung they hung on to would eventually be a springboard in the German-American-British crusade to wipe out Jewish Bolshevism? His voice rose as he reminded his listeners that, in 1918, the fatherland had been stabbed in the back by the General Staff. But for its premature surrender, Germany would have gained an honorable peace, and there would have been no post-war chaos, no communist attempts to seize the country, no inflation, no depression. This time, he said, repeating an earlier vow, we must not surrender 5 minutes before midnight. On the last day of January, Hitler was wakened with alarming news. Enemy tanks had just crossed the Oder River. No natural barrier of any consequence lay between them and Berlin. The panic in the capital was heightened 3 days later, when the city was subjected to the heaviest bombing of the war. Almost 1,000 American bombers leveled much of the center of the city. and among the victims was Roland Freisler, president of the People's Court, who was trying Fabian von Schlabrendorf for the July 20th plot. Now Freisler lay pinned in death by a huge beam, still clutching the folder containing Schlabrendorf's evidence of guilt. "The way of God is miraculous," thought Schlabrendorf. "I was the accused, he was the judge. Now he is dead and I am alive." He and 2 other defendants were hurriedly transferred by small car to the Gestapo prison. It was still early afternoon, but the sky was dark from the smoke and falling ashes. Flames were everywhere. The Gestapo building at 9 Prince Albrechtstrasse was burning, yet its bomb shelter was only slightly damaged, and as Schlabrendorf passed another prisoner, Admiral Canaris, he called out, "Freisler is dead." The good news was passed along to other prisoners. With luck, the Allies would free them before the next trials. Hitler's headquarters was also badly damaged in the raid, and the next day Bormann described its woeful state to his wife. There was no communication with the outside, not even any light, power or water. "We have a water cart standing before the Reich Chancellery, and that is our only supply for cooking and washing up. And the worst thing of all, so Müller tells me, is the toilets. These commando pigs use them constantly, and not one of them ever thinks of taking a bucket of water with him to flush the place." By this time, Bormann, who now attended the daily military discussions, had insinuated himself into an impregnable position with the Führer. No longer were Goering, Speer, and Himmler rivals for his trust and affection, and Goebbels had come to realize his own influence depended on a continuation of the uneasy alliance with the Reichsleiter. A final mark of honor came to Bormann early in February. The Führer began dictating to him a political testament. If the Reich did fall, and Hitler still entertained the faint hope of some miracle, he wanted to record for history how closely he had come to achieving his magnificent dream. It was typical that he wanted the last word. And so, on February 4th, with the Bolsheviks at the gates of Berlin, the indefatigable Bormann began jotting down the Führer's final explanation to history of what went wrong. The British, he said, could have put an end to the war at the beginning of 1941, but the Jews would have none of it, and their lackeys, Churchill and Roosevelt, were there to prevent it. Such a peace would have kept America from meddling in European affairs, and, under German guidance, Europe would have speedily become unified. With the Jewish poison eliminated, unification would have been simple, and Germany, her rear secure, could have achieved the ambition of my life and the raison d'être of National Socialism, the destruction of Bolshevism. How simple it all would have been if only the English had been logical and reasonable. But they were neither, and so he had been forced, as custodian of the fundamental interests of Germany, to wage total war. 2 days later there was another session. "Our enemies," dictated Hitler, "are gathering all their forces for the final assault." It was the final quarter of an hour. The situation was desperate. "We have facing us an incongruous coalition, drawn together by hatred and jealousy and cemented by the panic with which National Socialist doctrine fills this Jew-ridden motley. This will to exterminate the Third Reich left but one alternative, a fight to the end. No game is lost until the final whistle. If Churchill were suddenly to disappear, everything could change in a flash." He began to daydream out loud of the possibility of an about-face by the British aristocracy. "We can still snatch victory in the final sprint." Next to Bormann, the man he saw most in these days was his favourite architect, Paul Giesler. They would spend many hours poring over an illuminated wooden model of the new Linz, which would outrank Vienna as the jewel of Austria, or talk until early morning of architecture and Bolshevism, of art and the Western Allies, of his dream of saving Europe and uniting it into one grand unity. It was the large model city that was an unfailing inspiration to him, and sometimes Goebbels would be dragged out of bed so Hitler could demonstrate with lights how Linz would look in morning, noon, and night. He could have been the young Hitler lecturing to Kubitschek on the wonders of their rebuilt city. 2. On February 12th, the Big Three announced that a meeting at Yalta had just concluded with unanimity on the defeat of the Axis and the world of the future. The communiqué was widely acclaimed in the United States, England, and the Soviet Union. It also delighted Goebbels, for it gave him an opportunity to resurrect the bogey of unconditional surrender. The decision of Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin at Yalta to dismember Germany and force her to pay crushing reparations, he argued, proved that Germany must fight with renewed vigor or be obliterated. Hitler's satisfaction at the propaganda windfall was tempered by an irritating conflict with Guderian at the next day's noon conference. The general bluntly declared that Himmler had neither the experience nor the proper staff to lead the proposed counterattack against the Zhukov spearhead at the Oder. "How dare you criticize the Reichsführer?" exclaimed Hitler. Guderian had gone too far to back down, and insisted that his own deputy, Walter Wenck, take command of the operation. Hitler was incensed, and the two men began to argue so strenuously that one by one the conferees unobtrusively left the room, until only Himmler, Wenck, and a few blank-faced adjutants remained. For about 2 hours their argument continued. Each time Hitler shouted, "How dare you?" and took a deep breath, Guderian would stolidly reiterate his demand that Wenck be made Himmler's assistant. And each time the demand was made, Himmler seemed to get a shade paler. At last, Hitler broke off his awkward pacing, stopped in front of the Reichsführer's chair, and said, with a sigh of resignation, "Well, Himmler, General Wenck is going to Army Group Vistula tonight to take over as Chief of Staff." He sat down, exhausted. "Let us please resume the conference," he murmured, and smiled wryly. "Herr Generaloberst, today the Army General Staff won a battle." Hitler found the time for more dictation the following day. The National Socialists, he told Bormann, had purged the German world of the Jewish poison by action, not words. "For us, this has been an essential process of disinfection, which we have prosecuted to its ultimate limit, and without which we should have ourselves been asphyxiated and destroyed." He revealed that his elimination of Jews had become the most important aim of the war. On the eve of the attack on Poland, he had warned them that they would not be spared if they precipitated another war, and that I would exterminate the vermin throughout Europe, and this time once and for all. This was not a threat, he said, but his chief historical mission. Well, we have lanced the Jewish abscess, and the world of the future will be eternally grateful to us. The following evening, Dr. Giesing chanced to meet Hitler in the Chancellery air raid shelter. The Führer was pale, his right arm trembled. He could not walk any distance without grasping something for support. Hitler seemed quite absent-minded, and several times asked the same question, almost as if a needle was stuck on a record. "Where are you from, Doctor?" "Oh, yes, Krefeld. Krefeld, yes, Krefeld." He rambled on, first assuring Giesing that the Americans would never break through the Westwall, then declaring that if Germany should lose the war, he would die with his troops, and finally boasting about a new weapon called an atom bomb, which he would use even if the White Cliffs of England disappear into the water. So saying, he walked off without a word of farewell. Others noted this occasional absent-mindedness, and his growing shortness of temper was aggravated by the Allied bombing of Dresden on February 13th. The old town was almost completely destroyed in a terrifying firestorm which lay waste 1,600 acres, almost 3 times the damage done to London during the entire war. The preliminary report stated that at least 100,000 people, probably more, had been killed in 2 successive raids. The final report by the area police chief listed a probable death toll, primarily women and children, of 25,000, with 35,000 listed as missing. At first, Goebbels refused to believe that Dresden had been destroyed, then wept. When at last he found voice, it was to castigate Goering. What a burden of guilt this parasite has brought on his head for his slackness and interest in his own comfort. Why didn't the Führer listen to my earlier warnings? Hitler reserved his ire for the British and American flyers who had dropped the bombs. yet rejected Goebbels' suggestion that the Allied Air Force prisoners be executed in retaliation. He agreed in principle, he said, but wanted to wait before making the final decision. Ribbentrop and others were able to dissuade him. That February, rumours of peace negotiations appeared in newspapers of neutral European countries. They had been inspired largely by the latest efforts of Peter Kleist, who had been ordered explicitly by Hitler to cease all dealings with the Russians. He did so, but then, on his own initiative, embarked on a new adventure in Sweden, which eventually led to another attempt for peace, this time with the West. He had begun by agreeing to talk with Gilles Storch, an important representative of the World Jewish Congress. At their first conference in a Stockholm hotel, Storch proposed that they negotiate for the release of some 4,300 Jews from various concentration camps. Kleist said it was impossible to solve the Jewish problem by such individual operations. It could only be done politically. "If the preservation of Jewry can be traded for the preservation of Europe," said Kleist, "then we will have a genuine deal that's worth risking my life." Storch was enthusiastic. He suggested Kleist speak with an American diplomat in the Stockholm embassy, Ivar Olsen, the personal advisor to Roosevelt for the War Refugee Committee of Northern and Western Europe. Storch made the contact, reporting back excitedly that President Roosevelt was willing to redeem the lives of the 1,500,000 Jews in concentration camps with politics. This was exactly what Kleist wanted, and he repeated Storch's words to Werner Best, the Nazi commissioner of Denmark, whose advice was to approach Himmler's assistant, Kaltenbrunner. Upon return to Berlin, Kleist did so, and was placed under house arrest, just as he had been for dealing with Klaus. But after a few days, Kaltenbrunner informed him that Himmler was willing to take up this Swedish possibility. Kleist was to go to Stockholm to start negotiations, and, as a token of good faith, bring a gift of 2,000 Jews with him. Interest in trading with Jews was not new to Himmler. He had been tentatively negotiating on this line in other quarters, using them as blackmail for a negotiated peace. He was being encouraged by two men of dubious character. One was his masseur, a doctor without a medical degree, Felix Kersten, a Balt, born in Estonia. The second self-seeker was Himmler's chief of espionage, Schellenberg. He, too, was attempting to convince Himmler that a show of humanity to political and war prisoners would prove to the world that he was no monster. Convinced that Hitler was leading Germany and himself to destruction, Schellenberg had been tirelessly urging Himmler to explore every possible avenue to peace. This was no easy task, since these negotiations had to be conducted without Hitler's knowledge. Nor did it help that Kaltenbrunner was faithful to his Führer and, moreover, disliked and distrusted Schellenberg. Kaltenbrunner had continuously urged Himmler not to get into schemes that might result in Hitler's displeasure, or worse. That is, until he heard Kleist's latest proposition. He did trust Kleist, and that was undoubtedly one reason Himmler had been persuaded to send him back to Sweden. But the machinations within the SS were such that no sooner did Kleist begin preparing for his trip than he was recalled to Kaltenbrunner's office and told that the case no longer concerned him. Kaltenbrunner could not explain that Schellenberg, his enemy, had just persuaded Himmler not to share any credit with the Foreign Office, and so was sending Dr. Kersten instead of Kleist to handle the transaction. Kersten promptly began negotiations with the Swedish Minister of Foreign Affairs for the freedom of Scandinavian prisoners in concentration camps, and these went so smoothly it was agreed that Count Volker Bernadotte should come to Berlin to make final arrangements with Himmler personally. Since Kleist had been warned to keep quiet, his own chief, Ribbentrop, knew nothing of all this until the Swedish ambassador in Berlin innocently sent an official message to Himmler requesting that Bernadotte be granted an interview with the Reichsführer, and being official, of course, it had to go through the Foreign Office. For the first time, Ribbentrop realized that negotiations were being carried on by his rival behind his back. He sent for Fritz Hesse, who had so tirelessly worked for peace with England before the war. Did Hesse think that Count Bernadotte would be a suitable person to transmit peace feelers? Hesse responded with a question of his own. Had the Führer given his consent for such negotiations? No, Ribbentrop admitted, but perhaps he could be persuaded. Together they prepared a memorandum on the subject which was presented to Hitler. While it did not contain the keyword capitulation, Hesse was not deceived. It was, he observed, little better than an offer to capitulate. He doubted that the West would consider such proposals, but said, "Very well, you can try, but I don't think anything will come of it." Ribbentrop began by negotiating with a personal enemy, Himmler. To his surprise, the Reichsführer was more than willing to cooperate. He was terrified that the Führer might find out that Bernadotte was coming to Berlin to discuss other than humanitarian matters. First, he gave assurance that the Foreign Office would have his full personal support in the future, then promised to issue an order cancelling Hitler's instructions to destroy prisoners of war and inmates of concentration camps rather than abandon them alive to the enemy. Ribbentrop struggled to hold back tears of joy as he revealed all this to Hesse. "Yes, now we can at least try to save the German people," he said, and so dispatched Hesse to Stockholm on February 17th. Himmler must have regretted his rash promises to Ribbentrop almost immediately. He became terrified that the Führer might discover and misinterpret his actions, and, once informed of Bernadotte's arrival in Berlin, he refused to see him, unless two of his own antagonists, Kaltenbrunner and Ribbentrop, first met with the Count. That, he figured, would prevent them from carrying tales to Hitler. Both were happy to oblige. Kaltenbrunner was first in line, but Bernadotte wanted to deal directly with Himmler, and decided to tell as little as possible to his assistant. Bernadotte merely proposed that the Swedish Red Cross be allowed to work in the concentration camps, and was surprised that Kaltenbrunner not only nodded, but said he quite agreed that Bernadotte should see Himmler personally. Within the hour, the Count was talking to Ribbentrop at the Foreign Office, or rather, was listening. Curious as to how long this would go on, Bernadotte surreptitiously set his stopwatch. Ribbentrop went from one subject to another, parroting Nazi platitudes without pause, and finally declared that the living man who contributed most to humanity was Adolf Hitler, unquestionably Adolf Hitler. He fell silent, and Bernadotte snapped the stopwatch at 67 minutes. The next day, Bernadotte was driven to Dr. Gebhardt's sanatorium at Hohenlohe, 75 miles north of Berlin, Himmler's unofficial headquarters. Bernadotte found him disconcertingly affable. There was nothing at all diabolic in his appearance. He was quiet and polite. His small hands were meticulously manicured. Bernadotte told him that what had aroused indignation in Sweden was the seizure of hostages and the murder of innocent people. The Count, Himmler replied earnestly, obviously was misinformed, and he asked if his guest had any concrete proposals. Bernadotte proposed that Himmler release Norwegians and Danes from concentration camps for custody in Sweden. This modest request touched off a stream of vehement accusations against the Swedes that made no sense at all to Bernadotte, but had probably been inspired by one of Himmler's sudden flashes of fear. "If I were to agree to your proposal," he said, his eyes blinking spasmodically, "the Swedish papers would announce with big headlines that the war criminal Himmler, in terror of punishment for his crimes, is trying to buy his freedom." Then he tacked, and said he might do just what Bernadotte asked, if Sweden and the Allies assured him that sabotage would stop in Norway. "That's unthinkable," replied the Count, and asked for several other small concessions, which were granted. Encouraged, Bernadotte wondered if Swedish women married to Germans could return to their homeland. This brought a blunt refusal. Himmler had been pushed to the limit, and his mood changed. "You may think it sentimental, even absurd, but I have sworn loyalty to Adolf Hitler, and as a soldier and as a German I cannot go back on my oath. For that reason I cannot do anything in opposition to the Führer's plans and wishes." Only a moment before he had granted concessions that would have infuriated Hitler, but now he began to echo him on the Bolshevik menace by prophesying the end of Europe if the Eastern Front collapsed. This was succeeded by sentimental reminiscences of the glorious early days of the Nazi movement, the most wonderful years of my life. Bernadotte managed to break in with a polite question on German treatment of the Jews. "Won't you admit there are decent people among the Jews, just as there are among all races?" "I have many Jewish friends." "You're right," was the reply. "But you in Sweden have no Jewish problem, and therefore can't understand the German point of view." At the end of the 2.5-hour conference, Himmler promised to give definite answers to all of Bernadotte's requests before he returned to Sweden, and Bernadotte presented his host, who was extremely interested in Scandinavian folklore, with a 17th-century work on troll drums. Bernadotte returned to Ribbentrop's office. The foreign minister seemed more eager to help than before, but his overbearing good humour only irritated Bernadotte, who excused himself as soon as he could do so politely. Ribbentrop immediately called Kleist and asked who was backing Bernadotte. What did he really want besides saving the Scandinavians? Kleist noticed a large leather billfold bulging with papers in a chair. It was Bernadotte's. Kleist handed it over, assuming that Ribbentrop would examine the papers inside, but he put the billfold in a large plain envelope and asked that it be returned to the owner. Kleist was impressed. It seemed a unique gesture of chivalry amidst the dissolution of a total war. Ribbentrop's agent in Stockholm, Hesse, was receiving little encouragement from the Swedish banker Wallenberg, who maintained that both Roosevelt and Churchill were determined to destroy Germany. He suggested that the Germans try the East. A clearly defined proposal to Stalin might succeed. Stalin, he said, is not committed to the West. A few days later, Hesse saw a photograph in the Swedish papers which raised his hopes. It showed Wallenberg's brother on the steps of the Russian embassy, arm in arm with Madame Kollontai, the Russian ambassador. This could be a signal that the Kremlin was dissatisfied with the West and ready to talk with Hitler. Encouraged, Hesse returned to Berlin, but found his chief completely disinterested in any tidings from Sweden. Ribbentrop lay in bed, ill and depressed. It was all in vain, he said wanly. There was no chance whatever of starting any conversations with the West. Our enemies want to destroy Germany altogether. That is why they reject every chance of negotiation that might save German lives. When Hesse insisted there still were two genuine possibilities of opening conversations, one with the West, he had been assured by Olsen, Roosevelt's personal adviser, that the President was willing to negotiate, and another with the East, Ribbentrop came to life. He kept Hesse at his bedside until late that night, and sent for him again in the morning. March 16th was a clear, sunny day, and this time Ribbentrop was out of bed, pacing impatiently. "I have given your reports and comments the most careful thought," he said, and confounded Hesse by ordering him to return to Stockholm and start negotiations with Madame Kollontai. His instructions would be ready in a few hours. "I'm sending them to the Führer for final approval. Your airplane is ready. You can leave for Stockholm tonight." All that afternoon and late into the night, Ribbentrop and his staff gave Hesse advice on how to deal with the Russians. Just after midnight, they were interrupted by the telephone. It was Havel of the Foreign Office, still one of the Führer's most trusted advisers. As Ribbentrop listened, his face turned chalk white. "Please repeat," he said tersely, then moments later put down the receiver. He seemed composed, but his voice was not. "Gentlemen," he said, "the Führer has prohibited any further conversation with any foreign power. I thank you. You can go now." Later, Havel told Hesse what had happened at the Chancellery. Hitler had first agreed to a contact with the Russians, but, upon reading over the instructions, hesitated. He paced around his room while a phonograph ground out music from Götterdämmerung, then tore up the instructions page by page. "I forbid any further contact with the enemy," he told Havel. "It is all senseless. Whoever talks to the enemy is a traitor to the idea. We may fall in the fight against Bolshevism, but we shall not negotiate with it. Good night." 3. A month earlier, Hitler had complained to Fräulein Schröder, "I am lied to on all sides." He could rely on no one, and if anything happened to him, Germany would be without a Führer. His successor Goering had lost the sympathy of the people, and Reichsfuhrer Himmler would be rejected by the party. He apologized for talking politics during lunch, then said, "Rack your brains again and tell me who my successor is to be. This is a question I keep on asking myself without ever getting an answer." His spirits were raised a week later by Eva Braun's return to Berlin. She had been ordered out of the capital earlier in the month for the relative safety of Munich, but after 2 weeks announced to her friends that she had to return to her man's side no matter what happened. She told them that death no longer mattered, and she had to share the fate of the one she loved. Hitler pretended to be angry at her sudden reappearance and made a show of scolding her. But all that evening he repeated how proud he was of Fräulein Braun's devotion. Several days later, near the end of February, Hitler convened his Gauleiters for a final meeting. They were alarmed by his appearance. He had to be supported by Schaub. His voice was low, his left hand shook badly. Everyone expected a sensational announcement, but instead he delivered a paradoxical sermon that was both inspiring and depressing. First, he assured the Gauleiters that, although no wonder weapon was going to rescue the Reich at the last moment, the war could still be won so long as they inspired a Teutonic fury in the German people. If the nation failed to respond, it had no moral worth and deserved destruction. He thanked the Gauleiters for their cooperation and loyalty before doing something totally unexpected. He told them frankly of his failing health. He confessed that the trembling in his leg had travelled to his left arm, and made a joke. Hopefully it would not move to his head. His last words were vague but ominous. In the future he would be forced to take harsh measures. He hoped they would not feel betrayed should he take steps they did not understand. Faced as he was by almost certain disaster, Hitler's dominant mood in the days to follow became one of defiance and ire. He railed at Allied airmen who had already killed 500,000 civilians, and reviled those Germans who were greeting the advancing Americans almost as though they were liberators. His fury knew no bounds on March 7th. The railroad bridge over the Rhine at Remagen was seized intact by Hodge's First Army before the defenders could blow it up. To Hitler this was another betrayal, and he was determined to punish those responsible. It also gave him an excuse to get rid of the aging Rundstedt, who seemed only bent on retreat. In the emergency, he ordered his most trusted troubleshooter, Otto Skorzeny, to destroy the bridge. One group of Skorzeny frogmen managed to approach it with packages of plastite, a plastic explosive, but were discovered in time by an Allied secret weapon, canal defense lights, a powerful beam whose source was undetectable. By this time, the entire German defense system in the West was in jeopardy. Modell's Army Group B had been smashed, its remnants shoved back across the Rhine. To the south, Hausser's Army Group G had been backed up against the river's west bank and was about to be surrounded. The situation in the east was no better, and during these desperate days of mid-March, Hitler decided to visit this front. His generals warned him that the situation was so fluid he might be captured or killed, but he would not listen. As a concession, he had Kempka drive him forward in a Volkswagen, rather than the famous Mercedes. Their destination was a castle near the Oder, where he pleaded with the commanders of the Ninth Army to contain the Russian drive on Berlin. Every day, every hour was precious, he said, since new secret weapons would be ready momentarily. On the trip back to Berlin, Hitler sat silently beside Kempka, deep in thought. He knew that his talk of secret weapons was visionary, and had recently confessed so to his Gauleiters. His atom bomb was many months from completion, and his other secret weapons were unrealistic political ones, such as the hope that the West would join in the crusade against Bolshevism. By the time he returned to the city, he had seen enough out front. Never again would he venture beyond the Chancellery grounds. His only hope was a last-minute political miracle. Hitler was aware that plots were being woven around him. He knew, for example, of Ribbentrop's negotiations in Sweden, and that Himmler was dickering with the Jews. But he continued to allow these men to negotiate as if in his own name, even while declaring that all negotiations were futile. If a negotiation failed, he would deny any knowledge of it. If it succeeded, he could take the credit. It is doubtful, however, that Hitler knew his trusted Speer was urging commanders such as Manteuffel to disobey orders to destroy bridges, dams and factories rather than leave them to the enemy. On March 18th, Speer brought his protest against this scorched earth policy directly to the Führer. At this stage of the war, he wrote in a memorandum, it makes no sense for us to undertake demolitions which may strike at the very life of the nation. If Hitler had ever wavered in determination to scorch German earth, Speer's words spurred him to action. He summoned his quondam architect moments after reading his memorandum and said icily, "If the war is lost, the people will be lost also. It is not necessary to worry about what the German people will need for elemental survival. On the contrary, it is best for us to destroy even these things. For the nation has proved to be the weaker, and the future belongs to the stronger Eastern nation, the Soviet Union. In any case, only those who are inferior will remain after this struggle, for the good have already been killed." 4. In the year 900, Germany's borders were the Oder and the Rhine. By the beginning of March 1945, Hitler's Großdeutschland was compressed between the same rivers, and his 1,000-year Reich was coming to an end. From both east and west, his enemies were poised for massive attacks which they were certain would bring quick final victory. On the morning of the 3rd, Montgomery launched his assault across the Rhine. 2 airborne divisions, 1 British and 1 American, dropped across the river to support the infantrymen, and by nightfall the Germans were in full retreat. 150 miles upriver, the unpredictable George Patton had also crossed the Rhine, surprising Montgomery as much as the Germans. It was a brilliant improvised manoeuvre done in secret, without a round of artillery preparation, and at a cost of only 28 men killed or wounded. A pontoon bridge was thrown across the Rhine, and as Patton crossed it he stopped in the middle. "I've been looking forward to this for a long time," he said, and urinated into the river. The rapid advance east of both Montgomery and Patton in the next few weeks caused consternation at Führer headquarters. Hitler was particularly aroused by the action of Cardinal Galen, who drove out from Münster to surrender the city to an American unit. "If I ever lay hands on that swine," exclaimed Hitler, "I'll have him hanged." He had also reached the limit of tolerance for his outspoken and feisty army chief of staff. Guderian knew it, and on the morning of March 28th drove up to Berlin determined to have a showdown. He was particularly upset by the fate of 200,000 German soldiers needlessly trapped hundreds of miles behind Russian lines in Courland. Once inside the partially destroyed chancellery, Guderian and his aide were escorted by a guard down a flight of stairs to a steel-reinforced door guarded by 2 SS men. This was the entrance to Hitler's new home, a huge bunker buried far below the Chancellery garden. They descended more stairs to a narrow corridor, which was covered with a foot of water. They balanced their way across duckboards to a door, then went down another short flight of stairs to the upper level of the bunker. 12 small rooms opened on a central vestibule, which also served as the general mess hall. Guderian and his aide traversed this passageway, then proceeded down a curving stairway and a final dozen steps to the lower level. Here, in the Führer bunker, were 18 cubicles, separated by an entrance hall which was divided into a waiting room and a conference room. Beyond these, in a small vestibule, was the emergency exit to 4 steep flights of concrete steps leading up to the Chancellery garden. On the left of the conference room was a small map room, a rest room for the Führer's bodyguard, and the 6-room suite of Hitler and Eva Braun. The air was stuffy, despite a ventilating system whose shrill, monotonous whine penetrated every room of the bunker. The whole structure was protected by a 12-foot-thick reinforced ceiling topped by 30 feet of concrete. This would be Hitler's tomb, or his bastion of miraculous victory. Perhaps it reminded him of the terrible but heroic trench life of the Great War. Hitler shuffled in from his adjoining apartment, and the noon conference opened with a report by General Theodor Bucer on his unsuccessful attempts to relieve a town on the east bank of the Oder. Hitler's criticism of Bucer was interrupted by a spirited defence from Guderian. Stung, Hitler suddenly got to his feet with an agility which amazed the conferees. But Guderian was not intimidated. He boldly brought up the subject he and Hitler had fought over for weeks. "Is the Führer going to evacuate the Courland army?" he asked. "Never," exclaimed Hitler with a wave of an arm. Large red blotches appeared on his deathly white face. Guderian stood rooted to the spot, then started toward Hitler. Jodl and his deputy shepherded Guderian away, but he kept talking in a loud voice. Finally, his aide inveigled him into the anteroom to answer a phone call, and by the time Guderian returned to the conference room, he had control of himself. Hitler was back in his chair, face pinched, and though his hands trembled, he too had regained his poise. He quietly asked all to leave the room except Guderian and Keitel, then said, "General Guderian, the state of your health requires that you immediately take 6 weeks sick leave." As Guderian started to leave, Hitler told him to remain until the end of the conference. It continued as if nothing had happened. After several hours, which seemed interminable to Guderian, the session was over. But he would pick a place to rest that wouldn't be overrun before the weekend, raised his arm in salute, and walked away. On Easter Sunday, all resistance in the Ruhr collapsed, and Hitler was forced to face the reality of total defeat. A Reich hacked to pieces by the victors, his people exposed to the savage excesses of the Soviets and Americans. But he prophesied in dictation to Bormann, "The laws of both history and are in the field of economics and ideology. These same laws make it inevitable that both powers should become enemies of Europe. And it is equally certain that both powers will, sooner or later, find it desirable to seek the support of the sole surviving nation in Europe, the German people. I say with all the emphasis at my command that the Germans must at all costs avoid playing the role of pawn in either camp." Bormann wrote his wife that same day, April 2nd, describing the latest raid on Berlin and the pall of desperation that hung over the city. He warned her to expect the worst at Vienna. If the Russians overpowered that citadel, she should flee the Obersalzberg. A few days later, Red Army troops were streaming into Vienna almost at will, while resistance men carrying stolen passes and wearing Volkssturm armbands moved openly through the streets, sniping at anyone in German uniform. By evening, the already frantic exodus from the city grew as fire brigades, air raid warnings, and even police joined the disorderly mob fleeing the city. 5. Even as fronts everywhere were collapsing, Hitler did his utmost to instill hope of a last-minute miracle. He pointed out that the foundation for the brave new Europe set up by his enemies at Yalta was already beginning to crack. This was not wishful thinking. The Big Three had drawn up the plan in relative harmony, but were indeed already deeply embroiled in its implementation. Their representatives, meeting in Moscow to form a new Polish government, had reached an impasse, with Molotov proclaiming that the Lublin government truly represented the people of Poland, whereas Averell Harriman and the British ambassador contended that a more representative government must be set up to include émigré Poles. This conflict was but a preamble to a more disruptive one. For several months, General Karl Wolff, formerly Himmler's personal adjutant and presently SS chief in Italy, had been negotiating with the Americans through an agent of Alan Dulles, the OSS representative in Switzerland. Wolff had the Führer's vague approval to explore the matter, but on his own initiative proposed surrendering all German troops in Italy, then secretly met with 2 Allied generals in Ascona, Switzerland, to discuss how this could be done without Hitler's knowledge. From the beginning, the Allies had kept Stalin informed about Operation Sunrise, as this venture was named, and from the beginning he had adamantly demanded that a Soviet officer take active part in the negotiations. The Allies explained, with reason, that Wolff would never come to a meeting under such circumstances, but this merely raised Stalin's suspicions. When he learned of the rendezvous at Ascona, his reaction was violent. He accused the Allies of conniving with Germany behind the backs of the Soviet Union, which is bearing the brunt of the war against Germany, and labelled the whole affair not a misunderstanding, but something worse. By the end of March, Stalin was charging that, because of the talks at Ascona, the Germans had felt free to send 3 divisions from Italy to the Eastern Front. He further complained that the agreement at Yalta to attack Hitler simultaneously from the east, west and south was not being observed in Italy by the Allies. An explanation by Roosevelt resulted in an irate cable from Stalin, openly accusing the Allies of playing a deceitful game. This so irritated the President that on April 5th he sent off the most aggressive and indignant message he had ever addressed to an ally. Frankly, I cannot avoid the feeling of bitter resentment toward your informers, whoever they are, for such vile misrepresentations of my actions or those of my trusted subordinates. Stalin hastily replied that he had never doubted Roosevelt's integrity or trustworthiness. But it was an aggressive apology. He added that a Russian should have been invited to the Ascona meeting and described his own point of view as the only correct one. Hitler did not know the details of the discord in the enemy camp, only that there was one and he had predicted it. It fanned the faint hope of a miracle, and he was in a receptive mood when Goebbels read to him Carlyle's description of the desperate days of the 7 Years' War. Frederick the Great, dejected by apparent defeat in Prussia, declared that if there was no change before February 15th he would take poison. "Brave king," wrote Carlyle, "wait yet a little while, and the days of your suffering will be over. Already the sun of your good fortune stands behind the clouds, and soon will rise upon you." On February 12th, the Tsarina died, and brought about the incredible change in Frederick's fortunes. At this touching tale, Goebbels later told Schwerin von Krosigk, tears stood in the Führer's eyes. It also whetted Hitler's interest in his own horoscope, and he sent for 2 that were kept in Himmler's research departments. Both predicted victories until 1941, and then a series of reversals culminating in disaster during the first half of April 1945. But there would be a temporary success in the second half of that month, followed by a lull until peace in August. Germany would endure hard times until 1948, when she would rise once more to greatness. A skeptic by nature, Goebbels was not averse to grabbing at a straw. He was so impressed by the historical parallel that he repeated the story during a visit to General Buss's headquarters near the Oder on April 22nd. One officer asked caustically, "Well, what Tsarina is going to die this time?" "I don't know, but fate holds all kinds of possibilities," replied Goebbels, and headed back for Berlin in the gathering dusk. Across the Atlantic, in Warm Springs, Georgia, Franklin Roosevelt was murmuring, "I have a terrific headache," before losing consciousness. He died 2 hours and 20 minutes later. Goebbels received the news upon arrival at his office. "This is the turning point," he exclaimed, and then asked incredulously, "Is it really true?" Some 10 people hung over him as he telephoned Hitler. "My Führer," he said, "I congratulate you. Roosevelt is dead. It is written in the stars that the second half of April will be the turning point for us." It was a miracle. He listened to Hitler a moment before mentioning the possibility that Truman would be more moderate than Roosevelt. Anything could happen now. Goebbels hung up, eyes shining, and launched into an impassioned speech. It was as if the war was nearly over. Ribbentrop did not share his enthusiasm. Next morning, April 13th, he returned from a short visit with Hitler in a black mood. The Führer, he told his staff, is in 7th heaven. That scoundrel Goebbels had convinced him that Roosevelt's death was the turn of the tide. How nonsensical, and how criminal! How could Roosevelt's death change anything to our advantage? Goebbels counselled the press to write objectively and non-committally about Truman, to say nothing to irritate the new president, and to hide any rejoicing at Roosevelt's death. But by afternoon, the propaganda minister's elation had begun to wane. When General Busse called to ask if Roosevelt's death was the situation he had alluded to the day before, Goebbels replied half-heartedly, "Oh, we don't know. We'll have to see." The reports from the fronts indicated that the change of presidents had not at all affected the enemy's military operations, and late in the day Goebbels confessed to his staff, "Perhaps fate has again been cruel and made fools of us. Perhaps we counted our chickens before they were hatched." If Hitler suffered a similar letdown, he gave the opposite impression. He called a special meeting and revealed a bizarre strategy to save Berlin. German troops falling back toward the capital would create a hard nucleus of defense which would irresistibly draw Russian troops toward it. This would relieve other German forces from pressure and enable them to attack the Bolsheviks from the outside. The decisive battle would be won in Berlin, he assured a dubious audience, and he himself would remain in the city to inspire the defenders. Several urged him to go to Berchtesgaden, but he would not consider it. As Commander-in-Chief of the Wehrmacht and as leader of the people, it was his obligation to stay in the capital. He drafted an 8-page proclamation, the last he would write to the troops, and sent it to Goebbels. Even the propaganda minister thought its bombast too ridiculous. He began revisions with a green pencil, but had to give up, and threw the statement in the wastebasket. Then he pulled it out and changed a few sentences. Without bothering to clear the final version, Goebbels had copies distributed along the front on the 15th. If every soldier on the Eastern Front did his duty, he said, Asia's last assault would fail, for fate had removed Roosevelt, the greatest war criminal of all times, from the world, and the war would take a decisive turn. Incredibly, many of the soldiers were heartened by Hitler's words. Even the majority of citizens still kept faith with him, despite the relentless bombings from the West and the rapidly shrinking borders of the Reich. To the average German, the Führer was more than a man. He was a supernatural phenomenon. They held positive belief in his invulnerability, many clinging to the popular myth that a house wall bearing his picture could withstand any bomb. His miraculous escape on the 20th of July bore witness to his indestructibility, making it that much easier to raise their spirits and hopes with such slogans as, "Hitler is victory itself." In private, the creator of this slogan had lost his own faith. Goebbels disconsolately began preparing for the end, and started by burning his papers and personal mementos. He hesitated before destroying a large autographed photograph of his great love, Lida Barova. "Now there's a beautiful woman," he remarked. After staring at the picture a long moment, he ripped it into pieces and then threw them into the fire. The following day Germany received two great blows, one from the west, where all German troops within the Ruhr pocket surrendered, another from the east, where Zhukov's all-out attack on Berlin breached the ridge defense lines west of the Oder, thus opening the road to the Führer bunker 45 miles away. Though he still talked of victory, Hitler prepared for the worst. He entrusted a visiting party official with two assignments. He was to remove the German gold reserves to a salt mine in Thuringia, and convey to safety a sealed package that Bormann would give him. The package contained Hitler's dictations to Bormann, his testament to Germany and the world. It was a time for supermen, and later in the day Hitler gave orders to place one in command of all jet fighter planes. Hans-Ulrich Rodel was already a legend. With his Stuka dive bomber he had sunk a Soviet battleship and knocked out 500 Red tanks. Several months earlier he had lost a leg in a crash, but was already ambulatory and ready for more action. Goering's chief of staff was appalled at the choice, since Rodel knew nothing about jets, but Hitler would not listen. "Rodel is a fine fellow," he said. "All the others in the Luftwaffe were actors and clowns." Rodel himself violently opposed the assignment, since he preferred to fly. He refused point-blank to take the job and began making excuses. It was only a question of time before the Russians and Allies met, he told Hitler. This would split Germany into two pockets and make jet operations impossible. Why didn't Hitler seek an armistice in the West, so a victory could be achieved in the East? "It is easy for you to talk," said Hitler with a tired smile. He had tried ever since 1943 to conclude a peace, but the Allies persisted in demanding unconditional surrender. Therefore we must do everything to surmount this crisis so that decisive weapons may yet bring us victory. It was late, after midnight, by the time Rudel was dismissed. As he limped into the waiting room, he noticed it was already filled with those eager to be the first to congratulate the Führer on his 56th birthday. At Dr. Gebhardt's sanatorium, Himmler was preparing to celebrate the birthday. But it was far from a happy occasion. The Reichsführer's face was lined with worry, and he kept nervously twisting his snake ring around and around. Like Hitler, he too seemed on the brink of physical collapse. There was good reason. His office was an incredible nest of plots. Some of his people were secretly negotiating in Sweden with his reluctant approval, while SS General Wolf was still dealing with the Allies in Switzerland, despite Himmler's flat order to desist. Himmler was not sure just how much Hitler knew, and consequently lived in terror. For the past months he had been endlessly urged to make momentous decisions. Everyone, it seemed, wanted him to do something. Kersten and Schellenberg wanted him to overthrow Hitler by a coup d'etat, and earlier that day Count Schwerin von Krosigk had entreated him to persuade Hitler to seek a negotiated peace through the Pope. Himmler would only say that the Führer had a different notion, but he won't reveal what the notion is. The Count was exasperated. Then you must do away with the Führer, whichever way you can. Everything is lost, and as long as the Führer lives, there is no possibility of bringing the war to a proper end. Himmler looked round in such terror that Schwerin von Krosigk wondered if he had gone mad all at once. Himmler became hysterical, repeating several times that he couldn't promise to do a thing. Instead, he fled to the sanatorium, where more problems awaited him. Kersten had just landed at Tempelhof with a representative of the World Jewish Congress, Norbert Masur, a last-minute substitute for Stork. That was not all. Count Bernadotte was expected shortly in Berlin and wanted another meeting with the Reichsführer. All of Himmler's problems seemed to have come to a head. Completely unnerved, he began to make feeble excuses. How could he meet two people at once? Couldn't both meetings be postponed? Finally, in desperation, he asked Schellenberg to have a preliminary talk with Masur. Schellenberg agreed, and, since it was just past midnight, they toasted the Führer's birthday with champagne. Chapter 31. 5 minutes past midnight, or the captain also goes down with this ship. April 20th to the 30th, 1945. 1. The Allies celebrated the occasion with another 1,000-bomber raid on the capital, but nothing seemed to dampen Hitler's confidence. Throughout the 20th of April, he told birthday visitors that he still believed the Russians would suffer defeat in Berlin. In the afternoon, he met a group of Hitler youth in the Chancellery Garden and thanked them for their gallantry in the battle for the capital. Then he climbed down into the bunker and received Gross Admiral Karl Dönitz, who thought he looked like a man carrying an intolerable burden. Afterward, he greeted Keitel with warmth. "I will never forget that you saved me at the time of the attentat, and that you got me out of Rastenburg. You made the right decisions and took the right actions." Keitel blurted out that negotiations for peace should be initiated at once, before Berlin became a battlefield. Hitler interrupted. "Keitel, I know what I want. I am going to go down fighting, either in or outside Berlin." After a tête-à-tête with Jodl, he slowly passed down a line of military and civilian leaders, including Bormann, Ribbentrop and Speer, shaking hands and saying a few words to each man. Almost everyone urged Hitler to flee to Berchtesgaden while there was still an open road, but he was adamant. From now on, he said, the Reich would be divided into 2 separate commands, with Dönitz in charge of the northern sector. Field Marshal Albrecht Kesselring, commander of the Western Front, was the logical choice for the south. But Hitler was also considering Goering, perhaps for political expediency, and said he would leave it to Providence to decide. He recommended that the various command staffs split in 2, and those selected for the south should leave that evening for Berchtesgaden. Goering asked if he should go south or send his chief of staff, Kohler. "You go," said the Führer. The 2 old comrades, once so close, parted with polite coolness. Goering headed for Carinhall, where his butler was waiting with 14 carloads of clothing and art treasures. Hitler dined alone with Eva and his secretaries. Again he was urged to go south, but he said that would be like a Tibetan Lama turning an empty prayer wheel. I must force a decision here in Berlin, or perish. After midnight, he summoned the 2 older secretaries to his private room and revealed that they were to leave in half an hour or so by car for the Obersalzberg, along with Admiral von Puttkamer and 80 others. The 2 women were wide-eyed with astonishment. His explanation was that they had been with him the longest. Besides, Fräulein Wolf supported her mother. "I will join you as soon as possible." He spoke in a whisper, vainly trying to hide the trembling of his left hand. A sigh escaped him. One, thought Fräulein Schröder, which seemed to come from a man without hope. A little later, he phoned her to say that Berlin was surrounded. She could not leave until first light. A second call followed in minutes. The plane would take off as soon as the air raid all clear was sounded. She didn't quite understand, since his voice gurgled imperceptibly, and asked him to repeat himself. He said nothing. His last words to her colleague Fräulein Wolf were, "It is all over." Earlier that evening, Himmler, after paying respects to the Führer on his birthday, left the bunker and drove through the beating rain for several hours to meet Masur, the representative of the World Jewish Congress. Himmler explained that he had been empowered to solve the Jewish problem and had first planned a humane solution through emigration. But even those countries which boasted of their friendliness toward the Jews refused to take them. Through the war, Himmler said, we came into contact with the masses of the Eastern Jewish proletariat, and this created new problems. We could not have such an enemy in our back. These Jews not only helped the partisans, but were infected by typhus and other diseases. In order to curtail the epidemics, he explained, we had to build crematoria where we could burn the corpses of the large number of people who died because of these diseases. And now they'll get us just for doing that. Much has happened which cannot be undone, Masur said. But if we are ever to build a bridge between our peoples for the future, then all Jews who are today alive in the areas dominated by Germany must remain alive. Himmler protested that he had always intended turning over the camps to the Allies without resistance. Hadn't he done so with Bergen-Belsen and Buchenwald? And look what he got in return. Faked atrocity pictures were being circulated by the Americans. And when he let 2,700 Jews go to Switzerland, the foreign press claimed that he had done so only to get himself an alibi. I don't need an alibi. I have always done what I felt would fill the needs of my people, and I take full responsibility. It certainly didn't make me a rich man. While Masur was out of the room, Himmler suddenly asked his masseur, Kersten, if he would fly to Eisenhower's headquarters and discuss immediate cessation of hostilities. Make every effort to convince Eisenhower that the real enemy of mankind is Soviet Russia, and that only we Germans are in a position to fight against her. I will concede victory to the Western Allies. They have only to give me time to throw back Russia. If they let me have the equipment, I can still do it. On Massur's return, Himmler said he would show his good faith by releasing 1,000 Jewish women from Ravensbrück at once. He stipulated that their arrival in Sweden be kept secret, suggesting that they be designated Polish instead of Jewish. Just before dawn, Himmler bade Masur farewell and drove to the Gebhardt sanatorium, where Count Bernadotte was waiting. The two sat down to breakfast. Himmler's exhaustion did not seem to affect his appetite, though he compulsively kept tapping his front teeth with his fingernails. Unaccountably, he objected to Bernadotte's modest request that the Scandinavian prisoners be allowed to continue from Denmark to Sweden, then spontaneously offered to let the Swedish Red Cross have all the women at Ravensbrück, and retired to get some sleep. Early that afternoon, Himmler summoned Schellenberg to his bedroom and said he felt ill. And as their car crept along the jammed highway toward their nearby headquarters, the Reichsführer said, "Schellenberg, I dread what is to come." "That should give you courage to take action." Himmler was silent. And once Schellenberg began criticizing the unrealistic policy of evacuating all the concentration camps, he pouted like a scolded child. "Schellenberg, don't you start too," he said. "Hitler has been raging for days because Buchenwald and Bergen-Belsen were not completely evacuated." At the moment Himmler assured Masur that all evacuations had ceased, the inmates of Sachsenhausen, which lay directly athwart the path of Zhukov's advance on Berlin, were being herded out of the barracks into the rain and lined up for departure. 10 miles to the east, Zhukov's guns roared ominously. The Red Cross delegate requested the camp commandant to turn over Sachsenhausen to his organization, but he refused, on the grounds that he had standing orders from Himmler to evacuate everything except a hospital at the approach of the Russians. And so almost 40,000 prisoners, starved, sick, poorly clothed, were shoved into 2 surging columns. The guards harried them through the pummeling rain in a northwesterly direction, and those who couldn't keep up the pace were shot and left in the ditches. "What can you do with the people whose men don't even fight when their women are raped?" It was Goebbels, bitterly admitting to his aides later in the day that the war was irrevocably lost, not because of Hitler, but because the people had failed him. All the plans, all the ideas of National Socialism are too high, too noble for such a people. They deserve the fate that will now descend upon them. He even turned on his own aides. "And you, why have you worked with me?" The Russians had broken through the lines of Army Group Vistula at 6 points, and one Red Army task force was but 20 miles from Berlin and the Führer's bunker. By noon of April 21st it had closed to artillery range, and the explosions of its shells could be heard faintly in the bunker as Jodl reported that a Zhukov column was threatening to encircle Manteuffel's army. To counter this, the last small reserve under SS General Felix Steiner had just been positioned 25 miles of its shells could be heard faintly in the bunker as Jodl reported that a Zhukov column was threatening to encircle Manteuffel's army. To counter this, the last small reserve under SS General Felix Steiner had just been positioned 25 miles north of Berlin. Hitler jerked upright from a slump. Like Skorzeny and Rudel, Steiner was a magic name. It was his desperate attack from Pomerania that had slowed Zhukov's advance in February. Hitler began poring over a map. Finally he looked up. His eyes glistened. "Counterattack," he said, with rising excitement. Steiner was to drive to the southeast and cut straight through the Zhukov spearhead. This would, with one bold blow, save Berlin and prevent Manteuffel from being encircled. He dispatched a personal order to Steiner expressly forbidding any retreat to the west. "Officers who do not comply unconditionally with this order are to be arrested and shot immediately. You, Steiner, are answerable with your head for execution of this order." Of all the impossible orders Steiner had received from the Führer, this was the most fantastic. His Panzer Corps was one in name only. He had no intention of sacrificing his troops in such a hopeless cause, and would only make a show of compliance. An easy decision for a man who had once considered kidnapping the Führer. Bormann also knew there was no hope. He telephoned his wife at Berchtesgaden and told her he'd found a wonderful hiding place for their children in the Tyrol. She was to pose as a director of bombed-out children seeking refuge. He had kidnapped 6 youngsters from the party kindergarten at Garmisch to make the group look more plausible. 2. In the bunker, on the morning of April 22nd, Steiner was the main topic of conversation. Had his attack from the north been launched to relieve Berlin? If so, how far had it gone? With each passing hour, Hitler became increasingly upset every time General Hans Krebs, Guderian's replacement as OKH Chief of Staff, told him there was nothing definite to report. At the afternoon Führer conference, after learning that Berlin was 3/4 surrounded, Hitler demanded to know once and for all how far Steiner had progressed in his attack. At last, Krebs was forced to admit that the Steiner Corps was still being organized, and that there just wasn't anything to report. Hitler's head jerked, and he began breathing heavily. Harshly he ordered everyone out of the room except his generals and Bormann. The rest stumbled over one another in their eagerness to escape. In the waiting room they stood in silent apprehension. Once the door closed, Hitler lunged to his feet. As he lurched back and forth, swinging his right arm wildly, he shouted that he was surrounded by traitors and liars. All were too low, too mean to understand his great purpose, he shouted. He was the victim of corruption and cowardice, and now everyone had deserted him. His listeners had never before seen him lose control so completely. He flung an accusing finger at the generals and blamed their ilk for the disasters of the war. The only protest came from Bormann. The officers were surprised, but Bormann's words were undoubtedly meant not so much as a defense of the military as to calm the Führer. Hitler shouted something about Steiner and abruptly flopped into his chair. In anguish he said, "The war is lost." Then, with a trembling voice, he added that the Third Reich had ended in failure, and all he could do now was die. His face turned white, and his body shook spasmodically, as if torn by a violent stroke. Suddenly he was still. His jaw slackened, and he sat staring ahead with blank eyes. This alarmed the onlookers more than his fury. Minute after minute passed. Afterward no one could remember how many. Finally, a patch of colour came to the Führer's cheeks, and he twitched. Perhaps he had suffered a coronary attack or fibrillation. Bormann, Keitel, and Bergdorf, chief of army personnel, begged him to have faith. If he lost it, then all indeed was lost. They urged him to leave for Berchtesgaden immediately, but he slowly shook his head, and in a dead, tired voice said that if they wanted to go they were free to do so, but he was meeting his end in the capital. He asked for Goebbels. Those in the outer room had heard almost everything. Fegelein grabbed a phone and told Himmler what had happened. The shaken Reichsführer phoned Hitler and begged him not to lose hope. He promised to send SS troops at once. In the meantime, Hitler sent for Traudl Junge, Gerda Christian, and his new cook, Constanze Manzioli. They came to his anteroom, where he was waiting with Eva Braun. His face was expressionless, his eyes dead. In an impersonal yet imperious manner, he told the 4 women to prepare to leave for the south by plane within the hour. All is lost, hopelessly lost, he said. The women stood rigid with shock. Eva was the first to move. She went up to Hitler, took both his hands in hers. She smiled softly, as if to a sad child. "But you surely know that I shall stay with you. I won't let you send me away." This brought life back to his eyes, and he did something no one in the family circle had ever before seen. He kissed Eva on the lips. In spite of herself, Traudl found herself saying, "I also am staying." Gerda and the cook joined the chorus. Hitler again ordered them to leave, but they stood firm. He seized their hands in turn and said with emotion, "If only my generals were as brave as you are." As if totally exhausted, he dragged himself to the next room, where a group of officers was waiting. "Gentlemen," he said, "this is the end. I shall remain here in Berlin and shoot myself when the time comes. Each of you must make his own decision on when to leave." Goebbels was still at home when he learned that the Führer wanted him immediately. As he was preparing to leave the ministry, word came that Hitler also wanted to see Magda and the children. At 5 o'clock, Frau Goebbels calmly told the nurse to get the children ready for a visit to the Führer. They were delighted. Would Uncle Adi give them chocolate and cake as usual? The mother, guessing they might all be going to their death, put on a smile and said, "Each of you may take 1 toy, but no more than that." Keitel finally cleared the conference room so that he could talk alone with Hitler. He wanted to convince him to go to Berchtesgaden directly and initiate surrender negotiations from there. But Hitler interrupted. "I already know exactly what you're going to say. The decision must be made at once." His voice was rasping. "I have already made a decision. I will never leave Berlin. I'll defend the city to my last breath." Jodl appeared, and Hitler repeated his decision to die. I should already have made this decision, the most important of my life, in November 1944, and should never have left the headquarters in East Prussia. Hitler summoned Bormann and ordered him to fly to Berchtesgaden with Jodl and Keitel. The latter would take command, with Goering as the Führer's personal representative. When Keitel protested, Hitler said, "Everything is falling to pieces anyway, and I can do no more. The rest," he added, "should be left to Goering. There's mighty little fighting to be done, and if it comes to negotiating, the Reichsmarshal can do it better than I can. I will either fight and win the Battle of Berlin or die in Berlin." He could not run the risk of falling into enemy hands, he said, and would shoot himself at the very last moment. "That is my final, irrevocable decision." The general swore that the situation was not completely lost. Wenck's 12th Army could be turned around and brought to the relief of Berlin. All at once, Hitler's eyes brightened. Incredibly, hope returned, and with it determination. He began by asking questions, then outlining in detail exactly how Berlin could be saved. No sooner had Keitel left to give orders to Wenck in person than the Führer sank into another depression. He told his family circle that there was no hope. When someone pointed to the painting of Frederick the Great and asked if he no longer believed in a similar miracle of history, the Führer tiredly shook his head. "The army has betrayed me. My generals are good for nothing," he said. "My orders were not carried out. It is all finished. National Socialism is dead and will never rise again. Perhaps in 100 years a similar idea would arise with the power of a religion and spread throughout the world. But Germany is lost. It actually was not quite ready or quite strong enough for the mission I set for the nation." 3. That evening, General Eckhard Christian, the Luftwaffe Chief of Operations, burst into Kohler's headquarters just outside Berlin. "The Führer is in a state of collapse." He gave a frightening account of what had happened. Kohler drove to the new OKW headquarters and asked Jodl for confirmation of Christian's incredible story. Jodl calmly replied that it was true. Kohler asked if the Führer would carry out his threat to commit suicide. Yes, he was stubborn on that point. Kohler was indignant. He said he must leave at once to tell Goering in person that the Führer had said, "If it comes to negotiating, the Reichsmarschall can do it better than I can." Just before dawn on April 23rd, Kohler and his staff left for Munich in 15 Ju-52s. At Berchtesgaden, Goering had already learned much of what had happened from an unlikely source. That morning he had told his caretaker, and no one else, of a secret radio message from Bormann informing him that the Führer had suffered a nervous breakdown and that Goering was to take over command. Goering was torn between suspicion and credulity. What should he do? Act at once or wait? Kohler did not reach Goering's comfortable, unostentatious house on the Obersalzberg until noon. Excitedly, he told about Hitler's collapse. Goering, of course, knew most of this, and to Kohler's surprise showed little reaction. He asked if Hitler was still alive. Had he appointed Bormann as his successor? Kohler replied that the Führer was alive when he left Berlin, and that there were still 1 or 2 escape routes. The city would probably hold out for a week. Anyway, he concluded, "It is now up to you to act, Herr Reichsmarschall." Goering was hesitant. Might not Hitler have appointed Bormann as his successor? He asked again. Bormann, an old enemy, could have sent the telegram to make him usurp power prematurely. If I act, he will call me a traitor. If I don't, he will accuse me of having failed at a most critical time. He sent for Hans Lammers, the legal expert and custodian of the 2 official documents establishing a successor, drafted by Hitler himself in 1941. In these directives, Goering was appointed Hitler's deputy upon his death. He would also be Hitler's successor in case the Führer was prevented, permanently or temporarily, from performing his office. Goering wanted to know if the military situation in Berlin warranted his taking over. But Lammers could make no decision. Well aware that his influence with the Führer had waned as Bormann's waxed, Goering asked if Hitler had issued any orders since 1941 which might have invalidated his own succession. No, said Lammers. He had made sure from time to time that the documents had not been rescinded. The decree, he declared, had the force of law and didn't even need to be promulgated again. Someone suggested that a radio message be sent asking the Führer if he still wanted Goering to be his deputy. One was drafted. My Führer, is it your wish, in view of your decision to stay in Berlin, that I take over complete control of the Reich, in accordance with the decree of June 29, 1941? Goering read it and added, with full powers in domestic and foreign affairs, so that he might negotiate a peace with the Allies. Still concerned, he said, suppose I don't get any answer. We must give a time limit, a time by which I must receive an answer. Kohler suggested that they make it 8 hours, and Goering scribbled down a deadline, then added hastily, You must realize that I feel for you in this most difficult hour of my life, and I can find no words to express myself. God bless you, and speed you here as soon as possible. Your most loyal Hermann Goering. Leaning back heavily, he said, It's frightful. If no answer came by 10 p.m., he had to do something drastic. I'll stop the war at once. At the bunker, his telegram, the last from Goering to be intercepted in England by Ultra, seemed to outrage Bormann more than anyone else. He demanded Goering's execution. Hitler refused to go that far and sent his Reichsmarshal 3 conflicting messages. The first offered to disregard the death penalty for high treason if Goering resigned all his offices. The second rescinded the decree establishing Goering as his successor, and the third, perhaps more accurately reflecting Hitler's confused feelings, was couched in such vague terms, Your assumption that I am prevented from carrying out my own wishes is an absolutely erroneous idea whose ridiculous origin I do not know, that Bormann must have feared it was a prelude to forgiveness. On his own, he radioed the SS commandant at the Obersalzberg to arrest Goering for treason. Krebs phoned Keitel from the bunker and told him in detail about Goering's dismissal. Horrified, Keitel kept insisting that there must be some misunderstanding. Suddenly, Bormann's voice broke into the conversation. He shouted that Goering had been fired even from his job as Reich Chief Hunter. Keitel did not deign to reply. The situation, he thought, was too serious for such sarcastic remarks. After a brief, frustrating meeting with Hitler that afternoon, Keitel drove back to his headquarters with Jodl. On the way we frankly agreed that we could not leave things as they were. We discussed the possibility of abducting the Führer from his bunker, possibly even by force. But they gave up the idea. It would be impossible to get the collaboration of the Führer's SS guards and security service bodyguard. 4. With the Russians closing in on the capital, Eva Braun's normal cheerful nature had changed to one of controlled terror. Once she seized Traudl Junger's hands and, in a trembling voice, confessed how frightened she was. If only everything would finally be over. She penned a farewell letter to her best friend Hertha. These are my last lines, and therefore the last sign of life from me, she began, and explained that she was sending her jewelry to be distributed according to her will. She apologized for the letter's incoherence. The Goebbels' 6 children were in the next room, making an infernal racket. I can't understand how all this can have happened. It's enough to make one lose one's faith in God. In a postscript, she added that Hitler himself had lost hope. But the next day, Monday, April 23rd, Eva wrote her sister that there was still a chance. It goes without saying, however, that we will not let ourselves be captured alive. She asked Gretel to destroy all her business papers, but to pack the Führer's letters and her replies in a watertight package and bury them. The message ended with a pitifully hopeful postscript. I just spoke to the Führer. I think he is also more optimistic about the future than he was yesterday. Himmler was making last-minute preparations. Just before midnight he again met Volker Bernadotte, this time in the Swedish consulate at Lübeck, the German port on the Baltic. "The war must end," he unexpectedly said with a resigned sigh. "I admit that Germany is defeated." The Führer might be dead, and so he was no longer bound by his personal oath. He was willing to capitulate on the Western Front, he said, but not in the East. "I have always been, and I shall always remain, a sworn enemy of Bolshevism." He asked if the Count was willing to forward this proposal to the Swedish Minister of Foreign Affairs for transmittal to the West. Bernadotte did not like the idea, but agreed to pass it on to his government. What would Himmler do if his offer was turned down? "In that event," was the answer, "I shall take over command on the Eastern Front and be killed in battle." Himmler added that he hoped to meet Eisenhower and was willing to surrender unconditionally to him without delay. "Between men of the world, should I offer my hand to Eisenhower?" he asked. After remarking that it was the bitterest day of his life, Himmler strode purposefully into the darkness and got behind the wheel of his car. He stepped on the accelerator, and the vehicle lunged through a hedge into a barbed wire fence. The Swedes and the Germans managed to push the car clear, and Himmler lurched off. There was, commented the Count, something symbolic about it all. At the military conference next morning, April 24th, Hitler learned that Manteuffel's army had been completely cut off by a deep Soviet tank thrust. "In view of the broad natural barrier formed by the Oder," he said after a tense silence, "the Russian success against the Third Tank Army can only be attributed to the incompetence of the German military leaders there." Krebs tried to defend the frontline commander, but this only reminded Hitler of Steiner's abortive attack. He pointed shakily at a map and said that another drive from the north of Berlin must be started within 24 hours. "The Third Army will make use of all available forces for this assault, ruthlessly depleting those sections of our front line which are not under attack. It is imperative that the link to Berlin from the north be restored by tomorrow evening. Have that passed on at once." A suggestion that Steiner lead the attack incensed him. "Those arrogant, tedious, indecisive SS leaders are no good to me any more." Goebbels left the meeting to issue his last proclamation to the citizens of Berlin. He hoped that by telling the truth he could frighten them into continuing the holy crusade against the Reds to the end. "Our hearts must not waver and not tremble. It must be our pride and our ambition to break the Bolshevist mass onslaught which is surging from the east against the heartland of Europe at the walls of the Reich capital." Even as these last words were disseminated, Julius Schaub was burning the last of the Führer's private correspondence. This done, Hitler's personal adjutant enplaned for the south, with orders to destroy other private documents in the Munich apartment and at the Berghof. 5. The SS commandant at Berchtesgaden had acted immediately upon receipt of Bormann's telegram by placing Goering and his family under house arrest. The past 2 days had been the most tempestuous in the Reichsmarshal's dramatic career. His Führer had collapsed. He thought he himself had been called upon to inherit the Third Reich. Then came Hitler's 3 telegrams, and now he feared he was going to be executed. That morning, April 25th, several SS officers tried to persuade Goering, in the presence of his wife and his butler, to sign a document stating that he was resigning all positions because of poor health. Goering refused. In spite of the telegrams, he could not bring himself to believe Hitler really meant what he said. But once the SS men drew their guns, Goering quickly signed. The ceremony was interrupted by the drone of approaching aircraft. Allied planes had often passed over Berchtesgaden on their way to Salzburg, Linz, and other targets, but as yet Hitler's retreat was undamaged. Today, however, 318 Lancaster bombers were bent on wiping it out. At 10 a.m., the first wave swept over the mountain, dumping high explosives on the edge of the Führer area. Half an hour later came a larger wave. For almost an hour, plane after plane unloaded blockbusters directly onto the Obersalzberg. After the last bomber had disappeared, Air Force General Robert Ritter von Greim, commander of Luftflotte 6 in Munich, drove up to the Berghof. It was a mass of twisted wreckage. Greim looked around in dismay. The Führer's home had been hit directly. One side was demolished, and the blasted tin roof hung in mid-air. A dedicated Nazi, he gave Hitler his first plane ride in 1920, Grime had received a telegram from Berlin to report to the bunker, and he now sought out Kohler, who, he had been told, had a similar order. Grime began berating Goering for leaving the capital and performing treasonable acts. Kohler apologized for his chief, but Grime was not at all impressed. Goering's actions should not be defended, he declared, and headed for Berlin. By mid-morning, the Red Army pincers around Berlin were about to close, and the conferees at the 10:30 a.m. meeting waited in an atmosphere of gloom for Hitler's arrival. He too was despondent, until Heinz Lorenz of the official German news agency reported that he had just monitored an announcement from a neutral country that an argument had broken out between Russians and Americans at the first meeting of their troops on the Mulda River. There were disagreements regarding the sectors to be occupied, with the Russians accusing the Americans of infringing on area agreements made at Yalta. Hitler sat upright, eyes gleaming. "Gentlemen," he said, "here again is striking evidence of the disunity of our enemies. The German people and history would surely brand me as a criminal if I made peace today, while there is still the possibility that tomorrow our enemies might have a falling out." He seemed to gather strength as he spoke. "Isn't it possible that at any day, yes, at any hour, war could break out between the Bolsheviks and the Anglo-Saxons over their prize, Germany?" He turned to Krebs, signalling him with a slight nod to begin the conference. The Army Chief of Staff launched into his report, only to be interrupted twice by Hitler. Where was Wenck? The answer was a sheepish, "No report." The intercepted news report preoccupied Hitler, and he spent the next hour daydreaming out loud of another last-minute miracle. The time had come, he said, when the Anglo-Saxons must oppose the Reds out of a sense of self-preservation. If it is really true that differences among the Allies are arising in San Francisco, delegates were gathering there for the first United Nations conference, and they will occur, a turning point can be achieved if I can administer a beating to the Bolshevik colossus at some point. This might convince the others that only one person is able to contain the Bolshevik colossus, and that person is represented by me, the party, and the present German state. The DNB report was incorrect. There was no disagreement between Russian and American advance troops. They did not meet, in fact, until the next day, the 26th, when two separate American patrols made contact with the Red Army at Strehla and Torgau on the Elbe. This junction cut Hitler's diminishing Reich in two. By late morning, it appeared that General Wenck's army was driving to the rescue of Hitler. Radio reports of his steady progress heartened Berliners. No one waited more eagerly than Hitler. He was counting on Wenck to prolong the battle at least until May 5th, so he could die on the same day as Napoleon. It was a vain hope. Only a single corps of Wenck's army, the 20th, was attacking toward the capital, and its limited mission was to reach Potsdam and provide a corridor of retreat for the Berlin garrison. The bulk of Wenck's army was driving east, against the Führer's orders, to save comrades of the entrapped Ninth Army. Early that evening, another general, the epitome of loyalty, was risking death to report to his Führer. Ritter von Grime was at the controls of a small observation plane flying at treetop level toward embattled Berlin. Overhead, the sky raged with dogfights. Suddenly, a gaping hole appeared in the flooring of the cockpit, and Grime slumped over. As the plane plunged down out of control, his passenger, Hannah Reich, reached over and seized the stick. Somehow she managed to right the Storch and make a safe landing on the broad avenue running through the Brandenburg Gate. She commandeered a car and helped Grime aboard. After his injured right foot was treated, Grime was carried on a stretcher down to the Führer bunker. The little party encountered Magda Goebbels, who stared wide-eyed, marvelling that any living soul could have found his way there. She had never met Hannah Reich, but embraced her and began sobbing. In a moment they came upon Hitler in the narrow passageway. His head drooped heavily, his arms twitched continually, his eyes were glassy. But Grime's report gave Hitler new life. He seized both Grimes' hands, then turned to Reich. "Brave woman, so there is still some loyalty and courage left in the world." Hitler told them about the treacherous telegram Goering had sent. An ultimatum, a blatant ultimatum. Now there's nothing left. Look what I have to go through. No allegiances were kept, no honor lived up to. There are no disappointments or betrayals I have not experienced. And now this, above all. He stopped, as if unable to go on. Then, looking at Grime with half-closed eyes, said in little more than a whisper, "I hereby declare you Goering's successor as Oberbefehlshaber der Luftwaffe. In the name of the German people, I give you my hand." Deeply moved, both newcomers asked to be allowed to remain in the bunker to atone for Goering's deceit. Equally moved, Hitler assented. Their decision, he said, would long be remembered in the history of the Luftwaffe. By dawn, April 27th, Berlin was completely encircled and the last two airports overrun by the Red Army. Still, a flurry of optimism swept through the bunker with arrival of a radiogram from Wenck announcing that 20 Corps had come to within a few miles of Potsdam. Goebbels' office immediately proclaimed over the radio that Wenck had reached Potsdam itself, and predicted that he would soon be in the capital. And if Wenck made it, why not others? The situation has changed decisively in our favor, Berliners were told. The Americans are marching toward Berlin. The great change of the war is at hand. Berlin must be held till Army Wenck arrives, no matter at what costs. The Daily Army communiqué, also broadcast in the clear, divulged Wenck's exact position. He was appalled. "We won't be able to move a single step farther tomorrow," Wenck exclaimed to his chief of staff. The Russians surely had heard the same broadcast and would concentrate everything available at his position. It was, he said, almost a betrayal. At the noon military conference, Hitler expressed his utmost faith in Wenck, whom he called a real man. But a moment later, as if realizing how empty hopes of rescue were, he said, "I shall lie down today somewhat calmer, and do not wish to be awakened unless a Russian tank is just outside my bedroom, so that I can make my preparations." In the next breath, he expressed the hope that the Russians would bleed themselves to death in Berlin, then immediately closed the meeting with a philosophic quotation from Richelieu. "What have I lost? The dearest remembrances. What does all this mean? Sooner or later the entire beastly mess must be left behind." After the conference, Hitler pinned an iron cross on a small, bleary-eyed boy who had just blown up a Russian tank. The youngster silently turned and walked to the corridor, where he crumpled to the floor, fast asleep. Krebs's two aides were so affected that they began to complain loudly of the unbearable situation. A Bormann came up behind them, draping his arms familiarly around their shoulders. There was still hope. Wenck was on the way and would soon relieve Berlin. "You, who stayed here and kept faith with our Führer through his darkest hours," he said unctuously, "would be rewarded with great estates." The two aides gaped incredulously. As professional soldiers, they had always been treated with the greatest suspicion by Bormann and his people. Hannah Reich spent much of the day in Goebbels' suite. He seemed unable to forget Goering's treachery. The Reichsmarshal, he said, with extravagant gesticulation, was an incompetent. He had destroyed the fatherland with his stupidity, and now he wanted to lead the entire nation. This itself proved that, at heart, he was always weak and a traitor. Goebbels gripped the back of a chair as a lectern and proclaimed that those in the bunker were making history and dying for the glory of the Reich, so that the name of Germany could live forever. Reich thought Goebbels was too theatrical, but she had only admiration for his wife. In the presence of her 6 children, Magda was always cheerful, and when she felt self-control slipping, she left the room. "My dear Hannah," she said, "you must help me to help the children out of this life. They belong to the Third Reich and the Führer, and if those two things cease to exist, there will be no place for them." Her greatest fear was at the last moment she would weaken. Reich told the children stories of her flying experiences, and taught them songs which they later sang to Uncle Adi. She also visited Eva Braun, and thought she was a shallow woman who spent most of her time polishing her fingernails, changing her clothes, and combing her hair. It must have been a shock to Reich, who adored the Führer, to find him living openly with a woman. In the second conference of the day, Hitler reverted to reminiscences. He talked of compromises he had been forced to make upon assuming power in 1933, and how this situation had lasted until Hindenburg's death. This led to another pledge to remain in Berlin. He did so, he said, so he could proceed harshly against weakness. I would otherwise not have this moral right. I cannot constantly threaten others if I... At the evening briefing, the military commandant of Berlin, General Helmut Weidling, tried to get Hitler to realize that the city was completely surrounded, and that the circle of defense was fast shrinking. It was no longer possible, he said, to get supplies by air. Of responsibility of the individual, the greater the necessity for obedience. He recalled how Field Marshal von Blomberg had told him that obedience only went up to the rank of general. It was a mechanism, he commented sarcastically, which allowed situations to be avoided by false reports, etc., when difficulties arose. He began to worry about his own fate. He had no intention of allowing Stalin to exhibit him in a cage. I must have absolute certainty, he said, that I will not be captured by a Russian tank due to some clever trick by the enemy. At the same time, he could not possibly leave Berlin. How could he ask anybody to die for the fatherland when he himself refused to direct the battle from the heart of the nation? During one of these reveries, Goebbels' assistant, Werner Naumann, was called to a phone outside the room, and informed of reports in American newspapers that a group of highly placed Nazis acting without authority of Hitler, but with the backing of the High Command, had just offered to surrender to the West. Himmler's offer, submitted through the Swedish government, had somehow leaked out, but his name was not mentioned, nor was the source of the story revealed. Naumann returned to the conference and whispered the news to Hitler, who then exchanged a few urgent but subdued words with Goebbels. The Berlin commandant, Weidling, was dismissed, and he went to the anteroom where he found Bormann, the Führer's adjutants, and the two women's secretaries chatting. Frustrated in the conference room, Weidling, Boni Karl to his troops, poured out all the things that Hitler had refused to hear. Their only hope, he said, was to leave Berlin before it was too late. Everyone agreed, even Bormann. This encouraged Weidling to repeat the suggestion to Krebs as soon as he emerged from the conference room. Krebs, too, was receptive, and promised to present the breakout plan in detail at the next conference. 55 miles away, at Wenck's 12th Army headquarters, a radio operator was tapping out a message to Weidling. Counter-attack of the 12th Army is stalled south of Potsdam. Troops are engaged in very heavy defensive fighting. Suggest breakthrough to us. Wenck. The operator waited for acknowledgement. None came. 6. Hitler's closest ally was also facing his last days. Ever since his rescue by Scorzeni, Mussolini had hoped to bring about some sort of Italian political solution to the disastrous war. He sent his son Vittorio to the Archbishop of Milan with a verbal proposition to open negotiations with the West. The proposal was duly forwarded to the Allies by the Vatican, but was summarily rejected. Il Duce never reported this to Hitler, with whom he'd had little communication lately, nor did he withhold from journalists his disapproval of the Führer's megalomaniacal attack on Russia. He confessed that he was little more than a prisoner of the Germans, and that his own star had set. On April 25th, Mussolini left Milan in a 10-car caravan for a last stand in the north with his most faithful blackshirts. In one of the cars, an Alfa Romeo with Spanish license plates, was Clara Petacci, his mistress. "I am following my destiny," she wrote a friend. "I don't know what will become of me, but I cannot question my fate." Mussolini left his wife behind, giving her documents, including letters from Churchill, which he hoped would get her safely across the frontier with their children. "If they try and stop you or harm you," he said, "ask to be handed over to the English." Before dawn of the 26th, the Mussolini party started up the winding west shore of Lake Como, beautiful even in the heavy drizzle. 25 miles later, the party stopped at a hotel to wait for the 3,000 black shirts who were supposed to join them. But none appeared, and the next day the caravan continued north. Near Dongo, they were captured by partisans. An argument broke out between those who wanted to kill the fascists immediately and those who wanted to turn Mussolini over to the Allies. The issue was resolved on April 28th by a 3-man execution squad from Milan, which gunned down Mussolini and Clara Petacci with their machine pistols. By that morning, the German forces in the east were almost completely disjointed, their leadership on the verge of open rebellion. Manteuffel's 3rd Panzer Army, for instance, was making a fighting withdrawal to the west in defiance of Hitler's order to stand fast. Its goal was to surrender to the Anglo-Americans. The disintegration of the military hierarchy was evident in the bunker itself. Just before dawn, Bormann, Krebs, and Bergdorf had been embroiled in a drunken argument. 9 months ago I approached my present task with all my strength and idealism, railed Bergdorf. I tried again and again to coordinate the party and the Wehrmacht. And because of this, he said, his fellow officers came to despise him, and even called him a traitor to the officers' caste. Today it is clear that these accusations were justified, and my labours were for nothing. My idealism was misplaced, and not only that, I was naive and stupid. Krebs tried to quiet him, but the noise had already wakened his 2 aides in the next room. They could hear Bergdorf shout down the conciliatory Krebs, "Let me alone, Hans. All this has to be said. Perhaps it will be too late to do so in another 48 hours. Young officers with faith and idealism have gone to their deaths by the thousands. For what? The fatherland? No. They have died for you." Bergdorf turned his attack on Bormann. "Millions," he shouted, "have been sacrificed so that party members could further themselves. For your life of luxury, for your thirst for power. You've annihilated our centuries-old culture, annihilated the German nation. That is your terrible guilt." "My dear fellow," soothed Bormann, "you shouldn't be so personal about it. Even if all the others have enriched themselves, I at least am blameless. That much I swear on everything I hold sacred. Your health, my friend." In the next room, the 2 eavesdroppers heard a clink of glasses. Then there was silence. All that morning, General Weidling worked on his plan to break out of Berlin in 3 echelons. It was obvious that the Russians would soon reach the Chancellery, and Boney Karl was so sure that he could get approval from the Führer at the evening conference that he ordered all his commanders to report at the bunker by midnight. In her quarters, Frau Goebbels was writing her son by a previous marriage, now an Allied prisoner of war. She told him that the glorious ideas of Nazism were coming to an end, and with them everything beautiful and noble and good I have known in my life. A world without Hitler and National Socialism was not worth living in. That was why she had brought the 6 children to the bunker. They were too good for the life that was coming after defeat, and a merciful God will understand my reason for sparing them that sort of life. May God give me strength for my last and most difficult duty. Bormann was sending his wife a radiogram that all was lost and there was no hope for him. She was to leave Berchtesgaden at once for the Tyrol with their children and a half-dozen kidnapped youngsters. 7. In San Francisco, where the conference to set up a United Nations organization was in session, a Reuters reporter was told that Himmler had just offered to surrender Germany unconditionally. His telegram got through to Reuters without censorship, and a bulletin was dispatched throughout the world. A DNB man on the upper level of the bunker heard a BBC version of this story just before 9 p.m. on the 28th, and brought it to Hitler. He read the message without emotion, as if resigned that the end had come, then summoned Goebbels and Bormann. The 3 conferred behind locked doors. All day long, Bormann had been making wholesale charges of treason, and only an hour earlier had radioed Dönitz, "Treachery seems to have replaced loyalty." The brother-in-law of Eva Braun was one of those under grave suspicion. Otto Hermann Fegelein, Himmler's liaison officer at the bunker, had been arrested by the Gestapo at his city apartment. Since he was wearing civilian clothes and carried jewelry and considerable money, including Swiss francs, the Gestapo agents concluded he was planning to escape to a neutral country. Brought back to the bunker in disgrace, he was saved by Eva's intercession. She pleaded for mercy on the grounds that his wife, her sister, was having a baby. Hitler had merely dressed him down for cowardice, ripped off his epaulets and Knight's Cross, and locked him in a nearby room for punishment. But the BBC News report convinced the Führer that Fegelein's flight was connected with the betrayal of his chief, Himmler. Fegelein must be bound for Switzerland to start peace talks. In the space of an hour he was court-martialed, found guilty of treason, and condemned to death. This time Eva, though her eyes were red from crying, did not defend him. She had since learned that some of the jewelry in his suitcase was hers, and that he was betraying her sister. Fegelein, it seemed, was leaving Berlin with the attractive wife of a Hungarian diplomat. The bunker was in a turmoil by the time Weidling arrived for the evening conference. He informed Hitler of the latest Russian advances. All ammunition, food, and supply dumps were either in enemy hands or under heavy artillery fire. In 2 days his troops would be out of ammunition and no longer able to resist. As a soldier, I suggest therefore that we risk the breakout at once. He immediately launched into the details of his plan before Hitler could comment. Pure hysteria, Goebbels exclaimed, but Krebs said it was feasible from a military viewpoint. Naturally, he added quickly, I must leave the decision to the Führer. Hitler was silent. What if the breakout did succeed, he finally asked. We would merely flee from one frying pan to another. Am I, the Führer, supposed to sleep in an open field or in a farmhouse and just wait for the end? He left the conference to visit the wounded Grime. Hannah Reitsch was already there. He slumped down on the edge of Grime's bed, his face ashen, and told them of Himmler's betrayal. Our only hope is Wenck, he said, and to make his entry possible we must call up every available aircraft to cover his approach. He ordered Reitsch to fly Grime to the Rechlin airport so he could muster his aircraft from there. Only with Luftwaffe support could Wenck get through. That's the first reason you must leave the shelter. The second is that Himmler must be stopped. His lips and hands trembled, his voice quavered. A traitor must never succeed me as Führer. You must get out to make sure he will not. Painfully, Grime began to dress. In tears, Reitsch asked Hitler for permission to stay. Hitler refused. God protect you. Frau Goebbels gave Reitsch 2 letters to her son. She took off a diamond ring and asked her to wear it in her memory. Eva Braun also gave Hannah a letter for her sister, Frau Fegelein. Later, Reitsch couldn't resist reading it. She thought it was so vulgar, so theatrical, and in such poor adolescent taste that she tore it up. The dark night was lit up by flaming buildings, and Grime and Reitsch could hear intense small arms fire as an armoured car brought them to an Arado 96 trainer, hidden near the Brandenburg Gate. She taxied the little plane down the east-west axis, taking off in a hail of fire. At rooftop level, Russian searchlights picked up the Arado, and flak explosions began tossing it about like a feather. With full power, she climbed out of the maelstrom. Below lay Berlin, a sea of flames. She headed north. 8. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. Lucifer in Milton's Paradise Lost. Himmler's betrayal brought an end to Hitler's last hesitation and flickering hope. Despite his show of confidence to Grime, he admitted to himself that Wenck too was a lost cause, and that the time had come to prepare for the end. He sent for Traudl Junge. She wondered what he had to dictate, then noticed a table elaborately decorated for some festivity. A tablecloth with the initials A.H., the silver service, champagne glasses. Was he intending to celebrate his final farewell? He winked. "Perhaps we can begin now," he said, and led the way to the conference room. He stood at his usual place before the map table. Today it was barren, and stared at the polished surface. "My last political will," he said. As she took down his words, her hand trembled. This was history in the making. She was sure it was going to be a confession, a justification. Who would lie at the brink of death? But the words she jotted down were only recriminations, accusations. Usually he made numerous corrections, rephrasing every sentence. Tonight he spoke almost without pause, his eyes glued on the table. He charged that neither he nor anyone else in Germany wanted war, and that it had been provoked exclusively by those international statesmen who were either of Jewish origin or worked for Jewish interests. He declared that he would die with a joyful heart, but had ordered his military commanders to continue to take part in the nation's continuing struggle. To Traudl's wonder, he began to name a new government. As his successor, both as President of the Reich and Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, Hitler appointed Admiral Dönitz. Goebbels was made Chancellor and Bormann Party Minister. Traudl could not understand if everything was lost, if Germany was destroyed and National Socialism dead forever. What would these new officials do? He was still staring at the table when he finished. For a moment he said nothing. Then he began to dictate his personal will. Since I did not feel that I could accept the responsibility of marriage during the years of struggle, I have decided now, before the end of my earthly career, to take as my wife— Traudl looked up, startled, at last realizing why the table had been set for a celebration. She recalled Eva's cryptic words an hour earlier to Gerda Christian and herself. "This evening, I bet you I shall cry." But Traudl could find no tears. "As my wife," continued Hitler, "the girl who, after many years of loyal friendship, came of her own free will to this city, already almost besieged, in order to share my fate. At her own request, she goes to her death with me as my wife. Death will compensate us for what we were both deprived of by my labours in the service of my people." He left his possessions to the party, or if this no longer exists, to the state, and appointed his most faithful party comrade, Martin Bormann, executor of his will. He ended with words that might have been inspired by Wagner and the opera libretto he himself composed as a young man in Vienna. "My wife and I choose to die in order to escape the shame of overthrow or capitulation. It is our wish that our bodies be burned immediately, here, where I have performed the greater part of my daily work during the 12 years I served my people." While Traudl retreated to a small room to type out the 2 documents, Hitler joined the wedding party in the map room. He had often told his friends he could not undertake the responsibility of marriage. Perhaps he had also feared that it might diminish his uniqueness as Führer. To most Germans he was almost a Christ-like figure. But now all that was over, and the bourgeois side of his nature impelled him to reward his faithful mistress with the sanctity of matrimony. There were 8 guests: Bormann, the Goebbelses, Gerda Christian, Chief Adjutant Bergdorf, Krebs, Arthur Axmann, head of the Hitler Youth, and Fräulein Manziali, the cook. A minor official was found in a nearby Volkssturm unit and brought into the bunker to officiate. Appropriately, his name was Wagner. Eva wore a long gown of black silk taffeta. Hitler was in uniform. The ceremony was brief and notable only for 2 slight mishaps and a minor embarrassment. The rings were too big. They had been hastily located in the Gestapo treasury. Then Eva signed the marriage certificate and, like many nervous brides, made a mistake. She started to sign it Eva B., then hastily crossed out the B and wrote Eva Hitler, née Braun. Wagner also was so nervous he signed his name wrong, with a double A. Then Goebbels and Bormann added their signatures as witnesses. It was just before midnight, April 28th. Arm in arm with his bride, Hitler led the way into the study for the wedding feast. He joked and drank a little Tokay. Eva was radiant. She sent for the phonograph with its single record, Red Roses, and went out into the corridor to receive congratulations from the staff. The word spread, and smaller parties began celebrating the event throughout the bunker. Hitler was jovial but distracted, and kept leaving the festivities to find out how Traudl was progressing with the 2 testaments. Just as she was finishing, Goebbels rushed in, pale and excited. He exclaimed that the Führer had ordered him to quit Berlin so as to take over a leading position in the new government. But how could he leave his side? He stopped abruptly, oblivious of the tears rolling down his cheeks. The Führer has made so many decisions too late. Why this one, the last one, too early? He made her leave the typewriter so she could take down his last will, one to be attached to Hitler's. For the first time in my life, he dictated, I must categorically refuse to obey an order of the Führer. My wife and children join me in this refusal. In the nightmare of treachery surrounding Hitler, he continued, there must be at least one willing to stay unconditionally with him until death. It was almost 4 a.m. by the time Traudl finished all 3 documents. By then Bormann, Goebbels and Hitler were hovering over her, and one of them ripped the last page from her typewriter. The 3 returned to the conference room, where Hitler scratched his signature at the bottom of his official political testament. Goebbels, Bormann, Bergdorf and Krebs signed as witnesses. It reaffirmed the obsession of his life and career by taking credit for the annihilation of the Jews. They had started the war, he said, and he had made them pay, even if by more humane means, for their guilt. He had no remorse for what he had done. He was proud that he had never weakened. Above all, he concluded, I enjoin the leaders of the nation and those under them to uphold the racial laws to their full extent, and to oppose mercilessly the universal poisoner of all peoples, international Jewry. He was proud for having accomplished his mission of extermination, and his words reaffirmed that, though he had many accomplices, without him there would have been no final solution. 9. By mid-morning of April 29th, Russian ground forces were driving toward the bunker in 3 main attacks, from the east, south and north. The circle around the dying city tightened as advanced Soviet units infiltrated the zoo. A mile away in the bunker, Martin Bormann was making preparations to send Hitler's testament as well as his personal will to his successor, Admiral Dönitz. To help guarantee their delivery, Bormann decided to dispatch 2 separate emissaries, his own personal advisor and Heinz Lorenz. Goebbels also wanted his testament to reach the outside world and gave a copy to Lorenz. A 3rd copy of Hitler's political testament was entrusted to the Führer's army adjutant by General Bergdorf, who ordered it delivered to the newly appointed Commander-in-Chief of the army, Field Marshal Schörner. The messenger was also given a handwritten covering note, explaining that the will had been written under the shattering news of Himmler's treason, and was the Führer's unalterable decision. It was to be published as soon as the Führer orders it, or as soon as his death is confirmed. Eva did not get up until midday. She was greeted by an orderly with an embarrassed "Gnädiges Fräulein." With a smile she told him it was all right to call her Frau Hitler. She asked her maid Liesel to take her wedding ring and nightgown to her best friend, Hertha Schneider, then gave Liesel a ring as a keepsake. A little later she turned over to Traudl Junge another cherished possession, her silver fox coat. "I always like to have well-dressed people around me," she said. "Take it, and I hope it will give you much pleasure." Traudl was too overwhelmed by the gift to foresee how absurd it would be to escape Berlin in such style. The day dragged on for those in the bunker. There was little to do but gossip and smoke. By now everyone, even Eva, was smoking openly. The fumes did not seem to bother the Führer. Finally, at 6 p.m., he assembled the family circle in his study, which was screened from the anteroom by a red velvet curtain with gold fringes. After announcing that Wenck was not coming, he said that he and his wife were going to die unless some miracle intervened. He passed out files containing cyanamide. It was a poor parting gift, he told the 2 secretaries, and again praised their courage. Goebbels wondered if the files had lost their deadly effect with time. Hitler was seized with doubts of a different nature. They had been supplied by that traitor Himmler. He sent for his new surgeon, Dr. Ludwig Stumpfegger, who proposed 1 file be tested on Blondie. Hitler agreed, then, recalling that Stumpfegger himself belonged to the SS, sent for a doctor in the hospital bunker. This man dutifully forced the liquid down the throat of the dog Hitler adored. It killed her. Early that evening, word arrived that Mussolini and his mistress had been assassinated by Italian partisans, their bodies strung up by the feet in a Milan gas station. "I will not fall into the hands of the enemy, dead or alive," said Hitler. "After I die, my body shall be burned and so remain undiscovered forever." The news from Italy depressed Hitler, and he would have suffered additional anguish had he known that SS General Wolf had just succeeded in secretly surrendering to the Allies all German forces in Italy. At the final briefing of the day, General Weidling told of the bitter, hopeless battles in the streets. His divisions, he said with heavy heart, were little more than battalions. Morale was poor, ammunition almost exhausted. He brandished an army field newspaper filled with optimistic stories of the imminent relief of Berlin by Wenck. The troops knew better, he charged, and such deceptions only embittered them. Goebbels sharply accused Weidling of defeatism, and another argument erupted. It took Bormann to calm them down, so that Weidling could continue. He concluded his report with the devastating prediction that the battle would be over within 24 hours. There was a shocked silence. In a tired voice, Hitler asked the commandant of the Chancellery area, an SS general, if he had observed the same conditions. He had. Weidling again pleaded for a breakout. Hitler pointed to a map and, in a resigned but sarcastic tone, said he had marked down the positions of the troops according to information from foreign radio announcements, since his own troop staffs were not even bothering to report to him any longer. His orders were not executed any more, and so it was useless to expect anything. As he rose painfully from his chair to say goodbye, Weidling once more begged him to change his mind before ammunition ran out. Hitler murmured something to Krebs, then turned to Weidling. "I will permit a breakout of small groups," he said, but added that capitulation was out of the question. Weidling walked down the passageway, wondering what Hitler meant. Wasn't the breakout of small groups a capitulation? He radioed all his commanders to congregate at his headquarters in the Bendlerstrasse the next morning. After midnight, Hitler bade farewell to a group of 20 officers and women secretaries in the main dining room. His eyes were covered with a film of moisture, and, to Frau Junger, he seemed to be looking far away. He passed down the line, shaking hands, then descended the curving staircase to his suite. Throughout the bunker, barriers dropped, and high-ranking officers chatted familiarly with their juniors. In the canteen, where soldiers and orderlies ate, a dance began spontaneously. It became so boisterous that a messenger from Bormann brought a warning to hold the noise down. He was trying to concentrate on a telegram he was writing to Dönitz. In it, Bormann complained that all incoming reports were controlled, suppressed, or distorted by Keitel, and ordered Dönitz to proceed at once and mercilessly against all traitors. 10. By late morning of April 30th, the Tiergarten was overrun by the Soviets, and one advance unit was reported in the street next to the bunker. It was difficult to see that this news had any effect on Hitler. During lunch with the 2 secretaries and the cook, he chatted as if it were merely another family circle gathering. He was self-possessed and, if anything, quieter than usual. To Traudl, it seemed to be a banquet of death under the cheerful mask of resignation and composure. But it was no ordinary day, and no sooner had the 3 ladies left than Hitler summoned them back, along with Bormann, the Goebbelses, and several others. More stooped than ever, he slowly came out of his room with Eva, who was wearing the black dress that was his favourite. Her hair was neatly combed. Hitler began shaking hands with everyone. He was pale, and there were tears in his eyes. He looked directly at Traudl as he held her hand, but did not seem to see her, and mumbled something she could not understand. She stood motionless, in a trance, oblivious of everything in the room. The spell was broken somewhat when Eva Hitler, with a sad smile, put an arm around her. "Please, at least try to get out of here," she said. Her voice broke into a sob. "Then please greet Munich for me." Hitler took Gunsche aside and said that he and his wife were going to commit suicide. He wanted their bodies burned. After my death, he explained, I don't want to be put on exhibition in a Russian wax museum. Gunscher phoned Kemke's quarters at the bunker and asked for something to drink, and said he was coming over. Kemke knew that something was wrong. In the last days no one had thought of alcohol. He found a bottle of cognac and waited. The phone rang. It was Gunscher again. I need 200 liters of gasoline immediately, he said huskily. Kemke thought it was some kind of joke and wanted to know why he needed so much fuel. Gunscher could not tell him on the phone. I want it at the entrance of the Führer bunker without fail. Kemke said the only gasoline left, about 40,000 liters, was buried in the Tiergarten, which was under deadly fire. They would have to wait until 5 o'clock when the barrage let up. I can't wait a single hour. See what you can siphon out of the wrecked cars. Hitler was bidding his personal pilot for so many years an emotional farewell. As they clasped hands, Bauer begged him to escape by plane to Argentina, to Japan, or to one of the Arab countries where his anti-Semitism had made him such staunch friends. But the Führer would not listen. One must have the courage to face the consequences. I am ending it all here. I know that by tomorrow millions of people will curse me. Fate wanted it that way. He thanked Bauer for his long service and offered his cherished portrait of Frederick the Great as a present. I don't want this picture to get lost. I want it to remain for the future. It has great historical value. Bauer said he would take it only if he were allowed to turn it over later to a museum or gallery. Hitler insisted it was for him personally. Then, with a small smile, recalled how often Bauer had grumbled about transporting the large portrait from headquarters to headquarters. He grasped the pilot's hands. "Bauer," he said bitterly, "I want them to write on my tombstone, he was the victim of his generals." The Hitlers sat together on a couch in their suite. Behind them was the bare space where the portrait of Frederick had hung. Eva was the first to die, by poison. At about 3:30 p.m., Hitler picked up his 7.65 caliber Walter pistol. Gaily killed herself with a Walter, and Eva had tried but failed. It had been his companion for years, a defense against the Reds in the early days of the party, the means of gaining attention at the Berger Bräukeller in 1923. He had threatened to kill himself with it during several fits of depression. This time his intention was genuine. On a console was a picture of his mother as a young woman. He put the pistol barrel to his right temple and pulled the trigger. On the upper floor, Traudl Junge was telling the Goebbels children a fairy story to keep them from going downstairs, when a shot echoed along the damp concrete. Young Helmut thought it was an enemy bomb and said, "Bullseye!" In the conference room, Goebbels, Bormann, Axmann and Gunscher hesitated momentarily after hearing the shot, then broke into Hitler's anteroom with Goebbels in the lead. Gunscher saw the Führer on the couch, sprawled face down across a low table. To his left lay Eva, slumped over the armrest, her lips tightly closed in death, her nostrils discoloured by cyanamide. Her dress was wet, but not with blood. A jug lying on the table must have been knocked over as the Führer pitched forward. Unnerved, Gunscher stumbled back into the conference room, where he was accosted by Kemke. "For God's sake, Otto," the chauffeur said, "what's going on? You must be crazy to have me send men to almost certain death for just 200 liters of gasoline." Gunscher brushed past him, slamming the door to the cloakroom so that no one else could wander in. Then he closed the door to the Führer's suite and turned, eyes wide. "The chief is dead." The only thing Kemke could think of was that Hitler had had a heart attack. Gunscher lost his voice. Though he had seen the bullet hole in Hitler's right temple, he pointed a finger like a pistol and put it in his mouth. His shocked gesture inspiring the widely believed story that Hitler had shot himself in the mouth. "Where is Eva?" Gunscher indicated Hitler's anteroom and was finally able to say, "She's with him." It took Gunscher several minutes to stammer out the whole story. Linger appeared out of Hitler's anteroom and asked for the gasoline. Kemke said he had about 170 liters in jerry cans at the garden entrance. Linger and Dr. Stumpfegger carried out Hitler's body in a dark brown army blanket. The Führer's face was half covered, his left arm dangled down. Bormann followed, carrying Eva. Her hair was hanging loose. The sight of her in Bormann's arms was too much for Kempka. She had always hated Bormann, and the chauffeur thought, "Not one more step." He called to Gunscher, "I'll carry Eva," then took her away from Bormann. Halfway up the 4 flights of stairs to the garden, her body almost slipped from his grasp. Kempka stopped, unable to continue, until Gunscher moved to his aid, and together they carried Eva into the garden. Another Russian barrage had begun, with shells smashing into the rubble. Only the jagged walls of the chancellery remained, and these trembled with every shattering explosion. Through a cloud of dust, Kempka saw Hitler's body not 10 feet from the bunker entrance. His trousers were pulled up, his right foot was turned in, the characteristic position he always assumed on a long auto trip. Kempka and Gunscher stretched Eva's body out on Hitler's right. All at once, the artillery barrage increased in tempo, forcing them to take cover in the bunker entrance. Kempka waited a few minutes, then seized a jerrycan of gasoline and ran back to the bodies. He placed Hitler's left arm closer to his side. It was done only to delay a repellent duty. He could not bring himself to drench the body with gasoline. A gust of wind moved Hitler's hair. Kempka opened the jerrycan. A shell exploded, showering him with debris. Shrapnel whizzed past his head. Stumpfegger peered out with morbid concern. The clothing of the corpses became so soaked that even the strongest gust of wind brought no stirring. The bombardment resumed, but the 3 men emptied can after can until the shallow depression in which the Hitlers lay was filled with gasoline. Gunscher suggested igniting it with a hand grenade, but Kempka said no. The idea of blowing up the bodies was too repugnant. He saw a large rag lying near a fire hose at the entrance. He pointed it out to Gunscher, who doused it with gasoline. Goebbels handed Kempka a pack of matches. He set fire. He saw a large rag lying near a fire hose at the entrance. He pointed it out to Gunscher, who doused it with gasoline. Goebbels handed Kempka a pack of matches. He set fire to the rag and tossed it onto the bodies. A boiling ball of fire mushroomed, followed by dark clouds of smoke. It was a small blaze in a burning city, but horrifying. The men watched, hypnotized, as the fire slowly began to consume Adolf and Eva Hitler. Shaken, Gunscher and Kempka stumbled back to the entrance. More jerrycans of gasoline were delivered, and for the next 3 hours they kept pouring the liquid on the smouldering corpses. In a daze, Gunscher finally climbed back into the bunker. On the upper level, he noticed Traudl sitting on a small bench, a bottle of Steinhager beside her. He took a drink, his big hands trembling. "I executed the Führer's last order," he said very softly. "His body is burned." She said nothing, but when he left to make another inspection of the bodies, she was impelled to see Hitler's apartment. The door was open. On the floor next to the couch was the brass hull of a poison capsule. It looked like an empty lipstick. On the right cushion of the couch she saw blood, Hitler's blood. On an iron clothes rack hung the dog leash and his plain grey overcoat. Above it his cap with the golden party emblem and his light deerskin gloves. She decided to take the gloves as a souvenir, at least one of them, but something stayed her hand. She noticed a silver fox coat in the wardrobe. It was the one Eva had bequeathed her, but Traudl could not take it. What use would it be? All she needed was a poison capsule. That evening, the charred remains of Hitler and Eva were swept into a canvas and, so Gunscher recalled, let down into a shell hole outside the exit from the bunker, covered over with earth, and the earth pounded firm with a wooden rammer. He was buried in the rubble of defeat, not, as he had instructed architect Giesler, in Munich. Here I was born, here I started this movement, and here is my heart. There should have been someone present to recite the poem Baldur von Schirach had made from the Führer's own words. Could be that the columns which halt here, that these endless brown rows of men are scattered in the wind, split up and dispersed and will desert me. Could be. I shall remain faithful, even though deserted by all. I shall carry the flag, staggering and alone. My smiling lips may stammer mad words, but the flag will only fall when I fall, and will be a proud shroud covering my corpse. The flag fell where he fell, and when he died, so did National Socialism and the 1,000-year Third Reich. Because of him, his beloved Germany lay in ruins. The greatest irony of all was that the driving force of his life, his hatred and fear of Jews, was thwarted. He had intended the elimination of 6 million Jews to be his great gift to the world. It would lead, instead, to the formation of a Jewish state. Epilogue 1. To the surprise of the world, Hitler's death brought an abrupt, absolute end to National Socialism. Without its only true leader, it burst like a bubble. There were no enclaves of fanatic followers bent on continuing Hitler's crusade. The feared Alpine redoubt proved to be a chimera. What had appeared to be the most powerful and fearsome political force of the 20th century vanished overnight. No other leader's death since Napoleon had so completely obliterated a regime. In death, the Führer remained controversial and mysterious. Even as his body smouldered, a rumour spread in the bunker that Axmann, the youth leader, had put some of Hitler's ashes in a box with instructions to secrete it outside of Berlin. News of his suicide was received with disbelief by some Germans. The parents of Fegelein, for instance, assured an American counterintelligence agent that a courier had brought a message from their son that he and Hitler were safe and well in Argentina. Stalin also professed doubt. He told Harry Hopkins that Hitler's end struck him as dubious. Hitler had surely escaped and was in hiding along with Bormann. This version became USSR history until 1968, when a Soviet journalist, Lev Bezimensky, published a book revealing that the Russians had found the bodies of Adolf and Eva Hitler outside the bunker on May 4, 1945. As evidence, Bezimensky included an autopsy report of the Forensic Medical Commission of the Red Army, which stated that splinters of a poison ampule had been found in the Führer's mouth, and there was no bullet hole in the skull. In other words, the Soviets implied that Hitler had taken a cowardly route to death. Moreover, added the report, he had but one testicle, a conclusion made much of by some psychohistorians, despite reports from 3 doctors who had examined Hitler indicating he was normal. The long-delayed Soviet revelation was received with some suspicion. Although the detailed report was authenticated by 5 pathologists and experts in forensic medicine, it was supported only by photographic evidence of Hitler's corpse. The remains themselves, Bezimensky admitted, had been completely burned and their ashes strewn to the wind. Skeptics wondered why Stalin had spread the story in 1945 that Hitler had escaped when he knew the body had been found. They were not at all convinced by Bezimensky's explanation. First, it was resolved not to publish the results of the forensic medical report, but to hold it in reserve, in case someone might try to slip into the role of the Führer saved by a miracle. Secondly, it was resolved to continue the investigations in order to exclude any possibility of error or deliberate deception. Neither reason accounts for the wait of 23 years, nor was any explanation given for the destruction of the remains. Pictures of the corpse's dentures had been kept on file, and in 1972 Dr. Raidar Songnes, a dental forensic expert from UCLA, discovered that these teeth exactly matched those in the X-ray headplates of Hitler taken in 1943. This hard evidence, Dr. Songnes told the 6th International Meeting of Forensic Sciences at Edinburgh, proved beyond doubt that Hitler was dead and that the Soviets had autopsied the right body. But where was the proof that Hitler had not shot himself? The skull, proving that there was no bullet hole, had been conveniently destroyed. Moreover, none of the eyewitnesses in the bunker had noticed the telltale discolorations of cyanamide on Hitler's lips, and only one empty poison capsule had been found. No mystery clouded Goebbels' death. On the 1st of May, after a futile attempt to negotiate with the Soviets, he told his adjutant, Gunther Schwagermann, "Everything is lost." He handed Schwagermann a silver-framed photograph of Hitler and bade him farewell. Frau Goebbels roused their 6 children from bed. "Children, don't be afraid," she said. "The doctor is going to give you an injection, a kind that is now given to all children and soldiers." After a dentist named Kunz injected morphine to make the children sleepy, Frau Goebbels herself placed a crushed ampule containing potassium cyanide in the mouth of each child. Others in the bunker were getting last-minute instructions for escape. They were divided into 6 separate groups. At 9 p.m., the first section would make a run for the nearest subway entrance and walk along the tracks to the Friedrichstrasse station. Here they would emerge, cross the Spree River, and head west or northwest until they reached the Western Allies or Dönitz. The other 5 groups would follow the same course at intervals. Some were captured, but, miraculously, few died. At 8:45 p.m., Kempke went to the Goebbels suite to say goodbye. The children were already dead. Frau Goebbels asked Kempke in a calmed voice to send greetings to her son Harold, and tell him how she had died. The Goebbelses left their room arm in arm. Utterly calm, he thanked Naumann for his loyalty and understanding. Magda could only hold out her hand. Naumann kissed it. Goebbels wryly remarked that they were going to walk up the steps to the garden so that their friends wouldn't have to carry them. After shaking hands with Naumann, he escorted his silent, pale wife toward the exit. They disappeared up the steep concrete stairway. Then came a shot, followed by a second. Schwagermann and the Goebbels' chauffeur hurried up the stairs to find the Goebbelses sprawled on the ground. An SS orderly was staring at them. He had shot them. He and the 2 newcomers poured 4 jerrycans of gasoline on the bodies and set them afire. Without waiting to see the effect of the blaze, they returned to the bunker, which they had been ordered to destroy. They dumped the last can of gas in the conference room and ignited it. The fate of Martin Bormann was more controversial than his master's. It was generally assumed that he had died while attempting to escape from Berlin, but declassified United States and British intelligence documents indicated that he might have escaped to Bolzano, Italy, where his wife had already fled from Berchtesgaden with their 9 children. For the next 27 years there were recurring reports of Bormann's reappearance, particularly in Argentina. Then, late in 1972, an American author, Ladislas Farago, claimed he had positive proof Bormann was alive in South America. This sensational announcement was followed a few days later by another. The German authorities declared that they had just found Bormann's body near the Führer bunker. Dr. Songnes, who had authenticated the Hitler corpse, asked permission to examine the skull so he could corroborate the dental identification. At first, permission was withheld, adding suspicion that the corpse might be a hoax. Finally, in the summer of 1973, Dr. Songnes was allowed to examine the skeletal remains, as well as the maxillary incisor bridge which had been found 3 months after the skull was unearthed. Dr. Songnes returned to UCLA to prepare a forensic analysis of the data. In September 1974, he presented his material to the World Congress of the Federation of Dentaires Internationales in London. The skull, he concluded, was indeed that of Bormann, and the mystery of Hitler's most faithful servant was finally solved. 2. To the very end, Heinrich Himmler hoped for some arrangement with the Allies, while fearing that something would go wrong. After Hitler's death, he fled to the north and requested the Führer's successor to appoint him the second man in his new German state. But Admiral Dönitz said, "That is impossible. I have no job for you." In desperation, Himmler turned to Schwerin von Krosigk for advice. "Please tell me what is going to become of me," he asked the new foreign minister. "I am not interested in the least what will happen to you or any other man," was the exasperated answer. "Only our mission interests me, not our personal destinies." Krosigk gave Himmler two choices: either commit suicide or disappear with a false beard. "But if I were you, I would drive up to Montgomery and say, 'Here I am, Himmler, the SS general, and ready to take responsibility for my men.'" That evening, Himmler cryptically told his closest friends that an important new task remained. A few could accompany him. He shaved off his moustache, put a patch over one eye, changed his name, and, with some 9 followers, including his chief Waffen-SS adjutant Werner Grothmann, went into hiding. When Grothmann discovered his chief had a cyanide capsule and intended to use it if necessary, he accused Himmler of taking an easy way out that was not open to his followers. It was the Reichsfuhrer's duty, he said, not only to assume responsibility for his men's actions, but to make clear that the Waffen-SS, the SD, and the concentration camp guards were from distinctly different organizations. Himmler demurred. "After I take the poison," he said, "then you young officers must tell the world what happened here in Germany, what I did and what I did not do." Within 2 weeks, Himmler was captured by the British. A doctor conducting a routine examination noticed something in his mouth, but when he reached in to pull out the object, Himmler bit down on the cyanide capsule and died instantly. There were other suicides, but their number were fewer than expected, particularly among the hierarchy, one of whom, Robert Lai, did commit suicide while awaiting trial at Nuremberg. Goering was by far the most defiant prisoner at Nuremberg. He arrived at the prison with an incredibly large cache of paradocin pills and was taking 40 daily. By the time he testified, however, he was completely free of the drug habit and had cut his weight down more than 40% to 153 pounds. In the courtroom, he, almost alone, defended his Führer. Unlike so many of the other defendants, he never put blame on others or hid behind the figure of Hitler. He took charge of the prisoner's dock, aggressively dictating a concerted strategy of defense. Back in the cell block, he would rub his hands enthusiastically and call himself the captain of the first-string team, boasting that he would give the prosecutors and the audience a run for their money. If any fellow defendant protested or weakened, the revivified Goering would bully and insult him into silence. "It makes me sick to see Germans selling their souls to the enemy," he said during one lunch, then banged a fist on the table. "Damn it," he added, "I wish we could all have the courage to define our defense to 3 simple words. Lick my ass." Of the 22 major defendants, only 3, Schacht, Papen, and Fritzsche, were acquitted. 8 received long terms of imprisonment, the rest were sentenced to death. At 10:45 p.m., October 15, 1946, Goering cheated the hangman with a cyanide capsule. 2 hours later, the executions began. The first to climb the 13 steps of the gallows was Ribbentrop. "God protect Germany," he said loudly. "My last wish is that Germany's unity shall be preserved, and that an understanding be reached between East and West." It had taken the incontrovertible evidence at Nuremberg to convince him that masses of Jews had been killed, for Hitler had assured him time and again that the Jewish problem would be solved by deportation. "I never dreamed," he told G.M. Gilbert, an American psychologist, "it would end like this." Next came Keitel. Minutes earlier he had sobbed while the chaplain gave him a last benediction. Now his chin was thrust out. "I call on the Almighty God to have mercy on the German people. For Germany, everything. Thank you." He turned to the chaplain, an American. "I thank you and those who sent you with all my heart." The hangman, Master Sergeant John Woods, had looked forward with relish to these executions. He adjusted the rope around Keitel's neck, then placed a black hood over his head. At the very last moment, the field marshal shouted, "Deutschland über alles." During the trial, Keitel had confided to Gilbert that Hitler had betrayed him. If he did not deceive us by deliberate lies, then he did it by deliberately keeping us in the dark and letting us fight under a false impression. 3. A surprising number of Hitler's family circle survived the last cataclysmic days. The 4 secretaries, his 2 favourite architects, Speer and Giesler, his pilot Bauer, his chauffeur Kemke, his valet Linger, Heim and Kerpen, who copied down his table conversations, the best friend of his wife, Frau Schneider, his two favourite fighters, Skorzeny and Rudel, the three women he particularly admired, Leni Riefenstahl, Gerdi Trost, and Helena Hanfstengel. A number of his adjutants and ordnance officers not only survived, but were willing to talk freely of their experiences. Puttkamer, Engel, Below, Wünsche, Schulze, and Gunsche. When the last returned to West Germany after 12 years of imprisonment in the Soviet Union and East Germany, he was bewildered by the sight of young men with beards and long hair. "Dear friend," Schulze told him, "we have lost the war and all is now changed. The young people don't live as we did." To shock Gunsche back to reality, Schulze took him to the Berghof. The building had been set afire by the SS on May 4, 1945, and its remains had been gradually destroyed by the Americans. Everything looked different, and it was very difficult even to figure out where the long flight of steps leading up to the house had been. As the two men surveyed the scene, Schulze's wife took their picture, capturing in their stunned faces, as no words could, the definitive end of the man they had worshipped. The most extraordinary figure in the history of the 20th century had vanished, unlamented, except by a faithful few. This concludes the reading of Adolf Hitler by John Toland, copyright 1976 by John Toland. This book was read by Ralph Cosham. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Brandt and Hockman Literary Agents, Incorporated, and was produced in 2014 by Blackstone Audio Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio Inc. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.